Chapter 81. Sue Sanson felt that this matter must have been messed up, and she had to stop this completely off-track plot immediately. So she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. The muscular man, who was called the boss, seemed to see Sue Sanson's hesitation, thinking that she wanted to refuse, and then hurriedly interrupted, patting his chest very sincerely. "Hey, Auntie! I know you are busy with business. Can't we add money? Look, the brothers are really waiting anxiously, and they are all uncomfortable." The big men at the door squeezed their buttocks tightly, and very hard to show a smile that was uglier than Jean Guifong. Sue Sanson, No. No. You misunderstood. I'm not here to clean the toilet. Of course, she had to try hard to explain. The muscular man patted Sue Sanson's thin back, showing an expression of I understand, pointing at the plunger on the cart. "Auntie. Double. Oh no. Triple the price. Okay. Look, you have brought your stuff, and we are already at the door, so don't refuse any more." At this time, Sui Lauda, who had just arrived at the gate of the private army camp, looked at Jean Ergu standing in the middle of the road with an anxious and dazed look, and frowned with an unhappy look. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Jean Ergu looked at. Seeing Boss Sui suddenly appear in front of him, he suddenly looked excited and immediately turned into a fanboy. "Sui, Boss Sui. I am Jean Ergu, the son of Lao Qin. I am here to wait for you." "Oh no, I am here to wait for Sue Sanson." Boss Sui wanted to scold these people who wanted to get into his private army team through the back door every day, but suddenly heard him say that he was the son of Lao Qin, and knew the skinny Sue Sanson, and immediately softened his expression. When he got home yesterday, he asked someone to try the slightly contaminated high-purity salt crystal. Although it couldn't instantly restore 100% of the strength of an exhausted genetic warrior, eating a piece the size of a third of a fingernail could restore the genetic warrior's strength to 20% of its peak state. This 20% of strength was a crucial killer in battle, enough for an experienced private soldier to launch a fatal attack, or by enough time to retreat to a safe zone. So at this time, he still had a good impression of Lao Qin and Sue Sanson. He just smiled and said, "Oh, it's Lao Qin's son. Come on, it's sunny. Why are you standing outside? Come with me into the camp." Jean Ergu's little eyes gradually opened wide and widened. Happiness came too suddenly. He was going to enter the private army camp that he had dreamed of, and was obsessed with. Shortly after Boss Sui led Jean Ergu, who was out of his body, into the private army camp, an old lady pushing a toilet cleaning cart also came in, cursing. As soon as she entered the door, he shouted arrogantly, "Where's the traffic jam today? Send someone to tell me the details. I'm very busy. There is traffic jam every now and then. How many times have I come here these days?" While shouting, he took off the headscarf on her head, and then shouted loudly, "Let me make it clear first, this will cost extra." Just when Sue Sanson finally seized a chance to pull the small cart and escape from the clutches of the muscular man back to the hall, he saw a lady pushing a toilet cleaning cart. As soon as she took off her headscarf, a huge matchmaker mole appeared on her right cheek, but there was a long hair flying on the mole. The muscular man following Sue Sanson was also stunned for a moment. His face turned red and green and black, especially when he saw Boss Sui suddenly appear in the hall. A feeling of regret surged in his heart. Today is definitely Mercury retrograde. Mercury retrograde. 10 minutes later, Boss Sui looked at the matchmaker mole on Sue Sanson's face, and his mouth twitched. Although he was very disdainful of this poor disguise, he still greeted the private soldiers in the camp enthusiastically, pulled Sue Sanson to the front of everyone, and introduced, "This is the new member, Sue Sanson, everyone will." Before he finished speaking, an urgent message suddenly popped up in Guang's mind. He looked stern, frowned, and said to the muscular man next to him, who was holding Sue Sanson to the public toilet, "You are responsible for introducing him," and left in a hurry. The muscular man finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the figure disappear at the gate of the barracks. Luckily, Boss Sui didn't blame him for not even seeing through such a crude disguise. The heart that had been hanging for a long time finally fell, and then he turned his head with an unhappy face and looked at Sue Sanson. It was all because of this damn matchmaker mole that almost ruined his reputation. Light brain, scan it. Sue Sanson didn't understand, and stretched out his right wrist. With a beep, the recorder in the muscular man's hand showed, name, Sue Sanson. Gender, female. Gene medicine progress, non-genetically modified. Team combat experience, none. Individual combat experience, maybe. Position, temporary worker. Team, none. The muscular man raised his thick eyebrows and looked at Sue Sanson again, But this time his eyes were no longer filled with resentment, but also with a hint of contempt and sympathy. He introduced, "This is the new temporary worker in the camp, Sue Sanson." Brief, no extra elaboration. Then he looked at Chin Ergu, who was still grinning beside Sue Sanson, with great confusion, and raised his chin slightly. What's going on?" Chin Ergu was pulled by Sue Sanson's sleeve, and then he came back to his senses. Me? I came to ask her for a plunger. What an honest child. Then Chin Ergu was ruthlessly locked outside the gate of the private army camp, holding a plunger in his hand, standing in the sun, with a confused face. On Sue Sanson's side, the muscular man called the leader introduced her in a nutshell, and the private soldiers who gathered around immediately dispersed and continued their previous fitness programs and performance art. Sue Sanson was left aside, and was a little at a loss for a while. At this time, on a row of metal benches in the corner of the barracks, a man with a square face and a mustache, who was less than 190 centimeters tall, put down his nail clippers and said to the 3 team members in front of him who were also less than 190 centimeters tall, with square faces and mustaches, "Tomorrow is the deadline. If we still can't get 5 people to take on the mission, our team will be completely downgraded and disbanded." One of the female team members frowned and sighed. "Oh, the last mission was too unlucky. The supplies were clearly in hand, but they were lost on the way." Another youngest male team member stared at his big, round eyes, clenched his fists, and looked unconvinced. "Captain, as long as we seize this last mission opportunity, I believe our Sifong team will be able to get rid of the hat and leave the relegation pool sooner or later." Captain Huba blew his octagonal beard under his nostrils and sighed. "Hey, the key is that since Jianfeng was poached by the Kalinduo team, we can't even get enough people to form a team. How can we accept the mission?" "Hey!" Several people sighed. At this time, the little stutterer, who had not spoken all the time, rolled his eyes on the Sifong face, and suddenly said, "Temporary. Temporary. How? How?" As soon as the voice fell, the 4 people all looked at Sue Sanson, who was in the diagonal corner of the barracks, and looked up to carefully digest the information on the big screen. "Sue Sanson. What's going on? Why did my back suddenly feel cold? Could it be that there are also strange beasts in the private army camp spying on me?" Chapter 82. 10 minutes later, Sue Sanson was surrounded by 4 people from the Sifong team. Although these 4 people were less than 190 centimeters tall, which seemed useless among the 2-meter-tall people in the private soldier team, it was still easy to oppress Sue Sanson, who was only 160 centimeters tall. Weak and helpless, Sue Sanson looked up at the 4 square faces with sharp edges, and the same 8-cornered beards under their nostrils. He swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly, "I wonder if the 4 heroes, who have come from afar, have any advice." Hu Ba, the captain of the Sifong team, blew his beard under his nostrils, raised his eyebrows, and asked tentatively, "Have you formed a team?" Sue Sanson was full of surprise. "Are you looking for me to form a team?" She just figured out the other information on the big screen besides the scavenging tasks. It turned out that it was the ranking of the private soldier team. The ranking was followed by the team name, team members, and the most recent scavenging task. Just when she was thinking about how to join a certain team to quickly penetrate the enemy, she was suddenly drowsy, so Sue Sanson quickly shook her head and said, No. If you need me, I can join at any time." Seeing that the other party was so positive, Hu Ba was a little suspicious. After all, their team was really weak. No one dared to rank second to last in the private army camp, so most private soldiers avoided them. Now that someone came to join actively, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Even if you are new and a temporary worker, it is impossible that you are a spy sent by other teams that are also struggling in the relegation pool and waiting to be removed from the hat as soon as possible to quickly disintegrate them. Yuge, the only female member of the quartet team, seemed to see Hu Ba's entanglement, so she nudged him with her elbow and gently advised, "Captain, we have reached the deadline. If you want to target us, you can just not send anyone to join us and make it difficult for us to gather enough people. Once it's past midnight, our team will be disbanded. There is no need to do this again." The young man, the commander of the quartet team, opened his shining eyes and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Captain, Yuku is right." Hu Ba shook the beard under his nose, thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. Sue Sanson looked at the tall woman, who was obviously wearing a fake beard, but was called Brother Yu, and then looked at the young handsome man. He was a little confused for a while, and then he heard the man called the captain continue, "Hello, my name is Hu Ba, the captain of the Sifong team. I now formally invite you to join our Sifong private soldiers team." As he said that, he solemnly extended his right hand. Sue Sanson looked at the 8-cornered beard that kept flying up and down, and the 4 square faces that were getting closer and closer to her, and she was a little embarrassed for a while. After all, she felt that her current temperament might affect the unity of the entire Sifong team, so she said euphemistically with some uncertainty, "I wonder if my appearance will affect the mental outlook of your team?" The 4 members of the Sifong team all looked at the matchmaker mole on Sue Sanson's right cheek, and then shook their heads at the same time to say, "No." At this time, the little stutterer suddenly said, "Chi. Temperament. Very, very suitable." Then, in a confused manner, Sue Sanson was pulled into the Sifong squad. At this time, under the dark web task section, the team column of her identity information had been updated to Team Sifong Squad. At 5 p.m., Sue Sanson returned home and told Xie Yuan about what she had encountered in the private army camp today. Xie Yuan nodded and explained to her further, "I also heard before that the dark web task section has introduced a competition mechanism of elimination at the end in order to stimulate the enthusiasm of the private army team in the past 1 or 2 years. The ranking on the big screen you saw should be set up for elimination." Sue Sanson widened his eyes in disbelief. "Good guy. The end of the world is so miserable, and they are still pushing the workers to involute? This dark web is too inhuman." So he asked back, "What does it mean to eliminate these private army teams? Will these team members no longer be able to take tasks on the dark web in the future?" Xie Yuan nodded slightly. Sue Sanson was puzzled. She tilted her head slightly and moved closer. She imitated Lao Qin's previous actions and asked in a low voice, "If they can't take the mission, what will they do? Become scavengers like me? But they are all genetic warriors. Isn't it said that genetic drugs are difficult to get? Only people at the top have channels?" As she said that, she pointed her index finger to the sky. Perhaps it was also a conditioned reflex brought by her previous life. She was like Lao Qin. Whenever she discussed things involving high-level officials, she would always unconsciously lower her voice and be sneaky, worried that someone would eavesdrop. Xie Yuan's body was slightly stiff. He felt the gentle breath coming from his ears. The itching spread all over his body. His ears suddenly turned red. He turned his head slightly, staring at Sue Sanson's slightly frowning brows, suppressing the heat in his heart, and replied seriously, "So the private soldiers under Boss Sui will definitely be sent to do other tasks after being eliminated. However, the rewards and the nature of the missions will definitely not give the private soldiers the freedom they have." However, he did not say the second half of the sentence, because at this moment he really had to focus on how to prevent his predicament from being discovered by the girl in front of him. After struggling for a while, he wanted to distance himself, but his body was reluctant to move, because he was reluctant, she didn't often get so close to talk to him. It was really killing me. He could still feel the faint breathing in his ears. Xie Yuan was sure that not only his ears were red, but also his neck, because his whole body was hot. No. Xie Yuan took a deep breath, and finally reason prevailed. He supported himself on the ground with his right hand, slid the cart, and had to take the initiative to distance himself. He picked up the plastic water bottle in the corner and gulped down half a bottle of water. Only then did he calm down a little, and then continued, "In fact, many eliminated gene warriors may be favored by the rich people in the inner city of the base, and become their guests. There is almost no situation of being an ordinary scavenger." Sue Sanson nodded, but still had some doubts. Logically speaking, they are all gene warriors, so they should be very strong. For example, the man who wanted to steal my organs last time, his speed and strength were obviously several times stronger than mine. Will such a team of gene warriors fail in the mission? How dangerous are these missions? As he thought, he began to worry about his future. Xie Yuan obviously saw her worry, and then analyzed in a gentle voice. The missions accepted by the private army team will definitely be more dangerous than ordinary scavenging, but this also depends on the level of the mission. The higher the level of the mission, the higher the risk factor. Therefore, you can try to avoid missions that are too high in level in the future. And he changed the subject and explained from another perspective. In fact, not everyone can 100% develop in a higher, stronger, and faster direction after injecting the gene drug. There is also a small probability of mutation. Mutation does not mean that the person is useless, but the physical improvement may not be so great or perfect. Sue Sanson's mind unconsciously recalled the team whose height was obviously lower than the average level of private soldiers. Well, okay, she seemed to understand a little, but still frowned. Then what will Boss Sui send these eliminated gene warriors to do? Will they be allowed to freely choose where to go? Xie Yuan lowered his eyes, unable to see the emotions in his eyes, and shook his head. Not sure, but it is definitely impossible for them to be free. From the genetic drugs they took from Boss Sui, from that moment on, it was equivalent to completely selling herself to him. She would either die in the mission or on the way to the mission. Su Sanson was shocked. Ah! Is selling oneself popular in the end times? She must not inject any genetic drugs, and she must not sell herself as a slave. Suddenly, she realized the depression in Xie Yuan's tone just now. He thought that he was also a genetic warrior, but a genetic warrior of the guard. So, he also completely sold himself to the guard or the base. Feeling that the topic suddenly became a little heavy, Su Sanson interrupted at the right time. Ah! How about we drink lotus root and pork rib soup tonight, and then have stir-fried 3-dice meat? Xie Yuan looked at the energetic girl in front of him, and the haze in his eyes gradually dissipated. He asked unconsciously in his mind, what kind of food is lotus root and pork rib soup? The saliva in his mouth began to secrete uncontrollably, and he swallowed his saliva in shame and anger. When did he become so unable to resist the desire for food? Ah! No! No! Control yourself! Control yourself! Damn it! What is this fried 3-diced? Is there ham sausage? The ham sausage that was cut into cubes and stir-fried last time was very delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Ah, stop! At the same time, in the lounge of the guard station, a masked man was looking at the black combat uniform jacket hanging in the cabinet in the dark. There was a well-designed pistol in the pocket of the jacket, and the number on the pistol was 1779. His pupils suddenly contracted. This is... How could it be here? At this time, there was a sudden sound of slow footsteps at the end of the corridor. The masked man squinted his eyes, quickly took out a small metal box from the interlayer of the cabinet, carefully closed the cabinet door, and flew out of the lounge window. Soon, the door of the lounge was pushed open, and with a click, the lights came on. Scar walked to his cabinet door, looked at the hair that disappeared from the lock, and frowned slightly. Someone has been here. In the alley outside the guardhouse, in a corner that can perfectly avoid the patrol team, the masked man opened the metal box in his hand. In the box was a metal-shelled bullet, which contained a neurotoxin that could directly target the genetic warriors. Chapter 83. In the 336th year of the star calendar, the 99th day of the Yenji season, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Sanson arrived at the gate of the private army camp on time. The members of the 4 square teams were already waiting for her here in advance. Looking at the 4 identical square faces and the same 8-cornered beards, she touched the matchmaker mole that she had specially enlarged today with some distrust, and then said with a dry smile, "Good morning, everyone." The 4 people nodded to her, motioning her to follow, and then walked towards the east of the private army camp with a serious look. Su Sanson wanted to ask if he should give her a square face and an 8-cornered beard, so that she could integrate into the team faster. However, seeing the serious expressions of the 4 people at this time, he swallowed back the words that were just on his lips. Forget it. It's better to watch more and talk less when you are new here. Su Sanson didn't know that today was actually the 60th day since the 4-party team was demoted to F level. According to the latest involution competition rules of the dark web, if any team fails 3 consecutive missions, the team rating will be reduced by 1 level until it is reduced to F level. All teams that have been demoted to F level will be gathered in a relegation pool. If they still fail to successfully complete a mission in the relegation pool for 60 consecutive days, then the team will be completely disbanded and removed from the list. The stay or departure of the team members will be redetermined by the boss of the private army camp, that is, Boss Sui. So today is actually the final battle to decide whether the quartet will stay or go. Of course, as a new member, Su Sanson was inexplicably placed in the relegation pool, and is about to face his first, and possibly last, mission in the private army camp. Following the 4 people turning left and right on the road, they finally arrived at an abandoned garbage dump. Why did Su Sanson identify this as a garbage dump at first glance? Because a huge metal sign, with potholes and rust was hung crookedly on the iron gate in front of her. The metal sign read, South Gate Z District 2nd Garbage Dump. Then why did they conclude that it was abandoned? Because the iron gate was empty, without any trace of garbage, except for an egg-shaped object with a shabby appearance and scars. And according to the direction the 4 people were moving forward, it can be concluded that the egg-shaped object is definitely not a giant piece of garbage. Then it can only be the aircraft of the quartet team. Oh. Su Sanson finally walked to the front of the egg-shaped object. It was not as tall and majestic, gorgeous and cool, and full of technology as he had imagined last night. The weathered, scratched and dented shell gives people a sense of vicissitudes of life, which makes people admire it. Hey, no way. This aircraft is so old, but it hasn't been retired yet. Is this really good? Really? Is it really safe? Su Sanson's heart trembled, and he looked at Hu Ba, the captain of the Sifong team, with suspicion. Hu Ba was proud, his octagonal beard trembled slightly, and he began to brag excitedly. Hey! What do you think? Doesn't this aircraft look very cost-effective? I tell you, we deliberately went through the back door at that time, so that the equipment department staff would reserve it for our Sifong team in advance. Yu Ge finally showed the first smile of this morning. Yes. This aircraft is a good deal. The marshal opened his shining eyes, and came over to add, no rent. You only need to pay for the fuel. Ha ha. Finally, even the stutterer couldn't hold back, and made a summary speech. It's been scrapped. For 30 years, but it can still be used. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. The four people were obviously very satisfied with this scrapped aircraft, and were proud of it. Su Sanson opened her mouth wide in disbelief. This is an aircraft that has been retired for many years, and forced to find a new job. Then is it too late for her to retire on the spot now? Squeak. A long and gentle sound of bearing rotation came, and the hatch of the spacecraft opened. Su Sanson looked at Hu Ba's left hand on the hatch handle, and the key inserted in the hatch hole, and was speechless again. No. Even if the light computer can't be used to sense the lock, this door should at least be automatic. Wouldn't this manual sliding door seem a bit too primitive? Of course. No one answered this series of silent questions in her heart. Several people entered the cabin one after another. Hu Ba sat in the left cockpit of the first row, Yu Ge sat in the co-pilot seat of the first row, and Dashui and Xiao Jiaba quickly occupied the left and right seats of the second row, and then there were no more seats. The second row was the last row of seats in the aircraft cabin. Hu Ba looked at Su Sanson awkwardly and tried to explain. It's an old model, and there's not much space. We need to leave some space for supplies, so there are only 4 seats. Su Sanson looked at the cabin that was already crowded with 4 seats, and her mind was full of questions. Then, where are you going to put the supplies? Of course, how could she know that the quartet had never considered this issue, because they had not successfully completed a mission so far, and had not been able to retrieve supplies. During this period, they lived on the minimum living allowance nutrient solution issued by the private army camp every day. Su Sanson frowned, thinking that this egg-shaped aircraft should not be so small from the outside, so she manually opened the metal partition close to the back of the second row of seats. As expected, there was a different world behind the partition. There was a corridor about 1 meter wide, with 2 doors on both sides of the corridor. She first opened a door on the left, which was an empty cabin, which was about 5 square meters. This should be the material storage room of the aircraft, but it was dusty inside, and it seemed that no one had cleaned it for a long time. There was a toilet on the right. The toilet was not big, but it was about 3 square meters. Su Sanson looked at the toilet in front of him, sighed, and then shouted to Hu Ba in the driver's seat, "Then I will stay here in the toilet first." After that, he stood the small cart next to the sink, then knocked down the toilet lid, and sat on it directly. Hey, just think of it as sitting in a private room. Soon, there was a loud boom, and the aircraft took off. 40 minutes later, there was no broadcasting sound, only a bang sound, and the aircraft landed. Before the hatch opened, Hu Ba fiddled with the optical computer for a while, and said 12 coordinates to the 4 people. He said, "Old rules, everyone manually connects the coordinates into a circle on the map, and do not exceed the range of the protective shield." Su Sanson. What? Did you also draw the range of the protective shield manually on the map? If you are not careful and draw it crooked, won't it be life-threatening? Before she completely cracked, she saw Hu Ba raised his chin to her, and his octagonal beard shook a few times. "We asked you to join just to make up the number of people, so you don't really have to go on a mission with us. You and Xiao Jiaba stay here and be responsible for guarding the spacecraft." After saying that, Hu Ba pulled out 3 machetes from under the driver's seat, and turned around and got off the spaceship with Yu Ge and Dashui. Su Sanson, No, since the team requires at least 5 people, what's the point of your entire 4-seater aircraft? The key point. What's the situation with the machetes in your hands? Don't you have a gun? Didn't you say that the mission of the private army team is very dangerous? At least they all start with 2-star monsters. Isn't it too careless? However, the figures of the 3 people had disappeared long ago, and Su Sanson had to turn his head and stare at the little stutterer, hoping to get some explanation. But the little stammer just pointed outside the cabin door and made a brief statement. Get off the boat, make a pretend." Ah. Sue Sanson sighed. Forget it, she still needs a lot of explanations. So let's not embarrass this guy. 30 minutes later, Sue Sanson covered the dilapidated aircraft with the last mutant banana leaf she had picked. Just as she was about to ask, "What are we doing?" she heard Huba's voice suddenly in her mind. "Little Stammer needs emergency support. Little Stammer needs emergency support." Little Stammer quickly returned to the aircraft, pulled out a metal suitcase from under his seat, gave Sue Sanson a look, and then hurriedly ran towards the coordinates shared by Huba. Sue Sanson stood in front of the aircraft that was wrapped like a zonzi, looking at the figure of Little Stammer disappearing quickly, and couldn't help frowning. I hope he won't encounter any danger. Chapter 84. The coordinates of the mission of the quartet team this time are in a very dense tropical rainforest. The tropical rainforest of the end of the world has also been fully mutated, and the trees are tall and majestic. The branches and leaves are in pieces, covering the sky. I just don't know what those tropical plants such as man-eating plants and pitcher plants have evolved into now. Hey, Sue Sanson sat under a large mutant banana leaf and shivered uncontrollably. It was only more than a minute since Xiaojiabo left. She looked at the mutant banana trees standing densely around her, which were much taller than the buildings, and the sky above her head, which was tightly sealed by the mutant banana leaves. Only a few rays of sunlight could occasionally be projected from the gaps between the mutant banana leaves. Suddenly, she felt that it seemed a little weird here. At this time, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind. It was the sound of the mutant banana leaves swaying quickly and rubbing against each other. The sound came from far away, the frequency was getting faster and faster, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Sue Sanson didn't dare to be careless and hid quickly. She quickly glanced at the big Zonzi aircraft covered by the mutant banana leaves beside her. In principle, she should hide in the aircraft as soon as possible, but looking at the key in her hand, she thought of the old manual sliding door, which would make a long and distant bearing rotation sound when it was pushed open, so she quickly shook her head and rejected this plan. It's better not to make any noise, so she suppressed this idea and finally hid in the pile of mutant banana fallen leaves 50 meters away from the big Zonzi. This is a small triangular pile formed naturally by 4 to 5 giant banana leaves. The ends of the mutant banana leaves have obvious signs of withering, and the leaves are tightly wrinkled and contracted, which just leaves Sue Sanson, who is hiding inside, a gap to peek at the outside world. Her first reaction was to hide under the mutated banana leaves that covered the aircraft. After all, she was responsible for guarding the aircraft, so she should stay with it at all times. If she was there, the aircraft was there, but if she was not there, then the aircraft would be useless. Oh no, if she was not there, if she could stay away from the aircraft, it would be a disguised protection for the aircraft, because if she made any noise by accident, at least it would not affect the aircraft. Sue Sanson curled up and hid quietly in the fallen leaves. She only heard the rustling sound of the banana leaves swaying, which was getting louder and louder, as if it was already close at hand. No, at this time it was not just the leaves shaking and rubbing against each other. In the background of the rustling sound, there was also a noisy squeaking sound. Is it the movement of some strange beast? The squeaking sound became louder and louder, and more chaotic. Obviously, there are a lot of strange beasts. The next second, through a gap between the dead leaves, Sue Sanson saw countless short brown hairs jumping among the banana leaves above his head. Mutated monkeys. Compared to other strange beasts, the mutant monkeys are not big. They are about the same height as Sue Sanson, about 1.5 to 1.6 meters. What makes Sue Sanson a little confused is that the tails of these mutant monkeys are pink. The pink tails are vertically raised behind the back, and the tip of the tail is curled and swirling. From a distance, it looks like a lollipop. What a magical and showy mutant monkey. But when Sue Sanson's sight just moved from the tip of the tail to the mutant monkey's butt, and then from the mutant monkey's butt to the head, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Do these mutant monkeys have 2 butts? Sue Sanson blinked hard, and then looked carefully at the base of the mutant monkey's tail. The pink heart-shaped, but was very eye-catching, but looking up along the butt to the head, why is it still a pink heart-shaped butt? It's just that the color of the butt on the head is light pink, which forms a sharp contrast with the bright pink at the base of the tail. Oh my, are the mutant monkeys in this doomsday so fierce? So which butt do they use to eat, and which butt do they excrete? The 2 butts look so similar, can they be distinguished? Oh. Yes, the colors are different. One is more colorful, and the other is slightly more restrained. Sue Sanson couldn't help but start to have a bad taste again. At this moment, something suddenly fell from the sky on the banana leaf in front. Ah, whose butt fell off? Sue Sanson widened his eyes, stunned, but still worried about the mutant monkeys. A light pink butt suddenly fell from the sky, It happened so fast that Sue Sanson couldn't just stare at it. Whose butt is it? Who is worried? A mutant monkey moved quickly, and with a pop, its tail covered with pink fur instantly shot out. It wrapped itself around the stem of a mutant banana leaf, then leaped down. Its pink furry tail stretched several meters in an instant, and its body fell rapidly. When it was less than 3 meters away from the ground, its 2 brown furry hands quickly reached out and accurately caught the light pink, but that was still falling freely. Sue Sanson looked at the bright pink, but hanging upside down in the air facing her, and the 6 to 7 meter long pink tail hanging from the butt, and she kept sighing in her heart. Is the tail of this mutant monkey a spring? At this time, the mutant monkey seemed to have a very sharp intuition. After catching the light pink butt, it immediately turned its head to look in the direction of Sue Sanson. Sue Sanson's breathing suddenly stagnated, and she dared not look directly at the mutant monkey for fear of exposing herself. But just a quick glance with the corner of her eye still made her see clearly that there was no mutant monkey with 2 butts at this time. Behind the light pink butt was clearly a monkey face covered with light white fluff. In the middle of the monkey face, a pair of bright and scary golden eyes stared at the pile of fallen leaves, as if to see through it. The 2 semicircular ears kept swinging left and right, as if listening carefully to the movements around. Suddenly, the upside-down mutant monkey opened and closed its lips quickly, making bursts of sharp chee-chee-chee-chee sounds. As soon as the sound came out, the mutant monkeys on the banana tree stopped jumping immediately, and moved away the light pink butts on their heads. Their lips also opened and closed quickly, making bursts of sharp calls. It seemed to be agreeing, or conveying some message. Soon, there was a series of paw-paw-paw sounds, and countless mutant monkeys ejected their pink fluffy tails at the same time, entangled on the banana leaf stems, and fell rapidly from the top of the tree, hanging upside down in the air, looking towards the direction of the fallen leaves. Sue Sanson frowned immediately. No way, I didn't make any noise today. How could I be discovered suddenly? Just when her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she felt that something was wrong, there was a sudden paw-paw-paw sound from behind the fallen leaves. The sound was loud and the intervals were long, as if there was a huge thing taking heavy steps in the banana forest. At this time, Sue Sanson saw that the picture in the air, which was still a second ago, suddenly became chaotic, with bright pink butts mixed with light pink butts flying all over the sky, and there was a chaos in front of her eyes. Chapter 85. In just a few seconds, countless bright pink buttocks, with light pink buttocks, jumped up and down in the mutant banana tree forest, just like the special effects of crazy heart-shaped gestures in the live broadcast room. Soon, the light pink buttocks disappeared completely, leaving only bright pink buttocks and spring tails looming behind the mutant banana leaves. At this time, there were a few loud pops, as if something heavy had stepped hard on the top of the mutant banana tree, followed by strong winds that blew over, causing the scattered leaves on the ground to be blown up and fall again. Sue Sanson used his hands and feet to tightly grasp the mutant banana leaves that were about to be blown away. After holding on for a few seconds, he managed to stabilize the basic shape of the fallen leaves. Then, through the gap, he caught a glimpse of 5 very large mutant chimpanzees, jumping up and down on the mutant banana trees with all 4 limbs, with fierce eyes, rushing straight towards the mutant monkeys. The mutant monkeys had obviously sensed the crisis in advance and were ready. They stretched and retracted their spring-like fan tails, and quickly swung in the mutant banana forest. 20 to 30 of them formed a group, and formed 5 encirclements with openings in front. The opening of the encirclement was facing the mutant chimpanzees that were attacking them. Oh my god! It turned out that the mutant monkey just now made a strange cry to warn, not because it discovered itself, but because of the mutant gorillas that suddenly chased and killed it. But, can the mutant gorillas and mutant monkeys, these 2 species, also become the relationship between prey and hunter? Sue Sanson's thoughts raced, but his eyes were already overwhelmed. Because at this time, the 5 mutant gorillas had already started a fierce battle with the mutant monkeys on the banana tree. There were a large number of mutant monkeys, and every 20 or so were responsible for besieging a mutant gorilla. More than 20 bright pink butts suddenly stacked and shrank towards the black mutant gorilla in the middle, and the long pink tails on their butts popped out at high speed and swung wildly. Paw paw paw, the mutant gorilla surrounded in the middle was whipped wildly by more than 20 pink tails. The mutant gorilla waved its upper arms and grabbed in the air, trying to restrain these annoying and fierce pink tails. However, the mutant monkey was agile, and the pink tail could always quickly stretch and change direction when the mutant gorilla's palm came. And then, there was another paw paw paw, which made the mutant gorilla dizzy. Ah! The mutant gorilla finally roared in anger during this round of crazy whipping. It opened its eyes wide, clenched its fists, and beat its chest violently. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its fangs, bent its hind legs, squatted down to accumulate strength, exerted force, and quickly jumped into the air. Then, it turned around and forcibly broke through the encirclement of the mutant monkeys. The speed was amazing. There were several swish, swish sounds. The mutant gorilla opened its wide claws and grabbed the mutant monkeys outside the encirclement at the moment its feet landed on the tree. Squeak, squeak. As countless screams rang out one after another, the mutant monkeys fell from the banana tree one after another, and the mutant gorilla obviously launched a counterattack not just to vent his anger. Another round of fierce roars of "ah woo, ah woo." Sue Sanson could only hear countless squeak, squeak screams, and the bright pink buttocks falling in front of him. 5 minutes later, there were a few bang 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 sounds, and 5 mutant gorillas jumped from the banana tree to the ground, and slapped the dead mutant monkey's head with their big hands. Puff! The mutant monkey, which had already paralyzed on the ground, had its brain splattered in an instant. The mutant gorilla opened its mouth wide, and quickly destroyed the brain of the mutant monkey in its hand, one by one, and the nuclear crystal in the brain. It turned out that they were for the mutant monkey's brain. Nuclear crystals. These mutant gorillas also know the existence of nuclear crystals. Sue Sanson suddenly remembered the knowledge of the levels of alien beasts that Xie had popularized to him. The higher the level of the alien beast, the more it needs to directly absorb the energy of the nuclear crystals and other alien beasts to achieve the continuation of its life and the improvement of its force value. So, these 5 mutant gorillas are high-level alien beasts, at least. At least 3 stars. Sue Sanson opened her eyes wide, and was completely frightened by the scene in front of her. She was motionless, holding her breath, and dared not stare at the group of mutant gorillas eating, for fear that they would have eyes behind them and discover her. Time passed by minute, and after more than 10 minutes, the sound of the mutant gorillas eating outside the fallen leaves became smaller and smaller until it stopped completely. There was another round of paw, 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 like the sound of something heavy stepping on the ground, but the sound was getting smaller and smaller, and getting farther and farther away. Sue Sanson stayed quietly in the pile of fallen leaves for more than 10 minutes, and when he was sure that there was no movement outside, he nervously looked out through the gaps between the dead leaves. At this time, there was no mutant gorilla, only a pile of mutant monkey corpses piled high. The mutant monkeys in the pile of corpses were all headless, with only bright pink buttocks and pink fluffy tails, which were particularly dazzling in the pool of blood. Sue Sanson took a deep breath and cautiously stretched out a hoe to test the water. After 1 minute, there was still no sound outside, as if the battle just now was just an illusion. She carefully lifted the mutant banana leaves covering herself, then slowly stepped out, looking around quickly. Sure enough, the mutant gorilla was gone. She hurried back to the big dumpling covering the aircraft, and carefully checked around. Fortunately, except for the top few large mutant banana leaves that were slightly opened by the movement just now, revealing a trace of the metal shell on the top of the aircraft, the other places were still properly covered. She quickly pulled the displaced mutant banana leaf back to its original place, and then she sneaked and cautiously walked towards the pile of mutant monkey corpses in the distance. She walked very cautiously, and stopped every few steps, and quickly flew 4 spider silk marbles to explore the way ahead. After confirming that there was no extra noise around the marbles, she continued to move forward. There was no other way, because the coordinates of this time belonged to the primitive wilderness mentioned by Xie, especially those areas that had not been cleared by the guards. In addition to the ordinary beasts and 1-star beasts she had encountered before, there were countless 2-star, 3-star, and even 4-star beasts living here. These beasts only needed a jump or a flying claw to directly penetrate the small cart on Sue Sanson's left arm, and the frog skin soft armor on his body. Hissed before she got close, she smelled a strong smell of blood. Oops, such a strong smell, will it attract other beasts? She was worried that there would be more uninvited guests here soon, so she quickly took out matches from her cloth bag and wanted to burn the pile of corpses. Ah, no! Just as she took out the matches, she suddenly thought that burning would emit thick smoke, which might also attract the attention of nearby beasts. There was no way. She looked around. Except for the mutant banana tree, there were only mutant banana leaves. In desperation, she had to cover up with mutant banana leaves first, hoping to block potential predators before the 4-party team came back. Sue Sanson shuttled back and forth under the mutant banana trees nearby, picking up many mutant banana leaves that fell on the ground. Just when she walked to the farthest mutant banana tree and was about to pick up the last fallen leaf, a familiar light pink suddenly flashed in her peripheral vision. What? She turned her head quickly and looked at the giant mutant banana tree that she had just passed behind her. She saw a huge tree hole on the trunk of the mutant banana tree. The tree hole was originally covered tightly by mutant banana leaves. However, as luck would have it, these mutant banana leaves had been moved to the pile of mutant monkey corpses by Sue Sanson one after another, so the huge tree hole was exposed. And the pink butts inside actually filled the tree hole. Sue Sanson narrowed her eyes slightly and looked again. Suddenly, a bright pink butt appeared at the entrance of the tree hole, followed by a long pink tail with a strong wind, shooting towards her. Chapter 86. Oops, there's a mutant monkey hiding in this tree hole. Sue Sanson didn't have time to retreat and dodge. The pink tail was already rushing towards her face at a very fast speed. Bang! The pink tail slapped violently on the card shield she raised. The force of this blow was so great that Sue Sanson was caught off guard. She was slapped and bounced directly into the air, then fell to the ground with a bang, and slid back for several meters before she came to a stop. A large dent appeared just above the cart on her left arm. What a domineering force! Sue Sanson quickly glanced at the small cart that had accompanied her in battle for a long time with her peripheral vision. She didn't have time to be sentimental, because the bright pink butt in the tree hole suddenly lifted up, and the long pink tail once again flew towards her at a high speed. This was the first time she faced a beast with such great strength and speed. She had no time to think of countermeasures. There was another sound. Bang! The pink tail hit the cart again. This time it was the lower right side of the cart. A dent appeared immediately where it was hit, which was even bigger than before. No! This mutant monkey is incredibly strong. The cart can't resist it continuously. Sue Sanson was once again pushed into the air by the impact. While she was shocked and scared, her brain unconsciously began to analyze the situation. Paw! She was thrown heavily to the ground and slid backwards for several meters before slowly stopping. She panted and stared at the direction of the tree hole to prevent the mutant monkey in the hole from attacking again. However, after 2 consecutive hits, the mutant monkey suddenly became unusually quiet. Its bright pink but had slightly tilted backwards. A pair of golden eyes flashed a ferocious cold light on its face covered with white fluff, staring at Sue Sanson, who was still sitting on the banana leaf. She really had to thank the banana leaves that fell all over the ground, otherwise, she was sure that her tailbone would be scrapped on the spot after the 2 consecutive falls just now. But how did this ferocious mutant monkey suddenly change its attack into a stare? Being stared at made her feel a little creepy, and she couldn't help but frown in surprise. Her brain quickly replayed everything that had just happened, and her peripheral vision quickly looked around the environment. Would there be any other strange beasts nearby? Sue Sanson was really worried that there might be some cunning third-party forces waiting in the dark, waiting for her and the mutant monkey to lose both, and then suddenly attacking, so that the fisherman could benefit. But this time she was overthinking, because her eyes turned around again, and apart from the quiet mutant banana forest, she did not find any extra movement. Strange. This mutant monkey's behavior is not right. It could have taken advantage of the victory, but it suddenly stopped moving. At this time, Sue Sanson's peripheral vision suddenly stopped on the ground, and the traces left by the previous 2 slides immediately lit up. That's it. Its tail is limited in length, and its attack range is at most 7 to 8 meters away. After 2 slides, I am now 10 meters away from the tree hole. No wonder it suddenly stopped attacking. It turns out that it didn't want to continue, but it couldn't do it. Thinking clearly, the frown suddenly relaxed, and then slowly stood up, tentatively moving slowly to the right rear. Sure enough, the mutant monkey's 2 golden eyes just kept staring at her every move, but the bright pink but did not move at all. Relieved, Sue Sanson continued to move to the right rear, sat down slowly under a mutant banana tree, and checked her beloved cart, but her peripheral vision kept an eye on the mutant monkey in the tree hole. The 2 armies confronted each other, and the peace created was destined to be only temporary. As luck would have it, this tree hole just blocked the way Sue Sanson had to go back to the aircraft. Alas, she had planned to go around the mutant banana forest next to her, but looking at the quiet and deep forest next to her, she was really not sure if there would be any unknown murderous intentions hidden in it. Rather than taking the risk of a potential risk hidden in the dark, it is better to confront a monster that is already in the open. At least she has observed the attack method of this mutant monkey for a while, and experienced it twice. Now that she had made the decision, she had to break through the mutant monkey's attack range today no matter what. Sue Sanson took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and with the help of the cart, she reached into the cloth bag with her right hand and quickly took out something. Then she stood up suddenly and rushed towards the tree hole where the mutant monkey was. When she was about to enter the mutant monkey's attack range, she swung her right hand forward and threw out the hoe that had been hanging on her waist before. the mutant monkey's golden eyes suddenly showed a fierce light, and its bright pink buttocks quickly raised up. With a pop, the long pink tail accurately rolled up the flying hoe in the air. Sue Sanson's eyes were stern. Opportunity. The 4 spider silk marbles between her 5 fingers instantly flew towards the long pink tail in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The marbles with spider silk quickly entangled and circled on the long pink tail. The marbles collided with each other, making crisp sounds. Sue Sanson pulled back with his right hand, and the spider silk wrapped around the long pink tail immediately tightened and sank deep into the monkey's skin under the fur. The mutant monkey saw the sudden change, so its bright pink but quickly tilted back, and the long pink tail quickly recovered in the air. The tightly entangled spider silk pulled Sue Sanson, who was approaching quickly, and was thrown into the air together, flying quickly towards the direction of the tree hole. Sue Sanson continued to pull the spider silk back with his right hand, and with the reaction force, he leaped forward again, while flying in the air. Just as she accelerated towards the tree hole, Sue Sanson stretched out his left hand and grabbed the tip of the mutant monkey's tail. Then, at the moment when the mutant monkey's pink tail quickly curled inward and was infinitely close to the bright pink butt, Sue Sanson took out the high-energy knife with his right hand, pressed the switch, and fiercely cut towards the root of the mutant monkey's tail. Squeak! As the mutant monkey screamed, its 2 furry hands attacked Sue Sanson's face fiercely. Fortunately, she was prepared. The card shield on her left arm had already protected her body while she was slashing. Bang! With a sound, 2 palm prints suddenly sank in the center of the cardboard, but it also successfully blocked the mutant monkey's close-range attack. Sue Sanson gritted her teeth, regardless of the damage to the cart, and rushed down towards the mutant monkey with the cover of the cardboard. While it was in pain and looking down at the broken tail, Sue Sanson picked up the high-energy knife and stabbed it cleanly and neatly into the mutant monkey's head. Puff! The brain splattered, and the mutant monkey fell completely. Who, Sue Sanson panted and began to dissect quickly. Soon, a yellow nuclear crystal that was a circle larger than a fist was opened. This yellow color is bright and full, brighter than any energy nuclear crystal she had seen before. It must be a nuclear crystal with a very high energy value. Hey! Not bad. She breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the completely uneven cart, feeling heartbroken and sighing with lingering fear. This primitive wilderness beast is really fierce. After resting for several breaths, she finally recovered and looked around the tree hole. You won't know until you see it, and you'd be shocked. Wow, there's no pink but in here. It's clearly a big pink fairy peach in a tree hole. I'm so excited. This is fruit. After the last watermelon, it's been so long since I finally found another fruit, and each one is as big as a mutant monkey's, but, so I hurried forward and started testing. Ding! Slightly contaminated, edible. Ding! Slightly contaminated, edible. Ding! Slightly contaminated, edible. My God! All the big peaches in this tree hole are slightly contaminated. This group of mutant monkeys really know how to eat. This is a big leak. How could Sue Sanson pass by and not pick it up? So she quickly got up, found a large piece of mutant banana leaves nearby, and dragged the mutant monkey corpse that she had just cut off by the tail, and ran towards the pile of corpses happily. She didn't forget the serious business before. She threw the mutant monkey's corpse onto the pile of corpses, and then covered the remaining gaps in the pile of corpses with the last mutant banana leaf. The bloody smell was finally covered up. Sue Sanson put down the uneven cart on his left arm, and pulled it back and forth. Although the movement was not smooth, there was no other tool now, so he had to use the small cart. After all, the cart was only a side job as a shield, and the main job was still to transport goods. So he pulled it up without any psychological burden. Walking, stumbling, and bumping, the small cart returned to the tree hole and began to move the mutant peaches inside. More than 10 minutes later, Sue Sanson was pulling the cart, taking joyful steps, and running towards the big Zongzi. This was the last cart. She had now transferred all the big peaches in the tree hole to the public toilet on the aircraft. At this time, there was a boom. A loud noise suddenly came from the valley in the distance. What's going on? Is there another giant beast approaching here? Chapter 87. At this time, there was a boom. A loud noise suddenly came from the distant valley. What's going on? Is there another giant beast approaching here? Time goes back to 15 minutes ago. Outside a cave 3 kilometers away from the spaceship, Ba, Yugu, and Dashwai each wore a straw headband, staring at the little stammerer who had just joined them with 6 glowing eyes. The little stammerer held a metal box and asked concisely, "This here?" Ba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils and nodded. "This is the cave." We have explored the surrounding area. The feces, hair, and footprints can all match. You just need to do this, and then do this. And we can. The little stammerer nodded, put the metal box on the ground, and then gently pressed the buckle in the middle. With a click, the metal box cover automatically popped open, and inside were various metal containers, and a pile of powder that smelled like sulfur. Little Jiabao looked up and observed the shape and size of the cave entrance for a few seconds. He took out 3 oval metal containers that were smaller than his fist from the metal box, opened the lid, and added various powders into them. 1 minute later, Little Jiabao solemnly handed the 3 sealed oval metal containers to Hu Ba, and then nodded to show encouragement. Hu Ba took the 3 oval metal containers, distributed them to Yuge and Dashuai, patted Little Jiabao on the shoulder, and then turned his head resolutely. The 3 of them crouched together, and advanced quickly towards the cave. When they were about to reach the cave entrance, they saw the 3 people quickly dispersed and quickly surrounded the cave entrance with a 3-sided attack from the left, middle and right, and then Hu Ba raised his arm high and swung it down again. This is the action signal. 3 oval metal containers flew into the cave from the left, middle and right directions. In less than a second, there was a boom, and the dark cave exploded instantly. A very fast spark rushed out of the cave with the air wave, and disappeared quickly. Hu Ba glanced around and signaled Yuge and Dashuai standing on both sides to follow. Then the 3 of them picked up machetes, and rushed into the cave, disappearing quickly into the darkness. Su Sanson had already closed the aircraft door neatly, and sat in the driver's seat, studying this magical and shabby operating interface for a long time. She had made up her mind. If the boom just now was really an angry beast, then once she found that the enemy was attacking, she would take the lead in lifting the aircraft to a height of 30 meters, avoiding the beast's attack, and then find a way to meet the 4-party team. Who knew that they would wait for 20 minutes, and instead of the expected army of strange beasts, they brought back the 4 members of the Sifong team. Su Sanson quickly opened the hatch, and lifted a piece of mutated banana leaf from the big zongzi. Just as he was about to go forward to meet them, he saw Hu Ba, Yuge and Dashuai, all covered in black, running towards the spaceship with a sad face. She frowned. What happened? I didn't hear that today's mission was to dig coal in the mine. Although she didn't know the specific mission of the 4-way team today, she was sure that they must fight with monsters, otherwise why would they bring machetes? But the bloody scene she expected did not appear. Instead, everyone looked like charcoal, which made her a little confused. So she had to look at the relatively clean but pale little stutterer, trying to get something from him. But she immediately thought of the little stutterer's rare golden mouth, so she had to sigh. Oh, at this time, Hu Ba had already walked to the front of the aircraft. Hearing Su Sanson sigh, he was also extremely depressed. He looked at the temporary worker in front of him with a very complicated mood. He felt a little embarrassed. He stretched out his big black dirty hands, gently patted Su Sanson's shoulders, and apologized helplessly. Hey! I'm sorry for you. This mission, I'm afraid it can only be your last mission. Hey! It's so unlucky. I didn't expect that these pink-tailed monkeys would go out in full force. I don't know where they went. Not a single one stayed in the cave. Yuge also shook his head in frustration. Hey! And wasted 3 incendiary bombs. The marshal punched his thigh heavily. His tone was sad and helpless. Hey! The little stutterer finally sighed. Su Sanson blinked, sorted out her thoughts, and then spoke uncertainly. What are you looking for? A pink-tailed monkey? A pink-tailed monkey with a spring-like tail covered with pink fluff and a bright pink butt? Hu Ba and his 4 men, for with big square faces and 8 eyes, one of which was not quite focused, turned straight to her and nodded at the same time. Su Sanson was shocked, and quickly ran to a pile of mutant banana leaves in the distance with her short legs. She lifted one of the mutant banana leaves, revealing a bright pink color in the pool of blood, and hesitantly said, Is it a pink-tailed monkey that looks like this? Hu Ba and his 4 men took a deep breath, rubbed their eyes, looked at the pile of pink-tailed monkey corpses that looked like a small mountain with disbelief, and then turned their heads to look at Su Sanson at the same time. Hu Ba, this is... Yuge, this is all. Dashuai, this is all. Xiao Jiaba, you killed. Su Sanson spread her hands. She was a temporary worker, and didn't dare to take credit for this. So she described the battle between the mutant chimpanzee and the mutant pink-tailed monkey. Of course, she was very cunning and concealed the part about the light pink butt. Just kidding, that was her trophy. So the remaining 4 members of the quartet team quickly checked the mutant pink-tailed monkey in the pile of corpses, with a look of shock and disbelief. This was the last mission when their team was on the verge of disbanding, and the target of this mission was 10 moderately contaminated mutant pink-tailed monkey tails that could be used. The 4 people acted very quickly, and soon detected 16 moderately contaminated pink tails among the many corpses. 16. This is already overfulfilling the mission. Happiness came too suddenly, and everyone in the quartet team couldn't believe it. On the way back to the aircraft from the cave, the 4 people thought that this time when they returned to the private barracks, they would be disbanded and sent out. Unexpectedly, when they were about to die, there was a sudden turn of events. The mood of the 4 people was like a roller coaster, falling at a high speed, and then quickly rising to the top. So much so that after the quartet team returned to the aircraft, they were reluctant to leave. I am willing to put down the pink monkey tails that are 6 to 7 meters long. Just kidding. This is the first time they have successfully completed the mission. With such excited hearts and trembling hands, how can they easily hand over the materials that they have worked so hard to get to others? So the 4 people divided it up, and after Sue Sanson repeatedly emphasized that she had no obsession with holding the pink tails, they finally each took 4 tails, and very evenly placed the 16 tails in the arms of the 4 people in the 4-party team. This mission was not only successfully completed, but also took a very short time. It has only been more than 2 hours since the departure at 6 o'clock, and the spacecraft from the base to the city has not taken off yet. At the same time, in the shanty town, Xie Yuan calculated the time and carried the metal lunch box without a lid and left the hut. The metal lunch box contained mutant wild boar meat that had been stewed for a whole morning. As soon as he opened the rattan fence door, he bumped into Niu Wanhua, who came out from the next door to go to the public toilet. Xie Yuan nodded slightly and greeted him. Niu Wanhua looked at the whole box of mutant wild boar meat with a strong aroma in his hand with shining eyes. She swallowed unconsciously, nodded perfunctorily, and turned around quickly. A hint of viciousness and jealousy instantly appeared in her eyes. Unable to wait to go to the public toilet, Niu Wanhua quickly lowered her head to open the light brain, her fingers flying, and she didn't know who she was passing the message to. Xie Yuan paddled the cart, walked a few meters, then slowly stopped, slightly turned sideways, and glanced at Niu Wanhua's back, who was quickly inputting information in the light brain with his peripheral vision, and a slight sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. Chapter 88. Time goes back to last night, close to 12 a.m. Xie Yuan, who had to go to the bathroom because he had eaten too much these days, was just about to come out of the public toilet when he accidentally heard the optical brain communication coming from the women's toilet next door. It was Niu Wanhua's voice. "Hey, mousy brother. Give me a few more days, I will definitely pay back the fuel fee as soon as possible." Hanging up the optical brain, Niu Wanhua spat indignantly. Damn mutant wild boars. If it weren't for these idiots, mousy brother would have. It must have succeeded. It seemed that verbal abuse alone could not dispel her anger. With a bang, the door of the female toilet cubicle was kicked, with a heavy muffled sound. Ouch! My foot! Niu Wanhua covered her right foot, not knowing whether to continue to vent her anger or jump on one foot and go home to heal her injury first. Xie Yuan did not care about Niu Wanhua's foot injury at the moment and her long-accumulated indignation. He only caught 2 harsh keywords: mousy brother and mutant wild boar group. With his eyes narrowed slightly, he stared at Niu Wanhua's jumping and stopping figure at the door of the public toilet, and fell into deep thought. It turned out that you were the one who followed Sanson in the number 25 Wasteland and leaked her coordinates. In Xie Yuan's mind, he unconsciously sketched out the scene of Sue Sanson being hit by a shotgun. Although it was just an imagination, it also made him extremely angry. It's really better to come at the right time than to come early. I was just worried about how to catch this mousy brother's pigtail. You guys took the initiative to deliver it to the door. Very good. One pot. Xie Yuan stood quietly at the door of the public toilet. His eyes became more and more cold. Time went back to the 336th year of the star calendar, the 99th day of the hot season, at 8:47 in the morning, before the aircraft took off. Huba stopped Sue Sanson, who was walking to the back of the cabin, feeling a little embarrassed. He was able to complete the task so smoothly today, thanks to the temporary worker in front of him. So he shook the 8-cornered beard under his nostrils and showed a sincere smile. Ahem. Today is really thanks to your help. Sue Sanson laughed dryly and waved his hands. I didn't do anything. I just hid in the fallen leaves for dozens of minutes. Yugu stood up from the co-pilot seat and invited very earnestly. No. No need to say it. No matter what, you are the great hero of our quartet team today. You take the seat. As he said, he pushed Sue Sanson to the co-pilot seat. No. No need. No need. Sue Sanson struggled and firmly opposed to changing seats with Yugu. At this time, the marshal also stood up immediately. If you don't mind, you can sit here. Sue Sanson hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. Faced with such a warm invitation, she really didn't know how to refuse, but in order to take the big peach in the toilet alone, she had to guard it tightly. Just kidding. That was the spoil she won after narrowly defeating the mutant monkey. She was very entangled in her heart, but the opponents were numerous and too enthusiastic and sincere, so she had to look determined and use her killer move. Really no need. I don't like sitting in the cabin. I get airsick when I sit in the cabin. After saying this, her heart was bleeding. Will I never be able to sit in the cabin again from now on? After refusing for more than a dozen times, Sue Sanson finally managed to sit back in the public toilet. Looking at the mutant big pink peaches piled up to the top of the toilet, he didn't know whether to be happy or smile bitterly. Really? I'm really confused. After 45 minutes, the aircraft entered the protective shield of the base city. At this time, a base command popped up on the light screen with several cracks in the cockpit. Please enter the aircraft access key. Huba quickly input 88s on the screen, and the command on the light screen disappeared. Soon, a few lines of small words popped up, checking the optical brain of the personnel in the aircraft. Identity identification in progress. The optical brain detection is complete. Allowed to enter. Soon, with a bang, the aircraft landed steadily in the abandoned garbage dump. Huba and his 4 companions excitedly picked up the tail of the pink-tailed monkey in their arms, and got off the aircraft with high spirits and confident steps. Sue Sanson was in the cabin of the aircraft, crooked as eyes, a little guilty, but still maintained a professional fake smile that was uglier than Jean Guifeng, and tried to test. How about? I cleaned the public toilet and the storage room next to it before leaving. Huba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils and showed a relieved smile. That's really hard for you, Shao Sainer. Sue Sanson, this name, why does it feel so weird? The marshal also opened his shining eyes at this time, and nodded to Sue Sanson. You clean it first today, and it will be my turn tomorrow. Yugu hugged the trophy in his arms tightly, and nodded in agreement. Sue Sanson looked at the few people who didn't show any expression, and just kept giving her chicken soup, and she was really anxious in her heart. The key to the aircraft must be given to me. Everyone. But she just came, and it was really hard to say it directly. After all, this is also the only technological equipment in the 4-party team. Just when she was getting extremely anxious and hoping that the captain would take the initiative to remember this, she heard the little stutterer finally speak up to explain. Door, pull it, just close it. Then the 4 of them turned around, and left the abandoned garbage dump in a heroic and proud manner. They had to hand in the mission quickly. This was the first mission they successfully completed. Sue Sanson looked at the 4 people who were gradually disappearing, and his face gradually cracked. What? Doesn't the door of this aircraft need to be locked with a key? Are you really not afraid of being stolen? Ahem. Although it is a little broken and a little old, if she is not given the key, how can she secretly go to city number 107 to find her stagnation element stone? Really? Looking back at the worn-out driving screen again, hey, well, the basic operation of the aircraft has not been figured out yet, and it's useless to get the key now. It seems that this matter cannot be rushed, and it has to be considered slowly. Sue Sanson quickly adjusted his mood, turned on the light brain, and sent a message out. 30 minutes later, a short and fat cleaning lady with a flowered scarf wrapped around her head, with her hands full of moles and wrinkles, pushed a very old toilet cleaning vehicle and slowly entered the abandoned garbage dump. Who else could this person be but Chin Ergu? At the same time, in the private army camp, the 4 members of the 4-sided squad came to the task settlement office with 16 pink-tailed monkey tails in their arms. In the settlement office, the old man who was picking his teeth in front of the display screen looked at the 4 big square faces that suddenly appeared at the door, and glanced at the time at the bottom right of the screen uncertainly. 9:46 a.m. Shouldn't they all be out on a mission at this time? If not, they should be staying in the hall, ready to take on missions at any time. Why are you running to me? So he said with a cautious look, your team has already owed supplies 3 times, but there is no extra quota for you. Huba shook his octagonal beard under his nose and smiled very hard. Uncle, look at what you said, we are here to hand in a mission. As he said that, he deliberately moved closer to the old man and showed the tail of the pink-tailed monkey in his arms. The old man squinted his cloudy eyes, feeling that he couldn't see clearly, and then he took out a pair of 1 centimeter thick glasses from the drawer, put them on his nose, and immediately took a breath. I didn't expect that this team really came to hand in a mission. This time is too early. The old man was very surprised, but he still looked calm. While turning on the display screen to enter the information, he took out the detector in the cabinet and tested the 16 pink-tailed monkey tails on the long table. 10 minutes later, the old man looked at the screen. The balance on the screen finally showed a relieved smile, and kindly nodded to Huba. The team share of this mission is 4,400 contribution points, plus the 6 pink-tailed monkey tails that were completed in excess. Your team's harvest this time is a total of 12,400 contribution points, just enough to offset the temporary shield rental, weapon material fees, and handling fees that you have been owed before. Huba looked at the zero balance on the screen and sighed with a smile. Hey! Finally it's not negative. Yugu and Dashwai also laughed happily. The little stutterer finally concluded, it's still not dismissed, disbanded. At this time, Sheepy, the captain of the Demon Wolf team, happened to pass by the settlement office. Through the half-open door, he caught a glimpse of the members of the Four-Square team, who were laughing heartily. Seeing the balance on the screen that was no longer negative, his eyes immediately darkened, and his back teeth creaked. Chapter 89. The Wolf Squad, like the Quartet Squad, is of F class, and has been in the relegation pool for nearly 50 days. There are only 10 days left. If the Wolf Squad still fails to complete a task, they will face the same dilemma as the Quartet Squad, disbanding and reassigning. Not long ago, Sheepy heard some gossip from several captains of the D-Class squad. It is said that the base requires the expansion of the Death Squad this year, and forced Boss Sway to issue a quota of 5 places. Boss Sway not only gladly accepted the task assigned by the base, but also decided that these 5 places will be directly from the first disbanded F-Class squad this year. When Sheepy first heard the news, he couldn't sleep all night, and was worried that he would be sent to the base Suicide Squad. The base Suicide Squad will be forced to go to various dangerous places for missions. I heard that many times. There is not even a temporary protective shield. Most people in the Suicide Squad can't even survive a mission. They are either killed by strange beasts, or contaminated and turned into infected bodies, or scared to death on the road. In short, Sheepy must not go to the Suicide Squad. Just when he was frowning and anxious, the bottom-ranked Sifong team suddenly appeared, and Sheepy instantly felt that his savior had come. However, the good times did not last long. Just when he came back from the toilet and passed by the settlement office, he learned the bad news that the Sifong team had successfully completed the mission and paid off the debt. Damn it! The outside world was actually unaware of it. In order to completely control the members of his private soldiers, Boss Sway clearly warned everyone that if anyone defected, he would send all his followers at all costs to issue a citywide wanted notice for them. Once the defector is caught, he will be subjected to endless torture that is more terrible than death. Sway Boss not only used this to threaten his private soldiers, but also issued a clear order to prohibit everyone from mentioning this matter to outsiders. Once discovered, the consequences will be borne by themselves. In the past few years, there have been several defection incidents, but without exception, all defectors were caught by Sway Boss's followers within 10 days, tortured every day, and injected with some terrible addictive substances, causing their mental world to gradually collapse. Collapse, life is worse than death. So until now, the reputation of Boss Sway's good governance and the most loyal private soldiers has been circulating in the Bay City, and no one has ever suspected that behind this reputation, there are such dirty and cruel means. Therefore, even if Sheepy wants to escape secretly, escape from the South Gate to the North Gate, or even completely leave the number 103 Bay City, it is not an easy task. So he clenched his fists, quickly returned to the private army camp hall, and immediately discussed countermeasures with the members of the Demon Wolf Squad. At the same time, in the abandoned garbage dump, Sue Sanson jumped off the aircraft and looked at Chin Ergu, who was dressed as an old lady, with a look of disgust. In the Bay City, you are also disguised? Chin Ergu stared at the matchmaker mole on Sue Sanson's right cheek that had doubled in size, scratched the back of his head, and replied with a dry laugh. Ha, I don't come here often, so I'd better be cautious. But in fact, the real thought in his heart was, I have to catch up with Sue Sanson as soon as possible. Every time I see her, she wears a vest. It must be her lifelike vest ability that allowed her to be noticed and absorbed by the private army team so quickly. God knows how excited he was when he received a message from Sue Sanson informing him to come to the aircraft to take a job. This is an aircraft. He was obsessed with it, and wanted to touch and see it. Now, a formal member of the private army team, although only a temporary worker, invited him to board the aircraft, although he was just doing odd jobs. But this was also the first time in his life that he had close contact with this private transportation tool that only a few people could touch even in the end of the world. So after learning that the name of the private army team Su Sanson joined was the Sifong team, he quickly searched for relevant information about the team on the dark web. Although he only found one message in the end, and it was a mood dynamic that was barely restored in the huge pool of junk information, it was enough for Chin Ergu to patiently study it for at least 30 seconds, and based on this, he worked hard. This was a mood dynamic posted by an ID named Sifong team, nonsense more than 100 days ago. Since the garbage information pool was deeply compressed, it was difficult to decode it later. Chin Ergu only restored part of it. The general content is as follows. The wind at night messed up my stubble. I shivered and pulled my vest together. Fortunately, I did a good job of disguise today. Otherwise, I would be freezing. Although he couldn't quite understand the specific meaning, vest and disguise were the keywords that Chin Ergu could immediately grasp. When he thought of Su Sanson's daily basic operations, he suddenly understood. So before going out, he put on a wig and gloves, and then pushed his shabby toilet cleaning car, swaying out of the black market building. Su Sanson looked Chin Ergu up and down for a while. It's no wonder that he looked so impressive with his impressive height and his pretentious outfit. So he didn't say anything and went straight to the main body. Have you brought everything? Chin Ergu lifted the plastic sheet covering the top of the sweeper and smiled proudly. They are all here. I brought more than 10. Su Sanson stepped forward and picked up the 10 or so large sacks stacked on the top of the sweeper, then raised his chin to Chin Ergu, motioning him to follow. You will be responsible for cleaning the 4 seats in the cabin first. I go do something else first. I call you when I'm ready. After Su Sanson finished speaking, he opened the sliding door behind the cabin seat and went straight into the toilet behind the door. Chin Ergu nodded excitedly and immediately took out rags, feather dusters, and other cleaning supplies from the lower bucket of the sweeper and started to work swiftly. Su Sanson closed the toilet door, put down the toilet lid, and piled the extra sacks up first, and began to put the mutant peaches into the sacks one by one. More than 10 minutes later, Su Sanson tied the mouths of more than 10 sacks tightly, and then carried them one by one to the 4 seats in the cabin and piled them up. Soon the cabin was full. Chin Ergu also moved to the back, and began to clean the dusty storage room behind the sliding door of the cabin. More than 10 minutes later, Chin Ergu was already cleaning the toilet, and Su Sanson also tied more than 10 sacks tightly in the upper and lower trucks of the cleaning vehicle. Chin Ergu squatted in the toilet, looking at the plunger in his hand, frowning and struggling. In fact, he had been thinking about how to turn this odd job into a long-term fixed job since the moment he got on the aircraft. The highlight moment of showing up at the private army camp last time is still unforgettable to him. Although the final outcome was unexpected, it was because he was indeed inexperienced and his performance was not perfect, which led to his being asked to leave early. But this time, Chin Ergu stared at the magical plunger, his thoughts racing. How about leaving the plunger on the aircraft? In this way, he can use the same reason to get close to the aircraft or the members of the 4-party team. In this way, he can first get familiar with the 4-party team, and then defeat them one by one after thoroughly understanding the essence of the team, and finally. Ha ha! Chin Ergu seemed to have seen a bright future for himself, and couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. Outside the aircraft, Su Sanson looked at the already dilapidated cleaning car in front of him. At this time, because of the unbearable weight of life that suddenly came, it seemed a little shaky and overwhelmed, and it was about to fall apart completely. Hey! With a long sigh, he had to unload 5 large sacks from the top, and then shouted to Chin Ergu, who was still cleaning in the toilet. You accompany me to the base city again today. Next time there is work to clean the aircraft, I will call you. Chin Ergu's eyes lit up immediately, and he was just dozing off when he met a pillow. So he immediately stuck his head out from behind the toilet door and nodded repeatedly. Okay. No problem. Next time there is such a good thing. You must call me. After expressing his loyalty, he immediately turned back to the toilet and cleaned even harder. Before leaving, Chin Ergu hesitated in the toilet of the aircraft for a long time, looking at the corner, hesitating again, and finally made up his mind to leave the ill-fated plunger. His father said that you should always have a way out. He really inherited the cautious and cunning character of old Chin. Chin Ergu shook his head and proudly carried 5 large sacks of unknown objects. He followed Su Sanson, who was pushing the cart, and walked towards the South City gate step by step. In the corner, Jiangzi, who was about to go out on a mission, looked at the familiar broken cleaning car in the distance, and the old lady with strange strength behind him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Ergu has been going out of the city frequently recently. His eyes fell on the auntie who was pushing the cleaning car. The figure was a little familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere. Chapter 90. At 10:45 a.m., Sue Sanson and Sheen Erga came to the public toilet 200 meters away from the hut in the shantytown. Okay, put the things here, Sue Sanson said, and asked Sheen Erga to unload the remaining 8 large sacks on the cleaning car, and then pointed to the small cart on the bottom of the cleaning car, and said, "Go back and tell your father that I need to upgrade the cart. I will send him a message with the specific requirements." Sheen Erga nodded very sincerely. He had made up his mind on the way back. From now on, he must obey any instructions from the third sister. Yes, Sheen Erga has unilaterally recognized this girl, who looks a few years younger than him, as the third sister, who made Sue Sanson promise him just now that he would call him whenever the aircraft needs to be cleaned in the future. Sheen Erga has no more wishes now, just asking her third sister, a temporary worker. He can take off with him as a temporary worker, and he doesn't need any salary or benefits. Sue Sanson thought much more. Simply, that's a must. She is so sneaky. Does she have to clean by herself every time? Free labor has been waiting for a long time. It's a waste not to use it. It must be said that Sue Sanson's big pie is really vividly painted in Sheen Erga's heart. After Sheen Erga enthusiastically pushed the old sweeper away, Xie Yuan immediately appeared at the door of the public toilet with a small cart, and the two worked together again. Xie Yuan was responsible for guarding the door of the toilet, and Sue Sanson pulled Xie Yuan's cart back and forth 6 times, and finally after 15 minutes, all the big pink peaches harvested today were transported back to the house. Putting aside all the talk, Sue Sanson took out a big peach from the sack, washed it, peeled it, cut it into pieces, and then each of them took half, enjoying it in ecstasy. The sweet and rich juice burst instantly when the teeth pressed down gently, filling the whole mouth. The unique sweetness of peach immediately conquered the taste buds of Sue Sanson, a time traveler from the old century. It must be said that the peaches in this end times are really sweet. Like Xie Yuan was also completely immersed in this wonderful fruit time. This was the first time he had eaten fruit in his life. It turned out that fruit tasted so sweet. No wonder the powerful people in the inner city of the base were willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Then his eyes drifted to the sacks that had filled the entire front room. Oh my God, is all this real? So many fruits. How are they going to store them? It's really a happy trouble. Before noon, Sue Sanson and Xie Yuan moved around in the storage room and finally put 2 sacks of mutant peaches into the mist range of the Stagnant Element small stone brand refrigerator in an extremely tricky structure. However, there were countless ham sausages inserted in the gaps between the peaches. From a distance, it looked like a large, delicate and pink fleshy cactus. Alas, there was really no way. There were still a lot of delicious ham sausages left, and Xie Yuan was unwilling to air dry them all into ham jerky, saying that it would affect its chewy and tender taste. Well, you are no longer the simple and unpretentious captain of the guard. The price is that the last piece of steak and the mutant wild boar ribs that were originally placed within the mist range will need to be put into the pot and eaten directly at noon today. After a hearty meal, Sue Sanson and Hu Ba, the captain of the Sifong team, asked for leave and stayed in the hut. Under Xie Yuan's strict supervision, they began today's devilish training. The purpose of today's training is, in addition to basic physical fitness and reaction, the accuracy of throwing from 7 meters away needs to be increased to 75%. Hu Ba sat on a metal chair in the corner of the hall of the private barracks, put down the nail clippers in his hand, looked at the information on the light computer, and said nothing. This Xiao Sanner is just a temporary worker. There is really no need for him to clock in and sit here every day like them. When there is no task, it is understandable that he is freer. Xie Yuan, on the other hand, was happy, working tirelessly to wash the mutant peaches in the sack. He needed to collect all the peach juice before tonight, and then slice and air-dry the remaining 11 sacks of peach flesh that could not be placed in the refrigerator and store them all. At nearly midnight, outside the rattan fence of Sue Sanson's house, the flat-headed mousy brother looked at the flattering Niu Wanhua with contempt, raised his chin, and said disdainfully, "You mean this one?" Niu Wanhua. Hua nodded desperately, lowered her voice, and pretended to be mysterious. "Just wait for a big harvest. I saw it with my own eyes this morning. It was a big box of mutant wild boar meat. It was cooked soft and fragrant, and the meat was sticking out. She must have a lot of stuff at home." Gulp. The flat-headed mousy brother swallowed unconsciously, while listening to Niu Juanhua's excited description, then narrowed his eyes, stared greedily at the rattan fence in front of him, and spat. "This is your last chance." Niu Wanhua twitched her lips stiffly and agreed reluctantly, "Yes, yes. This time it must be right." So the two of them bent down and secretly came to the gate of the rattan fence. Mousy picked up the homemade shotgun in his hand, raised his chin forward, and signaled Neo Wanhua to open the way. Neo Wanhua paused. She had suffered countless times under this rattan fence during this period. She thought Mousie could have some special method to break through this line of defense, but she didn't expect that he would let her take the lead. But Haikao had already boasted that if she suddenly retreated now, the cold shotgun would be aimed at her first, so she had to bite the bullet, laugh dryly, and slowly move forward. Squeak! I didn't expect that this damn fence gate was forgotten to be locked today. God really helped me. Neo Wanhua's eyes lit up and felt that the opportunity had come. Sure enough, asking Mousie directly to come forward would have a different effect. So when Neo Wanhua sneaked into the fence gate, the flat-headed Mousie followed closely behind. Only to hear paw. Paw! Two crisp sounds. Xie Yuan, who had been hiding under the rattan fence in the yard and waiting for a long time, finally caught the moment when the two came in and shot out the stone in his hand. The stone hit the back of the two people's heads accurately. Duang. Looking at the two people who fell to the ground almost at the same time, Xie Yuan showed a cold smile, first seized the homemade rifle in the flat-headed Mousie's hand, and then took out 20 wooden bullets from him and put them back to the hut. He took an unused metal pipe from the corner, then picked up the two people who fainted on the ground, threw them on the cart, and quickly moved his hands to the truck parked on the small street next to the public toilet. This is what Mousie drove here tonight. Thinking about the room full of supplies that Neo Wanhua mentioned, if he didn't drive a car, he wouldn't be able to rob much. The noise made by the truck when it gently drove into the shantytown and stopped at the side of the public toilet, even though it was deliberately covered up by the low frequency with a silencer, Xie Yuan, who was awake and waiting for an opportunity in the dark, still heard it clearly. So at this time, he rode the cart to the front of the truck without hesitation, and took out the car key hanging on Mousie's waist without stopping. Fortunately, this truck is not something that needs to be unlocked by optical brain or iris recognition. Xie Yuan threw the two people casually onto the co-pilot, supported himself with both hands, got on the driver's seat, put away the cart, inserted the car key neatly into the keyhole, turned it gently, picked up the metal pipe prepared in advance, pressed hard on the accelerator, and the truck started immediately and drove quickly towards the direction of District 9 of the refugee camp. Arriving at the old place, Barak 9.004, Xie Yuan's eyes were extremely gloomy. He exerted force on his wrist, and with a click, the flat-headed guy's neck suddenly collapsed. Xie Yuan grabbed his collar, violently dragged him off the truck, opened the side door of the barracks, and threw him directly into the pile of corpses. As for Neo Wanhua, there were a few more clicks. Xie Yuan dragged a woman, who was shaking unnaturally by her wrists and ankles, and threw her into the barracks with extremely cold and neat movements. However, before leaving, he habitually searched the two people again out of professional instinct, but suddenly found a micro-tracker in Neo Wanhua's pocket. Xie Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This is Chapter 91. Xie Yuan looked at the micro-tracker in his hand with a gloomy look. This is a tracker with a very unique manufacturing method. If ordinary people don't look carefully, it is difficult to find that there is a detection device embedded in the seam of the tracker. In this way, the micro-tracker not only has a positioning function, but also has a health data detection function. Xie Yuan first came into contact with such a tracker during a base mission 3 years ago. In other words, the young man who wanted to steal San's organs last time was most likely from the Golden Triangle. It seems that they did not give up, and they followed to the hut. Xie Yuan's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly sorted out the key points. As for why this tracker was accidentally placed on Neo Wanhua, there are only two possibilities. 1. The Golden Triangle did not avoid alerting the enemy, and used the neighbor Neo Wanhua as a medium to achieve weak monitoring of San. 2. When Jin Sanjiu was about to attack San, Neo Wanhua happened to see him. To avoid complications, he placed a locator on her and tested her for a while before making the next plan. But no matter what the possibility was, Xie Yuan couldn't let Jin Sanjiu continue to do this, hiding in the dark and staring at San, so he had to divert his attention. 10 minutes later, Xie Yuan drove the truck back to the public toilet in the shantytown. Calculating the time, he stayed in the public toilet quietly until the first batch of patrol team members after midnight patrolled to the street where the hut was located. He only heard one of the patrol team members turn on the light brain lighting function on his right wrist and asked in confusion, "Huh? When did a truck stop here?" Another patrolman yawned and replied nonchalantly, "Hey, why do you care when it was parked here? Anyway, it's illegal parking. Let's scan its locator and issue a ticket first." The patrolman who asked the question before suddenly brightened up and was a little excited. "This car doesn't look too bad. We finally opened a business. Tonight's performance depends on it. With a beep, the locator on the front of the truck made a mechanical sound, and then a notification came from the detector in the patrolman's hand. The owner's identity has been identified. The ticket has been issued. The ticket has been sent. At the same time, in the 9.004 barracks in District 9, the flat-headed Mousy brothers' gradually cold-bright wrists suddenly flashed with a light brain. Then, a sky-high ticket of 800 contribution points was automatically deducted from his balance. After Xie Yuan and the other two patrol members walked away completely, they paddled the cart and slowly came to the side of the truck, took out the high-energy knife, destroyed the positioning device of the truck, and then began to dismantle the front compartment, rear tires, engine, control panel and other parts of the truck at an astonishing speed. In the 336th year of the star calendar, the 100th day of the hot season, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the side door of the 9.004 barracks in the 9th area of the refugee camp was slowly pushed open, and a middle-aged man of medium build, about 1.7 meters tall, walked in slowly with a hunched back. He was wearing a blue training uniform with epaulets on both shoulders, and the epaulets were printed with special patterns. The middle-aged man cursed as he took out the square instrument on his waist and muttered to himself, "It's been almost 30 days. Why haven't I been assigned to go to the base city yet? Those contribution points I transferred before, are they all wasted?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked the nearest corpse with all his strength, as if this was the only way to vent his anger. With the constant beeping sound from the square instrument in his hand, and the impact sound from his occasional kicks, the middle-aged man quickly scanned the far left side of the barracks. Suddenly, there was a scream of awe. On the ground in the far left corner of the barracks, a disheveled woman cried out with all her might, her hands and feet swinging uncoordinatedly on the ground, as if she wanted to get up, but for some reason, she couldn't use any strength, so she had to keep moving back and forth, like a mutant turtle or an infected body that was adapting to the body and was about to wake up completely. Ah! The middle-aged man was so frightened by this sudden change that he collapsed to the ground. A familiar place, a familiar scene, a familiar middle-aged man, while doing the familiar leg-kicking exercise, stared with a pair of small eyes and opened his mouth to make a sound. Familiar screams. The corpse is coming back. The corpse is coming back. Soon, 4 men in the same blue training uniforms came in from the side door in a hurry. They saw the 2 people who fell to the ground at the same time in the barracks, thrashing around but not moving, and piking each other from time to time. They shouted and screamed a few times. For a moment, they didn't know who was the corpse that was faking. Fortunately, there was still a team member with an IQ online. After seeing the blue training uniform on the man who was doing leg strike exercise, he rushed out with a brisk step, quickly pulled him up, and then snatched the scanner in his hand, and scanned the woman who was still lying on the ground and thrashing strangely. Ding! Unable to obtain optical brain information. Another team member frowned slightly, took out a detector from the pocket of his training uniform, and quickly began to test the woman. Ding! Human female. Wrist and ankle fractures, unable to be repaired by the body's self-healing. After hearing the 4 words human female, the 5 people all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the optical brain has been destroyed, but the person is still alive. Otherwise, the 5 people looked at the woman, who was still in a state of mental disorder and still fluttering like a madman, sighed, and then adhered to the principle of less trouble than more trouble, and threw Niu Wanhua, who had completely lost her ability to move, directly into the barracks in Area 8 closest to them. Let her stay with these starving ghosts first. She looks like she is living a life worse than death. I don't know how many days she can live. One of them left this sentence, and turned away indifferently from Barracks 8.006. At 7:19 in the morning, on the 5th floor of the underground black market, in the secret room of the Golden Triangle organization, Lao Jiu looked at the locator cursor in the optical brain and frowned slightly. How come we are in Area 9? And still moving? So when she hurried to the crematorium following the locator coordinates, she saw a man with a broken neck, lying in the last pile of bodies to be burned. Lao Jiu avoided the sight of several staff members, and quickly searched the man's body. Soon, she found the micro-locator tied to the shoelaces with a special knot made of a hair at the edge of his trouser leg. Looking at the knot tied with a hair on the locator, Lao Jiu's face suddenly darkened. Others don't know about this hair knot, but the people in the Golden Triangle know it very well. As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is often your enemy. And this special hair knot is the signature method of the Brotherhood, the mortal enemy of the Golden Triangle. It seems that my actions have been discovered. That woman is indeed a nail sent by the Brotherhood to track our Golden Triangle. She tied the hair knot to our Golden Triangle tracker so blatantly. Is she going to declare war on US? No wonder 2 targets with extremely high health index suddenly appeared recently. It turns out that these are baits set by your Eastgate Brotherhood. Do you want to use the clumsy method of getting rid of Xiaowu to deal with me? No way. Lao Jiu held the tracker in his hand and stared fiercely at the direction of the east gate of the base. Then we see. At the same time, Su Sanson yawned, opened the metal door of the hut, and was about to stretch and breathe the first breath of fresh air today, but was directly shocked by the piles of metal parts in the yard. What? What's the situation? Whose supplies are in the wrong place? Xie Yuan calmly rode the cart out and explained what happened last night. At this time, Qiangzi sat on the bed in the single dormitory, tightened the small metal box in his hand, and stared at the message interface of the optical computer with a very unhappy expression. Sudden change, the position of captain must be given up, unless there is a further breakthrough. Bang! With a sound, the metal bed frame was hit by a fist, and a dent was made. Breakthrough? Qiangzi turned his head, frowned, and stared at the direction of the shantytown. Chapter 92. At 8:04 in the morning, the middle-aged man of medium build, about 1.7 meters tall, with a hunched back, stood by the crematorium that had gradually stopped working, looking at the statistical data of the detector in his hand, frowning, and muttering to himself, "No, it's wrong. According to the rules, there was a survivor in the morning, and the total number should be 1 less than the statistics last night. How come there is 1 more now?" He pursed his lips, quickly reviewed the possible omissions, and habitually pushed the cart of District 9 and walked back slowly. When he unconsciously walked back to the door of Barak 9.004, he suddenly had an idea. It's this damn Barak again. 30 days ago, I found that 1 person was missing in the morning, and today 1 person was overcounted. It's really weird. After venting his anger, he suddenly had a bright idea. Before, 1 person was missing, and now 1 person is extra, so the total number of this hot season will be exactly right? It seems that when writing the end-of-season summary report, there is no need to find excuses. Nodding in self-affirmation, the middle-aged man felt relieved, and his careless steps became a little lighter. At the same time, back to the underground 3rd floor of the black market, Lao Jiu, who was in the small room next to the elevator entrance, handed the micro-tracker with a special knot tied with hair to the man in the rocking chair. The man looked at Fa Seer with a sinister look in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be the Brotherhood of the East City Gate. Great. They dared to blatantly set a trap for our golden triangle. Not only did they kill our people, but they also stole the storage box with the water core crystal embedded in it. Call everyone to a meeting. I want them to pay with blood. The fat woman behind the cat's eye turned the gold ring on her finger, immediately received the order, and quickly transmitted the message on the optical brain. Inside the fence, Su Sanson pointed at the engine and shell of the truck on the ground, with an expression of I have learned something again. So this is actually an energy converter? And these car shells are actually solar panels? Are all the cars in the end times so advanced? Xie Yuan nodded, and seemed to be very familiar with the field of machinery. He explained incessantly. Basically all spaceships, trucks, excavators, and other transportation vehicles have solar panels on the surface. In the hot season, they use solar energy, but in other seasons, in addition to using the solar energy stored in advance, they can only rely on nuclear crystals to maintain energy when necessary. Su Sanson's eyes widened. Isn't it a perfect oil-electric hybrid? Great, but what about coal, oil, and natural gas? Are these major resources already exhausted in the end times? Then he thought again, that's not right. Didn't you say that the big sister next door still owes Mousy brother fuel money? This truck is solar-powered, and it still needs fuel money? Xie Yuan sighed and spread his hands. I guess Mousy brother blackmailed me. I can only say that evildoers will be punished by evildoers. Anyway, now the 2 evildoers have been killed. Su Sanson nodded without any guilt, and started the public toilet, wash, eat process early in the morning. What a joke. It's the end times. They are bullying me, of course I must act decisively, and cut the grass and root it out. Next door, Niu Zhuanhua's husband and Hu Zi, who had been waiting at home all night, were walking back and forth anxiously. Hey! It's been a whole night. Why haven't you come home yet? Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Maybe he's talking to Mousy about the distribution of supplies now. At noon, Su Sanson received a message from Hu Ba. Urgent task. Meet at the entrance of the garbage dump at 1 p.m. Su Sanson chewed the sizzling sausage in her mouth, swallowed it quickly, and frowned slightly. I didn't notify you in advance last night. How come an urgent task suddenly popped up? But she didn't worry too much. After all, she was not very familiar with the operation mechanism of the private army team. It's just... The small cart was sent to Lao Qin for repair and upgrade. Lao Qin replied last night that because the requirements this time were too high, it would take at least 3 days. Then, she would have no shield on this mission, and she felt instantly insecure. Xie Yuan saw Su Sanson's worry at a glance, so he handed her a bag of pungent powder. This was found under the seat of the truck. I studied the ingredients, and it should be the protective powder from the guard post. Su Sanson took the powder and said in surprise, "It's actually official stuff?" Xie Yuan nodded and gave her an encouraging and comforting look. Su Sanson took a deep breath, calmed down, put a huge matchmaker mole on her right cheek, hung the copper gong hard mirror on her chest, and after being armed, she went out with a determined look. In the private army camp, after the 4 members of the Sifong team took over the mission target, they also walked out of the barracks door, with a puzzled look and hesitant steps. The mission location this time is the original wilderness number 1.004, with a normal danger level. Dark web tasks are generally divided into 7 levels based on the risk factor estimated by the system. Safe, ordinary, difficult, dangerous, severe, extremely dangerous and fatal. Considering the team's capabilities, the system only allows the F-class team in the demotion pool to take over the 2 levels of tasks, safe and ordinary. In theory, no matter what level of emergency tasks, it is never the turn of the F-class team in the demotion pool to take them. Because the remuneration for emergency tasks is generally relatively high, the premium part is mainly due to the fact that the team does not have much time to prepare, so it will indirectly increase the difficulty coefficient and danger level of the task. But the preparation time indicator is actually nothing for a powerful team. Those high-ranking ABC class teams actually never look down on these so-called emergency tasks below the dangerous level. But even so, once the general emergency tasks are released, they will soon be snatched up by the big guys of the D-class. After all, the rewards are considerable. But this time, why would such a tight emergency task be assigned to their Sifong team, which is still on the verge of disbanding? Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils and frowned in thought. The marshal stared at Hu Ba with his shiny eyes, hoping to get some ideas from the captain. Yugo also pursed his lips, and his right hand naturally stroked the slightly upturned beard under his right nostril. At this time, the little stutterer suddenly said, "No. I won't be targeted." His words came true. They were indeed targeted, and Sheepy, the captain of the Demon Wolf squad who targeted them, was standing in front of the big sister in charge of the deployment and management of the mission office, nodding and bowing and thanking her repeatedly. This aunt with her hair tied up and knitting in the mission office was said to be the second aunt of the cousin of the eldest brother-in-law of Sui Lao. She casually glanced at the 1,000 contribution points that had just arrived on her laptop, nodded impatiently to Sheepy, and then said nothing, continuing to focus on the wool business in her hands. The 4 members of the Sifong team, who were kept in the dark and puzzled, finally met Su Sanson at the garbage dump on time at 1 p.m. With a long and distant squeak sound of bearing rotation and friction, the door of the retired aircraft was manually pushed open, and the 5 people quickly entered the cabin with ease. Su Sanson very consciously took out the plastic bench he brought from home and placed it in the narrow aisle of the cabin. Fortunately, the plastic bench was small enough, otherwise it might not fit. She laughed dryly and explained against her will, "I get airsick when I sit in a seat with a backrest, but if it's a small bench like this, I won't, ha." Su Sanson sat upright, his back straight, his neck stretched, his eyes fixed on the aircraft control screen in front of the driver's seat. Hu Ba inserted the key into the keyhole just below the control screen, then gently twisted it to the right, and the control screen immediately lit up, with a line of small words appearing. "Please enter the startup password." Hu Ba's fingers flew, and he tapped on the touch screen keyboard below the screen very skillfully. The speed was so fast that Su Sanson was unable to accurately grasp every movement of his position in time. But fortunately, this screen did not seem to have a privacy function for the password, and every number entered by Hu Ba was displayed openly on the control screen. Just as Su Sanson breathed a sigh of relief and secretly sighed, retired models also had their own unique advantages. The last 2 digits of the password were completely covered by the spider web on the operating screen. Su Sanson dazed his eyes and stood up slightly, trying to change his angle and see clearly. Is the second to last digit 3 or 8? However, retired models also have their last stubbornness. The system runs fast, the screen flashes by, and the aircraft starts up soon. Alas, it's not smart where it should be smart, but the switch screen flashes fast enough. Su Sanson hasn't been able to crack the last 2 digits yet, so he rubbed his sore eyes and sighed. It seems that he could only wait until the return trip. At this time, in the private army camp, the ant sitting in the task office knitting suddenly stopped and looked at the warning prompt displayed on the task screen. Unknown gas was detected in the primitive wasteland number 1004, and the task level was immediately upgraded from normal to dangerous. Chapter 93. 55 minutes later, with a bang, the aircraft landed in a bare valley. Before the hatch opened, Huba fiddled with the optical computer for a while, and said 12 coordinates to the 4 people. Sue Sanson was familiar with the process, and manually connected the 12 coordinates into a dodecagon with straight lines. Out of caution, it is better not to draw a circle. If it is drawn crookedly, it will accidentally go out of the protective shield. Who can I complain to? So it is more scientific to draw a straight line, which is the smallest and safest. Seeing that everyone has determined the protective shield range, Huba shook his octagonal beard under his nose and said to Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba, "Old rules, you two stay behind the aircraft." After that, he took out 3 machetes from under the driver's seat and distributed them to Yuga and Dashwai. At this time, Xiao Jiaba handed over a metal bucket with a lid, handed it to Huba solemnly, and then nodded to encourage him. The 3 of them resolutely got off the aircraft and headed straight for the mission coordinates. It was also on the way here that Sue Sanson learned that the goal of this emergency mission was to collect honey from mutant poisonous fire bees. Sue Sanson, who had been a little uneasy because of the lack of a cart, finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Huba's final arrangement. Fortunately, she was asked to guard the aircraft again. Without the protection of the small cart, she really didn't dare to go to the front line. Sue Sanson glanced at the little stutterer, who was fiddling with something under the seat with a guilty conscience. Well, although this person didn't speak very well, he was at least a genetic warrior, so his safety should be guaranteed. The little stutterer sorted out the various powders in his metal box, then winked at Sue Sanson, and the two got off the aircraft one after another. What caught my eye was not the expected forest or grassland, but the yellow soil all over the mountain. The aircraft stopped at a relatively flat valley, surrounded by mountains, but without any vegetation to block it. How to cover it? Sue Sanson couldn't help but frown, feeling a bad feeling. Little Stutter seemed to have expected it. He squatted down, pinched a handful of yellow soil, and quickly smeared it on the outer shell of the aircraft, then patted Sue Sanson, motioning her to follow. Sue Sanson suddenly realized, so she quickly joined the mud-playing work. Fortunately, the aircraft was not big. After more than 20 minutes, the two had successfully pickled the metal giant egg in front of them into a giant salted duck egg, of course, the kind without washing the mud. Sue Sanson took out the protective powder that Xie Yuan gave her, and sprinkled it evenly around the aircraft, and the safety factor suddenly increased by a level. Seeing that the work of the two was successfully completed, Sue Sanson curiously looked at the metal box that little Stutterer had been carrying with him. Besides his poor eloquence, the little stutterer's other senses were quite sharp. He quickly caught Sue Sanson's curiosity, and generously opened the metal box to show what was inside. The box contained metal containers of various shapes and powders of different colors. Sue Sanson suddenly thought, explosives? The little stutterer smiled knowingly, and nodded in affirmation. Sue Sanson took a deep breath and looked at the little stutterer beside him. He was considered a senior engineer in the end times. Thinking back to the time travel novel she read on a certain fruit and vegetable reading platform in her previous life, the heroine, who traveled through time, either had great medical skills or was good at matching gunpowder. To be fair, she definitely couldn't make gunpowder, so she had to grit her teeth and resolutely apply for a medical school that she was not very good at when filling out her college entrance examination application. After a lot of trouble, she finally studied to her junior year and started her internship. Finally, she got what she wanted, and it was her turn to travel through time. Unexpectedly, she not only did not travel back to ancient times, but traveled back to the end of the world full of black technology. Alas, she originally wanted to make a wave of dimensionality reduction attacks, but in the end, she was stunned by the various magical powers of the end of the world. Alas, it can only be said that things are unpredictable, and we must be modest and calm. Time passed by minute. It has been 40 minutes since Huba and his 3 friends left. According to custom, every half an hour, team members need to report their coordinates on the optical brain to ensure that their companions can always know each other's life status. However, 10 minutes ago, the 3 coordinate messages that should have been received were not sent as scheduled. The stuttering boy frowned, thinking something was wrong, so he winked at Sue Sanson, asking her to take care of the aircraft, leaving the key behind, picking up the metal box, and running towards the mission coordinates. Sue Sanson took the aircraft key thrown from the air, pursed his lips, and looked at the stuttering boy who quickly disappeared into the valley, feeling that this scene was really familiar. Could it be that he would encounter 2 waves of strange beasts again, fight for hundreds of rounds, and then appear at the right time to pick up a loophole? Sue Sanson was daydreaming, dreaming like a madman, and the stuttering boy had not been heard from since he left. 10 minutes had passed, and it was time for him and Sue Sanson to report the coordinates as agreed upon temporarily, but the light brain was silent at this time. What happened? How come even the stutterers seemed to have disappeared? Sue Sanson was a little anxious at this time, and her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. What happened? Did the 4 people encounter danger at the same time? She paced back and forth, frowning and quickly analyzing the situation. If the 4 people were killed at the same time, she could completely drive the aircraft to escape by herself. Anyway, the key was in her hand, but she hadn't seen the last 2 digits of the power-on password clearly. She didn't know how many times this broken aircraft would allow her to make mistakes. What's more, although these 4 people pretended to be a little weird, they were still considerate of her as a temporary worker. So far, it's not a big deal to sit here and wait. Hey, after all, they are teammates. Sue Sanson closed her eyes, and obviously had made a decision. She pulled a frog skin hood on her head, tied it tightly at the collar with a hemp rope, picked up the small hoe, and ran straight towards the mission coordinates. I hope today's frog skin hood can withstand the attack of poisonous fire bees. Sue Sanson prayed silently in her heart, but her slightly trembling legs had already betrayed her truest thoughts at the moment. Yes, how could a soft armor made of the skin of a 1-star alien beast be able to resist the 2-star or 3-star alien beasts everywhere in the primitive wasteland? After running breathlessly for 15 minutes, suddenly, a faint and strange smell gradually spread in the air she inhaled. What smell? She immediately stopped, frowned, and sniffed with her nostrils quickly, carefully identifying the strange smell. Ruan, why is it so smelly? Before she could complain more, Sue Sanson had already seen a familiar figure lying on the yellow land in front of her. It's the little stutterer. Why is he lying on the ground motionless? Sue Sanson held her breath and immediately ran forward to check. Fortunately, he just fainted and was still breathing. She immediately turned the man over, reached out, and grabbed the little stutterer's collar, and prepared to drag him back to the aircraft. Just as she stood up, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a few familiar figures not far ahead. Oh my god! How come Huba and the others all fell down? The key point is, what's going on with these densely packed things on his back? Chapter 94. Sue Sanson was horrified, but she did not rush to check, because the air stored in her lungs was almost used up, and she was about to reach the limit of her breath-holding time. So she did not hesitate, first pulled up the little stutterer in front of her, and retreated. 5 minutes later, after retreating to the safe area she determined, she opened her mouth and breathed in. Ah woo, ah woo. What happened in that place just now? Why is it so smelly? It's like the smell of rotten eggs that you can smell when you take a hot spring in your previous life, but in comparison, this one seems to be even richer and fuller. Ruan, I can't even think about it. I almost vomited on the spot. Sue Sanson's chest and abdomen kept rising and falling, breathing in the hard-earned fresh air, looking at the little stutterer in front of him, and then looking in the direction of the other 3 people on the top of the mountain. Oh, it was so tangled. At this moment, she once again stood at the crossroads of morality. Should she drag the little stammerer into the aircraft and settle him down, or leave him here alone and run to drag the remaining 3 people over first? Time waits for no one. The longer the delay, the more danger. Oh, I can't care about so much. First make sure that he can be saved, then talk about other things. Sue Sanson made a decision quickly, so she pulled the collar of the little stammerer and continued to run towards the aircraft. 10 minutes later, she finally dragged the 1.85-meter tall man onto the aircraft, panting. Although 185 is a representative of being short and ugly for the genetic warriors, it is a tall man for the little potato Sue Sanson, who is only 160 centimeters tall. Damn it, if only there was a cart. At this moment, she missed her cart so much, but there was no cart, so she could only close the hatch immediately, and without much time to stay. She quickly headed towards the center of the poison gas. Damn! This time, before she could see the 3 people, she smelled the strong smell of rotten eggs again. Could it be that there is a mutated hot spring pool hidden here? Sue Sanson cursed inwardly, then turned around immediately, retreated dozens of meters, took a few deep breaths to make sure her lungs were full of oxygen, and then rushed to the place where Huba and the other 2 fell at her fastest speed. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? I saw Huba and his 2 companions lying on the ground with their arms and legs spread out. On each of their backs were countless mutant bees with red and black stripes. These should be mutant poisonous fire bees. I saw fist-sized mutant poisonous fire bees with their heads up and their tails down, swarming around the waists and backs of the 3 people. Their sharp-tailed stingers, which were as long as fingers and carried a strong poison, pierced through the outer clothes of the 3 people and penetrated directly into their skin. Dark red blood quickly seeped out and stained the outer clothes of the 3 people. Oh my god! So vicious! Sue Sanson couldn't hold it back and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Oh my god! Juan! Suddenly, a strong and strange stench filled her entire nose. What kind of evil smell is this? Why doesn't it smell like rotten eggs at all now? Instead, it smells like... Sue Sanson was so dazed that her head felt dizzy. She found that the mutant poisonous fire bees on the backs of the 3 people seemed to have lost consciousness and stood still in the same place. Could it be that they were suffocated by the strong stench? She couldn't help but start to have a bad taste again. She quickly checked the breath of the 3 people. Fortunately, although the breathing was very weak, they were still breathing. So she grabbed the collars of 2 of them and began to drag them back. This time, she didn't run back to the aircraft directly, but dragged the 2 people to the safe area behind the hill with great effort, and then hurried back to drag the 3rd person. After more than 20 minutes, Sue Sanson leaned against the top of the hill, breathing in the fresh air, looking at the 3 people lying unconscious on the ground, wanting to cry but not tears. God knows, she had a total of 3 oxygen shortages during the dragging process. As a result, she had to give up halfway and breathe in the air mixed with a strong stench. In short, she was very careful every time, tentatively opening her nasal cavity, and only breathing lightly for 0.1 seconds. But this soul-stirring stench was enough to make her burst into tears. She stopped to breathe in the fresh air for a full 2 minutes, and then she recovered a little, and continued to drag the 3 people back to the aircraft in batches. Although there were no accidents on the road, Sue Sanson looked at the hedgehog-like backs of the 3 people at this moment, and it was still a bit hard to describe. Because she couldn't care about anything else along the way, she could only drag violently, wanting to get back to the aircraft as quickly as possible. As they were dragged with such force, the bodies of the 3 people kept shaking back and forth and up and down. She also didn't expect that the poisonous fire bee that stung people would not be able to withstand such torment after completely losing consciousness, and was directly separated from the head and tail by the shaking. As a result, at this moment, only an extremely hard tail stinger and a small, half of the butt tip attached to the tail stinger remained on the backs of the 3 people. The rest of the body had fallen along the way as Sue Sanson dragged violently. "It's too cruel." Sue Sanson stared with innocent eyes and couldn't help shivering. Quickly connected to Xie Yuan's little button to find a way to solve the poisonous fire bee's tail sting. 10 minutes later, with the protection of frog leather gloves, Sue Sanson quickly pulled out the tail stings on the backs of the 3 people one by one. During the process of pulling out, the bee venom on the tail needle was inevitably touched, and soon the frog leather glove showed obvious corrosive cracks. Is this bee venom so strong? Sue Sanson looked at the backs of the 3 people that had been corroded black and red by the bee venom, and couldn't help frowning. What should I do? Although the poison needle has been pulled out, the venom must be sucked out as soon as possible. You can't touch it directly with your skin. Even the frog leather gloves have been corroded. How come she is the only one in the whole team who can't fly the aircraft, and is still awake? Damn it. Sue Sanson was a little angry, turned back to the aircraft and started to search for various tools to see if she could find some usable tools. However, it was tragic. Except for a few bottles of drinking water under the cabin seats, it can be said to be clean and poor. So poor, Sue Sanson had to complain cruelly. After sweeping the cabin, she then opened the toilet door. She called it, looking for inspiration. You know what? This place is worthy of being her personal room. It actually gave her an idea of a solution. Without saying anything, Sue Sanson picked up the plunger that Chin Ergu had deliberately left in the corner and got off the aircraft. Then, without hesitation, she pressed hard on the backs of the 3 people, sucking up, pressing, sucking up. How should I put it? Although this tool is really hard to talk about, the effect is amazing and immediate. She operated it fiercely, and after more than 10 minutes, she sucked out the rotten and poisonous black blood on the backs of the 3 people. I didn't expect that this plunger would have such a miracle. Huh? Looking at the 3 people who were completely out of danger from the bee venom at this time, and the plunger in her hand that was intact, Sue Sanson finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, just wait for any one of them to wake up, and then you can go home directly. Alas, but Xie Yuan said that people who are poisoned by bees, even if they are genetic warriors, will be unconscious for at least 2 or 3 hours. Damn it. She had to move her expectant eyes away from the 3 poisoned people and cast them on the little stutterer, who was dragged back by her first. The little stammerer was breathing steadily and his face was peaceful, but he showed no signs of waking up. Sue Sanson took the lead in pinching his philtrum, and tried several times in a row, but there was no response. "Hey! Do you really have to force me to use a big move?" She got off the aircraft, found a relatively solid piece of soil, and began to tickle the little stammerer's nostrils, but there was no response. Then she took a deep breath, tried to hold it, took off the little stammerer's shoes, and tickled his soles with the soil. Hey, still no response. What to do? There was really no other way, so she could only use the last trick. With 2 slaps, the little stammerer's left and right cheeks were instantly slapped red. Then he still had a kind face, a steady breath, and breathed quietly. Sue Sanson was speechless. Could he wake up? He turned a few circles in the same place, and suddenly, he saw the dead bodies of the poisonous fire bees falling to the ground, and an idea flashed in his mind. Anyway, these people will not wake up for a while, so instead of sitting here and waiting, why not go and check on the poisonous fire bees? What if they are all dead? Wouldn't it be another big bargain? Chapter 95. Once the thought of picking up a bargain arises, it is difficult to suppress it. Of course, Sue Sanson is not a brainless and impulsive person. After all, she has no small cart to protect her body. She is now wearing a 1-star frog skin outer armor, and her gloves are corroded and cracked, just like crispy sausages, which will break if bitten. She must not take risks rashly. However, when she saved people from poison gas many times before, she actually had a vague feeling that the coma of the 4 people must be related to this poison gas in addition to the poisonous fire bee venom. Otherwise, why did even the little stutterer, who had not been attacked by the poisonous fire bees, fall to the ground? And what's even more strange is that those poisonous fire bees that could have flown away quickly were also knocked unconscious on the backs of the 3 people. This is enough to explain the problem. This strange poison gas must be very lethal, and since she could go back and forth in this poison gas several times, it means that her body may be immune to this mysterious stench for some reason, just like in the small building of stagnation elements. After sorting out his thoughts, Sue Sanson placed the 4 people side by side in the storage room behind the cabin, closed the cabin door, and carried the metal bucket prepared by the team in advance, and went to the mission coordinates again. However, before she returned to the place where she found the stutterer, she had already smelled the intoxicating stench several dozen meters ahead. It seems that the range of this poison gas is constantly spreading around. I just don't know where the source is. But she didn't have the time to pay too much attention to this issue, because at this moment, she could already see the location of the mission coordinates. I saw dozens of giant khaki diamonds at least 10 meters high standing in a staggered pattern on a yellow land in the mountain stream ahead. Around the diamonds, there were densely packed red and black poisonous fire bees scattered all over the ground. This is the hive of poisonous fire bees. Sure enough, as expected, these poisonous fire bees have been completely fainted by the strong stench. Sue Sanson covered her mouth and nose with her sleeves and took a tentative breath. I have been holding my breath for too long, and now I have to take another breath. Alas, this is the first time I have encountered such a smelly situation. She held a metal bucket with a lid in one hand and a plunger in the other, and ran straight towards the hive of poisonous fire bees. Why did Sue Sanson have to bring this plunger? It was entirely out of caution. If things were not as she expected, and the group of poisonous fire bees were not harmed by the poison gas, and were still full of energy chasing her for acupuncture, then she would take this cupping device just in case. Fortunately, it seems that there is no need for the plunger to fight at present. A few minutes later, Sue Sanson had already walked quickly to the front of this spectacular beehive. It was amazing that although the beehives of the poisonous fire bees were also built into exquisite polyhedrons, they were not like what she imagined, either hanging on a big tree or hanging under the eaves. Instead, they stood upright on the flat ground. She quickly glanced around with her peripheral vision. Well, there was no big tree or cave wall for them to hang their nests on this endless yellow land. Sue Sanson gently kicked away the corpses of poisonous fire bees lying on the ground, walked quickly to the giant beehive closest to him, pulled out a dagger, and stabbed at the khaki shell of the beehive. Bang! A sharp metal friction sound was heard. The dagger did not penetrate the honeycomb shell, not even a scratch was made. Tisk! Sue Sanson could not help but frown. It seems that this honeycomb shell is quite strong, so he hesitated to take out the high-energy knife from the cloth bag, and looked at the somewhat dim energy system nuclear crystal, frowning even more tightly. The high-energy knife should be able to break it, but the nuclear crystal energy is not much. She looked up at the large area of beehives, at least 50 of them. Even if she took the spare nuclear crystal in her pocket, It would probably not be enough to break the shell of 1/3 of the beehives in this beehive group. Ah, what a waste of money. Poor Sue Sanson instantly flew up to the level of a god, and suddenly didn't want to use the high-energy knife. I can't bear it. What's more, if she used the high-energy knife directly to cut on this hard metal plate-like shell, it would inevitably make a piercing sound. If it attracted some unknown beast, wouldn't it be the end? Since she couldn't solve the problem completely, she might as well change her mind. She turned around the beehive in front of her and suddenly found that there seemed to be a bulge on the top of the beehive, like a skylight on the top of this giant fortress. That's right. This beehive must have an entrance and exit, otherwise how can such a large group of poisonous fire bees return to the nest to sleep? He quickly took out 4 spider silk marbles from his pocket, stepped back a few steps, and threw them upward with his right hand. The marbles between his 5 fingers flew towards the skylight on the top of the beehive. Ding ding ding. 3 marbles hit the shell of the beehive below the skylight with a series of crisp sounds, and then bounced back to the ground quickly. Oh, it's too high. Sue Sanson is more than 10 meters away from the top of the hive. Her current throw hit rate at 10 meters can only be described as random. But fortunately, the remaining marble was about to deviate from the predetermined track. As a result, there was a bang. After hitting the shell of the hive, the marble bounced back quickly and luckily bounced above the skylight. The marble quickly bypassed the skylight with the spider silk, and then ghostly circled around by itself and tied a natural lucky knot. Yes, Sue Sanson was inspired by this inexplicable hit rate. She pulled the spider silk with her right hand, and the lucky knot tightened immediately, and tied it more firmly. She bit the handle of the metal bucket with a lid, put the plunger to her waist, and held the spider silk with both hands. Like vertical rock climbing, she followed the spider silk, squatted and exerted force with her legs, and climbed up quickly towards the skylight step by step. Soon, they came to the top of the hive. As expected, this skylight was a small door that could be opened and closed. Sue Sanson had to pay tribute to the architectural talent of the poisonous fire bees. She lay on this skylight that was less than 2 fists in length and width, and looked inside carefully. It seemed that there was a golden object blocking the bottom of the skylight. There was a thick liquid flowing around the object. That should be the poisonous fire bee honey required for the mission, but this skylight is too small. Sue Sanson hesitated for a moment, and looked back at the poisonous fire bee corpses on the ground. They should all be dead. She swallowed her saliva, mustered up her courage, slowly put her right hand into the skylight, and then quickly retracted it. After trying a few times, she found that it seemed safe inside, so she boldly stretched her entire arm down from the skylight. Gurgle, gurgle, the sound of liquid being stirred was faintly heard, but Sue Sanson's fingers were quickly blocked by a hard object. She bit her fingers and pushed hard to the left and right. The object blocking the way seemed very solid and not easy to loosen. I really didn't expect that this poisonous fire bee was so foresight, and made a firewall by itself. Oh, there was no choice but to grit my teeth and scratch hard. There was something on the solid surface, and it was quickly scraped off. Sue Sanson quickly retracted her arm and took a closer look. There was a golden sticky substance on her fingertips, and a few threads were pulled out of the top of the sticky substance. Inexplicably, I felt a little disgusted. This honey is really thick, so I quickly used the optical brain to test the golden honey sticky substance on my fingertips. However, a second passed, but she still couldn't hear the test result of the optical computer. Because? How could she forget that the damn optical computer was on her right wrist, and the sticky honey was on her right index finger? At this moment, she was bending her right index finger downwards with all her strength, and her fingers were bent like chicken claws, and she couldn't reach the optical computer on her wrist. If she had known, she would have used her left hand to pick it out. It was all because of this damn breath holding that made her brain not so sharp. Alas, fortunately, her IQ had not completely dropped. She quickly took off the optical computer on her right wrist with her left hand, and began to scan the sticky honey on her right index finger. Ding! Mildly contaminated, edible. Oh my god, it turned out that edible honey could be opened right away. This. I'm really lucky. Sue Sanson was overjoyed. At this time, she no longer disliked the sticky substance on her fingers. Her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She immediately stared at the sticky substance on her fingertips with great affection, as if she was looking at her own son, and smiled foolishly. This foolish smile, one did not hold it, the breath that had been perfectly held was leaked again. Damn, it's really hard to guard against. Sue Sanson couldn't help but roll in her throat. It's killing me. When will this killing stench dissipate? She hadn't complained for a few seconds when her expression suddenly became a little stiff. Only then did she realize that the scratch in the skylight just now was the limit of the length of her arm. I don't know if it's because the climate in the hot season is too dry, causing the honey closest to the skylight to be severely dehydrated and hardened into lumps, forming a natural firewall. In order to scoop out the honey with a spoon in the metal bucket, you must first open the big and hard firewall. Damn it, this hoe has never been washed, so it's not easy to poke it directly in. But her humble arm length is really not enough to reach it. How to pry this big hard block blocking her way? Sue Sanson was a little annoyed, but her eyes were led by a ghost and looked at the plunger on her waist. Chapter 96. Don't ask her why she looked at the plunger on her waist, because she herself couldn't explain it clearly, just felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Hard lumps, liquid, blocked, can't reach. Can't think too much. She also wants to take this honey home to taste, but dare not think too deeply. Sue Sanson quickly shook off the increasingly uncontrollable divergent thoughts in her mind, but look at the plunger on her waist again. Why bother so much? As long as the problem can be solved, there is no need to care about so many details. As long as I don't say it, who can know? So she made up her mind, quickly pulled out the plunger, stood up, squatted slightly, and aimed the leather bowl of the plunger at the skylight. I have to say that the size of this plunger is a perfect match for this group of poisonous fire bees, because just the diameter of this leather bowl can just cover the entire skylight. There is not even a little extra space, no waste at all. Could it be that this poisonous fire bee and this plunger had some inexplicable fate in the previous life? Sue Sanson's thoughts began to diverge uncontrollably again, but the movements of her hands were not affected at all. She kept squatting, standing up, squatting, and standing up, and the plunger in her hand kept pressing down, lifting up, pressing down, and lifting up. Soon, there was a gurgle sound, as if something loosened and stirred up and down in the slurry. It was just this series of movements and sounds that made her have to start another inexplicable association. Oh, it stinks. Sue Sanson didn't hold on and accidentally inhaled. Who on earth issued this weird task? It's too smelly. Return to reason. Return to reason. She calmed down and quickly reached into the skylight. Sure enough, the hard object she touched before had completely loosened. She sighed in her heart, moved her fingertips back and forth on the edge of the hard object, grasped a special angle, and then without hesitation, opened her palm and forcibly lifted up this big lump of honey with thick mucus. It was just because the hard object was too big and the skylight was too small. Sue Sanson's right hand and the big hard object in her hand were stuck in it. Looking at the big golden honey lump in the skylight, she was very reluctant, but she had to take out the dagger and smash it bit by bit. After solving the firewall blocking the stall, Sue Sanson quickly opened the metal bucket, took out the big spoon inside, put it into the skylight, and began to scoop out honey one ladle at a time. 20 minutes passed, and the length of her arm plus the spoon was limited after all, so she could no longer scoop out more honey. Looking at the metal bucket with 1/5 of the space left, she felt a little regretful. It seemed that she had to continue to search in this group of beehives. She covered the metal bucket, untied the spider silk marbles wrapped around the skylight, tied a loose knot again, turned around neatly, held the metal bucket in one hand, gently pulled the spider silk with the other hand, and quickly jumped down along the polygonal honeycomb shell. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Sue Sanson quickly fell back to the ground, and with her right hand, she pulled hard in the other direction, and the loose knot tied to the skylight was untied with a snap, and the marbles hit the honeycomb shell, making a crisp sound, and then quickly bounced back into Sue Sanson's hands. In order to improve efficiency as much as possible, she checked the shell of the honeycomb in front of her again. Ding! Moderate pollution can be used. Isn't it slightly polluted? It seems that the condition of the honey inside cannot be judged by the degree of pollution of the honeycomb shell. She frowned. Do I still have to climb up one by one? Looking at the slightly polluted honey in her hand, she suddenly had a bold guess, so she hurried to the side and checked the shell of the next honeycomb again. Ding! Severe pollution. Without saying a word, she took out 4 spider silk marbles from her pocket and shot them towards the skylight on the top of this honeycomb. This time, the throw did not seem to have any luck. She tried 6 times in a row before she finally got a marble to entangle on the skylight. She was familiar with the route and quickly climbed to the top. She stretched out her arm and looked into the skylight. Soon she touched a hard object again. She immediately hooked her index finger and used force to dig out a little golden sticky substance from the surface of the hard object for testing. However, this time, she used her left hand. Drop. Moderately polluted can be used. Sure enough, Sue Sanson's eyes lit up. It seems that the pollution level of this honey may really be lower than that of the honeycomb shell. After all, it is something that is stored inside for a long time and isolated from the air for a long time. So the pollution is lighter, just like those unpolluted salt crystals buried in the cave. Sue Sanson quickly got down from the beehive and immediately started testing this piece of honeycomb shell. Drop. Severely polluted. Drop. Severely polluted. Ding. Severe pollution. Ding. Severe pollution. Half an hour later, she quickly checked the shell of the large honeycomb, and finally heard the long-awaited moderate pollution can be used. When she checked the second-to-last honeycomb, Sue Sanson was immediately refreshed. She took out the spider silk marbles and shot them towards the skylight on the top of the giant honeycomb in front of her. 5 minutes later, with several leaks and dry heaves, she finally succeeded in reaching the top. Why is the stench getting stronger? She was a little worried that she might have inhaled too much, causing poisoning and confusion in her sense of smell. I have to finish the job quickly, so I quickly stretched out my left arm and reached down towards the skylight. I also touched a hard object, so I took advantage of the situation and used force to dig it out with my fingers. Soon, the familiar golden honey sticky substance was successfully detected. Drop. Slightly contaminated, edible. Very good. Everything is under control. Sue Sanson took out the magic plunger from her waist and pumped it up and down towards the skylight. There was a pleasant muffled sound of gulp. The hard block finally loosened under the pressure of the plunger. Following the method, she stretched out her hand and successfully lifted the big hard block, crushed it, and picked up the spoon and scooped honey into the metal bucket. Soon, the metal bucket was filled. And in the skylight, the length of the spoon could still hold a lot of honey. Don't waste it. Sue Sanson took out the plastic bottle from the cloth bag. Although she was somewhat disgusted with the honey after this series of operations, but, under the dual temptation of food and money, she still drank the boiled water in the bottle in one gulp and pointed the honey in the spoon at the mouth of the plastic bottle. Another 10 minutes passed, and the plastic bottle was finally filled. Sue Sanson covered the bottle cap, put it back into the cloth bag, put the plunger on his waist, picked up the metal bucket with his left hand, and gently pulled the spider silk that had just been tied with a buckle with his right hand, and prepared to evacuate. At this time, a thick brown smoke suddenly rose from not far away. The color of the smoke was very thick, and it seemed to be mixed with some particles, like a mushroom cloud, flying straight into the sky. Then, the mushroom cloud was instantly broken up in the air, and the smoke carried particles, and spread outward at a very fast speed, as if there was some impact force pushing it. The smoke rings were sprayed in all directions very quickly. Of course, this also includes the direction of the beehive group where Sue Sanson is. Damn! What's going on? Could it be that a volcano erupted? Where there are volcanoes, there are usually hot springs. Could it be that this stench really comes from a hot spring somewhere? But it's not right. A volcanic eruption should have a booming sound, but I didn't hear anything just now. Could it be that not only my sense of smell is wrong, but now my hearing is also wrong? The more Sue Sanson thought about it, the more scared she felt. This damn poison gas. Wouldn't it really cause her any irreversible damage? Without time to think more, seeing that the sudden brown smoke was about to spread to the beehive group where she was, she immediately jumped up, tapped her toes a few times, landed quickly from the top of the beehive, took back the spider silk marbles, and ran back. Just as she turned around and took a few steps, a huge and blurry black figure gradually appeared in the brown smoke behind her, and quickly approached the direction of the beehive. Chapter 97. 1. Why did the air become even more smelly? It was really smelly, and it was so smelly. Sue Sanson ran too fast, and couldn't hold it in, so she had to take another deep breath of oxygen. Oh my god, it was really suffocating. Just as she was madly complaining and running back desperately, suddenly, a light BU sound came slowly from behind her. What sound? It was so gentle and long, as if it was still circling. Hiss, after a careful taste, it was a bit familiar. Sue Sanson's first reaction at this time was, fortunately, my hearing is still there. The second reaction was, oh my god, what a stinky fart. She covered her mouth and nose reflexively, and finally realized who was hiding in the dark and releasing poisonous gas. She turned around suddenly and looked towards the source of the melodious fart just now. Oh my god! I saw a very tall black bee standing next to the beehive where she had just scooped honey. One hand reached into the skylight and stirred it back and forth, and the other hand was put into the sharp mouth full of sharp teeth, licking the honey on the fingertips with a tongue full of barbs. Behind it, under the long furry tail, a thick brown gas was constantly surging, spraying, and spreading. Oh my god, is this a giant mutant skunk? Sue Sanson felt that she was about to be completely suffocated, so she turned back suddenly, quickly raised her two short legs, and ran quickly towards the top of the mountain. I have to get back to the safe area quickly. This way I can have fresh air and breathe as much as I want. Looking at the looming mountain in the distance, Sue Sanson has begun to use the last resort of looking at the plum to quench thirst for herself. There is no way. She needs to breathe too much now. Her face flushed with rage, and she had to open her nose again while running, blending with the strong smell of farts in the air. And Ruan, Ma, even her complaints were incoherent. Tears were streaming down her face. With a resolute look in her eyes, she ruthlessly stepped on the corpses of poisonous fire bees on the ground, making a crackling sound. Let's expose it. She was in urgent need of breathing, and was rushing back to the safe zone, so she had to take a gamble. What to bet on? Betting that the skunk was eating delicious food and had no time to pay attention to her? Or betting that the skunk not only had smelly farts, but also had poor hearing? It seemed illogical. So of course the giant mutant skunk easily noticed Sue Sanson, who was moving quickly not far away. The mutant skunk tilted its head slightly, staring closely at the two-legged beast that was still moving within the range of its poison gas, a little hesitant, as if it had never encountered such a situation before. Two dark round eyeballs kept turning back and forth, and finally stopped at the metal bucket in Sue Sanson's hand. Soon, the mutant skunk licked the last drop of honey between his fingers, slowly stood up, spread his forelimbs, and flew towards Sue Sanson. To be precise, it flew towards the metal bucket in Sue Sanson's hand. Suddenly, a shadow that was getting bigger and bigger gradually pressed down from above her head. Along with the shadow came a long fart sound. Boo-woo, and soon Sue Sanson was enveloped by a thicker brown smoke. Damn! What kind of attack method is this? Why is the fart running faster than its owner? This is cheating. She was dizzy from the smoke, and at the critical moment, her thoughts raced. There was so much honey. Why didn't it eat it? Why did it chase me? Even if it wanted to eat me, why didn't it do anything when it was so close to me when I started to run away? It had to wait for a while to eat honey before targeting me. What's wrong? Do you still have to pay attention to the combination of meat and vegetables? No. What it just ate was the slightly contaminated honey I detected before. Could it be? In a flash, she suddenly realized the target of this mutant skunk might not be herself, but the slightly contaminated honey in her hand. In an instant, the black shadow quickly enveloped her, and Sue Sanson made up her mind, closed her eyes, and fainted directly on the ground. At the moment of falling to the ground, the metal bucket in her hand was deliberately used with skill, and rolled towards a giant beehive next to it at a very subtle angle. Paw! Sue Sanson fell on the pile of poisonous fire bees, splashing the slurry all over the ground. What a close call. He was almost covered in a drop of black and red venom. At the same time, as the metal barrel rolled gurgling, the big black shadow that was already close at hand saw that the two-legged beast in front of him finally fainted in his poison gas, so he changed direction in the air in an instant, abandoned Sue Sanson very simply, and flew towards the direction of the metal barrel. And Sue Sanson was lying on the pile of poisonous fire bees in an extremely twisted posture, trembling. Alas, it's sad to say that this is all to avoid the venom on the stingers of these poisonous fire bees as much as possible. Fortunately, Xie Yuan said that after the death of the poisonous fire bee, as long as its venom does not enter the human body, its toxins will gradually decrease due to lack of biological energy. Now it has been at least more than an hour since the death of these poisonous fire bees, and the toxins should have decreased a lot. But even so, there are still several places on the frog's skin armor that are inevitably exposed to the venom, showing signs of mild decay. In just a moment, when she fell to the ground in a very artificial way, the giant mutant skunk's claws had already grabbed the metal barrel rolling beside the beehive. I saw it holding up the metal barrel and digging back and forth on the ground a few times. I saw that this round object did not change at all, and no familiar golden liquid flowed out. The giant mutant skunk felt strange. It could clearly smell the tempting aroma emanating from it, so it leaned down, raised its black nose on its pointed mouth, aimed at the metal barrel, and wanted to identify it carefully again. Sue Sanson had quietly stood up at this moment, silently leaning against the other side of the giant honeycomb polygon, and the high-energy knife tightly held in his left hand had already pressed the switch. Just as the mutant skunk kept shaking its nose and sniffing at the metal barrel, Sue Sanson flashed, raised his left hand, and stabbed the high-energy knife directly into the back of the mutant skunk's head. At the same time, the 4 spider silk marbles between the 5 fingers of his right hand flew out at the same time. With a puff, the high-energy knife successfully inserted into the back of the head. The mutant skunk then screamed Chijiji. Its forelimbs immediately fluttered and grabbed in the air reflexively. The 4 spider silk marbles flying in the air successfully became the target of the mutant skunk's desperate counterattack before dying. Paw, paw, paw! For consecutive sounds, the 4 marbles flew out and scattered uncontrollably. The spider silk was broken. Sue Sanson, who had just dodged back to the other side of the giant beehive, widened his eyes and looked at the copper gong with cracks on his chest, with lingering fear. What a close call. Luckily, the marbles distracted the mutant skunk's attention, and it was only lightly grabbed by its claws at the moment of turning around, and was just blocked by the heart mirror otherwise. Looking at the spider silk in his hand that had completely lost its weight, he was scared. This primitive wilderness is so damn dangerous. It scared the baby to death. Soon, there was another bang. A loud noise. The mutant skunk finally fell to the ground due to severe brain blood loss. Huh? Sue Sanson breathed a sigh of relief. It stinks. I forgot to hold my breath again. It really lives up to its reputation. This mutant skunk has fallen down, but its power is still there. Sue Sanson cautiously leaned out and carefully went around the head of the mutant skunk. Looking at the high-energy knife that had run out of energy and the bloody head under the knife, she was completely sure that the giant mutant skunk was really dead. She pulled out the high-energy knife, took out the dagger, and began to dissect quickly along the bloody wound. Soon, a fist-sized shit-yellow nuclear crystal was taken out by her. Ugh! What's that smell? Sue Sanson immediately covered her mouth and nose. Looking at the shit-yellow color in front of her, she couldn't help but frown. What the hell is this? Could it be a shit nuclear crystal? Chapter 98. Sue Sanson frowned, observing the feces yellow strange nuclear crystal in her hand with disgust. How could this happen? Should she throw it away or not? If she threw it away, it would be a pity because it was a nuclear crystal. If she didn't throw it away, it would be really smelly, and she really couldn't afford it. She was very conflicted. In her short 20 years of life, she had never encountered such a smelly valuable item. She sighed again, and then immediately covered her mouth and nose. She never expected that after finally eliminating the source of the stinky fart, she would find a bigger boss that is even more stinky. What should she do now? She stared at the bloody mutant skunk head in front of her speechlessly, and her eyes with tears suddenly lit up. That's right. Before digging out this nuclear crystal, you can't actually smell the stench it emits. The stench of this nuclear crystal is somewhat different from the stench of the skunk's fart. The former is more mellow, while the latter is mixed with some. Ahem, I can't think about it anymore. Sue Sanson immediately stuffed the nuclear crystal back into the skunk's head, and the effect was immediate. In addition to the skunk's fart stench that was gradually fading in the air, the smell of the nuclear crystal disappeared instantly. How amazing! Could the head of this mutant skunk be able to isolate the smell of this nuclear crystal? For her bold conjecture, Sue Sanson said that she needed 10,000 likes, so she began to experiment on the mutant skunk's head. 10 minutes later, she was surprised to find that as long as she completely wrapped the feces yellow core crystal under the skin of the mutant skunk, she could completely isolate the smell it emitted. Awesome, my saner. So he immediately transformed into Subok Pie and began to make a protective isolation coat for this magical nuclear crystal on the spot. Fortunately, this huge mutant skunk was heavily polluted all over, but the skin on its head was found to be moderately polluted. Sue Sanson felt that the goddess of luck must be doing a very serious job for her today, otherwise how could she detect a beast with different pollution levels? Soon, she peeled off a large piece of a regular but large skunk scalp, wrapped the nuclear crystal casually, and then used the hemp rope in the cloth bag to wrap it tightly, making sure that no odor would leak out, then picked up the metal barrel that had rolled to the side and started running back. When she finally climbed over the hill and returned to the safe zone, she felt from the bottom of her heart how happy it was to be able to breathe smoothly. After running quickly for another 10 minutes, she finally saw the extremely cute salted duck egg aircraft. Sue Sanson took out the key from his pocket, inserted it into the keyhole skillfully, turned it, and pushed it to the side with his left hand. With the sound of the bearing rotating, the hatch of the aircraft was opened. He walked quickly to the door of the storage room and looked at the situation of the 4 people. The backs of Huba and the other 2, which were bleeding before, had stopped bleeding and scabbed. According to Xiayuan, they were not far from waking up. She looked at Xiao Jiaba again. His cheeks, which were violently slapped red by Sue Sanson, had almost recovered. She used a small piece of soil she picked up outside to scratch Xiao Jiaba's nostrils. This time, Xiao Jiaba's eyeballs moved slightly. There's hope. Sue Sanson continued to work hard, and used a piece of soil to scratch the soles of his feet. Finally, the little stammer opened his eyes. I. The little stammer found himself lying on his back in a closed space. He felt that it was a little different from what he remembered, but he was not sure. He vaguely felt that he was about to fall to the ground before he lost consciousness. At that moment, the last thought in his brain was, "It's over. His square face will definitely land directly. Will it remain the same when the time comes?" The little stammer frowned, and then saw Sue Sanson's round eyes, and the huge matchmaker mole on her right cheek. His mind was confused again. You. Sue Sanson raised his hand to interrupt his endless repetition of words, and took the initiative to explain. "You should have fainted from the stench. I put you." Rescued back? Fainted from the stink? The stutterer's eyebrows twisted into a ball, as if he felt that he seemed to have smelled something before he lost consciousness. But more, he had no memory of it at all. Stink? He looked down and saw his bare feet. Damn! Could it be that he fainted from the stink of my own feet? Indeed. He hadn't washed his feet for more than 10 days. To say that this stutterer is also a god, because as long as he doesn't speak, his whole thinking is very smooth and untangled, but once he needs to speak, he will get stuck. So his thoughts are flying at this moment, and suddenly his face is red with shame. If the captain and others knew that I was fainted by my own stink, I would definitely be praised mercilessly. Maybe next time, I won't be allowed to waste explosive materials, and my stinky feet will be sent to lead the charge. No, absolutely not. Sue Sanson saw that his cheeks, which had just recovered, suddenly turned red again, and felt a little guilty. No way, I remember I only slapped him twice. Isn't it said that genetic warriors are very durable? The swelling has just subsided, right? Why is it red again? It won't recur, will it? The two of them had their own thoughts. The little stutterer sat up awkwardly, and quickly put on his shoes. Sue Sanson also began to change the subject very unnaturally, pointing to Huba and the other two lying next to him and said, "They were attacked by the tail stinger of the poisonous fire bee, and it will probably take a while." "You can't wake up until you faint," he said, pointing to the metal bucket in the corner. "After you fainted, I ran to drag the three of them back. Then I found that the poisonous fire bees seemed to be attacked by some strange beasts, and all died, and then I collected a whole bucket of honey. It should be enough for the task, right?" Sue Sanson saw that the little stammerer seemed to have no memory of how he fainted. In order to take the shit nuclear crystal in the cloth bag for himself, he took advantage of the situation and deliberately concealed the part about the mutant skunk. As a member of the quartet, she did her best to rescue the 4 people, and then successfully collected honey, and completed the emergency mission goals. She felt that she had done enough for the team. As for the very tasty nuclear crystal, it was the trophy she got in a single fight, so let her bear this ecstasy alone. After listening to Sue Sanson's concise statement, the little stammerer opened his mouth wide, and stared at the heavy metal bucket in his hand with disbelief, and then quickly looked at the 3 captains lying beside him, who were obviously still breathing steadily. Sue Sanson tilted his head. "Is there any problem?" The little stutterer was tongue-tied. It's all, you. Sue Sanson raised his hand again to interrupt him. "It's all me. Hurry up. Since you're awake, let's withdraw. Anyway, the mission has been completed." He stood up and walked towards the cabin. Halfway through, he turned back and asked casually, "You can fly a flying vehicle, right?" Seeing that the little stutterer was still shocked, but he didn't forget to nod slightly in response. Sue Sanson turned around quickly, grinning and laughing silently. "Oh my god, finally, I can learn to fly a flying machine up close." At the same time, in a secret room in the underground black market of Dongchengmen, a shrill voice came faintly. "What did you say? The Golden Triangle of Nanchengmen has actually started to steal business from our territory?" A hoarse voice next to him answered respectfully, "Yes, just now." The secret room was quiet for a moment, and the shrill voice sounded again. "Could it be that our actions in the Nanchengmen refugee camp have been discovered? Well, this is not so wonderful. Let Jack-Su act faster, and try to complete the task of the refugee camp Area 8 within 3 days. Yes. The hoarse voice echoed in the secret room. Chapter 99. At 17:18 in the afternoon, the aircraft of the quartet team finally took off again and flew towards base city number 103. Sue Sanson sat in the co-pilot seat, staring at the operating screen in front of her. It turned out that the power-on password was so simple, it was 8 8s. Ah, what a lack of creativity. But when her eyes refocused on the fingers of the little stutterer sliding back and forth on the sensor panel, she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it's true that we can't have too much expectations for this retired aircraft. I didn't expect it to be a manual transmission. How can she handle this? Thinking back to the past life, she drove an automatic training car on the road, and it was bumpy. Now it's a manual transmission sensor panel. This? How can she learn it quickly? Complaining, but still learning the technical essentials without blinking. Little Stammering muttered to himself. Didn't she say that she would get airsick if she sat on a chair with a backrest? Why didn't she run to the toilet? However, although Little Stammering was curious, he was usually used to keeping these unnecessary thoughts in his heart and not speaking unless necessary. So at this moment, he did not raise any objections to Sue Sanson's abnormal behavior. On the contrary, he noticed that she seemed to be quite interested in flying the aircraft, so he did not hide his secrets and patiently gave her some pointers from time to time. Although his speaking speed was far behind his hand speed, it was better than nothing. 55 minutes later, the aircraft entered the base's protective shield, and a base command popped up on the operating screen with spiderweb cracks. Please enter the aircraft access key. Little Stammering quickly entered 88s on the screen. Sue Sanson was surprised. I didn't expect that a password was required to enter the base city. Well, the act of unifying all passwords is really worthy of praise. Otherwise, who can remember a bunch of numbers, even numbers, letters and symbols? The instructions on the light screen disappeared, and soon a few lines of small words popped up, checking the optical brain of the personnel in the aircraft. Identification is being carried out. The optical brain detection is completed. Allowed to enter. Soon, with a bang, the aircraft landed steadily in the abandoned garbage dump. Sue Sanson opened the door of the storage room. At this time, Huba and the other two had already shown signs of waking up. After the little stutterer parked the aircraft and took out the key, he also came over and carried the captain Huba, who was closest to him. Sue Sanson opened his mouth wide, looking at Huba's left beard, which was only half left, and was already shaky and very delicately hanging under his nostrils, and didn't know what to say. It's a sin. It must be that she dragged it too violently at the time. I saw the little stammer carrying Huba directly on his back, then squatting down, picking up one person with one hand, hanging the metal bucket on his arm, and raised his chin to Sue Sanson, indicating that he would take the three people back first. Oh my, as expected of a genetic warrior, so fierce? Sue Sanson looked at Yuji's square face with a missing lower left corner, and couldn't bear to look at it. Fortunately, the 8-cornered beard is still there. Then he glanced at the commander with a guilty conscience. Oh my god, not only the beard is gone, but even the chin is knocked off. You? What kind of weird disguises do you do every day to go out? Feeling that his eyes were stinging, he quickly raised his hand to rub them, waved his sleeves, and said goodbye to the little stammer. Then he contacted the handyman Chin Ergu to come to the aircraft to do the cleaning work. 1 hour later, the salted duck egg finally regained its metal shell. Seeing Chin Ergu looking at the plunger in the toilet with a tangled face, Sue Sanson said, "This thing must be kept. It will be very useful." Just kidding, this plunger is the hero of today, but she can't say it. Oh, it's really suffocating. Chin Ergu grinned and nodded vigorously, but he was happy in his heart. This is more secure. The thing I brought has been cleared. I think I can do this job for a long time. At 18:45 in the evening, Sue Sanson returned to the cabin and went to the triangular shed to take a bath first. There was no way. I really felt that I was not clean anymore. The smell was very strong, and I needed to clean it up. After dinner, she took out a spherical pork skin rice dumpling, and then vividly told Xie Yuan what happened today. Oh, it's so difficult. I deliberately waited until after dinner to start talking. You don't know? That skunk. It stinks. Look. This is the shit yellow one. As he said that, he actively untied the hemp rope wrapped around the pork skin rice dumpling. Xie Yuan immediately widened his eyes, and was on full alert, exclaiming, "No!" However, Sue Sanson was quick to reveal a small corner of the shit yellow nuclear crystal inside, and suddenly, the whole room was filled with a stench of farts. Xie Yuan closed his eyes tightly, clenched his teeth, and lay on his back on the ground very quickly. Oh my god! What a stinky fart! Who is it? What's going on? How can I still think? Shouldn't I faint? Why am I still conscious? Sue Sanson retched a few times, and quickly bandaged the shit-type nuclear crystal. He looked at Xie Yuan, who was lying on the ground, but whose eyes were still moving under his eyelids, wondering, "Are you not doing some difficult meditation?" Xie Yuan finally suppressed the strangeness in his heart at this moment, quickly calmed down, slowly opened his eyes, stood up awkwardly, and touched his nose guiltily. I actually made a mistake in prediction. This is so embarrassing. Cough cough. First, he coughed a few times technically, suppressed the embarrassment on his face, and then tentatively analyzed. According to your description just now, this nuclear crystal should belong to the smell type. According to the reactions of the members of the quartet team and the poison fire bee, its function should be to quickly stun or even kill the creatures that inhale the gas. But Xie Yuan paused for a moment, then raised his eyes and stared at Su Sanson, his expression becoming more and more serious. But this dizzy smell doesn't seem to work on the two of us. Su Sanson stared, and a light bulb suddenly flashed. Could it be because of the two giant eggs? Xie Yuan pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. To be precise, it should be because of the healing nuclear crystal energy. Su Sanson took a deep breath, her eyes lit up, and her eyelids blinked quickly a few times, a little excited. Then, aren't we invincible? Xie Yuan resisted the urge to pinch her face, shook his head, and patiently explained. Smell nuclear crystals are rare, but they are not rare to the point of being extremely rare, at least not as rare as water nuclear crystals. For example, some powerful private soldiers should also be equipped with one. Of course, the guard post also has some stocks, but most of them are not dizzy, but paralyzing, so the degree is relatively weaker than the one in your hand. But this kind of smell-based nuclear crystal is by no means invincible, because as long as the opponent wears a protective mask to isolate the gas. Su Sanson's heart, which was just surging, immediately calmed down. Yes, as long as you hold your breath long enough, it is indeed easy to crack. Hey, okay. He sighed secretly. At this time, Xie Yuan added, but, as long as it is a normal person, including a genetic warrior, once inhaled, no matter how much, they will definitely be affected. After being affected, they will be a little dazed and their memories will be confused. So in our case. Xie Yuan's words have not been finished yet. Su San understood immediately that it really couldn't be exposed, and he had to be careful in the future. At the same time, Xiao Jieba carried and dragged Hu Ba and the other two back to the private army camp, and walked straight to the settlement office. When passing by the public toilet of the private army camp, he happened to meet Sheepy, the leader of the demon wolf squad, who came out from inside. Sheepy's eyelids jumped, and his heart skipped a beat. How could it be? They are actually back. His little eyes quickly glanced at the metal bucket in the crook of Xiao Jieba's arm, and his face immediately became extremely sinister. Damn it! Has this completed another mission, and is it time to go to the settlement office? It seems that drastic measures must be taken. Chapter 100. The little stutteroid dragged the three people, and gently kicked open the door of the settlement office with his foot. At this time, the old man with dentures facing the display screen looked up at the sound. Wow, how come you are getting stronger again? The old man smiled flatteringly. Hey, Big Bear. Have you been practicing for several days? Big Bear was confused and hurriedly explained. No. The old man looked like he understood and raised his hand and waved. I know, I don't charge any handling fees. Do I need you to remind me? When have I ever charged your giant bear team any handling fees? The little stutterer was shocked. Fuck, so the handling fees can be waived? Then why did our four-square team never know? The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at the increasingly. The closer Big Bear stroked the few remaining hairs on his head and then asked in confusion, Hey? I remember you said yesterday that you would rest today. How come you got another big order? As he said that, he took out his 1 centimeter thick glasses from the drawer, put them on his nose, and then was shocked. Oh my god. You have really mastered this 3 heads and 6 arms? The little stutterer was speechless, so he had to gently lift up the big square face of Hu Ba, who was still sleeping on his back, and then pulled off a fake beard from under his right nostril, put it on Hu Ba's face, and then raised his chin to the old man, meaning, you can see for yourself. The old man blinked and finally saw the distinctive square face clearly, then coughed a few times, and his tone suddenly became a little colder. What? Are you here to hand in another task? The little stutterer nodded and handed over the metal bucket in his hand. The old man clicked on the task bar on the display screen, found the task bar of the quartet team, looked at the danger level on it, and raised his eyebrows. Wow, this team, that has been at the bottom of the list for a long time, actually did a big job without making any noise. So he softened his expression, took out the detector, opened the metal barrel lid, and started testing. 10 minutes later, the old man looked incredulous, but he still suppressed his inner shock and said quietly, For this emergency mission, because the mission level has been upgraded from normal to dangerous, the employer has doubled the reward. Since 50% of your gains this time are excess, will you all exchange them for contribution points first, or directly use them to pay for supplies? Little Stuttering didn't think twice, and decided to exchange them for contribution points first, and then discussed the list of supplies after the captain and others woke up. The old man nodded. Okay, after deducting the handling fee, the total is 37,500 contribution points. The little stutterer wanted to talk more about the handling fee, but considering his poor mouth, hey, forget it. Let's wait for the captain and the others to come. In the shanty town, Sue Sanson took out the bottle of poisonous fire bee honey from the cloth bag. He was really entangled and asked with a guilty conscience, "Do you like to drink honey?" Xie Yuan glanced at the golden plastic bottle and shook his head. In the inner city of the base, only powerful ladies can afford to drink honey. Such a precious thing, I won't use it. I leave it all for you to drink. Sue Sanson stared at the plastic bottle in his hand, wavering between money and taste for several times, and finally made up his mind. Can this thing be sold at a high price? Xie Yuan nodded. But you also deserve to enjoy all the expensive things. After all, you fought hard to get them. There's no need to sell it. When Sue Sanson thought of risking her life, she recalled the emergency mission. When she recalled the emergency mission, she inexplicably thought of the plunger and the skunk fart, and then... No, she shook her head like a rattle, and quickly rejected it, saying righteously, let's save money first. Don't you need a lot of parts to transform the truck? She couldn't say it directly. In fact, it was because she saw the honey, and had all kinds of divergent associations. Xie Yuan's ears immediately turned red again. I just mentioned it casually. She actually cares so much. And Sue Sanson's thoughts at this time have drifted to the underground auction mentioned by Lao Qin. This time, I will personally take part in the auction, and I have to get a good price. In the small house, Sue Sanson and Xie Yuan each fell into their own infinite reverie, while Niu Zhuanhua's man and Huzi next door were anxious like ants on a hot pot. It's been a whole day. There's still no news. Huzi's mentality was completely broken at this time. He couldn't contact the optical computer as early as last night. His father just tried to contact Mao Zi, but found that the other party's optical computer account had been completely cancelled. Everyone knows what cancellation means. That means that her mother is very likely to be in danger now. Niu Zhuanhua's heart was also a mess at this time. In fact, the moment he couldn't contact Niu Zhuanhua this morning, he had a bad premonition. He shuddered and pretended to be calm. Huzi, we have to prepare for the worst. Huzi's eyes were filled with tears. Next door. Is it really next door? But that's Mao Zi. He has a gun in his hand, and he has a car. How could it be? Niu Zhuanhua's husband was getting more and more frightened. If it was really done by the neighbor next door, then wouldn't they be in big trouble? Let's not talk about whether Niu Zhuanhua is dead or alive now. Even if he and Huzi live next door to a killing god all day, that's not a big deal. Just as Niu Zhuanhua's husband and Huzi were constantly beating their drums and making all kinds of calculations, in Area 8 of the refugee camp, Niu Zhuanhua looked at the roof of the number 8.006 barracks with a dull look. The comminuted fractures of her limbs had already made her suffer from excruciating pain, and she fainted several times. During the day, she also shouted for help, but when her voice was completely hoarse, except for a few skinny but equally lifeless old people in the barracks who occasionally cast a few glances at her, no one paid any attention to her calls for help. Time passed by minute, the sun gradually sank, and finally disappeared on the horizon. If someone carefully observed at this time, they would find that in the 9 barracks in Area 8 of the Nanqingmen refugee camp, every 100 meters, near the roof, there is a very thin hair floating in the air. The top of the hair extends to the tiny gap on the roof, and then drills out from the gap, and is deliberately fixed outside. At the bottom of the hair, there is a very special knot, and a transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice in the old century is tied in the knot. The crystal will automatically rotate regularly in the air from time to time, and there is a barely perceptible light spot flickering slightly at the top of the crystal. In a corner of the Nanqingmen refugee camp, a black shadow quickly transmits a message on the optical brain. The arrangement has been completed, waiting for the next instruction. In a secret room in the underground of the Dongqingmen black market, a shrill voice said, "Tell Jack Su to speed up the progress." Yes. The hoarse voice respectfully accepted the order. Chapter 101. At 21:21 in the evening, Huba opened his eyes on a metal chair in the corner of the private army camp. Seeing the familiar roof, he could not help but frown slightly. Damn, I didn't oversleep. Isn't there an urgent task today? So he sat up and habitually wanted to put away the nail clippers at hand, but found that his hands were empty. Where are my nail clippers? Little Stutter appeared at the right time, took out the nail clippers from Huba's pocket, and then handed them back to him. Huba hesitated, put the nail clippers he had just taken out of his pocket back again, frowned, and although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't explain why, so he coughed, ahem. Well, I'm afraid I have to work an extra night shift tonight. There is an urgent task, it's like this. Little Stutter raised his hand, interrupted Hu Ba's endless chatter, and signaled him to look at the computer quickly. While the 3 team members were unconscious, he had sent a message to their team's discussion group about what happened during today's emergency mission. Of course, this was a version that Xiao Jiaba had edited based on Su Sanson's description and his own understanding. Hu Ba looked at the long list of descriptions, his mouth opened wider and wider, especially when he saw that the team had a balance of 37,500 contribution points at the end. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. He just kept muttering, Xiao Sanner, this Xiao Sanner is really awesome. At this time, Yuga and Dashuai, who had already woken up and had been waiting for a long time, couldn't help but nod and agree. Yeah. Awesome. The stutterer couldn't help but say awesome. 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 Okay, awesome. Just one word, that's fine. So the 4 of them quickly sat together, completely ignoring the corrosive damage caused by the poisonous fire bees on their backs, and excitedly discussed how to use the 40,000 contribution points. You talked, I talked, and discussed for a full hour, and finally said, wait until tomorrow, ask Xiao Sanner what he thinks. Then, at Hu Ba's strong request, the 4 of them returned to the spaceship together, under the pretext of wanting to breathe the air in the aircraft again, which carried the victory of their 4-party team. If Su Sanson was there, he would definitely try his best to dissuade them. Don't worry, this air may not be fresh. Hu Ba and his 4 men strode out of the gate of the private army camp with great victories, heading east, turning left and right, and finally passed through increasingly remote paths, and came to the abandoned garbage dump under the night. At the same time, when the 4 people just left the private army camp, a sneaky figure quietly followed them. Hu Ba and his 4 companions lingered in the aircraft, and even went into the storage room where several people had slept, and punched in a circle. During this time, they also remotely connected with Su Sanson once. They stayed there for nearly half an hour, and finally closed the hatch with a satisfied look on their faces, and left the abandoned garbage dump with a long squeak. Yuga walked while muttering to himself, I always feel that there is an indescribable smell in the aircraft. The marshal opened his bright eyes, and nodded without comment. The stuttering boy's heart skipped a beat, and he shrank his legs guiltily, scratching the soles of his shoes unconsciously. Damn it, isn't he going to be discovered? Tonight, I must remember to wash my feet. After the 4 people completely disappeared in the remote street where the abandoned garbage dump was located, the sneaky figure quickly rushed out from the corner, glanced at the dilapidated aircraft in the garbage dump for several times, and then quickly transmitted a message on the optical computer. The coordinates have been determined. In the shanty town, Su Sanson looked at the various messages sent by Hu Bai and others in the discussion group, and felt a little overwhelmed. How could she know how to spend these 37,500 contribution points? She had only joined the private army camp for 2 or 3 days, so she had to turn around and seek Xie Yuan's advice. Xie Yuan thought for a moment and spoke carefully. First, we need to ensure that the temporary protective shield and energy are sufficient. Secondly, we need to change to a special aircraft parking area with a more comprehensive security system. Then, there is the regular maintenance cost of the aircraft. I remember you mentioned before that this aircraft has not been fully inspected since they took over, right? Finally, of course, it is to upgrade the weapons. Su Sanson nodded silently, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. There are really many places to spend money. And the Niu Wanhua family next door, Niu. After a whole day of anxiety, Wanhua finally made up his mind. Let's move out tonight. We can't live so close to the neighbors anymore. Hu Zi's eyes widened. Move. Where to? Niu Wanhua looked at the coordinates that had just been sent to his brain. Go to Dongchengmen, find your uncle. Hu Zi turned his head and looked at the 4-meter-high metal fence of his house, hesitantly said, what should we do with the fence? At that time, we spent a lot of money to hire a professional master to weld it, but now we don't have special tools. I'm afraid it will be difficult to dismantle it. The man of Niu Wanhua had obviously thought of this problem a long time ago. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, it's too late to ask the master to dismantle it. We have to pack up and leave tonight. I'm worried that the night will be long and there will be many dreams. Although Hu Zi also felt very sorry, but, thinking of the next door, and thinking of his mother and mousy brother, who had completely disappeared, he quickly gathered his mind. His father was right. It was not safe here now. He had to move out quickly, and the sooner the better. Otherwise, he was worried that his life would be in danger. So the 2 of them found a candle that they had never been willing to use at home, and they made up their minds to light it. With the candlelight, they began to pack up at home. At this time, Xiangzi's figure appeared on the street where Su Sanson's hut was located in the shantytown. He held a black detector in his hand, and narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the place where he was suddenly discovered by Scar last time he followed him. Damn it! At that time, he just changed his breathing frequency slightly, but accidentally exposed his breath. At that time, he clearly saw that what Scar was holding in his hand was not a tracker, but a detector that looked like the detector he was holding at the moment. Xiangzi frowned. What was he looking for? Collecting his thoughts, he quickly picked up the instrument in his hand and began to scan one family after another in the direction of Su Sanson's hut. The detector kept displaying the number of life forms, age and gender in the scanning area. Age and gender. Could it be that he found something? Who was he looking for? Could it be Xie Yuan? Is he not dead? A bold guess suddenly emerged from the bottom of Xiangzi's heart. He gradually quickened his pace, and soon, he came to the metal fence of Niu Zhuanhua's house. At this time, the detector issued a beep prompt sound. Xiangzi looked at the scan results. 2 men, but unfortunately, the age did not match. He sighed softly, and quickly stepped forward, walking towards the rattan fence of Su Sanson's house. Chapter 102. Just as Xiangzi was about to walk to the door of Su Sanson's house, a message suddenly came from his optical brain. It was an urgent order from the guard station. All guards, go to the hall of the guard station immediately for medical examination. He looked at the warning sign on the optical brain, which represented the highest level of notice from the guard station. It seemed that he had to rush back to the inner city of the base as soon as possible. So he wrote down the coordinates of Su Sanson's house on the map, glanced at the rattan fence in front of him, snorted, turned around quickly and disappeared into the darkness. I can only wait until tomorrow to continue. Inside the guard station, Scar put down his arm that had just been drawn blood, frowned, rolled up his sleeves nonchalantly, and quickly glanced around. While the medical staff was preparing to test the next guard, he secretly took out a pre-prepared glass test tube from his pocket, replaced his own tube of blood without anyone noticing, and then left the guard station as if nothing had happened, walking slowly towards his single dormitory. At midnight, Xie Yuan routinely pushed open the rattan fence door, ostensibly to go to the public toilet, but actually to inspect the safety of the hut. Since he met Niu Zhuanhua last time, he started his daily patrol work at midnight. Suddenly, with a creak, the metal fence next door was slowly pushed open from the inside. Xie Yuan immediately closed the rattan fence door, and through the gap, relying on his superior night vision ability, he quietly observed. I saw Niu Zhuanhua, her husband and Hu Zi, one pushing a large cart, the other holding a large basket, both carrying large and small sacks on their backs, sneaking but with quick steps, and quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is this moving away? He looked at the metal fence next door, that hadn't been locked yet, thought for a moment, and raised his lips slightly. Year 336 of the star calendar, day 101 of the scorching season, 8:30. Su Sanson slept in for a rare time, got up, went to the public toilet, washed up, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She stood in the yard, looking at the pile of truck parts that suddenly disappeared, then turned her head, and stared at the rattan fence wall next to her that was obviously missing a big hole, and said in surprise, Xie Yuan, is there a thief in our house? At this time, Xie Yuan's voice came from next door, wait for me. Then he was seen paddling a cart through the big gap in the rattan fence wall, and returned to the yard on the side of the hut with a dusty face. The neighbors moved away overnight, so I just opened up the 2 sides directly. 5 minutes later, Su Sanson was still excited, then the area of our house has doubled. Xie Yuan washed his face, nodded, and smiled knowingly. So after discussing it, the two decided to keep the spider silk and rattan fence between the hut and the next door, but add a small door in it, so that from the outside, it still looks like 2 independent yards. After all, if one family occupies 2 territories and is discovered by passers-by, it will probably be indeed. Their supplies and daily life are still kept in the hut, because now next door, except for a 4-meter-high metal wall on the street side, there is only an empty yard. Last night, Niu Zhuanhua's husband and Hu Zi spent a full 3 hours packing up all the supplies that could be taken away from home. So after Su Sanson and Xie Yuan replanned, they directly divided the vacant land into 2 parts. One half was used as Xie Yuan's studio for truck modification, and the other half was used as Su Sanson's daily training ground. Worried that the news of the neighbor's move would be known to others, thus attracting competitors for the vacant land, the 2 of them quickly dug out all the remaining metal pipes and plastic sheets at home and fenced off the other 3 sides of the vacant land next door. Then, Su Sanson immediately issued an errand task to Qin Ergu. While delivering her a new flatbed truck, he also delivered 90 metal plates 18 metal pipes, a second-hand heat dissipation device, a second-hand low-profile solar power generation device, a shadowless transmission board, 2 light bulbs, and a folding metal door with a password lock. Forget about the fresh air circulation device, that thing is too expensive, it is enough to install it in the hut. In the studio and training ground, the metal door is usually open for ventilation. Of course, the metal door must be installed in the direction facing the hut. After a lot of shopping, she soon received a quotation from Lao Qin, 80 metal plates and 18 ductile metal tubes, 820 points. Second-hand heat sink, 400 points. Second-hand low-end solar power generation device, 1,200 points. Shadowless transmission board, 400 points. 2 light bulbs, 50 points. Folding metal door with password lock, 180 points. A total of 3,050 points. Looking at the remaining 521 contribution points in the light brain, the gap seems to be a bit large. Sue Sanson sighed and negotiated with Lao Qin on the other end of the light brain. I actually have a question. I wonder if your store is interested in starting a credit business? Sitting behind the counter of a second-hand shop in the black market, Lao Qin rolled his eyes and almost laughed out of anger. What a joke. This is the black market. The black market. There is an underground casino next to the black market, where there is a loan sharking business. You can go and ask for advice. As he said that, he was about to hang up the phone. Hey, don't be impatient. Sue Sanson heard Lao Qin's impatience and hurriedly spoke to keep him. Okay. I know, deliver the goods first, and then I will transfer the money directly to you. Lao Qin raised his eyebrows, his tone full of vigilance, obviously unbelieving. I won't deliver goods without money. And your card. Before he finished speaking, he immediately paused, fearing that he had said something wrong. Sue Sanson immediately jumped up and retorted, We have already agreed on the matter of the cart. Lao Qin interrupted coldly and replied unhappily, All right. That's it for now, I'm hanging up. Sue Sanson hung up Lao Qin's call, pinched his eyebrows, and had to make money quickly. So he first thought of the 37,500 contribution points of the Sifong team, but immediately shook his head and rejected it. This is collective property. Although the mission was successfully completed and I made a huge contribution, without the other team members and the dilapidated aircraft, I would not be able to carry out this mission, not to mention that I just joined. The team will be here for a few days, so the money cannot be embezzled. So she clicked on Qin Ergu's contact information for some reason, and soon a message came to Qin Ergu's optical brain. How much money do you have in your bank account? Qin Ergu looked at the question on the optical brain, and his thoughts gradually diverged. Is this the way for me to join the Sifong team? So his eyes lit up immediately, his hands clenched into fists, and he was very excited. On the other hand, after hanging up Sue Sanson's optical brain communication, Lao Qin narrowed his eyes, and stared at a gray-black device the size of a soybean from the old century stuck at the foot of his counter. There was a very small light spot on the device that kept flashing at a band that could not be detected by the naked eye. This was a special eavesdropping device for the city guard station in the base. Chapter 103. Old Qin stared at the eavesdropping device, and quickly reviewed the communication with Sue Sanson on the optical computer just now. He felt that there was no mistake, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After so long, he was actually used to this kind of review, because whenever Sue Sanson came to the store, he needed to re-examine whether his acting skills were not normal. Yes, this eavesdropping device used exclusively by the guards had been in the second-hand store, as early as the 70th day of the yen season in the 336th year of the star calendar, which was the day when Sue Sanson first came to the black market to find him. To be precise, the eavesdropping device was discovered by Old Qin on the night of the 70th day of the yen season. As for when it was quietly placed here, Old Qin did not know, but what was certain was that it would not be earlier than 1400 hours in the afternoon. To say how he found it, he had to thank Sue Sanson for secretly slipping him the note that day. The note was written by Xie Yuan. According to the arrangement on the note, Lao Qin used the micro-radar that Xie Yuan had modified and put in the second-hand store for consignment before his fake death to scan out the eavesdropping device. Sue Sanson left the second-hand store before 1400 hours in the afternoon. Shortly after leaving, Lao Qin conducted a comprehensive scan. Fortunately, there was nothing abnormal in the store until 2100 hours in the evening. After seeing off waves of guests in the afternoon and evening, Lao Qin conducted a second scan before going to bed, and found the abnormality. When he found the eavesdropping device, his first reaction was to destroy it quickly, but Xie Yuan clearly told him on the note that if he found the eavesdropping device, he must pretend not to know and keep it as it is. So at that time, Lao Qin quickly calmed down his nervous mood and instantly understood the key. If the eavesdropping device was destroyed, it would definitely attract the attention of the guards. How could ordinary people have such superb anti-reconnaissance means? Wouldn't that expose Xie Yuan's existence? In addition, Xie Yuan mentioned in the note that if the eavesdropping failed, the guards might further install micro-cameras, and the situation would become more complicated and his situation would become more passive. Therefore, Lao Qin, from that day on, began to go with the flow and hone his acting skills. Of course, Lao Qin did not tell anyone about all this, including Qin Ergu. Xie Yuan also understood, and did not tell Su Sanson. After all, the more you act, the less likely you are to find flaws. But Su Sanson guessed that the second-hand store might be under some special surveillance, when Lao Qin took her to the second floor, and made a gesture to silence her. It was just a play. How could the drama queen Su Sanson not know how to handle things properly? It was nothing more than making the enemy think that I had been out of the game, while I had already quietly entered the game. At noon, Qin Ergu, with his hair tied up in a bun, a flowered scarf wrapped around his head and face, twisted his waist and hips, and very pretentiously pushed the toilet cleaning vehicle covered with plastic cloth, loaded with supplies, but shaking violently, towards the shantytown. When approaching the coordinate point, Qin Ergu was familiar with the road and set a code in the optical brain, Beishan Chushui Desolate Land. 1 second later, he quickly received a reply, Rue Sibang Sibi Lei. So he quickened his pace, and 10 seconds later, he came to the door of the public toilet 200 meters away from the hut. When he saw Su Sanson, who was already waiting there, he was full of excitement and whispered excitedly, "Is there a chance?" Su Sanson glanced at him and thought to himself, "I don't know if you have a chance, but the materials I used to build the studio and training ground today are definitely a chance." So he coughed dryly, his eyes were a little detached, and his voice was a little light. "Well, you transfer me 3,050 points first, and I will pay you back in 2 days. Qin Ergu was anxious when he heard it. "No. Why do you want to pay me back? How can I let you pay for this? Third sister, listen to me, if this is done, I will definitely work hard for you, go through fire and water, and go wherever you point me to, but I must pay for this money myself." Although Qin Ergu felt a little confused about the number 3,050, why did he have to put in a number with both zeros and integers? But he thought again, it was not easy to find a way to put in money. Why did he have to be so hypocritical about the specific amount? Su Sanson was full of black lines, but she was really in a hurry to use the money, so she had to let this sincere brother Ergu down first, so she laughed awkwardly twice and nodded very guilty. "Well, if it really doesn't work, I talk to Huba and ask him if he can bring Ergu with him. I let him stay on the aircraft and be responsible for cleaning the toilet. It should be possible." Su Sanson neatly transferred the 3,050 contribution points that he borrowed from Qin Ergu without interest to Lao Qin, and then watched Qin Ergu unload the things in the cleaning car one by one with high morale, and then left with a twist of his butt. After Ergu's figure completely disappeared, Xie Yuan appeared at the right time. The two of them divided the work and cooperated. They went back and forth 4 times. After transporting all the materials back to the cabin, they began to transform and build the open space next door in full swing. First, insert the metal pipes around the open space. Because the neighbor does not plan to leave a yard, the metal pipes are inserted as close to the border as possible, leaving less than half a meter of space between the other 2 adjacent houses, which is reserved for building fences or walls later. Because the spider silk in the spider silk sack was only half left after the overall upgrade of the yard on the cottage side, these had to be left for Su Sanson to use outside. So the studio and practice field next door are actually not fenced at present. Fortunately, there is already a 4-meter high metal wall on the side facing the road, so passers-by can't actually see the specific situation in the yard. After the metal pipes were inserted, the purchased metal plates were spliced together piece by piece, and the radiator and solar energy conversion device were installed on the roof. Then the automatic lock on the metal pipe was turned. With a few swoosh sounds, the house was lifted to more than 2 meters high. It took nearly half an hour of splicing, sorting and cleaning, and finally, a spacious studio and training ground was successfully built. Xie Yuan did not install a metal partition between the studio and the training ground. He said that this was to monitor Su Sanson at any time to see if she was lazy. Su Sanson sighed silently in her heart, hey. But she still happily accepted this arrangement, because she really needed to be supervised. However, the two still installed a light bulb in each of the 2 areas. Although the energy consumption was a little higher, the house was much brighter. After all, protecting eyesight is everyone's responsibility. After Sue Sanson moved the big whiteboard to the training ground, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then she couldn't wait to start studying her new cart. This time, the cardboard is made of a very advanced variable metal material. This metal material can be enlarged or reduced in an instant by adjusting the operating button. Sue Sanson tried it, and found that the card has 3 forms. The first form, which is also its initial form, is almost the same as the original cart, 1 meter long and half a meter wide. The second form can be instantly shrunk into a small shield of 30 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide, so that it can be more conveniently attached to the left arm. The third form can be instantly enlarged into a large metal plate of 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, which is very good for shielding or pulling goods. Sue Sanson nodded, indicating that he was very satisfied. It is indeed a high-grade deformable metal material. According to Lao Qin, this material was originally reserved for his own urn, but now he had to give it up in order to upgrade her new car plate. Sue Sanson actually refused at first. Good fellow, this even uses someone else's coffin board. Based on her understanding of Lao Qin, this material will definitely be sold to her at a sky-high price. She can't afford this money. Unexpectedly, Lao Qin actually found his conscience and said that he would give it to her for free, but the prerequisite was to stop Qin Ergu from joining the private army camp. Well, although the father and son have different thoughts, but if there is a bargain delivered to the door, it would be a shame not to take it. What's more, even if Qin Ergu has the opportunity to follow the Sifong team occasionally on a mission in the future, at most he will only be responsible for cleaning the toilet on the aircraft, which should not be considered as joining the private army camp. Well, there is no organization, so it is definitely not considered as joining. Ugh, she herself is just a temporary worker. As for Xie Yuan, he frowned slightly while holding the note that Lao Qin had stuck in the gap of the heat sink. Has the eavesdropping device not been removed yet? It has been more than 30 days. It seems, the monitoring of Lao Qin has risen to the highest level. Taichu, Alung and Maji all went to the store this morning. Qiangzi, didn't they go together? Why did the guard station suddenly start to provide free full-body examinations? Before, the members of the Dawn Guard were injured one after another, and then free medical treatment was provided. Now they are targeting all the guard members, and doing this comprehensive free examination. What is the purpose? Xie Yuan doesn't believe that the upper echelons of the base suddenly have a change of heart, and want to start providing medical care for the guard members. The proposal of free medical insurance has been discussed for nearly 100 years, and has always been rejected on the grounds that the base's medical resources are scarce. Now there is no leadership change, and there is no news of logistics replenishment, so it cannot be for the guard members. There must be some purpose hidden in it. What could it be? Do they want to find something from someone? In a room in the inner city of the base, amidst the noisy electromagnetic sounds, a majestic voice sounded. What are the monitoring results? Report? Everything seems normal at the moment. I heard that he has been very close to a scavenger recently. Report? Yes, the scavenger has now joined the South Gate Private Army Camp. Oh! Private Army Camp? Boss Sui. A little interesting. I said her identity was suspicious before. Can you confirm it now? Report? I can't be sure. Although this scavenger has made extraordinary gains, it seems that he has no personal relationship with Lao Qin. On the contrary. He was slaughtered miserably. Got it. Continue monitoring. Yes. Chapter 104. Star Calendar Year 336, Day 102 of the Scorching Season, 7:30 a.m. Sue Sanson pushed open the gate of the private army camp. This was what she had agreed with Hu Ba and the others last night. Today, they were going to discuss how to spend the huge sum of 37,500 contribution points. As soon as I entered the gate, I saw the members of the Sifong team sitting on a metal bench in the corner. Hu Ba was sitting with his legs crossed and trimming his gray nails. Yugu was oiling and waxing his octagonal beard under his nostrils, and the marshal was staring at the big screen on the opposite wall to test his eyesight. It seemed that only Xiao Jiaba was slightly normal, but he just sat there. Why did his head always droop on his feet? Xiao Jiaba was extremely regretful at this moment. Damn it! I forgot to wash my feet again last night. And Sue Sanson's eyes drifted to the other team members sitting next to the metal bench. Some squeezed pimples, some picked dandruff, some picked their feet. Well, the Sifong team was at least a little normal. She quickly bypassed the muscular man, who was performing chest-breaking rocks at the gate again, and quietly passed through the fitness area in the middle of the barracks, and finally successfully arrived at the gathering corner of the Sifong team. The marshal was the first to notice her, and he smiled at her sincerely with his bright eyes. Hu Ba immediately put away his nail clippers, shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose, and greeted her very attentively. "You are here, Shao Sainer." Sue Sanson was speechless, coughed awkwardly twice, and said in consultation, "Well, Captain, it's like this, don't be so formal in the future, just call me Shao Su." Hu Ba shook his head, and tasted the new name. He didn't feel any difference from Shao Sainer, but he was not a hypocritical person. Since the great hero had spoken, he immediately agreed, "Okay, Shao Sainer, then we will call you Shao Su from now on." Yuge, the marshal and the stutterer all nodded at the same time. Sue Sanson looked at the same people, all with the same square face and octagonal beard. He touched the matchmaker mole that he had added a three-dimensional effect to today with a very unconfident look, and went straight to the point. "So what do you think of the points I mentioned last night?" Hu Ba spoke first. "We should indeed find a place to park the aircraft with a higher safety factor. You don't have to worry about this. I have already contacted them. They said they will sort out the place for us tonight, and we can just park there tomorrow." Sue Sanson and the other three were also very satisfied with the result, so they all nodded in affirmation. Yugu then said, "Regarding the inspection of the aircraft, I have already contacted the material department. Because the production age of this aircraft is too long, the maintenance master who is proficient in its parts at the material department has passed away." "So?" Sue Sanson was stunned. At this time, the marshal opened his eyes and said at the right time, "But don't worry, we have found a master who knows the principle of manual sensing driving very well from outside. Although he is a little older, as long as he can repair it, it is not a big deal." Sue Sanson saw that everyone nodded in agreement and had no opinion. After all, she was unfamiliar with the place. The only person she knew who could modify the machine was an illegal resident and could not even enter the base city, so she could not put forward any other opinions at all. Then the topic quickly moved to the weapons link. I only heard the little stuttering excitedly, "Knife. Upgrade. Upgrade medicine. Powder. Match. Match. You. Decide. By yourself." Hu Ba further translated to Sue Sanson, "It means that our machetes can be exchanged for more advanced ones at the supplies department, and the types of explosive powder he usually equips can also be supplemented more completely. As for your needs, it's up to you to decide." Sue Sanson was quite satisfied with his current weapons, especially after upgrading the cart yesterday, so he raised his long-accumulated question, "Don't you consider heavy firepower guns?" The little stutterer sighed and explained concisely, "Expensive." Okay, the few of them had a quick discussion on other expenses, such as repair potions, nutrient solution, and salary distribution of team members. The final conclusion was that repair potions and nutrient solution must be in sufficient supply. As for salary distribution, we will discuss it further after the aircraft is overhauled and the parking fee is paid tomorrow. At this time, a task notification suddenly came from Hu Ba's optical brain. "Please ask the captain of the Sifong team to go to the task office immediately to accept the task." At the same time, the big screen on the wall of the private army camp just scrolled to the ranking of the F-level teams in the relegation pool. 1. F Firebird Team. 2. F Giant Team. 3. F Quartet Team. 8. F Demon Wolf Team. The Quartet team successfully completed 2 tasks in a row, one of which was an emergency task with a dangerous level, so the ranking jumped from the last to the third in the positive. In other words, as long as this task can be successfully completed, the Quartet team will have completed 3 tasks in a row and can directly leave the relegation pool and rise directly from F to E. On the contrary, if this task fails, their ranking will not only fall, but will once again be on the verge of disbanding. Sheepy, the captain of the Magic Wolf team, came out of the mission office and looked at the balance of 1,000 contribution points that had been reduced. His eyes were sinister. There were a total of 8 teams in the relegation pool, 6 of which were demoted from E-level in the past few days. Only their Magic Wolf and Sifong teams had been in the relegation pool since their establishment. So even though the Sifong team's ranking has now jumped to the top 3, Sheepy still believes that only Sifong's strength is close to their Magic Wolf. After all, only their 2 teams have never been promoted to E-level. Therefore, he firmly believes that among the remaining 7 teams in F-level, it is most feasible to pull down the Sifong team to take the blame for himself. 10 minutes later, Hu Ba quickly came back from the mission office, first went to the supplies office to upgrade 3 high-level machetes made of special metal materials, and exchanged a whole set of powder bags mentioned by Xiao Jiaba, spending a total of 4,150 contribution points. And then summoned the team members to immediately leave the gate of the private barracks and run towards the abandoned garbage dump. At the same time, the members of the Demon Wolf team, who were circling around the Sifong team's aircraft in the abandoned garbage dump, spat and were very speechless. What kind of aircraft is this? Why can't I find its energy converter at all? Another team member stared at the captain's message just received on the optical computer and urged anxiously, "It's too late. Since Plan 1 doesn't work, then implement Plan 2. 20 minutes later, the Sifong team plus temporary worker Sue Sanson finally arrived at the abandoned garbage dump. With a squeak, the bearing of the hatch turned and the door was manually pushed open by Huba. Several people quickly took their positions. Sue Sanson took out her plastic bench from the storage room and sat down in the aisle of the cabin. She had to seize every opportunity to fly, observe, and learn the difficult driving skills of this manual aircraft. Oh, it's really hard, but there is no way. Looking at the discussion today, 37,500 points can't even touch the edge of a heavy firepower gun, let alone change to an automatic aircraft. 48 minutes later, with a bang, the aircraft landed in the original abandoned city number 2.007. Just as Huba was about to pull out the key, a huge exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the aircraft's operating screen, followed by an alarm. Warning. A failure in the aircraft's balance system has been detected, and the automatic repair program is being started. Are you sure you want to execute it? Huba frowned and clicked OK. Strange. Why did the balance system suddenly fail? It was running well before. Oh. I should have done a comprehensive inspection last night. An inexplicable uneasiness gradually rose from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 105. Huba, as usual, sent 12 coordinates to the team members and asked them to manually connect the protective shield range. Sue Sanson still carefully drew a 12-sided polygon with a straight line. Huba shook his beard under his nose and said seriously, although the danger level of this mission is only difficult because the aircraft seems to have some problems just now, I am worried that it will malfunction after a long time. So we will go early and return early today to shorten the mission time as much as possible. So Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba were not able to get the job of guarding the aircraft this time. On the one hand, it was to improve the efficiency of the mission. Their four-party team was really short of manpower. On the other hand, there was really no need to guard here, because the original abandoned city number 2.007 was completely different from the Wasteland city that Sue Sanson had visited before. There were no broken steel bars and concrete in all directions. Instead, there was a pile of rubble that could be seen at a glance. As soon as Sue Sanson got off the aircraft, he was shocked by the unobstructed and empty scene in front of him. Except for the broken soil and gravel under his feet, looking around, there was no object standing in the air that could form an obstruction. No wonder there was no need to guard the aircraft. Then Huba shared a hand-drawn sketch in his light brain, and then said seriously, "There is no specific coordinate point for this mission, only a coordinate range. The picture in everyone's light brain is the mission target. According to the employer's description, this is a bowl. It is said that within this coordinate range, there is an ancient and mysterious temple from the old century buried." What is it called? Sue Sanson frowned. Bowl? Such an obscure word. Could it be the bowl that monks used to beg for alms? The ancient and mysterious temple of the old century? So he whispered, could there be a temple buried there? Oh, that's right. Huba's hearing was amazing. He immediately caught the key words in Sue Sanson's mouth and said excitedly, "It's the temple." "Great. Xiao Su." Sue Sanson opened her mouth wide and looked at the sole painting on the light computer that combined simplicity and abstraction. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Are you sure it's a bowl, not a flower pot? Despite her complaints, she quickly followed the pace of the four-way team and came to the central area of the coordinate range. But with such a large area, how to quickly find a flower pot? Oh no, a bowl. However, it was not Sue Sanson's turn to worry about this matter. Huba quickly arranged. Little Jiaba will survey the terrain first. Yuge, the commander will follow me to be on guard. Xiao Su. Xiao Su will arrange it freely. Xiao Su, okay, I love being a free man on the scene. Huba, Yuge, and the commander, each holding a long knife, quickly dispersed from three directions, while little Jiaba began to run back and forth around the gravel open space again, and made records on the light computer from time to time during the running process. 5 minutes later, little Jiaba stopped in the central area, opened the metal box, and began to mix the explosives at a fast speed. After a while, Sue Sanson received 8 coordinates in her light computer, and then little Jiaba handed over 8 round metal balls, indicating that she should follow his example and bury the metal balls at the designated coordinate points. Sue Sanson nodded and followed suit, his movements being very skillful. After all the preparations were completed, Hu Ba sent instructions from the optical brain. The blast can be carried out at any time. The little stutterer gave Su Sanson a look, indicating that she should pay attention, and then quickly pressed the micro remote control in his hand. Bang! 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 16 huge explosions in succession resounded through the sky. Suddenly, gravel flew, dust flew, and the coordinate range area suddenly seemed to be poured by a pot of boiling hot oil, and it exploded instantly. Su Sanson was shocked. Hey! No! Making such a big noise. Are you really not afraid of attracting infected bodies? This is the original abandoned city. Before she could shout out her concerns, at this time, in the dust, there were familiar and disgusting saliva. Sucking sound. Hiss, cough, oh my. Are all the private soldiers so careless? Su Sanson didn't have time to look for other members of the team, because she was in front of a gray blur at this time, and the visibility was less than 3 meters. She had to reflexively unfold the card shield on her left arm and directly adjust it to the third gear. Holding the hoe tightly in her right hand, she was ready to fight at any time. However, time passed by minute, and in the disgusting saliva-sucking sound in her ears, there were gradually more sounds of sharp blades slashing through the wind, and the sound of bones chopping. When the dust floating in the air finally returned to dust, Su Sanson could see clearly. So many infected bodies? Dozens of infected bodies formed a big circle and completely surrounded the coordinate range area. At the same time, countless infected bodies were quickly breaking out of the rubble. God, are there so many infected bodies hiding under the ground? While being shocked by the number of infected bodies, and worried about the safety of the team, Su Sanson immediately caught a glimpse of 3 very agile figures in the encirclement. They moved quickly and neatly, shuttling back and forth in the encirclement of the infected bodies, and wherever they went, the infected bodies fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut off. At this time, Hu Ba's voice came from the optical brain. The infected bodies will be cleaned up by me, Yu Ge and the marshal. Little Jiaba will take Xiao Su to find the target immediately. After saying that, there was a click sound, and the long knife in Hu Ba's hand was swung down neatly, and the head of an infected body fell down. Hiss! Worthy of being a Gene warrior. Su Sanson took a deep breath. Immediately, a new round of evaluation of the force value of the Sifong team was carried out. How could she know that the strength of the Sifong team has never been the worst? Because they know that their physical fitness is not as good as other Gene warriors. So several people usually train very hard in private. As for why they were always at the bottom, it was mainly because they were unlucky. At the beginning, they failed to complete the mission due to various accidents, which led to a shortage of funds for the team. Therefore, their weapons were very primitive, and their force value remained at the level of melee combat. The force value did not improve, and the subsequent missions were even more difficult to complete. As time went by, it became a vicious cycle until they were at the bottom. Su Sanson saw that Hu Ba and his 3 men were swinging their knives very quickly, so he was relieved and began to concentrate on finding the target with Xiao Jiaba. At this time, the superiority of the small hoe was fully demonstrated. Su Sanson's arms were dancing back and forth in the air, and he skillfully dug a big hole in the pile of rubble blown up by the explosives. This caused the little stutterer, who was digging stones with his bare hands, to frequently cast in his eyes. The hands of the Gene warriors are also made of flesh. The little stutterer began to unconsciously analyze the pros and cons. If he also brought a hoe with him when he went out on missions in the future, would it affect his high-end and classy image as a dynamite master? Su Sanson had no idea that the little stutterer was thinking wildly at the moment. She chopped hard with a hoe, and heard a bang sound, as if it hit something hard metal. She hurried forward to check, and saw that a metal plate covered with rust had been directly dented by her just now. Under the red and black rust on the metal plate, there was a slight glow of color, and it could be roughly guessed that it should have been a piece of blue iron sheet. Su Sanson picked up the iron sheet, and turned it over carefully. He saw a line of very blurry white characters with scratches all over them, vaguely visible in the upper left corner. Number 52 Panjiayuan Road. Isn't this the address of Panjiayuan, the largest antique market in Beijing in the previous life? Here. When was the temple built? Chapter 106. Just as Su Sanson was staring with his eyes wide open, he quickly recalled the streets and buildings near Panjiayuan. Suddenly, he heard the little stutterer next to him suddenly shouting, It's here. Su Sanson came back to his senses, turned his head, and looked at the jade Buddha in the little stutterer's hand, which was broken into 8 petals, and asked uncertainly, Is it here? What is this? The little stutterer pointed to the Buddha head in his hand, which was not clear, and said firmly, Temple. Temple. Su Sanson opened his mouth wide, immediately stepped forward, picked up a piece of jade Buddha fragment in his hand, and began to look at it. This is a fragment of a base with half a Buddha leg. She turned it to the bottom, and could still vaguely see a faint engraving in the middle of the base. Imitation. At this time, Hu Ba and the other two who were sweeping the infected bodies on the periphery were also very excited after hearing the exclamation from Xiao Jiaba from the optical brain. Great! I didn't expect to find the specific coordinates so quickly today. Xiao Jiaba, Xiao Su, you two speed up and continue to dig deep around here. Su Sanson held the imitation of the jade Buddha in his hand, and looked at the lonely house number in the corner. He suddenly hesitated. Should I tell them that this is actually just an antique city? Where did the temple come from? But once I said that, I couldn't prove that number 52 Panjiayuan was the largest antique city in Beijing at that time, unless exposing my identity as a time traveler. No, after thinking about it, Su Sanson finally decided to put it aside for now. The main point is to obey orders. So the two of them continued to dig deeper here. Since the precise coordinates had been determined, Su Sanson no longer used the hoe to cause destruction. He skillfully drew out the dagger, squatted down, and immersed himself in this archaeological excavation scene. Soon, with a hiss sound, the dagger scratched something hard and smooth in the gravel. She quickly put down the dagger, used her hands, and quickly scraped away the surrounding gravel. Then, a small rectangular box that was completely black but still retained its color was held in her hand. Su Sanson shook it gently, and it was quite heavy. He touched the dark and smooth surface of the rectangular box again, which was warm and heavy. Like a piece of ebony. Yes, isn't there such a tradition in the antique city? The more valuable the object, the heavier and more ancient the box should be packaged in. She looked at the size of the ebony box and was excited. Could it contain something like the imperial seal? Although this thing is probably of no value in the end times, she was a loser in her previous life and had never seen anything good. If she could touch a real antique in the end times, it would be worth her time travel. So she took a deep breath, trembling with her little hands, and gently opened the ebony box. She saw two irregular brown-red spherical objects the size of ping-pong balls lying quietly in the center of the box. The velvet and satin padding in the box had decayed and carbonized. She exhaled, blew away the carbonized fibers in the box, and carefully picked up one of the brown-red balls to observe it carefully. It was very light, with many shallow pits on the surface, but the pits were actually not obvious, much smoother than the surface of the moon. The ball was soft and mellow in color, and the surface seemed to be coated with grease. It even shone brightly under the sunlight. Pits, grease? Su Sanson's thoughts raced, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be a pair of walnuts that had been polished to the point of being cytoplasmic? The more I look at it, the more it looks like it, until she put the two small balls in her right hand at the same time, and the 5 fingers of her right hand unconsciously rubbed them back and forth. This feels very good, definitely right. It's a pair of walnuts. How many years must it take to get such a lustrous effect? Even the holes are almost smoothed out. No wonder it's in an ebony box. It's just, as I rubbed it, why do I feel that the feel is too smooth? Could it be a pair of imitations made of some stone powder? Don't tell me. It's really possible. This antique city is not full of fakes, but 9 out of 10 you can't buy the real thing. Oh, forget it. No matter whether it's real or fake, take it away first. She really doesn't know much about antiques. While Su Sanson sighed secretly, she skillfully put the walnuts into the ebony box, and then put them into her cloth bag together. When a private army team goes on a mission, they should be able to do some private work besides completing the mission. Su Sanson, feeling guilty, glanced at the little stutterer, who was still digging gravel beside her. Fortunately, her little action was not discovered. At this time, a BGM sounded in her mind at an inappropriate time. Digging and digging in a small pile of ruins, turning over small gravel, and digging a little sand. Digging and digging in a large pile of abandoned cities, moving large stones, and clearing a large pile of debris. After the BGM played, Su Sanson moved technically, thinking that it would be better not to get too close to the little stutterer. What if she dug out some small things later? She couldn't do small actions again and again under the eyes of the people. Yes, how could she do small actions under the eyes of the people? Of course, you have to turn your back to people. So Su Sanson quickly moved behind the stutterer, picked up the dagger, and quickly returned to work. Not long after, she dug out a pair of stainless steel chopsticks full of scratches. Could it be that she dug up the Food Republic in the antique city? Su Sanson had a subtle premonition. The next minute, she turned out a stainless steel bowl that was bigger than a person's face. Oh my god, I must have dug up a Korean restaurant. Isn't this familiar stainless steel bowl a special utensil that only appears when eating Korean cold noodles? Looking at the pair of stainless steel chopsticks that have no edges and corners, it is easy to get hot and easy to roll back and forth on the table. Such an unscientific design, it's confirmed. This is a store that sells Korean cold noodles. Because the size of the bowl is really hard to put in a cloth bag, Sue Sanson casually put it at his feet. Anyway, it is a common metal object in the end of the world, and there is no need to take special care of it. At this time, the little stutterer suddenly turned his head, opened his mouth, and pointed his right index finger at Sue Sanson's feet with trembling hands. You, Doug. What? Sue Sanson was confused, and sometimes he couldn't keep up with the little stutterer's speed. I heard the little stutterer take a deep breath, point at the cold noodle bowl, and say two words in a concise way. Bowl. What? Sue Sanson looked at the light computer screen that the little stutterer had voted on, and then looked at the big bowl at his feet. Not to mention, just from the simple shape drawn with a few strokes, this big bowl really satisfied the essence of this soul painting. But, at the same time, Ba and his 3 men, who had already killed a circle of infected corpses within the coordinate range, also took a deep breath and cheered excitedly on the other side of the light computer. Great. It's really great. I didn't expect today's mission to be completed so smoothly. In that case, you go, Marshal. Get ready. Start evacuating in 1 minute. Wait a minute. Hey, everyone. Sue Sanson was about to explain, when he heard a clattering sound of breaking ground in the distance, followed by a long series of rustling noises. It was like something was rubbing against the gravel ground. The sound was getting closer and closer. Sue Sanson had no time to pay attention to the bowl of cold noodles at his feet. He frowned and turned around to look. Oh my God! A long giant figure was crawling towards the direction of the 4-party team in the splashing gray-white dust. Chapter 107. The giant beast swung its long body and slid over at high speed. It had a clear goal and moved quickly, rushing towards the pile of infected corpses that Ba and his 3 companions had killed. The rapid impact caused the gravel on the ground to roll and the dust to spread. A few seconds later, just as it successfully arrived in front of the pile of infected corpses, its speed suddenly dropped. Through the hazy sand and stone curtain, Sue Sanson finally saw the true face of this strange beast, a triangular head, black eyes, 2 obvious large fangs on the upper jaw, and the blood-red tongue that kept swinging rapidly in the air. Snake! What a big mutant snake! The mutant snake lowered its head slightly, and 2 huge scales on the back of its triangular snake head expanded outward immediately, like 2 giant fans. Snapped in the air, and the fan-shaped scales on the left and right sides had 2 large black round spots. As the big mouth on the snake head opened like a tear, a burly infected corpse was instantly wrapped by the upper and lower jaws of the mutant snake. As the range of the upper and lower jaws gradually shrank, the fan-shaped scales with spots on the left and right sides of the mutant snake's neck swung back and forth from time to time, as if accumulating power, or as if demonstrating. Oh my God! This is a mutant cobra. Sue Sanson was still in shock when he saw the mutant cobra quickly devour the corpse of an infected body. A huge bulge instantly appeared from the snake's head to the neck. The bulge gradually moved from the neck to the abdomen as the snake's muscles contracted. During the movement, he could clearly feel the bulge shrinking rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a powerful digestion ability! After killing an infected body in 1 bite, the mutant cobra seemed not satisfied. Then, it quickly followed the infected body circle created by Ba and the other 2 to start its feast today. 1 bite per second, a whole body in 1 bite. Sue Sanson saw that the mutant cobra was consuming the infected bodies in the circle of corpses at an astonishing speed. As the infected bodies gradually disappeared, the body of this mutant cobra was actually growing at a very fast speed. What's going on? She was completely shocked. How can it grow while eating? She actually saw a live version of the gluttonous snake in the end of the world. The weakness of this mutant cobra is not that the snake head cannot touch the snake body. Sue Sanson's uncontrollable bad taste began to fly wildly in her mind again. At this time, Ba and his 2 companions finally killed the last infected body. They didn't even have time to take out the nuclear crystal, and they flew directly to join Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba. Ba grabbed Xiao Jiaba, and Xiao Jiaba grabbed the bowl of cold noodles at Sue Sanson's feet and raised his chin towards Yugu. Yugu immediately carried Sue Sanson and fled quickly towards the direction of the aircraft with the marshal. The incident happened suddenly. Before Sue Sanson could react, her legs were already picked up by Yugu with 1 hand, and her entire upper body lay on her back, running on the rubble. The wind blowing past her ears messed up her hair. The fierceness of the Gene Warriors is not gender-specific. Sue Sanson looked up at the mutant greedy snake that was getting farther and farther away from her with lingering fear. Fortunately, it is now facing away from us and eating happily. At this speed, it should be possible to return to the aircraft smoothly. Just as Sue Sanson was relieved, she saw two large round black spots on the fan-shaped scales on the neck of the mutant cobra in the distance, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly blinking at her, and suddenly, a cold gaze shot straight at her. Oh my god, did a pair of eyes evolve on its back? This is not a mutant cobra, this is clearly a mutant ice snake. Sue Sanson was shocked and hurriedly warned. It has eyes on its back, we have been discovered. Ba and the other four immediately turned around, and saw a pair of eyes on the scales on the neck of the mutant cobra, staring coldly at the people of the quartet team. Then, the fan-shaped scales on the left and right trembled slightly, and suddenly, more than a dozen conical snake scales, like sharp blades, came towards them. Get down! Ba shouted. Sue Sanson immediately unfolded the cart to its maximum form. While his body was forcibly protected by Yugu, his left hand went around Yuji's shoulder and raised it high in the air. There were several consecutive bangs, and the conical snake scales touched the cardboard, making a crisp sound. At the same time, Ba and the marshal turned around neatly, waving the machetes in their hands, protecting Xiaojiaba, and waving them with a pingling bang clang sound, immediately disrupting the sharp blades that were shooting straight at them. Be careful, Ba warned sternly. The fan-shaped scales on the mutant cobra's neck trembled again, whoosh whoosh whoosh, and this time dozens of cone-shaped snake scales flew towards them at a faster speed. Yugu saw that Sue Sanson had a shield, so he turned in the air, stood up neatly, raised the big knife in his hand, and joined the team to fight against the cone-shaped sharp blades. Sue Sanson held the shield in her left hand and reached into the cloth bag with her right hand. She skillfully took out 4 spider silk marbles and held them between her 5 fingers. At the moment when the conical snake scales flew towards her, she used the shield to block the sharp blade in front of her left. At the same time, the marbles between her right fingers shot out rapidly, bang bang bang, and collided violently with the sharp blade from the right front in the air. Squeak, the sparks from the collision were shining and scattered. She took a deep breath. Fortunately, her hit rate has improved a lot recently. This wave of snake scale attacks was successfully resisted by the quartet team. The mutant cobra blinked the black spots on its neck, seemingly not expecting that these 5 small prey could escape its range attack like a fairy scattering flowers. So the snake head lifted slightly, and the snake tongue swung quickly in the air. Suddenly, it paused the half-continuous infected body feast, turned its triangular snake head, and stared at the people of the 4-way team with its dark eyes. Sue Sanson's body stagnated, and the hair on her back suddenly grew, and cold sweat ran down her body. An unprecedented cold feeling swept over her body instantly. Oh no, it's not going to bite us instead. Her heart skipped a beat, and she saw the fan-shaped scales on the neck of the mutant cobra trembled again, this time with a huge amplitude. In an instant, hundreds of cone-shaped snake scales, at a more tricky angle, shot straight at the 5 people. At the same time, the mutant cobra twisted its body, accompanied by the sound of clattering gravel, and crawled towards the direction of the 4-way team at a very fast speed. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 members of the quartet team struggled to block the densely packed cone-shaped scales flying from the air. Before they could catch their breath, the mutant cobra's bloody mouth with sharp fangs, and its creepy red tongue opened wide, and came towards them. Chapter 108. When the bloody mouth of the mutant cobra was less than 30 centimeters away from Ba, he flew back and kicked, shoveling a strong wind in the air with his left foot, and stomped on the mutant cobra's jaw. At the same time, the machetes in his hands went straight to the upper jaw of the snake, and forcibly resisted the sudden attack of the mutant cobra for the team members. Marshal. Seeing this, Yugu picked up the machete in his hand, and turned around with the marshal, rushing towards the fangs of the mutant cobra. However, at this moment, a strong sound of breaking wind came from the air, and in an instant, the mutant cobra's thick and powerful long tail swept towards Yugu and the marshal, who were still running. Pa! The two were knocked to the ground by the sudden attack of the snake's tail. How could the mutant cobra's attack be so light? The 2 men lying on their backs on the rubble had no time to pick up the machetes that fell to the ground before they were rolled up from the ground by the mutant cobra's tail, and were trapped in the snake's encirclement. On the snake head side, the mutant cobra's bloody red tongue kept sticking out, whipping Ba, who was gritting his teeth to support his bloody mouth, but the upper jaw with huge fangs was still exerting force, and was gradually shortening the distance between the lower jaw. Not good. Hu Ba was about to give up. Seeing that his teammates seemed to be in a desperate situation in an instant, the little stutterer looked determined and kept moving his hands. Soon, a diamond-shaped metal container filled with violent blasting powder was thrown by him at the mutant cobra's body in front of him. Bang! A huge explosion sounded in my ears instantly. In an instant, gravel flew and dust was everywhere. However, the mutant cobra did not seem to be hurt by the bomb. Instead, it wrapped around Yugu and Shuai at the tail even harder. Hu Ba's situation was getting worse and worse. The two sharp fangs were about to bite down mercilessly. Su Sanson clenched his fists, swallowed his saliva, and shouted at the little stutterer, "Get down!" Then he took a deep breath and opened the meat-skin dumplings in the cloth bag. Suddenly, an indescribable and inexplicable strong fart smell rushed out and swept the entire area in an instant. One! Along with Su Sanson's dry retching, there was a pop sound, and the little stutterer, who had not yet reacted, fell straight to the ground. At the same time, Hu Ba's hands loosened, and as the machete in his hand fell, he also banged and fell to the side of the mutant cobra's mouth. Yugu and Dashwai tilted their heads, closed their eyes, and fainted in the snake circle. Su Sanson covered his mouth and nose, staring at the mutant cobra in disbelief. The mutant cobra did not faint on the ground as expected, but stared at Su Sanson with its dark eyes open. Its triangular snake head swayed back and forth in the air, and its tail suddenly loosened, letting Yugu and Dashwai go, and began to slap the rubble. Paw paw paw! Is this a warning? Su Sanson frowned slightly. Haven't they fallen yet? He looked at the members of the Sifong team who fell to the ground. Fortunately, although they all fainted, at least they didn't enter the snake's stomach. She held the card shield in front of her chest with her left hand, and tightly grasped the high-energy knife that had been prepared in her right hand. She observed the reaction of the mutant cobra with her eyes, but her steps did not stop, gradually moving forward and approaching vigilantly. Suddenly, the body of the mutant cobra suddenly trembled rapidly, and its bloody mouth suddenly opened, and the upper and lower jaws were directly pulled to 180 degrees. Not good. It is going to eat again. Just as Su Sanson's heartbeat accelerated, he raised the cart on his left arm high in front of him, ready to use all his strength to attack, and heard a sound of "You," and a large number of unknown spheres were lined up in a string and spit out from the big mouth of the mutant cobra. The spheres, with mixed blood and hair, fell freely from the air one after another, hitting the rubble with a pop sound, and then bounced gently, rolling a few times, until they rolled to Su Sanson's feet. Oh my god, isn't this the head of the infected? The magical scene of pouring beans lasted for nearly 20 seconds. When the last head of the infected fell, the triangular head of the mutant cobra suddenly tilted, and with a bang, it fainted on the ground. This. Did it vomit because of the smell of farts, and then couldn't hold on and finally fell down? Su Sanson didn't have time to think about it. His feet were fast, and the switch of the high-energy knife in his hand was pressed neatly, and he rushed towards the mutant cobra at a high speed. Poochie! Poochie! The high-energy knife was raised suddenly and chopped several times towards its vital points, and blood splattered instantly, until a click sounded, and the head and body of the mutant cobra were separated. Su Sanson then put away the knife and stood up, raised her hand to wipe the blood splashed on her cheek, quickly wrapped the meat-skin dumplings, and then took a deep breath. Uh-huh! Looking at the 4 members of the Sifong team, who had fainted on the ground, and the mess on the ground, Su Sanson sighed lightly. Hey! Why is it always me who cleans the battlefield? After resting for a few seconds, she began to drag the 4 people violently towards the aircraft. This time, she was very careful. Before dragging, she turned the 4 people over very considerately, from lying down to lying down, and then she pulled the collars tiredly, resigned to her fate, and stood up to drag. A total of 4 times back and forth, this time finally panting and dragging Hu Ba and the other 4 back to the aircraft. She took out the key from Hu Ba's pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. With a creak, she manually opened the hatch. Then, there was another struggle. The 4 of them lay in a row again and squeezed into the familiar storage room. After Su Sanson settled the team members, he did not take time to rest. He immediately returned to the battlefield and began to harvest today's spoils. First, the mysterious stainless steel cold noodle bowl. Oh, I really hate it, but there is no way. This is the target identified by the team, so I have to let them go. Then, there are the fragments of the imitation jade Buddha that Xiao Jieba accidentally dropped when he was escaping. However, after searching for a long time, she couldn't find the base with the word imitation engraved on it that she had observed for a while before. Oh, forget it. It's good to try to find them all. What bicycle do you need? After collecting the things related to the mission, the next is the infected body and the mutant cobra. Sue Sanson's eyes immediately lit up. Before this, Huba and his two companions were so busy beheading that they had no time to take out the nuclear crystal, and then this mutant cobra appeared. That is to say, at this moment, all the nuclear crystals here can belong to her? Ah, this heaven-shattering wealth, come to my arms. Sue Sanson looked at the infected heads scattered on the ground beside the mutant cobra's corpse with great excitement. Not caring whether it was disgusting or not, she took out a dagger and started the dissection work. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although they were all yellow energy nuclear crystals, there were so many of them that she opened 26 of them. Then she quickly ran to the pile of corpses that the mutant cobra had not yet finished enjoying, and started another round of dissection work with a happy mood. 15 minutes later, 21 energy nuclear crystals were crowded in the cloth bag on Sue Sanson's chest that was about to overflow. After the infected body was dealt with, the next thing was the mutant cobra. She was familiar with the process and took out the optical computer to check. Ding! Moderate pollution can be used. Oh my god, it turned out to be a moderate pollutant. Excited, she turned on the switch of the high-energy knife and cracked the head of the mutant cobra. 30 seconds later, a huge, rich yellow energy nuclear crystal was held in her hand. This nuclear crystal looks very high in energy. She habitually looked around, very good, and terribly quiet. Then she took out the optical computer and checked the nuclear crystal. Ding! Super high-level nuclear crystal of the energy system. Energy value 9119. Awesome. My big snake. Overjoyed, she quickly connected Xia Yuan's little button. I have a mutant cobra here. She described the situation in a few words. Xia Yuan paused, and there was a sound of heavy inhalation, followed by a familiar bass voice. This should be a 2-star beast close to the 3-star threshold. Snake skin, fangs, and venom sacs are all good materials. Sue Sanson looked at the huge mutant cobra in front of her and felt a little worried. In this case, she had to dissect it on the spot. The bulging cloth bag hanging on her chest really affected her performance, so she ran back to the aircraft quickly, hid the nuclear crystals in the cloth bag in the water tank of the toilet, and then quickly returned to the cabin, ready to open the cabin door and go back to deal with the mutant cobra drastically. At this time, there was a ding sound, and a warning suddenly popped up on the aircraft operations screen. The self-repair program was blocked. In order to save energy, it will automatically shut down in 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. Sue Sanson frowned, and after the countdown on the aircraft operations screen reached 0, he took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it 90 degrees according to the method taught by Xiao Jiaba before. However, the aircraft seemed to have crashed and could not be started. What's going on? Is this broken machine going to go on strike? Chapter 109. Sue Sanson stood in front of the silent operating screen and swiped around, but the old aircraft was like diving into the deep sea, completely without any bubbles. It's over. This time it's really over. It's estimated that even if the 4 people wake up, they may not be able to deal with this machine that has gone on strike. What should I do? Sue Sanson pursed her lips, paced back and forth. Then she turned on the light brain and pressed the contact button. Soon, a long-lost professional fake smile came from the light brain. Hello, this is Shufeng Escort Agency. Jean Biado is dedicated to serving you. Jean Guifeng said his usual opening remarks, as a matter of routine, but his heart was immediately stirred. God knows, he was almost going crazy waiting for Sue Sanson's call these days. Where are you now? Sue Sanson was actually worried, wondering if Shufeng in the end times had any outbound pickup business. I'm at the base. Do you have any needs? Jean Guifeng was a little impatient to get to the point, because, alas, it was a bitter tear. Since that day in the number 25 Wasteland, after accepting Sue Sanson's big order, he ate kickbacks, mutated hamster meat, at night while his thoughts raced. Finally, after swallowing the last piece of mutant hamster meat in dinner, he gritted his teeth and entered Sue Sanson's name into Shuanfeng's internal system. So far, his only Shufeng VIP customer quota was finally settled. But he didn't expect that since that day, Sue Sanson hadn't asked him to open an order for almost 10 consecutive days. Was he allowed this little brat to take advantage of him for free? As a result, Jean Guifeng tossed and turned every night these days, and the dark circles under her eyes almost drooped below her cheekbones. At this moment, he received a call from Sue Sanson, and finally saw the moon through the clouds. Jean Guifeng's hands were shaking, tears were in her eyes, and she was waiting for Sue Sanson's next words with hope. However, she heard a sigh from the light brain. Hey! I'm in the original abandoned city number 2.007. What? You are on a mission for the private army? And in the dangerous original abandoned city? Jean Guifeng screamed repeatedly. No wonder he didn't see her figure in the scavenging team these few times. 20 minutes later, a black, UFO-shaped, high-tech aircraft hovered over the original abandoned city number 2.007. Then a message came from Sue Sanson's light brain. I'm looking at it from afar, above the sky. She quickly looked up and immediately replied, How many supplies are waiting for you to pack? Jean Guifeng, who received the secret code, breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Jean Guifeng, who was tortured by the code to the point of doubting her life, would take the initiative to ask for the complete code before landing? Because to be honest, he really had no idea, and this was his first time entering the primitive area. Alas, for the sake of performance and the VIP quota he bound on impulse, he had to go all out. Sue Sanson looked at the large flying saucer hovering in the sky, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Soon, there was a light puff sound, and with a cyclone, the high-end aircraft, which was pitch black and had its own metallic glare, stopped on a pile of rubble about 50 meters away from her. What the hell is this place? Sue Sanson read Jean Guifeng's complaints accurately through the transparent window of the aircraft. Then, with a cheese sound, the metal hatch opened automatically, and Jean Guifeng, with her big bald head reflecting golden light, appeared proudly. She stepped out with her left foot, and stepped on the metal steps that were automatically lowered by the aircraft, while repeating, This requires. Before the word money came out of her mouth, she fell to the ground with a bang, and then there was no sound. Oh my God, what happened? Sue Sanson widened her eyes, and rushed forward to check. Fortunately, she was still breathing. She sniffed the air around her. Hey, well, there was probably still some fart smell. She really didn't expect that Jean Guifeng could come so quickly. So much so that the energy emitted by the shit nuclear crystal had not completely dissipated, and she arrived first. I thought Jean Guifeng would take at least half an hour or 40 minutes. After all, when their four-party team came, it took nearly 50 minutes to arrive. How could Sue Sanson know that after hanging up her call, Jean Guifeng directly used the VIP's maximum quota rights and confiscated his escort head business card, and then drove the most advanced aircraft in the Shafeng helipad, rolling and crawling, without even having time to go to the toilet, and flew directly to the coordinates? Looking at the unconscious Jean Guifeng, Sue Sanson was also filled with grief. He did not expect that the residual power of this shit nuclear crystal could be so great. He quickly dragged the person into this high-end aircraft, quickly closed the hatch, and connected Xia Yuan's little button. Under Xia Yuan's patient and meticulous guidance, Sue Sanson finally successfully opened the fresh air oxygen generator of the high-end aircraft. Then he forcibly pulled Jean Guifeng to the bottom of an air outlet, and kept blowing oxygen at his bald head. Fortunately, the concentration of the odor Jean Guifeng inhaled was already very low, almost negligible, but because his physique was not as improved as that of the Jean warrior, he fainted directly on the ground in the odor with a concentration that was almost negligible. As for Huba and his companions, because the concentration they inhaled was too high, even the genetic warriors could not recover in a short time. Fortunately, Jean Guifeng finally woke up 15 minutes later. So, as Jean Guifeng kept asking for extra compensation for his work-related injuries, Sue Sanson watched him drive a mini-trailer out of the advanced aircraft, and then, with the mechanical arm of the mini-trailer swinging in a few seconds, the mutant cobra was directly coiled into a mosquito coil, and a metal chain with spikes on the head passed through it. Jean Guifeng skillfully operated the mechanical arm, pulling the metal chain with a thump-thump sound, and quickly dragged the mutant mosquito coil into the cargo hold of the advanced aircraft. During this process, Jean Guifeng carried an oxygen cylinder on her back the whole time. It must be said that Shafeng is really professional in logistics, and even the equipment is so complete. What Sue Sanson didn't know was that this oxygen cylinder was actually a standard item for every aircraft when it left the factory. At the same time, it was placed in the emergency escape capsule with fire extinguishers, safety hammers, and other emergency items. When Jean Guifeng parked the mini-trailer and returned to the driver's seat to start it, she found that Sue Sanson was still here. So she touched the big bald head and urged him in confusion. Hurry back to your team's aircraft. We see you in the base city. Sue Sanson twitched his mouth and smiled awkwardly but politely. There is another item. When Jean Guifeng carried the oxygen cylinder again and stood in front of the shabby aircraft of the Xifeng team, she was speechless, gnashing her teeth and shouting through the mask. Is this the item you mentioned? Sue Sanson blinked his innocent eyes, nodded frequently, and asked back, The mutant cobra is an item, but the aircraft is not considered an item. Jin Guifeng choked and couldn't find a reason to refute. But this was clearly a trick on him. Such a large aircraft, not to mention how much fuel it would take, just the transportation time, who knows how long it would take to get it back. What he drove today was a small aircraft, not an official large spacecraft. How could it have such strong kinetic energy to drive such heavy materials? He had been escorting for more than 10 years, and he had never heard of using an aircraft to transport another aircraft back to the base. Although the aircraft in front of him looked much smaller than the one he drove, how could he drag it back to the cargo hold? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could he, the tyrant of the Nanchangmen Escort Agency, take this trick for nothing? His fists were clenched and creaked. Don't try to trick me, pay more. You must pay more. Sue Sanson twitched her mouth. Sure enough, she knew this would be the reaction. Fortunately, she was prepared. So she reached into her pocket with her right hand, took out the 1/4 piece of lightly polluted high-purity salt crystal that she had broken off in advance, pinched it between her 5 fingers, and then split it in 2 with a force. Then she took out a 1/8 piece of salt crystal with a smile and handed it to Jin Guifeng, raising her eyebrows. Lightly polluted high-purity salt crystal, how about it? Not a loss, right? Jin Guifeng's fist, which was about to attack, suddenly stagnated. What? High purity? Is it the high-purity salt crystal? I understand. So 15 minutes later, a high-tech aircraft, with a black body and a metallic luster started on the spot, spewing thick green smoke, and slowly rose above the original abandoned city number 2.007. The dark metal shell looked particularly impressive under the sunlight, but right below it, a thick metal chain was dangling at the bottom, with a weathered broken metal egg hanging on it. At the same time, in a secret room in the underground of the East Gate Black Market, a shrill voice came. Notify Jack Su that the mission of the 8th District of the South Gate refugee camp must be carried out by tomorrow night at the latest. Yes. A hoarse voice replied. However, Marilyn said that the Golden Triangle seemed to have mentioned one of their high-end storage boxes. Oh! High-end storage box? Do you want to use such a poor reason as an excuse? The shrill voice paused for a moment and continued. Let Marilyn check it carefully again. Yes. Chapter 110. On the way back, in the storage room of the dilapidated aircraft, the 4 members of the quartet team opened their eyes one after another. The 4 of them moved in unison, frowning first, then immediately stretched out their hands to touch their square faces, and exhaled. Fortunately, it's still there. Then he raised his index finger and touched the 8-cornered beard under his nostrils, and breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, it's still there. Of course, otherwise it would be another expense. Although the team has a slight surplus now, it is still poor considering the various expenses that are about to be faced. Then, Yugo shrugged his nose and muttered to himself. Why, I always feel there is a strange smell. Just like last time. The marshal also opened his bright eyes and nodded blankly. It seems to be. Huba immediately shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils, sniffed, then frowned and raised his arm. Sniffed it with some guilt. It wouldn't be my body odor coming out. And the little stutterer, who thought he knew all the truth, shrank his legs very carefully. Damn it! Remember to wash your feet tonight. When the 4 people looked at the bowl and the jade Buddha fragments in the corner of the storage room at the same time, the vague memory began to gradually return. Several people frowned and pieced together the incomplete storyline one by one, until the aircraft landed with a bang. Then they realized, where is Xiao Su? No, if Xiao Su is not here, then who is driving this manual aircraft? After saying goodbye to Jin Guifeng, who was still in a bad mood, Sue Sanson left a sentence. Just send the things to the old place. He immediately left the hatch of the high-end aircraft. 20 minutes for the outbound trip, and 2 hours for the return trip. Jin Guifeng looked at the time on her laptop speechlessly, cursing as she drove the aircraft back into the air, while fondly stroking the kickback in her pocket. A 1/8 piece of slightly polluted high-purity salt crystal. He really couldn't help it, and accidentally revealed a smile with 8 teeth. This time, it was finally no longer a professional fake smile, but a heartfelt happiness. As for Sue Sanson, the moment she walked out of the hatch, she was stunned. He quickly retrieved the coordinates of the aircraft storage point shared by Huba in the optical computer, and checked them on the map. It was right. Is it here? But why? Then he looked at the pile of abandoned metal as high as a mountain not far away, and murmured, this can't be another garbage dump. At this time, a one-eyed old man who was leaning on a metal stick and walking with a limp came over limping around the dilapidated aircraft, and then said indifferently, here it comes. I don't know if it's a question or a statement. When Sue Sanson was full of questions and didn't know how to answer, the manual hatch of the aircraft made a long and distant creaking sound, and Huba and his 4 people walked down. Finally woke up. Sue Sanson's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. What on earth is going on? What happened? How did you get here early? When was the aircraft upgraded to autopilot mode? When the 4 people saw her, they seemed to have endless things to say and endless questions to ask. Sue Sanson sighed and pointed at the one-eyed old man beside him. It's a long story. Let's go back later. Let's solve the current problems first. At this time, Huba turned his head to look at the old man who had been waiting for a long time, laughed, and stepped forward to pat his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Master Zhang. Long time no see. How are you recently? The one-eyed old man, surnamed Zhang, was known as One-Eyed Zhang in the underworld. When he was young, he was a high-tech mechanical repairman, but because of a mechanical accident a few years ago, he injured his leg and right eye, so he was directly driven out by the factory in the name of buying out his seniority. Then, One-Eyed Zhang used the contribution points accumulated when he was young and the buyout money paid by the factory to buy such a metal waste recycling station in the middle of the South Gate and the East Gate. Because the location is at the intersection of the 2 fan-shaped gates in the east and south, and it is close to the base wall, the public security is relatively poor, and life is very inconvenient, so the house price is cheaper. It happened that the original owner of the recycling station owed a large gambling debt to the underground casino, and was in urgent need of money, so he transferred it to One-Eyed Zhang at a cheap price of 450,000. Even if it was a package price of 450,000, it would have cost One-Eyed Zhang 90% of his savings. Fortunately, when he was young, he had superb skills, and got a senior professional title very early, so he could get 10,000 or 20,000 more professional title subsidies every year than ordinary technicians. Otherwise, he would not be able to come up with so many contribution points at once. One-Eyed Zhang is a technical geek who is not very good at socializing. After listening to Huba's greetings, he just nodded slightly and went straight to the point. Is this the big guy you talked about last night? Huba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose and said affirmatively, Yes. This is it. You check it first, and then we can discuss the maintenance fee and the downtime fee for the next 30 days. How about it? One-Eyed Zhang said him indifferently, then took the key from Huba and limped into the metal house in the corner of the recycling station to get the tool box that he used to use in the factory. Sue Sanson was once again stunned by the simple and unpretentious operation of the Sifong team. This is the legendary professional and safe place to store aircraft. And this one-eyed old man is the senior technician they say is a little older, but very capable. Before Sue Sanson finished complaining, Hugo beside him took the initiative to introduce. Don't look at Lao Zhang's age. He used to be a senior engineer in the factory. His skills are amazing. You didn't expect it. He is very proficient in the manual sensing driving screen, this ancient technology. Isn't it amazing? The marshal blinked his round eyes, admiring him, and did not forget to give Sue Sanson additional explanations. Is this aircraft produced by their factory? Sue Sanson finally couldn't help and raised his doubts. Huba paused and proudly boasted, That's not the case. Their factory actually produces drones. But don't underestimate this drone. Even though it's small, the key technical point is that it can be fully interoperable with the aircraft in our team. Sue Sanson frowned, expressing some confusion. How can this drone technology be aligned with the aircraft's granularity? Huba smacked his lips. Look, this drone is the same as our aircraft, and both have to be driven by manual touch-screen operation. Then is the principle the same? Sue Sanson widened his eyes, completely stunned. Oh my god, can this be the same? One is manually controlled from outside the machine, and the other is manually operated from inside the machine. Are you sure you are not kidding? But the other 3 members of the Sifong team nodded in agreement, as if it was a matter of course. She really can't beat 8 eyes with one mouth. She is a small person and has little influence. Then, Zhang the one-eyed slowly walked out from behind the metal door with a huge toolbox. There was a very design-conscious logo printed on the toolbox. Sue Sanson glanced at it inadvertently. There were 2 big words on the logo, Taijiang. What? She blinked hard and confirmed again that it was the word Tai instead of de. Suddenly, 10,000 horses galloped past her eyes. The maintenance of the aircraft really takes a lot of time. When the sun had completely set, the one-eyed Zhang came down from the aircraft and said lightly, The balancer has been tampered with and needs to be repaired. What? Everyone in the 4-way team was shocked. Then the 5 people immediately exchanged glances. Although they did not discuss it on the spot, their frowning brows and pursed lips silently conveyed the seriousness of the matter. Hu Ba shook his head gently, indicating that the matter would be discussed in detail after returning to the private barracks. Soon, the voice of the one-eyed Zhang Banshan came to my ears again. Well, although the other parts are a bit old, this machine was the first batch of small aircraft produced by the base that year. The quality is excellent. I will maintain it, and it should be able to last for a few more years. Hu Ba discussed the storage price of the aircraft with one-eyed Zhang again. The price was 500 per day, including all repairs, 1 free maintenance, and 3 full cleanings. Hu Ba wanted to negotiate again, but one-eyed Zhang knew his weakness and said forget it if it doesn't work, which directly hit back at Hu Ba's prepared tug-of-war. Well, it's good to find someone who knows maintenance. 500 a day, plus so many free services, is much cheaper than the official 1200 a day dedicated helipad. The matter was almost settled. At this time, Qin Ergu, panting, pushed his old toilet cleaning car and suddenly appeared at the gate of the recycling station. Third sister. Am I late? Su Sanson smiled embarrassedly at everyone and hurriedly introduced. This is Ergu who helps me. He is mainly good at. Before Su Sanson could tell everyone about his heroic deeds of saving people with a plunger, Qin Ergu hurriedly stepped forward to advertise himself. I am best at daily cleaning, especially for the routine cleaning of aircraft, mainly including the full cabin cleaning, deep cleaning of the toilet, deodorization and sterilization of the storage room. For some reason, the people of the quartet team heard. After the word deodorization, 8 eyes lit up immediately, nodded frequently, and kept looking at Qin Ergu with approval. Qin Ergu's smiling mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head. Is this finally going to usher in a qualitative leap? At the same time, in a room in the inner city of the base, a respectful voice sounded. The blood test results of all the guards have come out, and no. Time paused for a long time. After about a full minute, a majestic voice came from the room, but the tone was obviously unhappy. Go on. Report, the several teams that went to the 505th city have all returned to the city. But no target was found. With a bang, a glass filled with pale yellow simulated beer was crushed by a big hand. Good. Very good. Neither the body nor the infected body was found. Xie Yuan, are you really not dead yet? Chapter 111. After Su Sanson received a large sack from Qin Ergu, he hurried back to the aircraft, went into the toilet, and fished out 47 infected nuclear crystals, and 1 mutant cobra nuclear crystal from the water tank in the toilet. Then, after hesitating for a long time, he took out 20 infected nuclear crystals of similar size, wrapped them with plastic cloth in the cloth bag, and quickly caught up with the Sifong team, who were walking towards the gate of the recycling station. Qin Ergu waved and said goodbye to Su Sanson and the others, then excitedly took out various professional tools from the toilet cleaning car and began to clean the aircraft. Watching Qin Ergu jumping up and down in the cockpit and carrying the Taijiang toolbox, Zhang, who was carrying the Taijiang toolbox, didn't know whether he should join in the repair at this time. He suddenly regretted, if I had known that you had hired professional cleaning staff, I shouldn't have given you the 3 comprehensive cleaning packages. What a loss. On the way back, Su Sanson thought about it and felt that it was not appropriate for her to take all the nuclear crystals for herself. After all, these infected bodies were killed by Hu Ba and his 3 men. So, she handed the 20 energy nuclear crystals wrapped in plastic cloth to Hu Ba, and described everything that happened today in a concise way. The mutant cobra probably ate too many infected bodies at that time, and suddenly vomited continuously, and then the 4 of you were fainted by the vomit on the spot, and I happened to be far away, and was particularly good at holding my breath. So I took advantage of the mutant cobra's continuous vomiting, and cut off its 7 inches with the machete. In your hands. What a flawed explanation. Su Sanson himself didn't quite believe it, but Hu Ba and the other 4 didn't say much after hearing it. They accepted this storyline as a matter of course. After all, who doesn't keep a trick in the world? It's just that the 4 of them tacitly knew each other, and secretly labeled Xiao Su, a temporary worker, as awesome and mysterious. Hu Ba was not hypocritical. After all, the team was indeed poor, but he only took out 10 of the smaller nuclear crystals from the plastic cloth, and then said solemnly, Xiao Su, 20 nuclear crystals are too many. Our Sifong team will all thank you for saving our lives. When the 5 people returned to the private army camp, it was already 19:15 in the evening. If Su Sanson hadn't already had a household registration in the base, her optical brain would have issued a warning at this time, because the residents of the shantytown would be subject to the closing time of the base city at 6 p.m. Although the base city did not warn her, she received an urgent message on her optical computer. Xie Yuan called her home for dinner. Because it was really late, Su Sanson said goodbye to the 4 members of the Sifong team, and went back to the shantytown first. As for the fact that the aircraft was tampered with, Hu Ba and his 4 people would slowly investigate. The 4 members of the Sifong team came to the settlement office with today's results. As soon as they pushed the door, they saw the old man hurriedly took out a pair of 1 centimeter thick glasses from the drawer and put them on his nose. Since he recognized the stutterer last time, he began to count the details of each settlement in his mind, and found that the matter of misrecognizing the wrong person might not be a coincidence. He suddenly became a little worried whether he would be reported for doing too many tricks. That's why the old man put on glasses as soon as the Sifong team entered the door. The old man squinted his eyes, looked through the thick lenses, and raised his eyebrows immediately after seeing Hu Ba's square face and octagonal beard. This Sifong team has been coming quite frequently recently. Is this a sudden stroke of luck? 5 minutes later, the old man took a detector, listened to the mechanical prompt sound, and compared it with the task requirements on the display screen one by one. Appearance: wide mouth, flat bottom, can be held up by one hand, perfect match. Material: a special metal from the old century, perfect match. Features: there are several fingerprints of humans from the old century, which perfectly match. So he nodded to himself and said faintly, well, it is the bowl described in the mission target. According to the mission reward, after deducting the handling fee and the commission of the private army camp, your mission reward this time is 24,000 contribution points. This conclusion not only means that the balance of the quartet team has reached a new level, but also indicates that the quartet team will officially leave the relegation pool from now on and be promoted from Class F to Class E. At this time, Sheepy, who was sitting on the metal bench on the south side of the private army camp, picking his ears, suddenly saw the ranking flashing on the screen in front of him. The 13th quartet team in Class E. The ear pick in his hand lost its balance and fell to the ground with a ding. Damn it! Without the aircraft, they can actually complete the mission successfully. I just don't believe it. Sheepy gritted his teeth and opened the light brain. An order message was quickly sent to a drug dealer in the black market. Outside the VIP warehouse next to the black market, Lao Qin transferred 100 contribution points to Cyan with ease, and then stood on the street waiting for the truck to pick him up. Looking at the setting sun in the distance, Lao Qin kept thinking about the traffic in the second-hand shop in the past few days. Why did it suddenly increase so much? Did the guard post find something? Lao Qin suddenly felt that the monitoring coefficient of the second-hand shop might have been upgraded. As an old man who has been cautious for more than 10 or 20 years, he must leave some backup for himself. Looking at the balance on the light brain, he was stunned for a moment. During this period, it was a little dangerous, but he really made a lot of money. The abacus in his mind was flying. After various analyses, he finally gritted his teeth and transferred the remaining 200,000 to Qin Ergu, and sent a message at the same time. Ergu, this is the coffin book that Dad saved for you. I hope you keep it well, and don't use it easily unless it is absolutely necessary. Soon, with a burst of thump-thump sounds, Jean Guifeng jumped down from the driver's seat, and his shiny bald head flashed a soft orange light in the last afterglow of the sunset. Lao Qin coughed. Phoenix bird on Phoenix Mountain. Jean Guifeng gave a thumbs up, pointed at his chin, and raised his eyebrows. I am the best when all birds pay homage to the phoenix. Lao Qin nodded and pointed to the outer room of the warehouse. Just put the things there. Jean Guifeng quickly moved the processed materials to the designated location. Half a snake's skin, a fong, half a venom sac, and 84 conical snake scales. After Lao Qin carefully counted them, Jean Guifeng drove the truck away. Although Jean Guifeng looked serious just now, he was already excited in his heart. This excitement was of course not only because of the 1/8 slightly contaminated high-purity salt or crystal, but also because he never expected that the 50% of the materials he took for the escort agency this time would actually be a full level 2-star beast. You should know that their Shafeng escort agency has only covered the official organization's scavenging missions for decades. And the official organization's scavenging missions will send guards to clear the potential dangers in advance, so they rarely encounter 1-star monsters in the scavenging commission of Shafeng, let alone the more dangerous full-level 2-star monsters. The boss of Shafeng Escort Agency has been trying to establish a long-term friendly cooperative relationship with the private soldiers in recent years, but the private soldiers are equipped with aircraft and high-tech transportation equipment, and do not need their services at all, so the boss of Shafeng has not been able to find a breakthrough. And just this afternoon, after Jean Guifeng returned to the escort agency to hand over the supplies, the escort agency's business map, which was originally stagnant, immediately ushered in new vitality. Jean Guifeng was in the truck at the moment, and she could still clearly remember the big cake that the boss had just painted for her. No, it was the blueprint that was drawn. Guifinger. You are also an old man in the escort agency. You have done very well in these years, especially these days. Your business ability has been improved. I said that I have a good vision, and I have always been optimistic about you. I think you are the most promising among the escort leaders of your batch. You see, you have established a network of contacts with the private soldiers. We must maintain this momentum, as long as... you can chew this hard bone of the private soldiers for me, I promise. In the next hot season, the position of the escort agency's chief escort. Jean Guifeng was dizzy and intoxicated by the boss's magic potion, while in the shantytown, after Su Sanson returned to the hut, he had dinner and started today's evening training. Alas, it's a sad story. Since I joined the private army, the training intensity has been getting stronger day by day. At 21:45 in the evening, the devil training finally ended. After taking a shower, Su Sanson can finally lie on the straw mat to count the nuclear crystal income today. At this time, Xiangzi took the black detector in his hand and came to the rattan fence of Su Sanson's house according to the coordinates recorded in the optical brain. Chapter 112. Xiangzi stood outside the rattan fence, and the black detector in his hand immediately made a beep prompt sound. At the same time, the light screen showed the scan results. 1 female, aged 15 or 16. Xiangzi frowned. Live alone? It is indeed rare. Then he quickly left the rattan fence and continued to walk towards the east end of the street. 10 minutes later, Xiangzi stood at the end of the small street of Su Sanson's house, looking at the test results on the detector, and couldn't help frowning. Strange. Did I see it wrong? What Scar held in his hand last time was not a detector? Because from the data alone, there is nothing worth noting, and no male's age matches Xie Yuan's. Xiangzi thought for a moment, clenched his fists, looked back at the 2 rows of densely packed houses on the left and right of the small street, spit, and then headed towards the inner city of the base, returning empty-handed. At nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Sanson had already gone to bed, and the lights in the studio next to the hut were finally turned off. Xie Yuan rubbed his shoulders, which had become a little stiff due to long-term desk work, pushed open the small door newly opened on the rattan fence, rode the cart, and slowly returned to the hut. It seems that his physical fitness is not as good as before. He just modified the truck parts for 4 hours in a row, and his body muscles are a little exhausted. Alas, Xie Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this time, he looked at the simple version of the sensor installed today on the metal door of the hut, and frowned. This sensor was modified by him using the Pathfinder in the truck, and at this time, the cursor on the sensor was slightly flashing red. This is... A detector stayed outside the house for more than 10 seconds. Xie Yuan pursed his lips, and tapped the metal car plate rhythmically with his index finger. Star calendar year 336, scorching season day 103, 7:30 in the morning. Su Sanson entered the private army camp, quickly passed through the gym in the central area, and came to the small corner where the Xifang team was stationed. The marshal's eyes were wide open, and he was the first to notice her. Then he waved at her and pointed at the big screen on the opposite wall with great excitement. "Xiao Su, come here. Look." Su Sanson followed his finger, and saw the current ranking of the Xifang team. It was E-level, which was very good. Yugu also squeezed over at this time, put his arm around Su Sanson's thin shoulders, and thanked him sincerely. "This is all thanks to your help, Xiao Su." Huba finally cut the last scissors of gray nails with a click sound, and said with a smile, "Yes. Xiao Su, you are really the lucky star of our Xifang team." Little Stutterer made a summary speech at the side. "Awesome. Awesome. Awesome." The 4 people spoke together. At the same time, the members of the Demon Wolf team sitting opposite the Xifang team pushed the Captain Sheepy on the back, and motioned him to look forward. Sheepy's vicious eyes stared at Su Sanson, who was shaking his head, and waving his hands while being modest with the 4 members of the Xifang team, and sneered. "Just a temporary worker, humph. Wait for me." In the corner of the happy Xifang team, the topic quickly turned to the discussion of the aircraft being tampered with. Huba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose and pursed his lips. "In my opinion, all F-level teams actually have motives." Yugu also nodded. "Yes, our team had several accidents during the mission before. Everyone once suspected that the team's feng shui was not good, and they deliberately moved the team's base from the diagonal corner to here, but accidents still happen frequently. Now I think about it, someone must be deliberately making trouble." The marshal's bright eyes finally moved tremblingly, and his tone was angry. "They must be jealous of us." The little stutterer frowned and said, "They want to pull us to take the blame." Sue Sanson's thoughts were flying. If this was the case, then the most motivated team was the F-level team that was closest to them in the ranking. She couldn't help but look at the big screen on the opposite wall. F-level 7th Demon Wolf team. It has not successfully completed the mission for 54 consecutive days. The situation is very dangerous. It is indeed very suspicious. Sue Sanson's sight gradually moved down, just in time to meet the sight of Sheepy, who was looking over from the opposite side, and an inexplicable feeling of disgust instantly hit her. She frowned slightly, narrowed her eyes, and her eyes were full of contempt and coldness. If the feeling just now was correct, then the people who tampered with the aircraft were most likely the Demon Wolf team. It seems that they are still not reconciled. Is there any next move? Well, we have to let everyone be careful. Continuing the topic, the 5 people discussed the distribution of the team's current balance. The previous missions earned a total of 37,500 points, upgraded weapons and explosive powder, and used 4,150 points. The 30-day parking fee and maintenance fee of the aircraft cost a total of 15,000 points. In addition, the reward for this mission was 24,000 points. The team currently has 42,350 points of remaining contribution points. 22,350 points were reserved as a reserve fund for the daily expenses of the team, and the remaining 20,000 points were directly distributed among the team members. The 20,000 points were divided equally among the 5 people, and Sue Sanson soon received 4,000 contribution points in her optical brain. Well, not bad. After 3 missions, she not only smuggled in private goods, but also got a lot of mutant peaches and nuclear crystals, and now she can get dividends. It seems that the survival mode of this private soldier team is very effective. Sue Sanson increasingly felt that joining the private soldier camp might be a good choice. Then Huba said, "Since we have been promoted to E-level, it means that the team can accept tasks freely. We don't have to wait for the task office to assign tasks every day. So everyone, while the aircraft is still under maintenance, should quickly study the tasks posted on the dark web so that we can prepare in advance." Sue Sanson was overjoyed when she heard this. Finally, she could choose tasks freely. Then, would she be able to go to the stasis element building again soon? However, the higher the hope is, the more disappointment will fall. Sue Sanson searched the coordinate range in the task list page by page, and there was not a single one in city number 107. Damn it! This method of going to the building through tasks still depends on luck. This is too inefficient. We still have to find an opportunity to drive the aircraft and go alone. So for the whole morning, the members of the 4-party team sat together to study and discuss the next task arrangement. At noon, Sue Sanson returned to the cabin, had lunch, and completed today's devilish training. Then he picked up the plastic bottle beside him and began to gulp down the water. Xie, who was still modifying truck parts, looked up and saw Sue Sanson holding his plastic bottle and drinking water. Immediately, his handsome face turned red. This is the 5th time this has happened in the past 2 days. She actually used the same bottle as me. Xie quickly turned around and buried his head deep in the pile of parts, thinking that this way, his embarrassment at the moment would not be discovered by Sue Sanson. But how could the red ear tips and neck be hidden by lowering the head? Sue Sanson had really forgotten that her own plastic bottle still contained the poisonous fire bee honey brought back from the original Wasteland number 1.004. After a short rest, Sue Sanson looked at the refund information on the optical brain and Chin Ergu's emotional essay, and was helpless. Third sister. We have agreed. This money really must be paid by me. I must pay. I know it is not easy to get through the relationship. You see, I have successfully met the members of the quartet team yesterday, and they had a good initial impression of me, so this money. You must not return it to me. Hey! Sue Sanson sighed lightly. She didn't want to be too exposed in front of Chin Ergu. After all, they should keep a line for each other so that they can meet in the future. With a roll of her eyes, since she was accused of accepting bribes and using money to get ahead, she might as well go all out and make it clear, so she pushed the boat along and replied, "Okay, I'd look for another opportunity to see if I can help you get further." At this time, Chin Ergu, who was on the 2nd floor of the second-hand store, saw the news in the optical brain and was immediately cheered up. After giving 3,050 points last time, he met the members of the Sifong team, and his identity as a cleaner was equivalent to being exposed. If it was 30,500 points, or even more, will there be a chance to go on a mission directly? Chin Ergu stared at the coffin money in the balance, the 200,000 contribution points given by his father, and the 30,000 contribution points he had accumulated over the years of running errands, and his eyes gradually lit up. Soon, Sue Sanson received a transfer of 230,000 contribution points from Chin Ergu, along with a message, "Third sister. My future depends on you." Sue Sanson stared at the sudden wealth that hit her, and was immediately stunned. So rich? Chin Ergu is actually a hidden rich second generation? Chin Ergu was dreaming about starting his private soldier mission on the second floor. Old Chin downstairs glanced at the eavesdropping device on the corner of the table, coughed in a fake way, and connected Sue Sanson's communication. "Get ready tonight. Meet at the inner city gate of the base at 7 o'clock. There will be an auction tonight." Chapter 113. At 18:58 in the evening, Sue Sanson arrived at the gate of the inner city of the base and advanced according to the coordinates of the optical computer. She was wearing the jacket that Xie Yuan had made smaller for her. The jacket was of course found in the trunk of the off-road vehicle in the Stagnation Element building in city number 107. This was because Lao Qin repeatedly reminded her to dress decently, and not to dress too eye-catchingly like she did when she went to the black market before. Sue Sanson asked Xie Yuan for his opinion again, but it was a pity that the Dawn Guards where Xie Yuan were on missions all year round, and didn't know much about commercial and entertainment venues such as auctions in the inner city of the base. So she rummaged around in the hut, and had to put on the only coat without patches in the house, put on a cloth bag, put on the matchmaker mole, thickened the eyebrows, and added an octagonal beard before she went out. But on the way, she touched the bottle of poisonous fire bee honey in the cloth bag and suddenly fell into deep thought. My plastic bottle has always been filled with honey. So how have I been drinking water these days? In an instant, a wave of hot steam rose up, circling, and came out from Sue Sanson's head. Oh my god, I'm dying. This damn Xie Yuan, why didn't he remind her? 2 minutes later, she saw Lao Qin at the gate of the inner city of the base. Sue Sanson was stunned at first, because there was a thin man with glasses next to Lao Qin. Why did this man with glasses look so familiar? Then her memory began to flow back quickly. Whip chain tights. Oh my god, it's really a circle. It turns out that we have met before. Sue Sanson coughed awkwardly, but Cyan obviously didn't recognize her. After all, at that time, she was, cough cough, still a pregnant woman. After the three of them exchanged simple greetings, they entered the security check hall. Cyan took out the inner city pass, and the special invitation card for the auction. Lao Qin also took out his invitation card, and handed them to the guards in the inner city. After scanning, the guards conducted a 360-degree, no dead angle inspection on Sue Sanson. After finding no abnormalities, they let the three of them enter the inner city. Standing in the dark tunnel, Sue Sanson did not seem as calm as Lao Qin when she first entered the inner city of the base. After all, she was a person who did not belong here and had no idle burden, so she turned around in the dark tunnel with a round little head, very curious. Lao Qin coughed appropriately, indicating that it was enough, and she should stop acting like she had never seen the world. Sue Sanson rolled her eyes in her heart. What did she mean by acting like she had never seen the world? She just had never seen the world, okay. Soon, accompanied by a whoosh sound of wind, a small floating car stopped in front of the three people. Cyan scanned the invitation card, and with a beep, the door of the floating car opened. Sue Sanson followed the two into the floating car, and then began to look around. The car was bright, but you couldn't see outside. Strange, why not get a viewing glass? Maybe you can hang a few electronic screens on the walls of the tunnel, and make some money by advertising, right? Sue Sanson complained a lot, and the door of the floating car opened again soon, followed by a mechanical countdown. 29, 28, 27, 26. The three people got off the car quickly, and the dark tunnel was still in sight. When Cyan scanned the invitation card again, and a string of dim white ground lights lit up on the ground, Sue Sanson had to continue to be curious. Why is it so mysterious? Is it to save electricity? Well, maybe. Xie Yuan said that the storage of solar energy can only rely on the hot season. Soon the three of them entered the metal elevator, and 3 seconds later, the door opened. Sue Sanson was shocked. So fast. Why can't I even feel whether the elevator is going up or down, without giving her extra time to think? A middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves came over and said with a smile, "Please show me your invitation card." Cyan and Lao Qin handed over the invitation card, and the middle-aged man scanned the information on the card and said, "Welcome, Mr. Tianji." "Welcome, Mr. Qin Yaopei." The air was suddenly quiet for a moment, and Sue Sanson resisted the twitching corners of his mouth. Want to pay? Qin want to pay? As a profiteer, is this name serious? thinking about the 230,000 contribution points that Qin Ergu had just transferred to him in the light brain. Suddenly, she felt that the name Lao Qin was really appropriate. She looked calm and handed over her light computer. But she was laughing inside. No wonder people have to have nicknames in the end times. This. Ha ha ha. Then, the middle-aged man scanned Su Sanson's light computer and asked, "Excuse me, who will be the guide of this lady?" At this time, Lao Qin suddenly spoke, rushing in front of Cyan. "I. Ha, it's me." Cyan pursed his lips, although he was a little unhappy, but when he thought that since Lao Qin was his downline and Su Sanson was Lao Qin's downline, then as the final upline, he would definitely get the commission given by the auction, so it was not a loss, so he didn't say anything in the end. Su Sanson certainly didn't know that the pyramid scheme that shocked her in her previous life was the main business philosophy of this underground auction, and relying on this model, the auction can be said to be one of the most prosperous industries in the inner city of each base. The middle-aged man nodded and explained to Su Sanson in a routine manner. According to the guide principle, the person being guided needs to bid or sell 5 items cumulatively to automatically become the inviter. Su Sanson nodded, then tentatively asked, "I wonder if the auction can hide my real name from everyone." This was the result of her discussion with Xie Yuan this afternoon. The water in the inner city of the base is too deep, so it is better to keep a low profile as much as possible. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Ms. Su Sanson. The rules of the auction are that all information is not disclosed to people outside the auction, but for all participants in the auction, the information of the top-ranking person is very important and cannot be hidden. However, if you need privacy, you can give yourself a code name. During the auction, we can only disclose your code name." Su Sanson thought about it. Although it is not completely anonymous, it is better to have a code name than to have no vest at all. So he thought for 2 seconds, "Then please call me to G from now on." Lao Qin sighed in his heart while watching Su Sanson's god-level operation from the side. Why didn't he ask for a whole code name at that time? It's too late now. He has been on the top so many times. People who should pay attention to him have already paid attention to him. Oh! Miscalculated. Then the 3 of them were led into the familiar private room outside. Cyan pressed the top-grade button on the electronic screen with ease. Soon, a masked woman with an ageless face entered the room with a toolbox and said in a gentle voice, "Hello, I am today's appraiser. Please show me the item you want to be top grade." Since Cyan always watched the auction, and Lao Qin hadn't received any good things recently, only Su Sanson took out the bottle of poisonous fire bee honey from her cloth bag and handed it to the appraiser. The appraiser took it with both hands and placed it on the metal panel that automatically rose from the top of the toolbox. 5 minutes later, he said regretfully, "I'm sorry, although the item is genuine, the recommended reserve price is only 8,000, which does not meet the 10,000 point threshold requirement for top grade, so the inspection failed." Su Sanson frowned. He didn't expect that this top grade would have a price limit. Then, the reviewer's voice was heard again. "Although it is not good, you can consider consigning it through the auction service function." Service function? Old Qin's eyes widened immediately. Is it the service function that he has always been very curious about, but Cyan is reluctant to open every time? At the same time, in the 9 barracks in District 8 of the Nanchangmen refugee camp, in the special hair knots hanging in the air, transparent crystals the size of rice grains in the old century suddenly ejected a faint white smoke, which soon filled the entire barracks. The skinny old people in the barracks, who were tortured by solar radiation and malnourished for a long time, gradually closed their eyes. At this time, a ghostly figure pushed the door open from outside the barracks, holding a metal bottle in his hand. The top of the bottle was connected to a rubber catheter, and an extremely long metal needle at the catheter flashed a cold light. The figure quickly inserted the metal needle into the upper middle of the target's spine, according to the target located in advance in the optical brain. Suddenly, streams of black and red blood flowed straight into the metal bottle along the catheter. When the figure quickly moved to the edge of the 8.006 barracks, suddenly, he met a pair of women's eyes. The woman's hoarse voice screamed, "Save me! Save me! I have a secret." And this woman was Niu Wanhua, who had been on the verge of death for many days. Chapter 114. In the private room outside the underground auction, the evaluator clicked the service button on the electronic screen, while Cyan was terrified. Lao Qin was looking forward to it, and Su Sanson was calm as water. Soon, a price list full of numbers appeared in front of the 3 people. In the private room, the first thing that came out was Cyan's suffocating sound, followed by Lao Qin's nodding and mumbling, and finally Su Sanson's stunned exclamation. Let's not talk about the price. Just from the service categories that are really confusing, Sue Sanson's 3 views will completely collapse. The first category name in the service list is imitation. Next to the word imitation, there is a warm reminder in red warning font. This auction only sells imitations that meet the luxury standard. Next came the name of the imitation product. 1,500 contribution points for a cup of imitation beer. It was indeed luxurious enough. Under imitation product, there was the second category, light food. When Sue Sanson saw these 2 words, her first reaction was that in such a bitter end of the world, it was actually popular to eat light food instead of meals to lose weight. The life inside and outside the Bay City is really a world of difference. However, when she quickly scanned the drop-down list, she was speechless. So the light food here refers specifically to lightly contaminated food? For example, lightly contaminated grapes 1,000 contribution points /10. Lightly contaminated oranges 1,500 contribution points /5 petals. Lightly contaminated watermelons 2,000 contribution points /1 tooth. Seeing this, Sue Sanson and Lao Qin both took a deep breath at the same time and blinked quickly. Sue Sanson glanced at Lao Qin meaningfully. Lao Qin's eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look back because he felt guilty. The former regretted that he shouldn't have sold the big watermelon at that time. Not only did he not eat a bite, but he also sold it so cheaply. The latter regretted that he was deceived by the guidance price system of the dark web. He now seriously suspected that the watermelon was bought by the auction at that time. Sue Sanson touched the plastic bottle containing the mutant poisonous fire bee honey calmly, and secretly made up her mind that she must make back all the money she lost on the mutant watermelon with this bottle of honey. Sue Sanson's eyes then moved down. Light food is followed by the third category, no additives. It means that various non-polluting foods can be added to the above foods, such as non-polluting artificial sucrose, non-polluting artificial flavors, non-polluting artificial caffeine, non-polluting trans fatty acids, etc. Sue Sanson looked at the gray icons and sold-out signs, and suddenly realized that these familiar words probably refer to the inventory left over from the early days of the end of the world. Where can we find so many pollution-free things now? Then the tester's explanation confirmed Sue Sanson's guess. The items in the no additive category were sold out hundreds of years ago, but our service list has not been updated. Then the tester continued to introduce. The service categories on this page are all food categories, and the prices are relatively low. The next page is mainly the special services of the auction. As soon as the voice fell, Cyan's suffocation sound came again. Is there something more expensive? The tester took the initiative to click on the next page, pointing to the manicure service on it and promoting, "This is a special service of our auction. It can provide deep maintenance and brightening services for outer armor, soft armor, and various advanced armors to the inside and outside personnel participating in the auction. Of course, if there are special design requirements for vests, we also have experienced stylists here who can provide on-site guidance or private customization, but this is another price." While Sue Sanson was stunned by this manicure service, she suddenly saw the next more incredible term, corner repair. The evaluator's patient explanation came as promised. This is also one of the best-selling services in our auction. It mainly repairs and polishes the corners of various weapons. For example, daggers with missing corners, machetes with broken blades, and worn gun muzzles. Oh, I see, the copywriting skills of this auction are also unparalleled. Sue Sanson probably understood the naming logic in this service list, so she pointed to dark film and colorful ears and asked the last question, because she had not yet figured out the deep meaning of these 2 items. The reviewer smiled and said, "This is a new service recently launched by our auction. Dark film is mainly used to apply dark-colored anti-peep film to the windshields of aircraft, or trucks, and other means of transportation to better protect privacy. As for colorful ears, this is actually a separate branch from the nail art business. It is mainly used to camouflage the employer's ears. After all, most of the human skin masks popular in the world now do not take the ears into consideration." After such a vivid explanation, Sue Sanson seriously suspected that the owner of this auction had some bad taste and liked homophonic puns so much. Well, since this auction has such a long history, these names are likely to have been passed down from the early days of the end of the world. Sue Sanson put herself in the shoes of others and thought about it. Not to mention, if she traveled to that period, she might be able to do something similar. Time passed quickly. This explanation took nearly an hour. The reviewer increased his speaking speed. "So, do you think you are willing to put this bottle of poisonous fire bee honey in our service column for sale? How do we divide the profits?" Sue Sanson was obviously most concerned about the price. "We generally offer 2 methods. One is to purchase at a lump sum according to the evaluation-based price. The other is to split the profits 50-50 with our auction based on the actual sales data. As soon as the appraiser finished speaking, Old Sheen quickly winked at Sue Sanson. He was quite good at playing tricks. Sue Sanson understood, so he said, "Then let's split it 50-50, but I have a request. This honey must be made into honey water, and then sold 1 cup at a time. How about it?" The eyes of the evaluator under the mask immediately lit up, and he quickly calculated in his mind that this bottle of poisonous fire bee honey could be exchanged for 300 to 350 small cups of honey water. Even if each cup of honey water was priced at the lowest 1,000 contribution points, it would be enough to earn a total of 300,000 to 350,000 contribution points. Not bad. This plan is quite feasible. In this way, she will definitely not be able to escape the bonus package for this hot season. So the evaluator nodded very eagerly and agreed to the proposal. But I didn't expect Sue Sanson to suddenly make another request. I hope that when this honey water is sold, ice cubes can be added to it, and honey can be dripped directly on the ice cubes to let it dissolve by itself, and a slightly special name can be displayed in the service list. The reviewer was puzzled. What name? Sue Sanson smiled. Sunset Afterglow. The reviewer continued. What is your expected selling price? Sue Sanson slightly curled his lips. At least 2,500 contribution points per cup. His. Cyan couldn't bear it anymore and took a deep breath. Lao Qin curled his lips and muttered to himself. This thing has a fancy name and is so expensive, will anyone buy it? At this time, no one present actually thought that a few days later, this drink called Sunset Afterglow suddenly appeared and swept all the high-end places in the inner city of the base, causing the ice factory's already tight productivity in the hot season to be in short supply. At the same time, the dark web's task list has increased by dozens of tasks for scavenging various types of honey. Sue Sanson not only doubled the money she earned from selling mutant watermelons cheaply, but also quietly launched a beverage revolution. Of course, these are all later stories. At this time, Sue Sanson is still worried. Although this large amount of business has been negotiated, she has not succeeded in bidding today. It's not easy to come here. If she doesn't bid out an item, then she is still 5 items away from the title of inviter. So she hesitated again, and finally took out an ebony box from the cloth bag. In the box lay a pair of walnuts she had harvested this time. At the same time, in a room in the inner city of the base, a big hand was playing with a glass of simulated beer on the table, and a majestic voice sounded, "Are there any progress?" Another voice replied respectfully, "There is no harvest in the shantytown so far." No harvest? Nothing was found in city number 505, and there was no clue in the shantytown. Could it be in the refugee camp? After a pause, the majestic voice came again. Then check everything again, including the refugee camp. Chapter 115. The tester took the ebony box from Sue Sanson's hand, placed it on the metal panel that automatically rose from the top of the toolbox, and asked casually, "Are the box and the items in the box tested together?" Sue Sanson nodded, and then watched the tester go around the box from inside to outside, from top to bottom, and after various tests, he took out a metal detector and started scanning. With a beep, a mechanical voice came, "Old century items, so old, the material layer has been petrified, and it is difficult to distinguish the specific material." The tester looked up and asked, "Where was this found, and when was it found?" Sue Sanson briefly mentioned the original abandoned city number 2.007, and the mission that the 4-party team took on. The tester nodded, recorded something in the optical brain, and then said, "We need to apply for a senior tester to conduct a second test." Old Sheen's eyebrows jumped. This familiar process made him feel a little excited. Could it be that the item this time will be another rare treasure? Lao Qin's heart was pounding. Although he could no longer directly purchase items from Sue Sanson, according to the leader's rules, the upline can get a commission on the amount earned by the direct downline at the auction. The greedy nature of the profiteer began to stir again. God bless you. It must be auctioned at a sky-high price. Soon, a tester wearing a mask entered the room. He held a small electronic screen in his hand, and used a camera to take all-round photos of the ebony box and the walnut. After entering something in the electronic screen ran for a few seconds and popped up a test result. Object 1. Old century ebony material. The material is rare and precious. Object 2. An unknown material that has been completely petrified in the old century. Sue Sanson's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, no walnut ingredients were detected. Could it be a fake made of lime powder or something like that? When the appraiser was about to speak and apply for a connection to the master appraiser in City 903, the electronic screen in the room suddenly flashed, and the auction had already begun. The appraiser was obviously not the first time to encounter such a situation, so he explained very familiarly, "The auction has already begun. In principle, no more items can be put on the market. However, because the inspection process of this item has reached the final stage, we will speed up the subsequent inspection process of the item. In order not to disturb everyone watching the auction in the room, we will take the items away for separate inspection. If the items pass the inspection before the end of the auction, they will be placed at the end of the auction. Of course, due to time constraints, we will directly start the auction according to the evaluation staff's suggestions." Sue Sanson had no experience, so she nodded. After the evaluation staff left, she turned around and watched the live broadcast of the auction on the screen with Cyan and Lao Qin. Time passed by, and 10 items were auctioned one after another. Sue Sanson frowned. She didn't expect that these items were either so-called rare antiques or various rare nuclear crystals. There was not even a single piece of food. Could it be that the people in the inner city of the base did not have a high demand for food? Lao Qin seemed to see her doubts. In fact, he asked the same question when he first came. So he sighed and explained helplessly, "Life inside and outside the city is very different. How can those powerful people lack food and clothing? When people are well fed and well clothed, they will naturally have other pursuits. Yes, when people are well fed, they will think about sex." Sue Sanson suddenly remembered Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory that he had learned in his previous life. While the dignitaries in the inner city of the base were pursuing ethereal spiritual food, the lower-class people in the shanty towns and refugee camps were still struggling for personal safety and food. Alas, I didn't expect the gap between the rich and the poor in the end times to be so big. At this moment, the auctioneer on the screen suddenly paused for 5 seconds technically, and then took a deep breath. "Next, we will usher in the last 2 lots of this auction. Before I introduce the lots, we will connect with the master reviewer from city number 903, Mr. Huyen, to tell you a piece of history from the old century." Then, a white-haired old man appeared on the screen. Lao Qin and Cyan both widened their eyes at the same time. Isn't this the master who endorsed the Ultraman card book for them at that time? An inexplicable sense of excitement gradually emanated from Lao Qin. At the same time, the old man on the screen opened his lips and teeth. In an era even older than the old century, there was a scholar who was walking on the way to the exam on a rainy day. The old man's story had just begun, and the auction hall immediately started to talk about it. "Oh my God! He dared to walk in the rain. Yes! Rainy days are so dangerous. But I heard that rainy days in the old century were not as terrible as ours now." After the noise in the backstage gradually subsided, the old man continued to speak. "On this rainy day, he met a woman who was transformed from a terrible beast. Oh my God! In the old century, there were beasts that could transform into human form. Too scary. How many stars is this beast? At least a 4-star illusion system." After the surprise at the scene gradually subsided, the old man continued to speak. "This woman is quite vicious and cunning. Through her unique illusion, she won the trust of this scholar, and the two quickly reached a pairing division of labor agreement. It seemed like a good start, but it was unexpectedly the beginning of a nightmare. Strange things happened frequently around this scholar, and his life was repeatedly frustrated, and his relatives and friends around him died one after another. Until one day, a man of high moral character and prestige, a high monk, appeared, discovered this beast that could transform, and then used the high-energy weapon in his hand to fight wits and courage with it. After many twists and turns, he finally captured the beast and imprisoned it in the basement of the temple." Sue Sanson frowned slightly while listening to the old man's story. Why does this story sound a little familiar, but extremely inconsistent? Just as she was carefully recalling the various fairy tales, martial arts, and ghost TV series she had watched in her previous life, the screen suddenly turned, and the auctioneer pointed to the item on the metal platform next to him, and said confidently, "This is the high-energy weapon that Master Huyen said the monk used to defeat the beast, the purple gold bowl." Sue Sanson looked at the familiar Korean cold noodles bowl on the metal platform, and was dumbfounded. No way. Then the screen switched back to the old man again. The old man was so excited that his hands were shaking. He took out a wrinkled blue paper book from the bookshelf. There were 4 big characters on the paper book. "Fawei Haichuan," he said. "This purple gold bowl was excavated by the scholar in the story, the descendant of Su Xian, yesterday at the ruins of the temple where the strange beast was imprisoned. During the excavation process, he also encountered this mutant giant snake that could transform into a human form. It is said that this descendant of the Su family remained calm and brave at the time. After killing the mutant giant snake neatly, he burned it to ashes, finally avenging his ancestors. It's a pity that the energy of this purple gold bowl has been completely exhausted. I'm afraid we won't have the opportunity to reproduce its former glory. Oh my god. This is really a legendary story. I didn't expect this mutant giant snake to survive for so long. It must be of a very high level. Maybe it's over 5 stars. I really want to meet this powerful descendant of the Su family. Yes. If we can recruit him. Maybe. At this time, taking advantage of the constant noise in the auction hall, the auctioneer decisively seized the rising enthusiasm and shouted loudly, "Then, this purple gold bowl is now officially auctioned. The starting price is 50,000. Soon, the purple gold bowl was successfully auctioned amid rounds of bidding. Lao Qin twisted his stiff neck and looked at Su Sanson in disbelief. The huge question mark flashing in his eyes was self-evident. Could it be that descendant of the Su family? And the mutant cobra skin, fangs and venom sac that I took from Shafeng yesterday, could it be? Su Sanson's eyes widened, and he was shocked, but also innocent, and he gave Lao Qin a look that said, "I am also very confused." Then, the auctioneer's voice came out from the screen again. "Everyone, there is one last item in this auction." Su Sanson's sixth sense suddenly had a mysterious and subtle touch. The screen showed the ebony box she took out of the cloth bag and the walnuts in the box. The auctioneer shouted loudly, pushing the emotions of the crowd to a climax again. "This item also comes from the temple ruins that suppressed the mutant snake. After the joint appraisal of our expert team of evaluators and Master Hu Yin, the completely petrified item in the box is the golden elixir relic formed after the death of the great monk." What? Su Sanson was completely shocked, and the BGM in his mind began to echo wildly. The water of West Lake, whose tears, my face instantly turned into a flash of lightning. Ah! The three views were shattered and completely split. This is simply. It's just a big deal. Okay, when she returned to the hut with 280,000 yuan, she still couldn't recover from the thunderous auction scene. 280,000 yuan was just the share that Su Sanson got, and the final hammer price of the golden pill relic was as high as 400,000 yuan. According to the convention, the underground auction took 120,000 yuan from it. Of the 120,000 yuan, 20,000 yuan would be given to Cyan and 10,000 yuan to Lao Qin. After all, according to the Lear rule, both the upper line and the upper line of the upper line can share the profits of the final lower line. It's just fortunate that the task settlement office of the private soldier team only roughly provided the employer of the purple gold bowl with the basic information of the 5 people of the Sifang team. The description of Su Sanson was only a very brief sentence, "Newcomer Xiao Su." And the underground auction, as Su Sanson requested, mentioned the name of the top-quality person in the introduction of the golden pill relic in a casual manner, De Jui. But what is the relationship between the superior man De Jui and Xiao Su from the private army? Of course not. At 23:58 midnight, when the shantytown had completely fallen into a deep sleep, Qiangzi once again took the detector to the small street where Su Sanson's house was located. He received an urgent task from his shadow superior tonight to conduct another thorough scan and inspection of the shantytown. Chapter 116. Qiangzi once again went along the west end of the small street, checking every household. This time, he specifically chose 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep in the house, so as to avoid missing any inspections as much as possible. More than 10 minutes later, Qiangzi stood outside the high metal wall of Niu Zhuanhua's house. With a beep, the detection result of the detector was different from the previous one. One man and one woman, aged 33 and 41 respectively. Did they change people so quickly? Qiangzi was a little surprised, but he didn't take it too seriously, because the shantytowns were not as good as the Bay cities after all, and the poor lived in a precarious situation, with a very high mobility. He shook his head, and continued to walk forward. At this time, a ghostly figure hid behind the high metal wall of Niu Zhuanhua's house. He watched Qiangzi's back go away, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stared at Niu Zhuanhua in his hand, and gritted his teeth. "Is this the secret you said? You want me to be exposed, right?" As he said that, he stabbed Niu Zhuanhua with a knife, and Niu Zhuanhua fainted again. Just a few hours ago, when Niu Zhuanhua was struggling to death in the 8.006 barracks, she saw a figure suddenly appear, and her desire to survive was instantly ignited, so she made up a reason, wanting this person to take her home first, and then let her man and Huzi, together with this person, take away the supplies of Su Sanson's house. However, what she never expected was that when this ghostly figure led her over the high metal wall, she saw a completely different house. Before she could react, Qiangzi appeared on the street with a detector. After Qiangzi finished testing the street where Su Sansan's house was located again, he looked at the data on the detector, which was not much different from the last time, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Did he really guess wrong before? Standing at the end of the small street, thinking for a moment, Qiangzi hurriedly left and ran quickly towards another small street in the shantytown. At this time, behind the public toilet 200 meters away from Su Sansan's house, Xie Yuan was holding a simple shielding device, paddling a small cart, and watching the figure gradually disappearing at the end. Qiangzi. Last night, when Xie Yuan learned that someone had stayed outside the hut with a detector, he speculated that the base should have sent people to clean up the number 505 city. After not finding his body, or the infected body he transformed into, they began to gradually doubt the authenticity of his death, and thus conducted an investigation of the shantytown. So he converted the jammer removed from the truck into a rough version of the shielding device overnight. Due to the limitations of materials and parts, this shielding device can only shield detection signals 10 meters away at most, and can only last for 5 seconds at most, so he deliberately hid in a dark corner behind the public toilet to ensure that his position was at least 10 meters away from the small street. What he didn't expect was that the person who checked was actually Qiangzi. In fact, after Xie Yuan read the note that Lao Qin gave him last time, he vaguely felt that Qiangzi's behavior was a little abnormal. He was a show-off. After the guard suddenly announced the benefits of free medical examinations, he didn't follow Tietue and the other two to the second-hand store to brag. This made him suspicious of Qiangzi. And today's discovery made Xie Yuan more certain that the neurotoxin bullet he fired in the number 505 city was most likely done by Qiangzi. Star calendar year 336, Yinji day 104, 2:30 in the morning, in a basement near the south gate of the Bay City. Qiangzi clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the metal table in front of him, unwilling to retort. I shot Xie Yuan as required, and then what? Did you fulfill your promise? Okay. You said, we still need to wait for the result. No problem. I waited until his account was completely cancelled. In the end, the captain position was given to someone else. Later, I took the risk of hiding the remaining bullet in Scar's cabinet. What happened? Did you send someone to frame him? Across the metal table, a tall, thin-faced middle-aged man, hidden in the shadow of a hood, spoke calmly, without any emotion in his tone. You need to calm down first. Qiangzi punched the table again and gritted his teeth and said, How can I stay calm? Now even the captain position of Jifeng has changed. I have done so much, but what have I gained? Inside the hood, the man's eyes sank slightly, and a calm voice came again. On the list of candidates for Jifeng's captain, there is only your name now. At the same time, in the underground secret room of the Brotherhood in the East Gate Black Market, Jack Su threw the unconscious Neo Wanhua to the ground, and took out 9 metal bottles from his backpack, which were filled with black and red spinal fluid. A hoarse voice said, How is it going? Jack Su spat, and tapped the metal bottle on the table with his chin. It's all here. Then he glanced at Neo Wanhua in the corner and suggested, Didn't you say that there was a lack of experimental samples? I just brought them back. The hoarse voice paused for a moment before it sounded again. Then feed her first, and see if the data meets the requirements. Star calendar year 336, day 104 of the scorching season, 7:30 in the morning. Su Sansan was awakened by the optical brain, and he sat up impatiently and looked at Xie Yuan beside him. Last night, when she came back from the auction, it was already very late. She found that Xie Yuan was not in the hut. She thought he was staying up all night in the studio next door again, so she sent a message to his little button and went to bed. So she had a lot of things to say now, and she needed to share them with him immediately. Su Sansan opened her big, shining eyes and waved at Xie Yuan mysteriously. Come here, I show you something. Xie Yuan was about to go out to get some water, but was suddenly stopped by Su Sansan, who had just woken up. Seeing her sleepy look and waving at him as soon as she woke up, the tip of her ears turned red again, and then her eyes were a little evasive, shy, and she asked, What? While sliding the card towards her quickly. Well, the body is very honest. Su Sansan waited for Xie Yuan to approach before he stretched out his right hand and turned on the light computer screen. The screen showed the balance, 514,521 contribution points. Of these, 230,000 came from Qin Ergu's bribe, 280,000 came from the walnuts from the auction, 4,000 points came from the dividends of the private soldiers, and 521 points were from the previous balance. Xie Yuan's eyes widened, and his thoughts flew around in his mind. She actually showed me the balance of contribution points directly. Did she treat me as her own? You know, in the end times, out of caution, no one would share their contribution point balance with anyone, including their spouse and children. And Su Sanson saw Xie Yuan's stunned and detached appearance, and laughed with great satisfaction. How is it? Do you suddenly feel like you have become rich overnight? Ha ha ha. I told her that this was not all the profit. I consigned the bottle of honey to the auction yesterday. You know, I think according to the ridiculously high price, this honey should make at least, ha ha ha. The two of them were immersed in their own crazy worlds. It was not until 5 minutes later that the topic finally became meaningful. What do you think I should do with this money? Su Sanson pushed Xie Yuan's shoulder. Xie Yuan gradually came back to his senses, and finally saw her balance. He was shocked at first, then he coughed twice to calm his feverish body a little, and said, "This money can actually be used to buy a nice small house in the city outside the base. When the wind season comes, it will be more peaceful. More complete." Su Sanson frowned. She actually thought about whether to buy a house in the base yesterday, but quickly rejected the idea. On the one hand, Xie Yuan could not enter the base city. If she moved in by herself, she would have to separate from him. Not to mention that daily training and various information exchanges would become very inconvenient. Just say that she suddenly became a person living alone again, and she felt. I felt a little uncomfortable, lacking a sense of security. On the other hand, after she came back from the auction, she found that there were more and more monsters in the base city. You don't know what kind of people with abilities may live around you. Maybe one day, you will be targeted by someone with a big background. It will be too late to hide by then. Comparing them, although the shantytowns have average security, the people living around are ordinary enough. No matter how much they spend, they are just some petty tricks that are not worthy of being shown on the stage. With her current strength, it is still enough to deal with it. After careful consideration, Su Sanson shook his head and refused directly. It doesn't make much sense to buy it now. You can't go into the city. Do you buy it to collect rent? Xie Yuan's heat, which had just calmed down, steamed up again. She would actually give up going into the city for me? Since Su Sanson refused the proposal to buy a house in the city, and there was no channel to buy aircraft, temporary protective shields, or heavy firepower weapons for the time being, the result of the two's discussion was that the big head would be saved first. We see later. The small head must be used to buy some metal components and materials. Many key parts of the truck have been used by Xie Yuan to modify them into sensors and shields in the past few days, so the material gap is getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, at the Golden Triangle base next to the elevator entrance of the South City Gate Black Market, the man on the rocking chair opened his eyes. Did the East City Gate deny that they killed our people and stole our rare nuclear crystals? The fat woman behind the cat's eye turned the gold ring on her finger and snorted coldly. Huh! The people of the Brotherhood never tell the truth. The man on the rocking chair frowned slightly, carefully reviewing what happened in the past few days, which was indeed a bit strange, and then said gloomily, "Send Lao Jiao to go and find out the truth first." Chapter 117. Su Sanson wanted to send the list of materials directly to Lao Qin, but was stopped by Xie Yuan. These materials involve some sensitive metal components. I am worried that it is not safe to buy from Lao Qin. Xie Yuan paused and continued. Didn't you say that the one-eyed Zhang found by the Sifong team opened a metal waste recycling station? I think we can try to buy a few inconspicuous materials from him first. If there is no problem, the rest can be considered to be completed through him. Su Sanson took the list of materials from Xie Yuan, nodded, and thought to himself, it seems that Lao Qin has encountered some troubles. After breakfast, after completing the devil training at home in the morning, Su Sanson put on the matchmaker mole, wrapped a small towel, and went to the private soldier camp. Once again through the fitness area in the center of the barracks, passing by a group of performance artists, Su Sanson came to the corner where the Sifong team was, and saw the captain who bought cutting his gray nails again. She couldn't stand it any longer, and finally started to complain in her heart. In this end times, even onychomycosis has mutated, growing so fast, needing to be trimmed every day. Then, she saw the marshal blinking his bright eyes, suddenly appeared in front of her, and called, "Xiao Su is here." Su Sanson smiled and waved, but she was muttering in her heart, "Why is it always the marshal who finds me first? Could it be? There is something else in his eyes?" Hearing the marshal's voice, Yugo smeared the last drop of wax on her index finger on the beard under her nostrils, and then immediately turned her head. "Come on. We were just discussing whether to apply for the mission." The little stutterer suddenly raised his head from between his legs, and simply raised his chin towards Su Sanson as a greeting. After Su Sanson sat down, he saw Hu Ba put away his nail clippers, open the dark web task module in the optical brain, pointed to a task with a very low popularity value in the list and said, I contacted Lao Zhang today, and he said that it would take 2 days to repair the aircraft. I was planning to wait a little longer, but you see, there is a task posted here where the employer provides the aircraft. We thought that since we are idle anyway, we can make some money. What do you think, Xiao Su? Su Sanson looked at this task with a popularity value of only 3 and pursed his lips. A popularity value of 3 means that only 3 teams have clicked on this task to view its detailed information. Could it be a big pit? After all, the eyes of the masses will be sharp no matter what era. Given the often mysterious brain circuits of the 4 people in the quartet team, Su Sanson began to feel nervous. But when she saw the reward for this task, she suddenly understood. Only 5,000 contribution points. After the team completes the task, the private soldiers complete the withdrawal, and the handling fee is deducted, there will probably not be even 3,000 points left. No wonder no one is willing to take it. Then why did the 4 people in the 4-party team like it? It seems that the team is not short of these 3,000 points now. Just when Su Sanson was very confused, Huba opened the task details and explained, Look, this task is to cooperate with the guards. The goal is to find starchy edible plants. Don't look at the low contribution points, but it clearly states that during the exploration process, all lightly contaminated food detected by the private soldiers can belong to the team and do not need to be handed over to the guards. Yuga quickly agreed, Yes. You just came to the private army camp, you don't understand. The food in the camp is only nutritional supplements. If you want to eat something else, you have to go out and find a way. The marshal blinked and complained, Hey! You also know that we have been receiving subsistence allowances before. Yesterday, we finally got the dividends, and wanted to go to the black market to exchange for some delicious food. Guess what? Now the black market only buys food and doesn't sell it at all. Su Sanson took a breath and sighed, when he thought about the expensive light meal menus in the inner-city auction. Is the food in the outer city of the base so scarce now? Huba sighed. Even the official exchange office has begun to exchange only basic nutrient solution. Su Sanson frowned. How could this be? At this time, the little stutterer spoke out to explain. The hot season has been for over 100 days. So that's it. Su Sanson suddenly realized that the hot season lasts for 125 days, and it is already the 104th day. There are still 21 days before the wind season begins. The wind season does not seem to be suitable for collecting food in the wilderness. It seems that the base has begun to tighten the food supply. No wonder the guards have begun to post tasks on the dark web and seek the power of the private soldiers. They should want to collect as much food as possible before the end of the hot season, especially starch. Thinking about the trick, the 4-party team directly applied for this guard cooperation task, with extremely low remuneration and popularity in the task module. But Su Sanson's eyes suddenly turned, and he thought of the huge bribe of 230,000 yuan in the balance of the light computer. He coughed a few times, rubbed his hands, hesitated for a moment, and added a message note in the task application column. In the base's inner-city guard station, in the Xuanwu Guards Lounge, Gao Xian looked at the dark web message prompts on his light brain, tapping his fingertips on the table. At this time, a tall man from the 5th team of the Xuanwu Guard suddenly pushed the door in a hurry and reported with sweat on his forehead. Report to the captain, the matchmaker, the mole lady, has been booked by the Dragon and Tiger team of the Private Soldiers Free Union. They said that the price they offered was high. What can we do now? After upgrading the weapons and equipment, the team's funds are really stretched. Gao Xian's mouth twitched, looking at the message left by a private soldier with the IDC Fong team, Xiao Xiongsu in the light brain. I wonder if the guard spaceship needs professional toilet cleaners? Glancing at the subordinate with a worried face, Gao Xian replied, Bring them. So when Qin Ergu used up his fastest running speed and finally transported a batch of second-hand metal materials ordered by Su Sanson from Duyanzhang to the gate of the private soldier camp, he learned that he would have the opportunity to board the guard spaceship and go on a mission with the Sifong team. Although he was only responsible for cleaning the toilet of the spacecraft, but that was also an important step for him to take on the journey of the future. Qin Ergu was like a chicken with blood, full of fighting spirit. Looking at Su Sanson's eyes, he became more respectful and admiring. Sure enough, it has to be my third sister. This is efficiency. It's awesome. Su Sanson moved the metal materials in the second-layer bucket of Qin Ergu's cleaning car to his own cart, patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, Ergu, you have to show them your professional attitude and superb skills tomorrow. So, don't forget to bring a plunger. The 4 members of the quartet team, after learning that Chin Ergu had just conducted a comprehensive cleaning of their aircraft, especially when he mentioned that he had also carried out professional disinfection and deodorization in the storage room. All four nodded with satisfaction, and cast a look at him. Boy, you are good. I am optimistic about you. Therefore, the members of the quartet team actually had no objection to Su Sanson's proposal to bring Chin Ergu to participate in the cooperation mission of the Xuanwu Guard. After all, he was just going to clean the toilet of the spaceship, which would not affect the team's mission or participate in the distribution of the team's results. Therefore, everyone was very friendly and welcoming to Chin Ergu. The quartet team stood at the gate of the private army camp, greeting each other peacefully. At the same time, in the private army camp, the Zipichong members of the Demon Wolf team exchanged glances. Follow me later, we must teach them a lesson today. Chapter 118. The four members of the Sifong team, Su Sanson and Chin Ergu, confirmed the gathering time for tomorrow's mission, and then packed up and said goodbye to each other before leaving. Su Sanson and Chin Ergu walked out of the gate of the private army camp and headed west towards the South City Gate. The small house shared by Hu Ba and his friends was to the east of the private army camp. On the way, Su Sanson looked at the frog skin armor that Chin Ergu had just replaced in the toilet in his old cleaning car, and said, I think we can find that master to mend this soft armor. You and I are about the same height. We will try to finish it tonight, so that you can wear it tomorrow. Although we are just staying in the spaceship, there will always be accidents when we are on a mission. We should make more preparations. Chin Ergu blinked his starry eyes, and nodded constantly. His third sister was thoughtful. She is worthy of being the big boss of the private army camp. Su Sanson touched the newly replaced snakeskin armor. It was light, delicate, and cool to the touch. It was worthy of being the skin of a 2-star beast. It was indeed of high quality. So he turned on the light brain and transferred 1,200 points of snakeskin armor processing fees, and 1,680 points of subsequent processing fees for cone-shaped snake scales and poison sacs to Lao Chin at one time. At this moment, she suddenly stopped and quickly glanced at the door of a store on the street. The angle of the door was just right to reflect the street scene behind. Su Sanson saw a familiar figure flashing by at the corner of the street through the reflection of the metal door. At the same time, the light brain received a message from Hu Ba and his 4 people. The tale appeared, be careful. Su Sanson, it has been found, it is a demon wolf. After replying the message, she looked up and winked at Chin Ergu, with a joking face, and said calmly, someone is following us. We will separate in front. You go to the women's toilet before, and hide there first, and wait for my message. Chin Ergu gathered the wig on his head, raised his butt, and gave Su Sanson a received look, then pushed his old cleaning car, twisted his waist, and continued to move forward in a pretentious manner. This was not the first time he had cooperated with Su Sanson to deal with the stalker, so he was familiar with it, and quickly entered the performance state with ease. That's right, Chin Ergu's best positioning today was the toilet cleaning ant. The two quickly walked to the fork in the road ahead, and said goodbye naturally. After separating, Su Sanson immediately quickened her pace, and turned into a small alley not far away. From the private barracks to the South City Gate, the street environment, and architectural features along the way, she had memorized them thoroughly after Xie Yuan's daily hellish simulation and repetition. Through the reflection of the sign on the wall of an apartment building at the head of the alley, Su Sanson immediately caught the figure of Tail as soon as he appeared at the fork in the road. It was Sheepy. Sheepy was standing at the fork in the road at this moment. He spat and ran towards the alley where Su Sanson was hiding. He gritted his teeth in indignation. A temporary worker wants to play hide-and-seek with me. But before he finished speaking, he heard a scream of fuck. Sheepy's feet were suddenly tripped by something, and he was about to fall to the ground. But the Gene Warrior was not an ordinary person after all. He pushed down with one hand, and at the moment of falling, he did a front flip. Su Sanson threw away the spider silk in her hand, and the conical snake scales between the 5 fingers of her right hand flew towards Sheepy, who was tumbling in the air. Puff! One of the snake scales hit Sheepy's calf. Ah! He screamed and fell to the ground with a snap. The snake venom on the tip of the snake's scale quickly spread from his calf to his whole body, causing him to roll on the spot in pain. At this time, the shadow of a pedestrian was projected at the fork in the road. Su Sanson picked up the spider silk thrown on the ground, gently raised her left hand, and with a clever force, she pulled it back hard, and the buckle tied to the water pipe on the opposite side of the alley was silently loosened. At the same time, she pulled back with her right hand, and before the pedestrian completely appeared at the fork in the road, she pulled back the 4 conical snake scales that had just been shot, and then she turned neatly and ran deep into the alley, quickly disappearing from the crime scene. To the east of the private army camp, near the abandoned garbage dump where the Sifong team had parked their aircraft, on a secluded side road, the marshal who was walking in the front suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck!" Someone fired a hidden weapon. Then, he covered his chest, stared at his shining eyes, and fell to the ground with a determined look. Before closing his eyes, he still remembered to weakly and righteously tell, "Don't worry about me." "Chase!" Hu Ba shouted at the front. "Stop! Don't even think about running away." Yuga turned around and shouted, "Marshal! Hold on!" Little Stutterer screamed, Give me my life." The three of them disappeared at the intersection in front in an instant. The 5 members of the Demon Wolf team, who had been following the 4 members of the Sifong team, winked at each other. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the oriole is behind. So the 5 of them looked around for a moment, and after making sure that there was no one, they quickly ran towards the marshal lying on his back in front of them. Just as the member of the Demon Wolf squad, who was in the front, ran to the marshal and squatted down to try to feel his breath, the marshal's bright eyes suddenly opened and stared at the member of the Demon Wolf squad, who ran to him without any focus. There was a muffled sound of paw, and the member of the Demon Wolf squad was hit in the back of his neck and fell to the ground. At the same time, a small metal ball that was constantly emitting white smoke suddenly rolled to the marshal's side. Just as the remaining 4 members of the Demon Wolf squad realized that they had been tricked and were ready to fight back, a high concentration of drugs instantly filled their nasal cavities. Accompanied by a series of pa-pa-pa quartet, the 4 members of the Demon Wolf squad fell to the ground one after another. Hu Ba and Yugu took a deep breath and rushed out from the 2 directions of the fork in the road. They tied up the 5 members of the Demon Wolf team and threw them directly into a public toilet near the garbage dump. It's not that they didn't want to get rid of them directly. The main thing is that they were causing trouble in the Bay City, especially a major incident involving human lives. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble later, so they exchanged glances quickly and finally compromised and chose to throw them into a public toilet not far away. It's just that the little stutterer looked at the marshal, who was still lying on the ground, and scratched his head with a guilty conscience. Forget. Let him. Hold his breath. Soon, the people of the 4-party team exchanged the victory report of the anti-sneak attack in their light brains. Su Sanson immediately notified Shin Ergu that the alarm was lifted, and then he pulled the small cart, quickened his pace, and went out of the south gate. In the east gate black market, outside a secret room of the Brotherhood, Lao Jio stealthily put away the lock-picking tools in his hand, secretly pushed open the heavy metal door, and then slipped in silently in a flash. The secret room was very dark, and the air was filled with a strange smell, like a mixture of nutrient solution and excrement. Lao Jio stuck to the wall and put on the night vision goggles. Soon, the scene in the room became clear at a glance. There were more than 10 people lying on the ground, each with a thin metal needle inserted in the wrist. The upper end of the metal needle was connected to a long plastic catheter, which passed through the roof and connected to another secret room. Lao Jio couldn't help but frown. What is this? Then she saw that the ankles of these 10 people were all tied with heavy metal shackles. Thinking of the punishment and torture in the Golden Triangle, she suddenly realized, this is the internal cell of the Brotherhood. It seems to be used to detain those idiots who are incompetent. Lao Jio quickly glanced at the people on the ground and was about to leave. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the corner. She hurriedly raised her foot to check. This dress, this hairstyle, although the hands and feet were obviously injured, but the face, she remembered very clearly, isn't this the woman who followed her that night and was thrown into the public toilet by her? Damn it, you Brotherhood, you even quibbled that you didn't secretly attack our Golden Triangle. Fortunately, she was cautious and smart enough that night, otherwise her end would probably be as tragic as Xiao Wu. Lao Jio turned on the light brain, recorded the fainted Niu Wanhua, and quickly left the secret room and disappeared in the east gate black market. At this time, in the shoe of Niu Juanhua's right foot, there was a tiny pinhole at the center of the foot, and a micro device was constantly emitting very weak signals. Chapter 119. Inside the hut, Xie Yuan stared at the location on the little button and frowned. It was actually transferred to the East City Gate. The pinhole locator in Niu Juanhua's soul was secretly implanted by Xie Yuan. It is ironic that this pinhole locator is made of special metal materials in the high-end storage box in the Golden Triangle. Xie Yuan spared Niu Juanhua's life out of caution. He wanted to see if there would be other unknown forces behind her besides Maozage. Anyway, she was thrown into Area 8. Without food and water, she could only survive for another 5 days at most. But I didn't expect that the current situation seemed to be a little complicated. Not only did Neil 11 not die, but she was also transferred to the East City Gate. Xieyuan looked at the coordinates on the little button. The black market at the East Gate? Star calendar year 336, day 105 of the scorching season, 6:25 in the morning. Sue Sanson was woken up on time by the optical brain, got up, went to the toilet, washed up, and after breakfast, he shrunk the small cart to its smallest state, put it on his left arm, and then faced the broken lens, put a matchmaker mole on himself, plus 2 pimples, and after wrapping a small towel around himself, he went out and ran towards the guard spacecraft parking area 2.5 kilometers outside the south gate of the base. At the same time, in the second-hand store on the black market, Chin Erga put on a wig, tied up his hair like an old lady, and imitated Sue Sanson, but he put a huge matchmaker mole on his left face. His father said that for capable people, they need to observe and learn from all aspects and angles in order to become great. Chin Erga pushed his dilapidated toilet cleaning car, which contained various cleaning tools, and his lucky god, a plunger. He shouted to Lao Chin downstairs, "Dad, I took several big jobs in public toilets today, so I'll be back late. Don't wait for me to eat at noon." After that, he walked out of the door of the second floor of the black market in high spirits. Lao Chin sat in front of the counter of the second-hand store, sighed, shook his head, and sent a message to Sue Sanson, "Don't let him get off the spaceship." 6:58, the 4 members of the Sifong team, Sue Sanson and Chin Ergu, successfully met at the spaceship berth. Sue Sanson looked at Chin Ergu's big head wrapped in a scarf, and the charming matchmaker mole exposed in the gap of the scarf, and was speechless for a moment. "If you weren't so muscular, and had a big head, I would have thought I was looking in the mirror when looking at you." Soon Gao Xian, the captain of the 5th team of the Xuanwu Guard, appeared in front of the people of the Sifong team. She glanced back and forth between Sue Sanson and Chin Ergu, and muttered in her heart, "Didn't you say that the matchmaker mole lady took someone else's job? Why is she here again today? Is she free again? And brought her relatives with her?" Gao Xian nodded at Hu Ba and said concisely, "The mission this time is to find starchy food. We only need you to provide the coordinates." After speaking, she paused, but still couldn't help asking, "I heard that a private soldier team must have at least 5 people to take on the mission. This is..." She looked back and forth at Hu Ba, Yuge, the marshal, and the little stutterer, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. In fact, Gao Xian couldn't be blamed for this, because the mission they released actually opened up a total of 3 private soldier teams to apply for positions. Who would have thought that from the time the mission was released to now, there was not even a single private soldier team willing to apply, except for the Sifong team that suddenly showed up yesterday. I thought that we could finally get at least 5 more genetic warriors to expand the scope of exploration, but who would have thought that only 4 people came today? Gao Xian felt that she was deceived, so she was a little unhappy for a while. Hu Ba coughed dryly and explained, "Our 5th member is here too." He pointed in the direction of Sue Sanson. Gao Xian glanced at Chin Ergu, who was short but had strong muscles, nodded, and accepted this explanation, then raised her chin towards Sue Sanson. "Then, Auntie, you will follow the guards on the spaceship." At this time, a tall man from the 5th team of the Xuanwu Guard looked at the matchmaker mole on Sue Sanson's face, and was very surprised. He quickly introduced, "Auntie, you don't know, there are really many problems with our toilet. It has been blocked for several days, and..." Sue Sanson was speechless. "What? You don't recognize me now that I have a matchmaker mole? Are they all fake fans? The internet has no memory, and your Xuanwu guards have no memory either." Fortunately, Chin Ergu was very sensible. He immediately pushed his old cleaning car and nodded to Gao Xian, saying, "Hey. Okay. Don't worry. I am quite professional in the toilet." So, the 4-way team quickly boarded the spacecraft, while the Xuanwu guards exchanged glances and looked at them in various ways. 40 minutes later, with a bang, the spacecraft landed. The voices of Gao Xian and the guards came from the cockpit. "Check the shield configuration. The shield is activated normally. Activate the spacecraft's self-cloaking function." The self-cloaking function is activated. "Let's go!" The 4 members of the Sifong team and Sue Sanson followed the members of the 5th team of the Xuanwu Guard and got off the spaceship one after another. Chin Ergu waved to everyone reluctantly with a plunger in his hand. Sue Sanson stood on the grass, and what caught his eye was a hilly area with undulating mountains. The mountains were high and low, and they stretched out in a staggered manner to the distance. At this time, Gao Xian's voice came. "In order to improve efficiency, Everyone should disperse as much as possible and report the coordinates in the discussion group every half an hour. After explaining the precautions, everyone immediately dispersed and began to search in the assigned coordinate range. Sue Sanson was carried on Yuji's shoulders and followed the Sifong team to move rapidly towards the area they were responsible for. Why was she carried? Of course, it was because her short legs were really disappointing. In order not to slow down the speed of travel, Yuga had to work hard temporarily. 15 minutes later, the Sifong team arrived at the target range and dispersed to act separately. Of course, they were not too far from each other. The 5 of them formed a cross formation, with Sue Sanson standing in the center of the formation and the other 4 scattered at the 4 corners. In this way, they kept a distance of about 150 to 200 meters from each other. Once someone was in danger, their companions could immediately rescue them. 2 hours later, the cross formation of the 4-party team had moved several kilometers outward, but still found nothing. In her mind, except for the severe pollution warning sound that kept echoing, not even a nice word appeared. Ah! Sue Sanson couldn't help but sigh, took off the small towel around her head, wiped the sweat, and drank a sip of water to moisten her throat. It's been too long since she went out to look for food, which made her mentally unstable now. What a sin, this futile superstition, we have to get rid of it quickly. So an adapted version of In the Field of Hope began to play in her mind. After more than half an hour, the cross formation of the 4-party team had reached the end of this area. Hubal looked at the hillside in front of him and sighed. It seems that we have to change direction and continue the test. At this time, Sue Sanson, who was sitting at the foot of the mountain, silently looking at the sky and praying superstitiously, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the orange-yellow guy on the top of the hill not far away. He stood up. Could it be a big pumpkin on it? At the same time, Scar sat at the metal table in the single dormitory, wearing a high-definition microscope, holding a high-precision screwdriver in one hand and a pair of micro-tweezers in the other hand, and kept operating the pinhole locator at the bottom of the pistol on the table. This pistol is exquisitely designed, with a string of numbers engraved on the bottom. 1779. Chapter 120. Sue Sanson stared at the big fat orange on the top of the hillside, and the more she looked at it, the more she thought it was interesting. Although pumpkin is not a traditional food crop, its delicate and dense taste, cooked into porridge or steamed, is still quite filling. So she told her bold guess to the people of the Sifong team. After all, this is a team task, and she still needs to discuss it with everyone. After hearing this, Huba's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what kind of food pumpkin porridge was, he thought that the tasks completed by the team in the past few times could be said to be all relying on this mysterious and awesome temporary worker, so he immediately decided, okay, let's go up the mountain to find out the truth. Yuga and Dashwai also agreed enthusiastically. Little Stutter nodded, quickly took out 5 plum-shaped metal darts from his metal box, and then took out several large rolls of hemp rope from the backpack on his back, tied them to the ends of the plum-shaped darts, and then distributed them to everyone. With 3 swoosh sounds, the darts in Huba, Yuga and Dashwai's hands accurately hit the cracks in the rocks at the top of the hillside. Then, there was another crisp bang sound in the air, and a plum blossom dart accurately hit a large rock protruding halfway up the mountain. Then, there was a series of da-da-da and sparse friction sounds. After the plum blossom dart was rebounded by the big rock, it rolled down the hillside directly. Ahem. Sue Sanson laughed awkwardly. It was indeed not her fault. Her longest projection distance was still stuck at 13 meters, and her hit rate could not be increased to more than 50%. The hillside in front of her obviously exceeded her projection limit. Little Stutter turned his head to look at Sue Sanson, gave her a comforting look, and then calmly handed the plum blossom dart in his hand to the marshal beside him. The marshal took the dart from Little Stutter familiarly and waved his right arm lightly upward. Snap! The dart easily pierced into the cracks in the rocks at the top of the hillside. How to say it, Little Stutter, probably all of his genetic evolution skill points are in the 2 fields of digital calculation and material balancing. In terms of physical fitness, except for running speed, which can barely meet the passing line of genetic warriors, the rest can only be said to be unsightly. Perhaps he had long been accustomed to and recognized the reality, so Little Stutter sought the marshal's help at this moment without any psychological burden. Sue Sanson nodded with a look of I see, and he was considered to have learned it, so he hurried forward to pick up the plum blossom dart that rolled to the foot of the mountain and gave it to Yuga with his backhand. 20 minutes later, the 5 people finally climbed up the hill in front of them in an atmosphere of mutual help, unity, and friendship. As soon as she turned over and sat on the top of the mountain, Sue Sanson was dumbfounded. It turned out that there was a large flat and vast land on the top of the mountain. This can be regarded as a central plains landform between the plains and the plateau. On the central plains, a large area of mutant shrubs that looked like giant lanterns were clustered and grew along the edge of the hillside. Sue Sanson stared at an orange big lantern not far away and frowned slightly. Not to mention why the size of this big lantern was comparable to a yoga ball. Just the shape of it hanging high in the air made her a little confused. Shouldn't the pumpkin in her memory grow on the ground? She began to doubt her previous judgment. At this time, the impulsive Marshal was very excited when he saw such a large orange pumpkin. He quickly took out his optical computer and started to test the pumpkin closest to him. He heard a sound of ding. Slightly polluted, edible. The Marshal's bright eyes immediately flashed with little stars, and then he turned into a little stutterer in an instant, stammering excitedly, this. Lightly. Polluted? Yugu, Huba and the little stutterer were also excited and ran quickly towards the orange pumpkin next to the Marshal. The four people looked like they had never seen the world. They were very eager and excited to watch this slightly polluted big lantern. From time to time, you touched it, I touched it, you rubbed it, and I rubbed it again. Suddenly, there was a click sound. I don't know who used too much force. In an accident, this big lantern was pulled off the branch. Then, with a pop, the big lantern fell heavily to the ground. Then, there was another crisp click sound, and the big lantern was broken directly from the center. Suddenly, an inexplicable mysterious force overflowed from the shell of the big lantern, causing Huba and the other four people who were gathered around to burst into tears and sneeze continuously. Acu. Ache. Achoo. Acu. In less than 5 seconds, Sue Sanson saw that only the left half of Huba's octagonal beard was left under his nostrils, and the right half had been shaken away. Although Yuji's beard under his nostrils was saved, why did you start to look at something with your bright eyes full of tears? The beard under the Marshal's nostrils was completely gone, replaced by 2 large strings of shiny unknown objects. The stutterer covered his head and face with his hands, unable to see the details, but kept making the same syllable. Sue Sanson sighed. It was really hard to watch. It was too spicy. This spicy eye, not that spicy eye. It was really physically spicy to the eyes. Because the big lanterns hanging high in front of her eyes were not big pumpkins, but mutant big colored peppers. Sue Sanson rubbed her eyes. She could feel the pepper element in the air from such a distance, and wondered in confusion. The colored peppers in the memory of the previous life were not very spicy. How come they changed in the end of the world? After 5 minutes, the 4 members of the 4-way team finally got out of the hot and scorching series of sneezes, looking at Sue Sanson with tears in their eyes. Sue Sanson smiled awkwardly but politely. Although this is not a pumpkin, it is also a rare food. In the next hour or so, the Sifong team kept walking around in this big lantern area with red, green, orange and yellow, testing, picking, packing and transporting. Soon, the entire pepper base was completely taken over by the Sifong team. They detected a total of 11 slightly polluted edible and 16 moderately polluted mutant large peppers. In order to facilitate transportation, the Sifong team found a few fairly strong moderately polluted branches in the dense forest on the hillside. The branches were snapped a few times, and Huba, Yugu and Dashwai neatly chopped them into several long and thin wooden sticks. Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba were responsible for a pile each, and quickly put the slightly polluted and moderately polluted mutant large peppers on different wooden sticks. Since the size of the mutant bell peppers is really large, in order to ensure that there will be no tragedy of mutual squeezing during transportation, only 2 or 3 can be strung on each wooden stick. In this way, there are a total of 10 strings. When leaving, each person will tie 2 strings on his body, which is both efficient and safe. Sue Sanson looked at the pepper strings temporarily stuck in the ground in front of her, and had to sigh that there is indeed strength in numbers. The Gene Warrior is worthy of being a Gene Warrior. It took more than an hour to sweep this large area of bell peppers. If she was alone before, it would take at least a whole day. After a short rest, several people continued to explore this hillside central plains. It's not easy to come up, so let's just search this large area of land before changing direction. The 5 people once again formed a cross position and gradually detected the depths of the central plains area. But after walking a few steps, Sue Sanson looked at the familiar green leaves in front of her and stopped unconsciously. In fact, she had noticed the leaves of the bushes before, but in her memory of her previous life, the leaves grew close to the ground. But the leaves in front of her were half a head taller than her, which made her unable to react for a while. After observing for another 5 to 6 minutes, Sue Sanson finally couldn't help it, pulled out the small hoe at her waist, and quickly dug at the root of one of the leaves of the bushes. After a while, a dark red big lump was dug out by her hands. "Oh my God! I'm afraid I dug up sweet potatoes." Chapter 121. As Sue Sanson exclaimed, the 4 teams that had formed a cross formation and were ready to quickly start the sweep mode all stopped and gathered around. But this time, no one dared to be as impulsive as before. Bob was seen pressing his index finger tightly under his nostrils, leaving only the left half of his beard. Hugo opened his palms and blocked them directly in front of his eyes, occasionally showing a little gap between his fingers and taking a quick look. The marshal turned his bright eyes and pinched his nostrils with 2 fingers on his right hand. The little stutterer turned his back and pricked his ears, ready to rely on hearing alone. Sue Sanson rolled her eyes and couldn't help wiping the non-existent sweat on her forehead. Then she accelerated her movements. After 10 minutes, a big guy 1 meter long and half a meter wide with a dark red skin was pulled out by her with great effort. Sue Sanson quickly scraped off the dirt on its skin and then sniffed it, smelling a slightly sweet fragrance. "Yes, there is no mistake. This is the mutant sweet potato." She smiled and nodded at everyone, and concluded very confidently, "This is the sweet potato. It is starch. It is food." When the 4 members of the Sifong team heard that it was a starchy food, they immediately couldn't sit still. At this time, there was no longer any reserved shrinking before. One by one, they quickly gathered around. "You touch it, I touch it, you rub it, and I rub it too." Just kidding. Sweet potatoes don't have any terrible hidden properties. They can be completely unscrupulous and reckless with this big lump in front of them, swaying their enthusiasm. It's just a pity that with a ding. Severe pollution. Amid the warning, the optical brain ruthlessly sentenced the big sweet potato to death. But it doesn't matter. There is still such a vast expanse of central plains on the top of the mountain. At least a few slightly contaminated and edible ones can be detected. Sue Sanson rolled his eyes and kept a careful eye. He suggested, "Let's test here for a few hours first, and then share the coordinates with the people of the Xuanwu Guard when it is almost time to gather in the afternoon. After all, no one can say for sure whether we can continue to test after they come." Ba stroked the remaining half of his beard and nodded in agreement. Yuge and the marshal also agreed. "That's the truth." Xiao Jieba gave a thumbs up and made a summary speech. "Hi." So the people of the Sifong team followed Sue Sanson's previous method of digging radishes, first quickly testing the branches and leaves growing on the ground, and only when the branches and leaves were tested as slightly contaminated did they start to use knives or hoes to dig deeply. Another 4 hours passed, and the 4-way team had successfully dug out 11 slightly contaminated mutant sweet potatoes. These mutant sweet potatoes and mutant peppers were uniformly placed less than 100 meters away from the edge of the hillside to facilitate the subsequent transportation. Just as everyone continued to dig the mutant sweet potatoes in front of them, a chee-chee-chee sound suddenly came from the grass in the distance. The 5 people immediately stopped their actions, looked around with vigilant eyes, and quickly located the direction of the sound. Sue Sanson pulled the snakeskin hood on his head, extended the shield on his left arm to 1 meter long and half a meter wide, quickly put the hoe on his waist with his right hand, and then quickly took out 4 conical snake scales coated with snake venom from the snakeskin interlayer in the cloth bag. The snakeskin layer in the cloth bag was specially designed by Xieyuan, and Sue Sanson asked Lao Qin to customize it. It was mainly to allow her to carry and use the conical snake scales coated with toxins when she was on a mission, and the snake skin of this mutant cobra could perfectly restrain its own snake venom. As for Sue Sanson, why was she not afraid to touch the conical snake scales coated with highly toxicity with her hands? That was because her gloves were also upgraded from frog skin to snake skin gloves, so she naturally had nothing to fear. From the time the sound was heard to now, it was only 2 or 3 seconds. Soon, more than a dozen huge, brown-red mutant weasels quickly rushed out of the bushes not far away. The mutant weasels were very agile. They were in groups of 3, with their bloody mouths wide open, revealing their cold and sharp teeth, and they rushed straight towards the 5 people of the 4-party team scattered in the sweet potato field. Facing so many strange beasts at once, Sue Sanson's first reaction was to turn out the meat-skinned dumplings and directly launch a range attack. But suddenly she considered that there were still people from the Xuanwu Guards today. If she rashly used this relatively rare nuclear crystal with so many guards, there would be trouble. So she immediately suppressed the thought that had just flashed through her mind and instantly re-entered the combat state. With a few swoosh sounds, the 4 conical snake scales in her right hand flew out from her fingertips in an instant. Rip! 2 snake scales rubbed the forelimbs of the 2 mutant weasels that were rushing towards her. Due to the interference of the conical snake scales, The attack rhythm of the two mutant weasels was slightly disrupted for a moment. It was a pity that the wounds were probably too small, and the poisonous snake scales did not pierce deep enough, so the two mutant weasels that were hit did not immediately show signs of being poisoned. Sue Sanson frowned, raised the cart shield, and quickly blocked the other mutant weasel rushing from the left front. At the same time, she took out the high-energy knife with her right hand and pressed the switch fiercely. When the mutant weasel once again jumped towards her from behind the cart, she stabbed it in the head with a puff. After dealing with one, the other two mutant weasels that were scratched by snake scales soon slowed down their movements and began to shake their heads unconsciously. This is the poison. Sue Sanson seized the opportunity and did not give the two mutant weasels a chance to continue to advance. She leaped out with her right leg, and the cart with her left arm blocked the claws that attacked her. At the moment when her right foot touched the ground, her left leg crossed forward diagonally, directly past the mutant weasel, and moved behind it. She held the high-energy knife tightly in her right hand, and her waist and abdomen drove her shoulders to exert force instantly. She twisted her body to the right, and swung it back with a fierce backhand. With a puff sound, the high-energy knife stabbed diagonally into the neck of one of the mutant weasels. Her movements were continuous, without any pause. After quickly turning 180 degrees with her right wrist holding the handle of the knife, she immediately pulled it out, raised her hand forward, and threw it 3 meters away. With another puff, the high-energy knife accurately stabbed into another mutant weasel that was rushing towards her. At the same time, Huba, Yugu and Shuai all pulled out the metal machetes on their backs and swung them at the mutant weasels coming from all directions in front of them. Puff! Puff! Soon, 4 to 5 mutant weasels were separated from their heads and bodies, and were directly chopped into 2 pieces. As for Little Stutter, he quickly threw 3 micro-explosive bombs in front of him. At the moment when the mutant weasel jumped towards him, Little Stutter pressed the switch neatly. There were 3 loud noises of bang bang bang, and the 3 mutant weasels were instantly blown into pieces. The whole battle took only 1 or 2 minutes from the beginning to the end. Soon, the people of the 4-party team began to search for nuclear crystals in the bodies of the dozen mutant weasels. The luck was not bad. A total of 9 yellow energy nuclear crystals were opened. Just as the 5 people loaded the nuclear crystals and prepared to continue the digging of sweet potatoes, they heard the chee-chee-chee sound from the bushes in the distance again, and this time, the sound was obviously louder and noisier than before. Oh no, could it be that the dozen or so mutant weasels were just the vanguard troops, and the ones that are gathering towards them quickly now are the real main force? Huba carefully distinguished the figures that kept surging in the grass in front of him, and conservatively estimated that there were at least thousands of them. Such a large number, without destroying the large sweet potato field, is not something that their private army can successfully resist. Huba immediately shared the coordinate information with Gao Xian, the captain of the Xuanwu Guard. Then he loudly deployed, Xiao Su, Xiao Jiaba, protect the food and prepare to retreat. Yugu and Marshal, follow me to attack and cover the rear. Chapter 122. At Huba's command, Yugu and the Marshal quickly moved in the sweet potato field. The 3 of them quickly formed a circle to protect Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba behind them. Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba also turned around at this moment and ran towards the place where mutant sweet potatoes and mutant peppers were piled 100 meters away from the edge of the hillside. At the same time, the mutant weasel army had appeared in front of Huba and his 3 men, and they were swiftly crushing towards them. Fuck. So many. The Marshal couldn't help but swear. Don't be distracted. Yugu swung the machete in his hand quickly, fighting and retreating. Huba clenched his back teeth, and the machete in his hand danced in the air, and said sternly, Xiao Su, Xiao Jiaba, you must retreat in 1 minute. Sue Sanson's heart was pounding, and his hands moved faster and faster. Little Stutter neatly tied up the 11 mutant sweet potatoes with hemp rope and piled them up. Sue Sanson was responsible for inserting the mutant pepper sticks on the ground into the mutant sweet potatoes one by one. 45 seconds passed, and Little Stutter pointed at Sue Sanson's left arm and winked at her. Sue Sanson understood and immediately shouted loudly, Ready. The countdown starts in 10 seconds. Before she finished speaking, she quickly took off the cart on her left arm, and then immediately unfolded it to 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. She took a deep breath, pulled up the metal chain on the top of the cart, and used all her strength to run towards the edge of the hillside at her fastest speed. She didn't forget to count down loudly, 8, 7, 6, 5. After hearing the order, Huba and the other 2 instantly exerted their strength and spun the machetes in their hands into propellers in the air at an astonishing speed, and heard puff, puff, puff. In an instant, flesh and blood flew in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of the gap created by the rapid burst of clearing, Huba shouted, "Retreat!" The three men moved in unison, put away their knives, and turned around, rushing towards the place where the mutant sweet potatoes were piled. At this time, Sue Sanson was less than 50 meters away from the edge of the hillside. Huba and his three men quickly flashed to the destination in the blink of an eye. Yuga and Dashwai carried 2 mutant sweet potatoes in one hand, and opened their bows at the same time. In an instant, 8 mutant sweet potatoes, and 8 strings of mutant peppers inserted in them were easily carried behind them. Xiaojiaba had already carried the big mutant sweet potato that was assigned to him, and Huba picked up the remaining 2 mutant sweet potatoes with his left hand, and protected Xiaojiaba's shoulders with his right hand very skillfully. The 4 people quickly picked up the supplies, without stopping at all, and ran towards Sue Sanson very smoothly. In just a breath of time, they rushed behind her. At the moment when Sue Sanson counted down for the last time, 3, 2, 1, several people jumped onto the small cart that had just crossed the edge of the hillside and flew into the air due to inertia. The members of the Sifong team stepped steadily on the 2-square-meter cart in an extremely strange shape. Sue Sanson stood at the front of the cart with a serious face and steady as a mountain, with his feet tightly stuck in the hemp rope rings tied to the cart in advance. Yuga opened her arms and held Sue Sanson's shoulders tightly, leaning against her back, with her feet apart, parallel to her shoulders, standing steadily in the middle of the cart. The marshal hugged Yuji's left arm with his right arm, and hooked his feet tightly around Yuji's left ankle, and stabilized his body with difficulty at a tricky angle of 45 degrees to the left. Little Stuttering wrapped his arms around Yuji's right arm, and his legs were tightly wrapped around Yuji's right leg. He tried to maintain his shaky balance with a ferocious face, at a weird angle of 45 degrees to the right. And Huba, standing at the end of the cart, hooked his legs around the feet of the marshal, and Little Stuttering hugged the marshal's waist with his left hand, and held the swaying Little Stuttering with his right hand, staring at the distance with unwavering eyes. If a friend from the old century passed by here at this time, he would definitely shout, "Damn! These Indians are not only good at riding multi-person motorcycles, but they can also pull carts with their own unique characteristics." Time seemed to have stopped for 0.01 seconds. The cart flew in the air for only a moment, and then there was a pop. It fell heavily on the slope of the hillside. Sue Sanson's ears were filled with the whistling sound of the wind, and in front of him was the mountain wall that was constantly moving backwards. She gritted her teeth, raised the small hoe in her right hand, and the machete that Yuga had borrowed from her in her left hand, and pushed down hard, stabbing at the slopes on both sides of the cart. The cart, which was already accelerating due to gravity, was immediately lifted off the ground and flew forward more than 10 meters in an instant. The mutant peppers stuck on the mutant sweet potatoes kept spinning around the wooden sticks in the wind. If you pick out a bunch of them, it looks like colorful prayer wheels praying freely in the air, but if you look at them as a whole from a distance, it looks like a general in Peking opera with colorful flags on his back, shaking his head constantly in place. Sue Sanson had no time to why their touching look at the Sifong team at this time. While paying attention to the condition of the slope ahead, she was always alert to the mutant weasel army behind her, trying to keep a safe distance of 50 meters from them. "No, it has to be faster, faster." Sue Sanson kept poking the ground with the snow stick in his hand, and the speed of the cart slid up the slope. At this time, the members of the 5th team of the Xuanwu Guard, who had just arrived, saw at the foot of the mountain a giant object with fancy clothes, rolling up dust and flying down the big slope in front. "Fuck! What is that? Is it a mutant peacock? No, the proportion of the tail feathers is wrong. I'm dizzy. Is it a mutant parrot? No, the color doesn't match. The proportion of green is a little less. Oh my god! Is it a mutant rooster? Well, it's very likely. Look, under the feathers of the rooster were 5 mutant eggs as big as a human head. No, when has a rooster ever hatched eggs? There is a difference between mutation and perversion, right? Oh my god! Do you mean, is this a perverted rooster? Wait and look. What is that large group of things chasing after it? Could this be the mutant weasel the captain mentioned?" When the members of the 5th team of the Xuanwu team saw the mutant weasel swooping down from the top of the hillside, they were more certain that the strange beast running out of a string of exhaust gas in front was a perverted rooster. "Line up. Prepare your weapons." Gao Xian raised the heavy machine gun in his hand and shouted instructions to the team members behind him. Sue Sanson saw that the situation ahead was not right, so he shouted at the top of his voice, "Wait a moment." A familiar voice floated from the air. Gao Xian and the Xuanwu team paused, and saw the abnormal rooster rushing down the slope at a very fast speed. Then, under the abnormal rooster, next to one of the human-headed eggs, a familiar metal hose suddenly swung out. Then, this abnormal rooster showed off a fierce S-shaped drift in a familiar and cool way, and whooshed past by the front of their team, and rushed around the left wing of the team. In the rolling dust, you can still hear the second half of Sue Sanson's unfinished words. "Be careful, don't get hurt." In less than a second, the dust gradually dissipated, and the figure of the perverted big rooster had already disappeared, leaving only the familiar shouting, which echoed in the team for a long time. "Oh my God! This is the cart sister!" Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and the Xuanwu team immediately exploded. Gao Xian rolled her eyes, and suppressed the twitching corners of her mouth. Why does this cart sister have to do so many special effects every time she appears? She quickly scanned the mutant weasel that was close at hand, and then she gave an order. "Forwards, get ready, fire." Chapter 123. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew everywhere, blood splashed everywhere. The vanguard members of the Xuanwu team fired together, and the line of fire instantly formed a large net, which instantly blocked the mutant weasel army rushing down from the top of the hillside. On Sue Sanson's side, after several S-bends to slow down, the cart finally stopped gradually. The 4 members of the Sifong team immediately loosened their stiff hands and feet, and checked the mutant sweet potatoes and mutant peppers on their backs. It's okay. Except that the pepper skin seemed to be a little wrinkled by the strong wind, the rest was well protected. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and shook their trembling limbs. "Be careful." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Then Qin Ergu rushed over in a hurry. His 2 short legs were tumbling quickly, and he appeared behind the Sifong team at an amazing speed. He waved the plunger in his hand, and poked the face of a mutant weasel that was attacking from a detour. Pop! With a muffled sound, Qin Ergu's magical plunger hit the mutant weasel's mouth and nose. How to say it, this size can't be said to be just right, but it must be custom-made. The mutant weasel was covered by this inexplicable thing, and its lifeline was covered. Its nose subconsciously sucked violently, and it wanted to jump up and launch its claws to attack. Unexpectedly, this plunger was really weird. When the mutant weasel sucked it, the leather bowl instantly shrank, and the mutant weasel's mouth and nose were imprisoned tighter. The sudden feeling of suffocation caused the mutant weasel to be short of oxygen immediately, and the attack it originally wanted to launch was immediately defeated. Its limbs and tail kept struggling and twisting in the air. Qin Ergu's arms were shaken by the mutant weasel's desperate struggle before death, so he simply let it go. Then everyone saw a mutant weasel with a leather bowl on its face, and a long metal stick on the leather bowl, shaking its head and tail, jumping up and down in place. It was like a lion dance, and it seemed like a god dance. 30 seconds later, this pitiful mutant weasel finally suffocated to death in this mysterious leather plunger. Qin Ergu immediately went forward to check in the stunned eyes of the Sifong team. After confirming that it was completely dead, he held the metal stick of the leather plunger and skillfully pulled it upwards, trying to pull it out. But the plunger seemed a little stubborn. Qin Ergu suddenly pulled it up, but it didn't work. A little embarrassed, probably because he sucked it too tightly. So he laughed dryly, hee, as long as he was not embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. He stepped on the ground with one foot, and stepped on the body of the mutant weasel with the other foot, and once again held the metal stick tightly with both hands, and exerted force upward with his arms. With a pop sound, the plunger was finally pulled out successfully. Sue Sanson blinked quickly, trying to recover from the series of weird operations just now, and then shouted to Qin Ergu, "Open the nuclear crystal, this is your trophy." Qin Ergu opened his eyes excitedly, the corners of his mouth gradually grinned to the roots of his ears, and he laughed and nodded, while pulling out the dagger he carried with him and stabbed it towards the head of the mutant weasel. Fortunately, this is just an ordinary mutant weasel without a star rating, otherwise the dagger in Qin Ergu's hand would not be able to break its skin. Fortunately, Qin Ergu's luck was pretty good. He actually opened a pale yellow energy nuclear crystal from the head of this mutant weasel. Although the nuclear crystal was dim in color and small in size, it was just a low-level nuclear crystal with low energy value. But this was of great significance to Qin Ergu. After all, it was the first alien beast he had killed by himself since he was born. Although the process was more mysterious, the result was good. The 4-party team simply stayed where they were and dealt with the slippery fish that escaped from the blockade of the Xuanwu guard from time to time. More than an hour later, the 4-party team actually killed another 20 or 30 mutant weasels and opened a total of 15 energy nuclear crystals. Of course, during this period, Qin Ergu's good luck did not continue. After he encountered his first Waterloo, and was almost hit by the claws of the mutant weasel, he followed Sue Sanson and was responsible for assisting. For example, from time to time, he used a metal stick to hit the mutant weasel's buttocks, which was already on the verge of death, or poke the ears of the mutant weasel that was obviously lying on the ground. It was not until the Xuanwu guards completely cleaned up the battlefield that Sue Sanson had the opportunity to ask Qin Ergu, "Why did you suddenly run off the spaceship?" Qin Ergu wiped the sweat from his face, his eyes still filled with the excitement of the battle, and pointed to the spaceship not far away. "The spaceship suddenly started, and I heard on the radio that you were in danger, and then I quickly followed the people of the Xuanwu guards." Sue Sanson looked at the matchmaker mole on Qin Ergu's left cheek, which was completely pulled into an arc by his palm just now. He pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at the spaceship in the distance, nodded and asked, "Can you run so fast normally?" Qin Ergu's eyes lit up. "Is this? Are they preparing to officially recruit him into the group? Could it be that his heroic performance just now made everyone look at him with new eyes?" Qin Ergu's thoughts were scattered in his mind, and he replied with a surging heart, "Hey, I usually take on a lot of errands. I practiced and ran faster and faster." Sue Sanson quickly recalled Qin Ergu's obscene and devilish fighting moves. The picture rubbed the corner of his eyes and changed the subject. "How is the toilet cleaning going?" Qin Ergu's face froze. Damn it. He forgot the main business. God knows how badly the toilets of the Xuanwu guards are blocked. Not only are they blocked, but there are also many of them. Such a small spaceship has a total of 6 pits. He started working this morning, and just finished cleaning 4 of them. There are still 2 left waiting for him. So on the way back to the spaceship, everyone was collecting today's spoils, only Qin Ergu was still busy in the toilet. Gao Xian looked at the coordinates in the optical brain, and nodded to Hu Ba. "We have sent people to check the sweet potato field. The area is indeed large. You have done a good job." Hu Ba stroked the remaining half of his beard and smiled modestly. "Hey, it's all my job, my duty." After saying that, he would occasionally sneak a glance at the approving eyes of the surrounding Xuanwu guard members. This feeling is simply too good. Their quartet team finally turned over. It was something he had never dared to think of before, that he could get the recognition of the official guard members. Hu Ba was still immersed in the complacency of being affirmed by outsiders. Yu Ge and the marshal counted the mutant sweet potatoes and mutant bell peppers collected by their quartet team over and over again. It has been too long since they had eaten real food. The piles of supplies in front of them really made them unable to take their eyes away, and there are precious starch foods here. The little stutterer looked distressed at the moment, counting the few remaining powders in his metal box, and sighed secretly in his heart. "Oh, I have to spend money to prepare the powder again." Sue Sanson was sitting next to him, and he really couldn't bear to watch Yu Ge and the marshal continue to count the number of mutant sweet potatoes for the 8th time today. So he had to turn his head to stare at the little stutterer, and awkwardly brought up a topic. "Your explosives. You made it very well. Did you learn it specially?" The little stutterer finally came back to his senses from the heartache, showing a nostalgic expression, and nodded. "Grandfather taught me." Sue Sanson saw that it was rare to chat today, so he continued to praise. "Then your grandfather must be a very good pharmacist." The little stutterer nodded with admiration. "Grandfather saved many people?" Sue Sanson was stunned, and then quickly reacted. "It must be that the bombs he made were powerful enough to kill many strange beasts, and save many people from the mouths of strange beasts." Just as her thoughts were quickly finding a logical loop for the context, the general, who was counting happily next to her, suddenly blinked his bright eyes, and came over. "That's right. His grandfather is a famous herbalist in our area." Sue Sanson. "Is this possible?" Although they are both preparing medicines, a herbalist taught a person who prepares explosives. This is not a disciple surpassing his master, but a genetic mutation. At the other end of the cabin, the members of the Xuanwu team, while counting today's gains, began to have a heated discussion on the topic of Sister Banshee. "Oh my god. You don't know the cliff dive Sister Banshee showed today. It was really cool." "Oh, what a loss. My position today was too far back, and I didn't see it at all." "Oh, me too. If I had known earlier, I would not have retreated to the side today, and should have signed up to rush to the front. What a miscalculation." "Then tell me, how did she do that cliff dive today? Explain the position, body movements, and gestures more clearly." At the same time, in a corner near the private army camp, Sheepy, who gradually woke up after taking the recovery potion, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the angry members of the demon wolf team surrounding him. He gnashed his teeth and ordered viciously, The batch of poison I ordered from Lao Duo has arrived. Duh, go to the black market to pick it up this afternoon. After a pause, he continued to arrange. The rest of you stay in the private army camp today. Once the 5 people from the quartet team show up, take action immediately. Yes. Sheepy took a deep breath and twisted his still stiff neck. This was the sequelae of the snake venom. Quartet team, wait for me, I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Dongchangman Black. In the basement of the Brotherhood in the city, a hoarse voice respectfully reported, "There's news from Maryland that the Golden Triangle seems to have determined that we have their lost high-level storage box." "Oh!" A shrill voice came. "You care so much about this storage box, I guess there must be some extremely precious rare nuclear crystal in it. Interesting. Could it be that they want to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail us? Tell Jack Sue that the progress of the cerebrospinal fluid experiment must be accelerated. The base is urging us. Don't delay the important work." Chapter 124. At 16:24 in the afternoon, the Schwanwood Guard spaceship successfully parked at a special parking lot 2.5 kilometers outside the south gate of the base. Sue Sanson and Chin Ergu, the former pulling a small cart full of things and the latter pushing a shabby cleaning car, quickly headed towards the shantytown, 200 meters away from Sue Sanson's hut, to the public toilet. Because the mutant sweet potatoes and mutant peppers were discovered by Sue Sanson alone, the Sifong team adhered to the basic principle of fairness and justice. Among the 11 mutant sweet potatoes, 4 of the largest ones were directly divided for her. Among the 10 bunches of mutant peppers, Sue Sanson also got 4 large bunches, including 5 lightly polluted and 6 moderately polluted ones. And because Chin Ergu's public toilet cleaning remuneration was settled by the Schwanwu Guard according to the market price, the Sifong team did not say anything to him separately. However, Sue Sanson glanced at the 230,000 contribution points balance in his mind, struggled for a moment, and before parting, he made up his mind and cut off a small piece of mutant sweet potato as errand fee for Chin Ergu to help transport supplies to the shantytown. Chin Ergu carefully placed the mutant sweet potato in the bottom truck of the old cleaning car, and then covered it with plastic cloth. He pushed the car with one hand and kept stroking his pocket with the other hand. The pale yellow energy nuclear crystal returned to the South City gate. After Chin Ergu's figure completely disappeared, Xie Yuan appeared at the door of the public toilet in time with a small cart. The two of them divided the work and cooperated again. After 4 trips back and forth, they finally moved all the harvests of the day back home. At the same time, the 4 members of the Sifong team carried a pile of supplies on their shoulders and hands, and after entering the South City gate, they went directly to the small house they shared. Since the team's mission target this time was not a physical object, but just a coordinate, there was no need to detect the target and deliver the physical object. And because Gao Xian had already directly connected with the settlement office of the private army camp, Hu Ba received 2,500 points of mission rewards issued by the settlement office in his optical brain while still on the spaceship, so the 4 people did not need to return to the private army camp. And the people of the Demon Wolf team, who had been squatting in the private army camp, waited and waited until the sun set in the west, and then waited until the sun completely set, but there was no sign of the Sifong team. Sheepy spat, and jumped up from the metal stool in anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "Everyone, get ready, it seems we have to implement the final plan." In the training room next to the shantytown, Sue Sanson finished today's evening training and fell to the ground with a bang. Oh, when will this miserable training end? At this time, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, followed by a series of cramps. What's going on? Isn't it poison? Just as she was frantically recalling what deadly poison had been neglected today, suddenly a familiar warm and slippery feeling came from between her legs. Sue Sanson immediately jumped up, with a face full of despair and speechlessness, speechless and painful and socially dead, hurriedly, dejectedly, backed up and knocked open the metal door of the training room. Xie Yuan, who was modifying parts nearby, raised his head and looked at Sue Sanson, who quickly disappeared into the room with some worry, frowned and rode a small cart, and quickly followed. When he returned to the hut, Sue Sanson was gone. So he quickly sent a message through the little button. What happened? At this time, Sue Sanson was squatting in the toilet, holding the only sanitary napkin left by the original owner, wanting to cry but not tears. Oh my God! It's the end of the world. Why do women still have to suffer from dysmenorrhea? Moreover, it has been more than 30 days since she crossed over, and it should have come a long time ago. Why isn't the cycle of this original body the standard 30 days? Alas, Sue Sanson sighed. At this time, Xie Yuan's message came from the light brain. She calmed down, looked at her outer pants that were not dirty, and fortunately, she didn't die on the spot in the training room, so she replied concisely, "It's okay, my period is coming." Xie Yuan looked at the information on the little button and frowned even more. Aunt? She actually has relatives? As a former captain of the guard, his first reaction at this time was, this relative must have some conspiracy. Why did he come here in the past few days instead of earlier or later? After all, the area around the cabin has not been peaceful recently. It seems that the modification process of these parts in his hands needs to be accelerated. However, his thoughts were racing, and his rationality lasted only 3 seconds. He instantly made up his mind out of habit. Does she really have relatives? Although the base's pairing is generally randomly combined by the system, if both parties reach an agreement privately, then as long as they report to the base's official pairing center in advance under the testimony of their relatives, they can also pair themselves. Just as Xie Yuan's thoughts were becoming more and more divergent and outrageous, Su Sanson came back with his hands on his stomach and a pale face. Seeing the man coming back, Xie Yuan looked pale and obviously uncomfortable, so he hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Were you bullied? Where are your relatives? Why didn't you fight back?" As he said that, he rode the cart out the door, looking like he was going to punish the evil relatives for you. Su Sanson rolled his eyes weakly, guessing that this guy must not understand the industry jargon of menstruation, so he sighed lightly. "No relatives. I just feel a little uncomfortable." After saying that, he lay directly on the straw mat, and then sent a string of coordinates on the sanitary napkin package to Xie Yuan, and asked, "Look at this coordinate. Is it an official address? I have to go into the city later. If it is an official place, it feels safer." Xie Yuan looked at the unfamiliar coordinates, and was a little confused for a while, until he entered the coordinates into the map and saw a place that he was familiar with. Isn't this the Women's Mutual Aid Station that they must pass by on the way back to the inner city guard from the south gate every time they complete the mission? Xie Yuan immediately understood everything that happened just now, and the tip of his ears couldn't help but turn red again, then hurriedly turned back, moved a pile of pots and pans from the corner, and left a sentence, "You lie down for a while, I be fine soon." He rode the cart and hurried out of the hut. More than 10 minutes later, Xie Yuan returned to the house with a cup of steaming hot water. Su Sanson covered his lower abdomen, looking at the hot water in his hand with despair, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Although you are a person in the last days, you will definitely not get any points on the fatal question of drink more hot water." While Su Sanson was holding back the cramps and swelling in her abdomen and complaining constantly, Xie Yuan had already handed the hot water to her lips and said gently, "Drink slowly, you should feel much better immediately." Su Sanson asked the heavens in silence, thinking that we should not ask too much of people in the last days. So, out of helplessness and multiple considerations for building a harmonious dormitory, she reluctantly took the cup of water, blew the steaming water, put it close to her lips, and took a sip. Suddenly, a strange energy spread rapidly from her mouth to her whole body, and the discomfort in her abdomen was immediately relieved a lot. Su Sanson looked at Xie Yuan, who was staring at her in surprise. "What is this?" Xie Yuan curved his eyebrows, and saw that her pale face had recovered a little color, so he pointed in the direction of the medical box. "Non-polluting high-purity salt crystal, how is it? Is it effective?" Su Sanson was shocked. It turned out that this non-polluting high-purity salt crystal was so magical. "This is too effective." She just took a sip and immediately felt that the abdominal pain was relieved a lot. If she drank a large cup, wouldn't she be able to revive instantly on the spot? How did you know?" Su Sanson looked at Xie Yuan with a slanted look, with a face full of suspicion and gossip. Xie Yuan blushed unconsciously, put his fist to his lips, and coughed lightly. "I'm just guessing, but it shouldn't be wrong. Isn't this pollution-free high-purity salt crystal a rare substance that can restore people's physical strength immediately? I guess the principle should be the same." Su Sanson sipped the pollution-free high-purity salt crystal hot water in small sips, and secretly gave Xie Yuan a full score in her heart, and then immediately asked worriedly, "How much did you put in?" Hey, who let her family only have 6 pollution-free salt crystals in total, she was really worried that it would not be enough in the future. Xie Yuan looked at the girl in front of him, who instantly returned to her usual money grubber look, and gradually put his mind at ease, and comforted, "Don't worry, I just gently scraped off some salt particles. I guarantee that if you go over to check now, you can't tell which piece I used." Su Sanson swallowed the last mouthful of pollution-free high-purity salt crystal hot water, and was very satisfied with this answer, so he grinned happily. Although the problem of dysmenorrhea was solved, she still needed to go to the Bay City to purchase sanitary napkins, So under Xie Yuan's constant instructions and nagging, she finally walked out of the rattan fence gate and walked quickly towards the South City gate in the night. At the same time, Jiangzi, Tiechui, Alung and Maji had just finished their mission and were rushing towards the guard post in the inner city of the base. Chapter 125. Su Sanson successfully entered the South City gate. On the way to the coordinate point, she suddenly turned and went directly into the public toilet on the side of the road. Through the mirror on the sink, she carefully observed every passerby. Xie Yuan said that at this point, it was very likely that the Dawn Guards would return from the mission, so it would be better for her to stay here for a while. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Su Sanson saw Jiangzi and his 4 companions in black combat uniforms passing by here in a hurry and quickly ran towards her destination. After waiting for another 5 minutes, she confirmed that Jiangzi and his 4 companions had successfully passed the Women's Mutual Aid Station and completely disappeared at the end of the street. Su Sanson then carefully came out of the public toilet and walked quickly towards her destination. Soon, she arrived at the door of the Mutual Aid Station, which was still dimly lit. The Mutual Aid Station is a small shop. It is still open so late, so it must be doing good business. Otherwise, why is there still a long queue here after 9 p.m.? Su Sanson walked up to the end of the queue and casually asked a woman at the end. This person was well dressed, so she must have a decent job in the Bay City. She whispered, "Excuse me, what are you in this queue for?" The well-dressed woman glanced up and down at Su Sanson, whose clothes were full of patches, and replied contemptuously, "Fushabo." Su Sanson scratched his ears, but didn't hear clearly. "Huh? Hushabo?" The woman rolled her eyes. She was actually a foreigner, so she repeated impatiently, "Fushabo, it's expensive, not suitable for you." Su Sanson blinked her eyes, still a little confused. At this time, a young woman in front of the woman turned her head and smiled and explained, "Little girl, you look rosy, so you shouldn't need it. This is a soothing medicine for dysmenorrhea." "Oh, that's it." Su Sanson immediately understood. Dysmenorrhea, so she really couldn't use it. So he said to the woman in a sly way, "That's really not suitable for me. Who told me that I don't have the trouble of dysmenorrhea?" Then he turned around and walked directly to the counter of the Mutual Aid Station, leaving the woman at the end of the line alone, holding her stomach with gritted teeth and cursing, "Damn it! Why haven't I got a seat yet?" When he came to the counter, the staff of the Mutual Aid Station explained embarrassedly, "Sorry, we only have Shufei left at the moment." Su Sanson had a question mark on her forehead again. "Sophie?" Seeing that Su Sanson didn't answer, the staff of the Mutual Aid Station took out a pack of sanitary napkins from the cabinet and handed it to her. "This is this one. Because of its strong water absorption, the price is a bit expensive. Otherwise, I guess there might not be any left tonight." Su Sanson looked at the word Shufei printed on the package and understood. Expensive? How to write the word expensive? For Su, a wealthy man with hundreds of thousands of yuan in his hand, can a problem that can be solved with money be called a problem? So she waved her hand and spent 1,480 contribution points to buy all the remaining Shufei in the Mutual Aid Station. Since this road is the only way for the Dawn Guard, it is better to stock up more goods at one time and try to come less in the future. Just when Su Sanda left the Mutual Aid Station with big bags and small bags, Scar stood in the shadows, watching the little figure disappear completely at the end of the street, then turn around and ran quickly towards the guard post. At the same time, in the underground secret room of the Brotherhood in the East Gate Black Market, there were more than a dozen unconscious people lying on the ground. A thin metal needle was inserted into their arms. The top of the metal needle was connected to a plastic catheter. In the plastic catheter, some liquid was constantly transporting something. Jacksu pushed open the door of the secret room and asked, "How are these batches of experimental subjects?" At this time, a short, childlike person in the corner replied in a low voice with a smile, "If everything goes well, they will be ready for sale within 5 days." Jacksu counted with his fingers and shook his head. 5 days is a bit slow. Increase the dosage and try to sell them within 3 days. "Yes," the childlike person answered respectfully. The next day, Star Calendar Year 336, Yenji Day 106, 7:25 in the morning. After Su Sanson had the matchmaker mole on her right cheek, she took the plastic bottle of pollution-free, high-purity salt crystal water handed over by Xie Yuan, put a small cart on her left arm, put a small hoe on her waist, and walked out of the rattan fence and walked quickly towards the south gate. Last night, when Su Sanson was lying on the straw mat, rolling back and forth, her soul was out of her body, and her little thoughts were spinning and jumping, rolling and turning in circles, unscrupulously enjoying the 100 times care from the pollution-free, high-purity salt crystal, she received a message from Huba. It was said that the team's aircraft had finally been overhauled. In order to test the performance as soon as possible, and not waste the cost of other consumables such as the rental of the protective cover, the Sifong team took a dangerous task on the dark web overnight. So at this time, Sue Sanson took her 100 times care and started working with high morale. As for the 4 members of the Sifong team, they went to the private army camp to check in early in the morning, and then hurried to the recycling station at the junction of the South Gate and the East Gate to meet up with Sue Sanson. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Sue Sanson arrived at the recycling station on time. One-Eyed Zhang limped over with a metal crutch, nodded at her, and after a long hesitation, he finally decided to step out of the comfort zone of a technical geek and start business for his metal parts. Xiao Su, how do you feel about the batch of parts you took away before? I don't have much else here, but these parts are very complete. I see that the things you wanted before are not materials that can be easily used. At first glance, I know you are an expert. Look. One-Eyed Zhang, while talking, began to introduce the various metal products at hand. Sue Sanson was confused and had a lot of questions in her mind, but she couldn't expose Xie Yuan's existence, so she had to bite the bullet and claim the title of being an expert in technology, and then nodded frequently in a fake manner, while chuckling along. As for One-Eyed Zhang, it was also the first time he met a potential customer who knew some tricks. It was rare for them to chat so well, so he started to talk even more. Sue Sanson was struggling to deal with the high-tech terminology bombardment of the technical geeks, and suddenly, she caught a glimpse of 4 familiar figures appearing at the door of the recycling station, and immediately stretched out her arms and waved them in the air as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. The marshal blinked his bright eyes, and was the first to discover Sue Sanson's figure, so he shouted, "Good morning, Xiao Su," and Huba and the other 2 walked towards her quickly. The 4 people quickly gathered around, and the One-Eyed Zhang also noticed that someone was coming, so he finally stopped his technical seminar. Just as he stopped talking, a pop sound suddenly came from the air, followed by a lingering smell. Huba shook his stiff beard slightly under his nose, pretending to be calm, but his heart was pounding. It's all because of this damn sweet potato. It tastes good, but I don't know why. Eating too much makes me fart. How many times have I farted this morning? Damn it. The previous few farts were all released quietly when I was alone, but the last one, it's all my fault for not being able to hold it back. Yugu stroked her waxed beard in the morning, holding her breath with a stiff expression. Turned her head with a guilty look, and glanced at the marshal next to her. This action clearly meant something, but she was cursing in her heart. Damn it, I never used to. Bullshit, I actually failed in public with so many people today. How could I not hold back? Isn't this going to kill me right now? I was careless. The marshal quickly caught Yuji's gaze, so he followed the script and turned back calmly. His bright eyes blinked, and stared at the stuttering boy beside him. His expression was self-evident, but he kept muttering in his heart, "Damn, didn't you expect my fart to be so powerful? It's never been so loud before. Why does it feel like the effect of adding 4 times reverberation?" At this time, the pressure finally fell on the stuttering boy. As the last baton in the game of passing the parcel, the stuttering boy took it all alone. He looked very worried, and his heart was beating. It's over, why didn't I hold it in just now? Now I have to worry not only about the captain's attention to my smelly feet, but also whether this fart will be noticed. Why is it so smelly? Don't say it, it really is. It can really be used to confuse a wave of enemies on the front line. The 4 members of the quartet team were tacitly aware of each other, and were indifferent. After holding her breath for 5 minutes, Sue Sanson finally breathed again, with big openings and closings. Fortunately, she had quite a lot of experience in this kind of thing, and knew how to deal with it. Otherwise, she would probably be suffocated on the spot. And the technical geek Shang looked at this, and that very awkwardly, and his heart was in turmoil. I won't think that this fart was my fart in the end. Huba took out the key and quickly pushed open the manual hatch of the aircraft. He checked the various operating data on the driving screen, nodded, and signaled to everyone, "Get ready to go." Soon, the aircraft took off smoothly. Sue Sanson was sitting on a small bench in the aisle of the cabin, stretching his neck and concentrating on simulating the operation of the manual control screen in the air. Suddenly, a sound came from the toilet behind the cabin. Chin Ergu picked up the plunger that he had accidentally kicked over with one hand, and covered his mouth with the other hand. Damn it! He must have been discovered. Chapter 126. Hey! Sue Sanson sighed, opened the toilet door, crossed his arms, stared at Chin Ergu speechlessly with a wooden face. When did he hide in? Chin Ergu, with his butt sticking out, turned back, with a face full of regret, but unable to hide his excitement, he stammered, "Just when I was cleaning in the morning." "Hey!" Su Sanson sighed again, then turned around and shouted to Hu Ba and the others. The cleaner was left in the toilet. "What should we do?" Hu Ba quickly operated the sensor screen and shook his octagonal beard under his nose. "It's okay, today's task may not be easy, so take him with you, and you can have more labor." Yugo also nodded and added, "Well, he seems to be dancing with the plunger well." The marshal blinked his bright eyes and echoed, "Well, I'm not a slow runner. At the critical moment, I should be able to escape by my own ability." Su Sanson and Xiao Jiaba felt targeted for some reason. Xiao Jiaba coughed lightly and finally emphasized, "But, no, cannot participate in reward distribution." Chin Ergu was overjoyed and quickly stuck his dog head out of the toilet door and said loudly, "No problem. No problem. I run fast, I have my own weapons, and I don't need to participate in the distribution of task rewards." Su Sanson twitched his mouth. "What are you trying to do?" Su Sanson, who is a straight woman in the late stage, certainly can't understand the persistence of Chin Ergu, a severe middle school disease patient. If you ask him why, his eyes will light up, his left hand on his waist, his right hand pointing to the sky, and he will show you a mysterious smile, for the dream. At the same time, the Wolf Squad, who had been waiting in the private army camp for most of the night, but had not seen anyone, overslept this morning because they were so sleepy that they missed the clock in time of the 4 members of the 4-party squad. Sheepy looked at the little remaining balance in his light brain, gritted his teeth, and transferred another 1,000 contribution points to the ant at the task office. While knitting, the ant glanced at the specific information behind the task bar and replied softly, "They went to the 1.016 primitive wilderness today." After Sheepy left, he twisted his neck, which was stiff due to snake venom, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he quickly summoned the Wolf Squad members to prepare for departure. He must completely overthrow the 4-party squad today and trample them under his feet. 45 minutes later, with a bang, the aircraft landed in the 1.016 primitive wilderness. After Hu Ba fiddled with the optical computer for a while, he said 12 coordinates to everyone, including Chin Ergu. Chin Ergu couldn't hide his excitement. He followed Su Sanson's example, and connected the 12 coordinates into a dodecagon on the optical computer. He didn't dislike the low-end and poor temperament of the Sifong team from all dimensions. He rubbed the matchmaker mole on his left cheek, picked up the plunger in the corner, and perfectly integrated into this big group. Well, although it can't be said that he was born with the Sifong team, it can definitely be regarded as a natural team. Su Sanson stood in a relatively forward position this time, and finally saw the black box in Hu Ba's hand. There was a circle of strong white light around the box, which merged into the surrounding air and quickly spread in all directions. Could it be? Is this the legendary temporary protective cover? Su Sanson's eyes widened, and he saw Hu Ba put the black box in the cabinet of the aircraft cockpit. Hu Ba suddenly felt something, turned his head, and met Su Sanson's inquiring eyes, so he shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose and said kindly, "This cabinet is strong. It is the place with the highest protection factor on the aircraft. I usually don't wear a temporary protective cover, because it won't happen that one person has an accident and the whole team is buried." Su Sanson nodded, "So that's it." After everyone got off the aircraft, they saw a large patch of thatched grass. Little Stammer quickly instructed everyone to pull out the thatched grass poles around and stack them on the outside and top of the aircraft. There is strength in numbers, and in less than 10 minutes, 6 people upgraded this metal egg to a grass egg. Su Sanson looked at the loose thatched cape Chin Ergu was wearing, and was surprised. This hands-on ability is too fast, but he still asked with some concern, "Did you wear soft armor?" Chin Ergu moved the thatched straw sticking to his mouth and answered seriously, "I wore it, but the frog's skin was not enough." But the master took off the hat and widened the pattern. "Although it is still a bit tight, it does not affect the movement." Su Sanson nodded, and quickly followed the pace of Hu Ba and the other 4. He was relieved. The tailor who invited this must have contacted Lao Qin, and he must have known the purpose of Ergu wearing this soft armor. Anyway, he didn't join the private army camp. I shouldn't say anything wrong. Su Sanson quickly deduced a self-consistent logical system, and touched the cart on his left arm. It was indeed made of Lao Qin's coffin board, which was indeed quite practical. The 6 people quickly passed through the thatched grass. Their mission today was to pick mutant chestnuts within the coordinate range. However, due to the wide range of the mutant chestnut forest and the extremely low historical opening rate of this forest, this mission, to be honest, although it has been hanging on the dark web's task bar, The reward is also quite satisfactory, and the mission target is still starchy food, but no private soldier team is willing to take this mission. The reason is that the opening rate is too low, and everyone thinks that the cost performance of this mission is really not high. Simply put, it is not worth it. Then why is the Xifeng team willing to take this task? The reason is also very simple. As an E-level bottom team, they can't compete with other big guys at all, and they really can't get other better tasks. So after thinking about it, it's better to take a chance on this mission. After all, everyone just enjoyed the taste buds brought by the mutant sweet potato yesterday. What if, today, they can successfully find mutant chestnuts? Ahem. Don't think about it, or you will drift. Everyone followed Hu Ba, advancing left and right, and finally arrived at the coordinate range, the mutant chestnut forest, 20 minutes later. Wow! What a large area of mutant chestnut trees. Qin Ergu, who had little experience, took the lead in snatching the exclamation that Su Sanson wanted to make. It's indeed a lot of work. Su Sanson had to express his feelings from a different angle. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils and gestured to Yuge and Dashui. As usual, the three of us will lead the way, and Xiao Jiaba, Xiao Su, and Ergu will follow closely behind. As soon as the voice fell, Hu Ba, Yuge and Dashui drew the machetes behind them, and ran quickly towards the mutant chestnut forest. The three men were seen stomping on the muddy ground with a crackling sound, and the machetes in their hands were waving in the air. The sound of the blade breaking the wind was heard in the woods. The deliberate noise was to attract the strange beasts hiding in the dark to attack, so that the three of them could harvest a wave first and clear a safe area for Xiao Jiaba, Su Sanson and Qin Ergu. However, the three of them rushed forward from the left, middle and right directions for nearly 20 minutes, and the mutant chestnut forest was still quiet, without any movement of strange beasts. So Hu Ba decisively waved his hand to stop Yuge and Dashui. Okay, start from this area, the three of us will be responsible for the outer perimeter alert, Xiao Jiaba, Xiao Su and Ergu will be responsible for detection. After that, he waved the handle of the machete, and quickly hit the surrounding mutant chestnut trees. Suddenly, the trunks of the mutant chestnut trees rustled, and the dark green leaves swayed. Then, there were continuous paw-paw-paw sounds, and brown mutant chestnuts bigger than human heads fell to the ground. Yuge and Dashui did the same thing, and suddenly, the forest began to rain mutant chestnuts. 2 or 3 minutes later, when almost all the mutant chestnuts on the trees had fallen, Xiao Jiaba, Su Sanson and Qin Ergu immediately went deep into the mutant chestnut forest and began their detection work. Ding! Severe pollution. Ding! Severe pollution. Ding! Severe pollution. 2 hours later, all I heard were warnings of severe pollution, and not even a moderate pollution warning. Hey! Sure enough, everyone is equal before the historical data. It is worthy of the mutant chestnut forest with extremely low shipment rate. Although the people of the four-way team were a little discouraged, they continued to move towards the depths of the mutant chestnut forest. After all, what was just tested was only a small part of the forest, and the forest is so big, there is still a chance. So another 5 hours of chicken blood passed, and it was still a ding. Severe pollution. Warning sound. It is worthy of the extremely low cost-effective task that no one is willing to take. This is really a pitfall. Su Sanson looked at the sun that had risen to the middle and west, wiped the sweat from her forehead, drank a sip of pollution-free high-purity salt mine crystal water in the plastic bottle, and the overdrawn physical strength was immediately restored. She was just drooping, but now she was instantly revived with full blood. It seems that we still have to rely on feudal superstition. Before the song the most dazzling Wasteland style stuck in his throat could be sung, Su Sanson squinted his eyes. Huh? Looking at the deep and shallow small pits in the soil in the distance, he frowned slightly. Why do they look like the footprints of some animal? Chapter 127. She immediately stood up, and walked quickly to the edge of the pothole-filled mud, then waved to Hu Ba, who was still on guard not far away. When Hu Ba ran over, he pointed to the mark on the ground and said, "It looks like a footprint." Then he thought of the characteristics of chestnuts and asked tentatively, "Could it be a mutant squirrel?" Hu Ba carefully identified the footprints in the mud. Although the marks were of varying depths and were messy, it was not easy to determine the specific outline, but the task details clearly mentioned that the difficulty level of the task was dangerous, so there must be a strange beast active in the vicinity, and they had been busy for a whole morning, but they didn't see a single strange beast. So, there was no need to judge too much about this footprint. It must be a strange beast living in this mutant chestnut forest. The mark was not big, about the size of an adult's palm, which meant that the size of the strange beast was probably not as tall as a normal human, and there were many marks, which clearly showed that it was a gregarious animal. It was very likely a mutant wood mouse that loved to live in the woods and often used fruits as food. Mutated wood rat? Sue Sanson had never heard of the wood rat species, but it was the end of the world anyway, and she had seen all kinds of strange beasts, so it didn't matter if there were more wood rats. So she asked again, do mutant wood rats like to store food? If they have this habit, then in their nests, will there be? Huba's eyes lit up, and he shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils. Whether they store food or not, we can follow these footprints first and see if we can get anything. As he said that, he immediately called Yugu and Dashwai to gather together. The three of them picked up their machetes again to clear the way ahead, and everyone followed the direction of the footprints and moved deeper into the mutant chestnut forest. After running for about 20 minutes, there was a rustling sound among the branches above his head, and then countless brown-gray figures shuttled quickly among the dark green leaves. Huba immediately raised his hand and signaled everyone to be on guard. The 6 people quickly dispersed and stood in a hexagon. The cart on Sue Sanson's left arm had whoosh expanded to 1 meter long, and the conical snake scales between the 5 fingers of his right hand were ready to go. Chin Ergu tightly grasped the plunger in his hand, unable to suppress the excitement that kept surging in his chest. Light and shadow flashed in his brain immediately, and he quickly rehearsed thousands of times the 100 fancy ways he used the plunger to fight against the mutant wood rat. The little stutterer winked at everyone, and quickly threw the micro-explosive bomb in his hand into the air. With a bang, the micro-explosive bomb exploded between the treetops of the mutant chestnut tree in front of her. Sparks flew, and white smoke flew. Then, there was a noisy squeaking sound. The mutant wood rats hiding in the treetops of the mutant chestnut tree probably didn't expect that this group of 2-legged beasts in the mud would take the initiative to attack, which caused a lot of commotion for a while. However, this unexpected commotion lasted for only 2 seconds at most. Soon, Sue Sanson felt countless gray shadows attacking her head. She immediately raised the cart with her left arm to block, and at the same time, her right hand swished and shot 4 conical snake scales coated with snake venom into the sky. Puff! Puff! The 2 mutant wood rats flying towards her, with their claws wide open, were hit by the conical snake scales directly in the air. There were 2 pop sounds, and they rolled to the ground quickly. However, the mutant wood mice were not killed directly. Their long furry tails were like a thick shock-absorbing blanket, which immediately protected their sides when they landed. At the same time, the bones on their backs curled into rings, and when they touched the ground, they rolled sideways and backwards, easily resisting the acceleration of falling from a great height. Sue Sanson frowned slightly. It was indeed difficult to deal with, but it happened so fast that the 2 mutant wood rats with cone-shaped snake scales on their bodies, although they escaped the impact when they landed with the innate advantage of their tails, were now dizzy and slow to react due to the snake venom that swept through their bodies. Sue Sanson raised her left arm and quickly blocked the other mutant wood rats that were still attacking her. Her left leg strode forward and moved to the side of the 2 mutant wood rats that were poisoned by snake venom. She bent her left knee slightly, exerted force to stay in place, straightened her right leg, touched the ground with her toes, and took a lunge, leaning forward slightly. The card shield on her left arm was raised high diagonally upwards, from right to left, while she swung hard to block the attacks of other mutant wood rats. At the same time, the high-energy knife in her right hand was open to the maximum, hanging down to the height of the knee. The muscles in her arm were instantly tensed, and she swept across from the right back to the left front. With a swish sound, the 2 mutant wood rats that were still curled up on the ground and a little dazed were swept by Sue Sanson's blade, and a big bloody wound was immediately pulled out on their heads. Without stopping, Sue Sanson bent her wrist, put away the knife, and took advantage of the inertia of her right hand sweep, with her left leg as the center of the circle, and quickly retracted her right leg, taking a big step forward. She seized the opportunity and twisted her body 180 degrees. When she faced behind her, she suddenly took off the card shield on her left arm, opened the door directly, and faced the enemy head-on. The next second, a huge mutant wood rat, with its hard claws wide open, rushed towards her at a high speed. It's now. Sue Sanson tightly grasped the high-energy knife in her right hand, and whoosh swept from behind. Puff! The 2 claws of the mutant wood rat were cut off in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Squeak! The mutant wood rat, which lost its claws, screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Sue Sanson squatted down with his legs retracted. The high-energy knife pierced into its brain the moment it landed, cutting off its screams. At the same time, Huba, Yugu and Dashwai formed a triangle and surrounded Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba in the middle. The machetes danced in the air and chopped the mutant wood rats flying down from all directions. Huh? Where is Chin Ergu? Su Sanson waved his hand to shoot cone-shaped snake scales into the air, while quickly scanning the battlefield with his peripheral vision. At this time, on the trunk of a particularly tall mutant chestnut tree not far from the battlefield, a group of thatched grass grew strangely about 5 meters from the ground. I saw this bunch of grass, sometimes stretching into a bush, sometimes shrinking into a pile of grass, and twisting upward along the trunk of the mutant chestnut tree at an extremely slow speed. The mutant wood rats running around kept shuttling back and forth on this big tree, but as if they were selectively blind, they didn't doubt this abrupt bush/pile of grass. Su Sanson's eyes were wide open. This works. Seeing that Chin Ergu's current state was still safe, he didn't pay too much attention and continued to slash at the attacks from all directions. Time passed by minute, and the people of the four-party team kept killing the mutant wood rats in the air, and the corpses on the ground piled up higher and higher, but this endless attack was still sweeping towards them in waves. Why is it not over yet? Hu Ba felt that if they continued to fight like this, everyone would be exhausted sooner or later, so he shouted, "Marshal Yugu, retreat immediately." The three people's triangle standing position was instantly shortened from 10 meters between each person to 5 meters between each person. Then Hu Ba's command continued, "Little Stutter, Xiao Su, immediately conduct tests in the protective circle. Yugu, Marshal, guard the defense line." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. Su Sanson swung his left arm fiercely, slapped away a mutant wood mouse beside him, and watched it being split in half by Yuji's machete in an instant, then immediately squatted down, holding a shield in one hand to protect his head, holding a light brain in the other hand, and began to test the mutant chestnut at his feet. Ding! Moderately polluted, edible. Oh my! Sure enough, only dangerous places can produce treasures. Su Sanson quickly pulled out the high-energy knife, split the shell of the mutant chestnut in half, and directly cut out 2 large brown bowls. Then, she took advantage of the situation and swept the mutant chestnut flesh inside habitually. Ding! Slightly polluted, edible. What? Her original intention was actually just thinking that since the mutant chestnut shell could not be directly broken with a dagger, it meant that it was hard enough. So she was going to cut a piece and put it on Chin Ergu. After all, his frog skin soft armor was still missing a hood. Then she thought again. Since it was broken, it would be okay to test it again. As a result, she never expected that the shell was moderately polluted, but the flesh was slightly polluted. The sudden mild pollution sounded particularly pleasant in the noisy chopping and killing in the mutant chestnut forest. Hu Ba and his men were immediately excited. It seems that today's mission is promising. Su Sanson picked up the helmet made of the mutant chestnut shell that had just been cut, and threw it towards the thatched pile that had risen 2 or 3 meters high. With a pop, the helmet fell accurately into the thatched pile. Wear it well. As soon as Su Sanson finished speaking, he saw the helmet sinking into the thatched pile little by little, and disappeared completely after a few seconds. At the same time, a silver-white aircraft landed in the other direction of the mutant chestnut forest with a bang. 10 seconds later, Sheepy and the demon wolf team quickly got off the aircraft. Each of them held a bow in his hand, and a metal bucket full of arrows on his back. The sharp metal arrowheads emitted a cold light under the bright sun at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were dots of water stains in the cold light, which was the huge poison that Sheepy had specially tempered. Chapter 128. Su Sanson and Xiao Jiebo were testing quickly in the safety zone built by Hu Ba and his 2 companions. Although they had already detected 3 mutant chestnuts with moderate pollution, after breaking the chestnut shells with a high-energy knife, they found that only the one Su Sanson found at the beginning had slightly polluted chestnut flesh, and the flesh of the other 2 was also moderately polluted. Alas, I didn't expect that today would be so unlucky. Just as Su Sanson was planning to offer a hymn to the goddess of luck, the strange thatch on the trunk of the thick mutant chestnut tree not far away had gradually moved to the middle and upper part of the trunk. After staying in this position, the thatch no longer continued to pupate upwards, but instead began to spin on its own with a certain point on the trunk as the center area. It seemed to be looking for something, and it seemed to be groping for something. Chin Ergu, with a mutant chestnut shell on his head and a thatched blanket on his body, kept twisting back and forth on the trunk of the mutant chestnut tree. His eyes were fixed on a large tree hole behind the mutant chestnut tree trunk in front of him. The tree hole was very large, and it was not sure whether it was formed naturally or dug by this group of mutant wood rats. But looking at the mutant chestnuts piled up inside, Chin Ergu was sure that he must have found the right place. This was either the nest of the mutant wood rats or one of their food storage holes. Otherwise, why can't you see a few mutant wood rats running up and down on the trunks of other mutant chestnut trees? But this mutant chestnut tree has the largest mouse traffic. Is it really just because the trunk is thick, so there can be more lanes? Chin Ergu quickly sent a message to Sue Sanson on the optical computer, and then took advantage of the gap when there were no mutant wood rats moving around at the entrance of the tree hole to launch a sneak attack on the mutant chestnut closest to him. Sue Sanson was singing the adapted version of the most dazzling Wasteland style when she received Chin Ergu's message, so she looked up and saw something. A plunger suddenly stretched out from the top of this strange thatched pile. The plunger swayed, sneaky, with a hint of vulgarity, and popped it very accurately attached to something behind the tree trunk. Then, a huge mutant chestnut was quickly dragged out by the plunger, like a giant lollipop, or a lump of shiny, hard. Sue Sanson blinked hard, and quickly squeezed out the increasingly divergent thoughts in her mind. Suddenly, with a pop sound, the leather bowl on the top of the plunger was deliberately opened by someone, and the leather bowl leaked air instantly, and the mutant chestnut tightly attached to it fell to the ground with a pop. Sue Sanson shouted, "Hoo bah, move to the right front quickly." So the triangular encirclement formed by the 5 people quickly moved towards the mutant chestnut tree, where the thatched grass was located at the suggestion of Sue Sanson. However, due to the large number of mutant wood rats on this mutant chestnut tree, it was obviously a bit difficult for Hoo Bah and the other 2 to continue to maintain the safe zone. Xiao Jiaba quickly took out a small bottle from the metal box and immediately joined the defensive offensive. He raised his right hand and waved it directly towards the face of the mutant wood rat that kept attacking. The white powder in the bottle was instantly thrown on the mutant wood rat. After the powder touched the body of the mutant wood rat, it burned directly. The mutant wood rats that were shocked rolled on the spot and screamed. Sue Sanson successfully came to the mutant chestnuts that Chin Ergu sucked down with the plunger, and scanned them quickly with his optical brain. Ding! Slightly contaminated, edible. Oh my god, awesome. My Ergu. I didn't expect Chin Ergu to directly advance from a cricket pupa to a lone hero today. He actually succeeded in attacking Huanglong by himself. So, in the next 30 minutes, Chin Ergu and Sue Sanson cooperated tacitly, and the plunger showed its power again. After sucking away more than a dozen slightly contaminated mutant chestnuts from the entrance of the mutant wood rat's food storage cave, the truth was finally revealed. As the cone-shaped snake scales in Sue Sanson's right hand flew out, he shouted, "Ergu, retreat!" Puff! Puff! The cone-shaped snake scales with snake venom blocked the 2 mutant wood rats that were about to rush to the thatch pile in time. At the same time, Chin Ergu, holding the shell of the mutant chestnut, used all 4 limbs to quickly slide down along the trunk of the mutant chestnut tree to the ground, and quickly return to the safe zone built by the 4-way team. However, just after the crisis of the thatched pile, a new danger came again. With a whoosh sound, a sharp arrow broke through the air and flew straight towards the little stutterer, who was lowering his head and quickly preparing the powder. With a pop, the plunger in Chin Ergu's hand suddenly flew diagonally and collided with the arrow in the air, making a fierce metal collision sound. Puff! The arrow was blocked by the plunger, and its trajectory was deviated in an instant, and it pierced diagonally into the mutant wood mouse that was attacking the little stutterer. The moment the mutant wood mouse was shot, the wound immediately turned black and purple, and the body immediately became hot and black. Not good. This arrow is poisoned. It happened suddenly. Less than 1 second after the first arrow was shot, 5 more arrows with the same poison flew in the air. Hoo Bah, Yuge and the marshal had to free their hands and take the lead in resisting the attack of the poison arrows. However, this immediately created a gap in their defense line. The mutant wood rats that were attacking the safe zone at all costs had a chance to break through. Sue Sanson saw that the situation was not good. Now was not the time to save strength and keep a low profile. You can tell with your toes that the few poison arrows just now were definitely done by the lingering demon wolf team. So she shouted, "Get down!" The meat-skinned dumplings in her hand opened immediately, and in an instant, a strong smell of farts quickly swept out in all directions. Except for the obedient Chin Ergu, who pulled up his straw blanket and lay on the ground in advance. Hoo Bah, Yuge, Dashwai, and Xiao Jiaba, who were still resisting, tilted their heads, closed their eyes, and fell to the ground with a thump. Sue Sanson looked at Dashwai, whose chin was knocked off again, and quickly covered her eyes. "Oh! I'm sorry." She didn't want to do it. At the same time, the mutant wood rats around also popped from the branches and in the air, falling to the ground in various hideous and artificial postures. Not far away, the members of the demon wolf team who were gradually attacking the Sifong team had only time to complain. Who the hell poisoned the critical moment? Then, they fell to the ground with a bang bang bang. Sue Sanson covered his mouth and nose, and stayed there for another 3 minutes, carefully observing the surrounding situation. Then he quickly stood up, took the cart from his left arm, extended it to 2 meters long, and skillfully moved the people of the 4-party team one by one onto the cart. The cart was not big, so the 5 people could only be stacked like a pyramid, with 2 people on the bottom layer, 2 more on the middle layer, and Shin Ergu, the shortest person, on the top layer. Then he took out the hemp rope from the cloth bag and fixed the 5 people in circles. Then he looked at the giant mutant chestnut tree hole next to him with shining eyes. Since the big tricks have been used, he must give more back to make up for it. Su Sanson nodded, and after affirming himself first, he drew out the dagger and climbed towards the food storage hole of the mutant wood mouse. Chapter 129. Su Sanson climbed to the outside of the tree hole of the mutant chestnut tree very swiftly. Because of the experience of the mutant pink-tailed monkey before, she did not rush in this time. Instead, she threw out 4 cone-shaped snake scales to test the situation. After that, she found that the mutant wood mice inside had indeed fainted. So, she quickly climbed into the hole and quickly checked. Ding! Mildly contaminated, edible. Ding! Mildly contaminated, edible. It's really a fortune. All of them are slightly contaminated mutant chestnuts. Thinking that the mission goal only requires a mere 10 mutant chestnuts, wouldn't the rest be eaten by their 4-party team? Oh my god. Su Sanson's heart was trembling with excitement, and her hands did not stop moving. Paw! All the slightly contaminated mutant chestnuts in the food storage hole were pushed to the ground without any hesitation. Of course, she did not act blindly. There were still many heavily and moderately polluted mutant chestnuts scattered on the ground. In order to quickly distinguish which ones were lightly polluted, she used a high-energy knife to lightly carve a check mark on the shells of these lightly polluted mutant chestnuts. When she quickly returned to the ground, she looked at the pile of mutant chestnuts more than 3 meters high under the tree, and suddenly became worried again. So many supplies, at least 100, how can she transport them back to the aircraft? Could it be that she had to go back and forth in several waves? She was not sure whether these mutant wood rats would wake up immediately after she left, because they were out of the poisonous gas range of the meat skin dumplings, and then hide all these mutant chestnuts again. After much thought, she decided to try to transport them all at once. So she used a high-energy knife to quickly drill 2 small holes in the shell of each lightly contaminated chestnut, and then took out the spare spider silk from the cloth bag, passed the spider silk through 1 small hole, and then passed it out from another small hole. After 20 minutes, a giant bracelet made of 128 mutant chestnuts was completed. Su Sanson put the bracelet on the 5-person arhip pile on the cart, wrapped it in circles, and then fixed it with hemp rope. Looking at this 4-meter-high pile of supplies, she sighed. Oh, it's definitely impossible to pull it up by her. So she reluctantly took out a spare nuclear crystal from the cloth bag, gritted her teeth, and stuck it on the energy converter installed between the metal chains of the cart. This was specially upgraded for her by Xieyuan not long ago, using the energy converter left in the advanced storage box in the Golden Triangle. At that time, Su Sanson removed 2 energy converters, each containing a rare water core crystal and a high-level energy core crystal. One of the energy converters had already been used by Xieyuan and installed on the high-energy knife. The remaining converter had not played its role until the small cart was upgraded again. With a click, the spare core crystal was embedded in the slot of the energy converter. Soon, the power of the cart had a qualitative leap. Su Sanson pulled up the metal chain and ran briskly towards the direction of the aircraft. Half an hour later, she panted and looked at the 5 people she had dragged into the storage room with great effort, with a tired look on her face. Then she opened the toilet door again and stuffed the mutant chestnut hand strings that filled the cabin into the toilet one by one. Soon, the toilet was packed tightly, with almost no space left. Su Sanson breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had rewrapped the meat skin dumplings before getting on the aircraft. Otherwise, she would not dare to breathe so freely at this moment. She looked at the time on the light brain, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the poisonous arrows flashed in her mind again. She must avenge this, so she installed the aircraft key, put the cart back, put it on her left arm, and rushed towards the mutant wood rat's nest again. In order to avoid any accidents on the road, she opened the meat skin dumplings again, and a soul-stirring fart smell immediately lingered around her body. Life is more important, so what if I smell a little fart? While Su Sanson comforted himself, he quickly returned to the mutant chestnut forest with his short legs. At this time, the eyes of several sturdy mutant wood mice began to turn slightly under their eyelids, which was obviously a sign of waking up. Who knew that Su Sanson suddenly came back with the meat skin zongzi? So the mutant wood mice that were ready to move immediately fell into a dead silence. Su Sanson looked at the mutant wood mice lying down, his eyes glowing. How many nuclear crystals must this be? Then he looked at the figures in the shadows not far away, and said, "Wait until I finish my work, I will come to deal with you later." Then he ran towards the place where the 6 members of the Demon Wolf team fell. Sue Sanson came to Sheepy first, took out a poisoned arrow feather from the metal barrel, and thrust it into his heart without hesitation. Speaking of which, this was her first time to kill someone in the apocalypse. Was she nervous? It seemed that she was not at all. Was she uncomfortable? It seemed that she was not. Perhaps because she faced too many dangers every day, and it was often a matter of life and death, so she gradually established the concept of not being merciful to the enemy. Looking at Sheepy's gradually blackening body, Sue Sanson sneered, "You made the poison yourself, so you should enjoy it yourself." Then he began to search his body neatly. In addition to a few nutrient solutions in his pocket, there was a black square box, which was covered by a strong white light ring, which spread out to the surroundings and gradually merged into the air. Sue Sanson's pupils trembled. Temporary protective shield? He swallowed his saliva, quickly put the black box into the cloth bag, and then took out 5 arrow feathers from the metal bucket on the ground, and followed the same method to pierce the hearts of the other 4 people, and then started a new round of body searches. After searching for a total of 12 nutrient solutions in 5 minutes, he quickly connected Xia Yuan's little button and aimed the black square box at the camera. Xia Yuan, who was processing mutant sweet potato chips in the storage room, looked at the things in the light curtain and took a breath of cold air, and then immediately calmed down. This kind of thing is not the first time it has happened. He is already very experienced. He quickly concealed the surprise in his eyes and calmly analyzed, "This is a temporary protective shield, but you have to pay attention. All temporary protective shields are equipped with at least 2 positioning devices, one in the light and one in the dark. Once the positioning device in the light is deliberately destroyed, the positioning device in the dark will immediately send out a distress signal, so you can't act rashly now." Sue Sanson looked at the positioning device next to the black box, which kept flashing a faint red light, and secretly thanked herself for not acting rashly. 5 minutes later, she hung up the call with Xia Yuan. Sue Sanson pulled out the high-energy knife and began to harvest the mutant wood rats on the ground. 30 minutes later, the nuclear crystal energy in the high-energy knife had been used up, and a yellow nuclear crystal that had just been opened was added. This was almost enough, and all the mutant wood rat heads on the ground were dissected. Not counting the ones that had been used on the high-energy knife, Sue Sanson harvested a total of 89 energy nuclear crystals. Of course, there were low-level and medium-level ones, but more were high-level energy nuclear crystals. The energy values of the nuclear crystals were basically between 1,000 and 1,200. She nodded, very satisfied with the result. Because the cloth bag was already full, Sue Sanson took off a coat from a member of the Demon Wolf team and made a temporary bag. She wrapped all the low-level and medium-level nuclear crystals that could not fit in it, then put it on her back, tied her sleeves in a knot in front of her chest, and prepared to run towards the aircraft. "Hey! No, I always feel that there is something missing." She immediately stopped and turned her head. "Every time I breathe in this fart smell, my brain is not very clear. The mutant wood mouse corpses on this ground have not been tested yet." So she quickly squatted down, grabbed the mutant wood mouse corpses, and started scanning them one by one. Another 30 minutes passed, and she really detected 3 slightly contaminated and 8 moderately contaminated mutant wood mice. Sue Sanson quickly put down the cart, quickly piled the 11 mutant wood mice on the cart, and after fixing them with hemp ropes, she quickly ran towards the aircraft. As she ran, she frowned and thought, after their 4-way team left, wouldn't the 6 members of the Demon Wolf team have no protective shield? Wouldn't they soon become infected? But isn't it said that infected bodies only exist in cities, and there are no wastelands or primitive wilderness? Sue Sanson was wondering. At this time, several giant mutant vultures suddenly flew over the mutant chestnut forest. The mutant vulture circled in the air, staring sharply at the mutant wood mouse corpses with blood on the ground, and the 6 members of the Demon Wolf team, who had completely turned black. They swooped down and landed next to the pile of corpses in an instant, opening their sharp beaks, and began to eat the rotten meat on the ground. And they didn't seem to mind the 6 members of the Demon Wolf team, who were poisoned. 5 giant mutant vultures gathered together, and quickly ate them up. Sue Sanson, who was hiding in the shadow not far away, looked at this scene, and felt a chill down her spine. It turned out that there were no infected bodies in the wasteland, because they would be swallowed by the monsters before they could become infected bodies. She looked at the meat-skinned dumplings in her hand that were still emitting the smell of farts, and frowned instantly. This group of mutant vultures were not afraid of the power of this shit nuclear crystal at all. They must be higher-level monsters. At least 3 stars or above. Damn. The higher the level of the monster, the stronger the demand for nuclear crystals. She is carrying so many nuclear crystals now, isn't it dangerous? Chapter 130. Sue Sanson was watching the mutant vultures sweeping the corpses not far away with full vigilance. In the business department of Shafeng Escort Agency far away, at the south gate of the base, Jean Guifeng looked at the message received 10 minutes ago on the optical computer. With an excited and confused look on her face, she took the aircraft key from the equipment staff, put away the VVVIP privilege card she had just shown, and ran out of the base city. This VVVIP card was specially opened by the boss of the escort agency to motivate him to continue to dig deep in the business field of the private soldier team. This authority not only allows him to enjoy 24-hour indiscriminate application for all aircraft of the escort agency, but also to share the business income of each order with the escort agency in a 50-50 split. This means that Jean Guifeng is no longer an ordinary worker, but has been directly promoted to middle-level management. After all, he can enjoy dividends. Although he cannot receive dividends from all the business income of Shafeng at the end of each quarter like other senior management, he can receive dividends from his own business orders, which is a great improvement in treatment. Moreover, the most important thing is that he no longer has to get up early every day to follow the large team to go on scavenging tasks. He is now the only employee in the business field of the private soldier team. The boss of the escort agency requires him to devote himself to this business field, do his duty to maintain good customer relationships, and create a perfect user experience. Therefore, he is now on call in the sales department 24 hours a day, just waiting for Sue Sanson's call. Who made this emerging business field? There is only Sue Sanson as a potential customer at present. According to the coordinates received in the optical brain, Jean Guifeng arrived at the door of the public toilet 200 meters away from Sue Sanson's cabin on time. He stepped on the spot and entered the men's toilet in confusion. He opened the metal door of the third pit from the left and kept complaining in his heart, "What the hell is Sue Sanson doing this time? Why are I asked to do all kinds of incredible things every time I take her orders?" But even if he complained, his professional spirit was still alive. After all, in terms of business level and service attitude, he was still professional. What's more, this kickback every time. Cough cough, let's not talk about it. Jean Guifeng quickly closed the metal door of the third pit, and then sneakily opened the lid of the toilet tank with a question mark in his mind, and took out a metal lunch box full of pits from it. "What's the matter? You're hungry because you're on a mission, and you still want me to bring you food?" He spat and cursed inwardly, but his hands moved neatly and quickly. He quickly wiped the water stains on the surface of the metal lunch box, stuffed it into his arms, and strode out of the public toilet door, running towards the docking point of the Shafeng aircraft. Xie Yuan opened the metal door of the pit next to him, looked at Jean Guifeng's disappearing back, nodded slightly, and then rode the cart back to the hut. At the same time, Sue Sanson had made a decision. If she hid here, she would be targeted by these mutant vultures sooner or later. After all, she had a large and small bag of nearly 100 nuclear crystals on her back. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to run. While these mutant vultures were still eating, Sue Sanson took out another energy nuclear crystal and stuck it directly on the energy converter of the cart. He quietly stepped back a few steps and ran quickly towards the direction of the aircraft. In order to further speed up the return journey, after successfully exiting the mutant wood rag gathering area, she tapped her toes lightly, jumped up, and jumped directly onto the cart. With the inertia of the run-up and the energy converted by the nuclear crystal, she stood on the cart and slid across the muddy ground like flying. The 4 wheels of the cart rubbed the ground and rolled up a wave of mud spots. Sue Sanson pulled out the hoe on his waist and poked the ground from time to time to ensure the direction of the cart. After about 10 minutes, she successfully returned to the aircraft. She neatly stuffed the cloth bag containing the nuclear crystal and the homemade bag into the remaining space in the toilet, and moved the 11 mutant wood rat corpses into the storage room. She immediately inserted the key into the keyhole, sat in the driver's seat, and prepared to start the aircraft directly, and quickly get away from this area. Because on the way back, although the cart was running fast, she always felt that there was someone staring at her back, as if she was completely locked by some terrible beast. And her feeling was indeed correct. The 5 mutant vultures that were happily gnawing on the corpse felt the strong nuclear crystal energy emanating from her from the beginning. From the moment they swooped down, they had already locked Sue Sanson as their next target after a full meal. So when she returned to the aircraft and was busy entering the startup password, her fingers were very unfamiliar with sliding back and forth on the touchscreen sensor panel. While driving the aircraft to take off on the spot, the 5 mutant vultures that had swept the mutant wood mouse corpses spread their 8-meter-long wings and suddenly flew straight into the sky. In just a breath of time, they locked Sue Sanson's position again, and then immediately swooped in the direction of the aircraft. In the aircraft, Sue Sanson just stumbled to raise the metal dome to the air, and through the cockpit window, she saw the mutant vulture rushing towards her. Oh my god! She didn't have time to be shocked, and she reflexively increased her hand speed. On the touch-sensitive panel in the cockpit, her fingers flew, and in an instant, she danced out after images. But unfortunately, clumsy hands are clumsy hands. There is no such thing as a small universe exploding in the end of the world. She wobbled in the aircraft, and barely avoided the dive just now. A new round of air strikes rushed towards her again. Sue Sanson's first reaction was to raise the aircraft straight to the stratosphere above 10,000 meters above the ground, thinking that it's such a high place. The oxygen must be very thin, and no matter how mutated you are, you vulture, you have to breathe. As a result, the operation of the liftoff is quite complicated. She tried several times in succession, but failed to successfully pull the aircraft up to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Why let her, a clumsy person, fight in this air battle? Not only does she have no skills, she also has no experience. Damn it! Bang! The aircraft shook violently from side to side in the air. It was hit directly by the mutant vulture that came straight from the rear. The mutant vulture's sharp claws grabbed the top of the metal dome fiercely, and a sizzling metal friction sound was made at the moment of collision. Sue Sanson stabilized his body while nervously looking up, quickly checking the impact part with his peripheral vision. Fortunately, there was no dent or crack in the outer shell of the aircraft, and no damage alarm popped up on the driving screen. You are worthy of it. The first batch of original models shipped from the factory. Good boy. You have to hold on for me. Whether the lives and supplies in this cabin can be saved depends on you. Sue Sanson muttered to himself, not knowing whether he was giving chicken soup to the aircraft or giving himself chicken blood. At the moment of the collision, her constantly running CPU suddenly came up with a plan. With her terrible driving skills, it was definitely impossible to fight against these mutant vultures. Since the aircraft looked quite strong, she might as well just give up and escape to the base for a while. So, in the next 10 minutes, the 5 mutant vultures kept besieging this dilapidated but still struggling metal giant egg. The mutant vulture sometimes went up, and sometimes went down. At an altitude of less than 1,000 meters above the ground, they formed a human shape and attacked from both sides. Sometimes they formed a one shape and attacked continuously. Sue Sanson was dizzy and swayed from side to side after being hit in the aircraft. Suddenly, a warning popped up on the driving screen. The energy converter was detected to be loose, and the aircraft energy was about to run out. Please prepare for an emergency landing. Oh no! This old horse is finally going to give up. Chapter 131. The aircraft stumbled and swayed in the air, and white smoke began to come out of the exhaust holes around it, as if it was running out of fuel and dying. Sue Sanson gritted his teeth, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were still trying to control the touch-sensitive panel, moving forward, and fly a little further. At this time, the 5 mutant vultures that had been surrounding the aircraft suddenly had a cold look in their eyes, and their huge 8-meter-long wings suddenly stopped flapping up and down. They seemed to have noticed something, and seemed to be afraid of something. They suddenly stopped in the air, watching the aircraft gradually moving away, and were reluctant to fly forward another meter. Sue Sanson looked at the radar in the cockpit, and saw the marks of the 5 mutant vultures that were gradually left behind. She frowned slightly. Why did they suddenly stop chasing? There was no time to think about it further. At this time, the cockpit had once again sounded an alarm. The energy was about to run out, and the aircraft started the forced landing procedure. The countdown was 30, 29, 28. Can't hold on any longer? Sue Sanson quickly reduced the speed of the aircraft, and then quickly lowered the flight altitude to ensure that it would not fall too badly when landing later. Fortunately, the 5 mutant vultures did not chase them again. Soon, there was a bang. The aircraft landed on the ground without any danger. Sue Sanson exhaled, and her thoughts began to gradually return. The mutant vultures suddenly stopped, either because there was something blocking their progress, or there was a more terrifying beast here that posed a threat to them. She frowned slightly, and immediately turned on the optical brain to check the coordinates here. As soon as she opened the map, she saw an extremely familiar area. She immediately called up the historical coordinates stored in the optical brain, and was shocked on the spot. Here? This is the reed bush where she stole the giant egg during her first scavenging mission. Sue Sanson's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and her breathing became more rapid. She clearly remembered that Xie Yuan said that the healing nuclear crystal energy was extremely rare, and had not appeared for hundreds of years. The owner of the alien beast that laid these 3 giant eggs was at least a 3-star, or even 4-star high-level alien beast. From the reaction of the 5 mutant vultures just now, it can be seen that if the mutant vultures are 3-star beasts, then the owner of this giant egg is at least a 4-star beast. Oh my god. Did she actually break into the territory of a 4-star beast? What to do? Sue Sanson's brain quickly analyzed the pros and cons. To fight against a 4-star beast, with her current strength, it is simply a fantasy. I wonder if Xie Yuan at his peak could have taken it down. Alas, Xie Yuan is now a military strategist with inconvenient legs and feet. How could he still do things on the front line? Oh. No, wait a minute. He is now inconvenient to walk, but... Sue Sanson suddenly thought of the 3 giant eggs filled with healing energy. These eggs are treasures. If I can steal a few more. Then, once the idea of stealing eggs comes up, it will be difficult to suppress it from Sue Sanson's brain. This healing energy can not only allow Xie Yuan to stand up again, but also strengthen her own physique. Maybe in the future, she can even develop a few more immune abilities, just like the stop element and the pork skin dumplings. Sue Sanson sat in the driver's seat, constantly weighing the pros and cons, and looked around through the cockpit. It was very quiet. The aircraft's thumping landing just now did not seem to cause any commotion. This means that there should be no strange beasts in this area at the moment. If you can't beat that powerful 4-star strange beast, then there's no need to fight. Stealing a few eggs quietly should. It shouldn't be impossible, right? She stood up and paced back and forth in the cabin, while giving herself psychological preparation, and at the same time, she reluctantly used reason to suppress her increasingly crazy thoughts at the moment. Finally, she closed her eyes, and opened them again. Her eyes had become extremely firm. Since ancient times, wealth and honor have been sought in danger. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. She opened the temporary protective cover in the drawer, checked the coordinate range, confirmed the safe zone on the optical computer, and then opened the storage room, pulled off Chin Ergu's thatched cloak, took off the mutant chestnut shell on his head, put it on her head, installed the aircraft key, and then carefully opened the manual hatch of the aircraft and left on tiptoe. Sue Sanson, wearing a large thatched cloak, stayed motionless in the reeds next to the aircraft for a full 10 minutes. Seeing that she had opened the door just now, driving the aircraft bearing to rotate, the melodious squeak sound did not cause any movement. He then slowly got up and sneakily moved towards the historical coordinates of stealing eggs before. It's worth mentioning that although the thatch and reed are not the same species, judging from the color and appearance alone, it's really hard to spot the difference unless you look carefully. The shell of the mutant chestnut was large enough to almost cover her entire head. So in this reed bush, Sue Sanson, wearing a pile of thatch that covered her whole body and taking her extremely obscene steps, did not seem very abrupt. About 30 minutes later, she finally arrived at the historical coordinate point with the mutant chestnut shell on her head and a thatched cloak on her body. And near the coordinate point, looking around, there were only dense reeds, and no strange beasts were seen. Sue Sanson was overjoyed, but still remained calm. She first lurked quietly at the coordinate point for 10 minutes. After confirming that there was no abnormal movement, she began to search carefully around. Soon, a familiar dark brown color appeared in her peripheral vision. Ah, it was that pile of dead branches. It was the bird's nest. She suppressed her excitement, calmly lay in the reeds, and slowly crawled towards the pile of dead branches. As the distance gradually shortened, the shape of the bird's nest became clearer and clearer, until she finally saw what was inside. It was a giant egg. It was a giant egg. There were 4 giant eggs. Great. Great. This time I'm going to be rich. Sue Sanson's heart was surging, and she had already set off a storm, but she had to use her reason to quickly suppress her excitement. Her body, covered by the thatched cloak, trembled slightly. She gently poked out her head with a chestnut shell on it, and was about to stretch out her hands to start stealing eggs. At this time, the reeds not far away suddenly shook violently, and then a huge mutant wild duck, whoosh, raised its slender neck that had been buried in feathers, and its flat head tilted slightly at the top of its neck, and a pair of round eyes stared at its nest. Sue Sanson's breathing stagnated immediately, and he dared not move any more. His head, which had already stuck out of the thatched cloak, immediately froze in place. Damn it! This 4-star beast turned out to be a mutant wild duck. Why is it sleeping in broad daylight? It's okay to sleep. How can it hide so perfectly? Miscalculated. This is the end. Sue Sanson was praying for a miracle in his heart, and the mutant wild duck, who had just woken up and got up in a daze, staggered to his nest in 2 or 3 steps, staring at the boiled egg that suddenly appeared, tilted his big flat head, and his round little eyes showed a trace of confusion. Why is there an extra one? It doesn't remember when it laid this egg, and the color is different. The mutant wild duck lowered its head in confusion, and used its golden, flat and hard duckbill to casually push the coffee-colored boiled egg. Sue Sanson closed his eyes tightly, silently enduring the teasing from the high-level beast, feeling hopeless. The mutant wild duck sniffed the boiled egg, and felt the energy emanating from it. It was the same source as the energy in his body, so it was indeed its cub. So he stepped forward with both feet without hesitation, sat directly on the nest, and the 5 human-sized eggs in the nest, and began his daily routine of hatching eggs. At the same time, at the dedicated parking spot outside the South City gate, Jean Guifeng, sitting in the cockpit of the aircraft, looked at the last message sent more than 2 hours ago in the optical brain. After getting the things, wait for my coordinates, and set off immediately, quickly. He looked at the sun that was about to set with tears in his eyes, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, where are the coordinates? Where are the coordinates? I've been sitting here for more than 2 hours. Why don't you give me the coordinates? Are you going to cheat and cancel the order? Chapter 132. Sue Sanson held her breath, silently bearing the great maternal love from above her head, and she had already burst into tears in her heart. What's going on? Why is it being incubated as an egg? Is this mutant wild duck serious? Despite her complaints, she took advantage of the tiny gap between the mutant chestnut shell and the thick duck feathers to breathe stealthily and carefully, fearing that she would disturb the mutant wild duck's daily incubation. Sue Sanson was sweating profusely, and beads of sweat kept sliding down her cheeks. Not only was she nervous, but it was also hot. This 270-degree three-dimensional duck-down quilt directly covered her head, and it was in the middle of summer. Wouldn't anyone be sweating profusely? Time passed by, and the sun had completely set, but the mutant wild duck had no intention of moving. Xie Yuan, who had not received any news of Sue Sanson's return in the shantytown, was anxiously running around in the house. He kept picking up the little button and clicking on the communication interface to check. He found no new messages, and had to exit in disappointment. After a few seconds, he clicked on the interface again, feeling heavier and heavier, anxious. What happened? What happened? It's dark now. Why hasn't there been any message to report safety? And the more abnormal the situation is, the more Xie Yuan can't rashly send a message to ask about the situation. Now he must have encountered some danger, so he absolutely can't let his message disturb Sanson, but the taste of waiting like this is really uncomfortable. At the same time, in the downwind aircraft in the parking area, Jean Guifeng, who had gone to the toilet for the 3rd time, was also on pins and needles. It's already dark. It's time to get off work and go home. He's still waiting on the aircraft for a coordinate that he doesn't know if it will be sent. Damn it! After the sun completely set, when Sue Sanson prayed to the goddess of luck for the 999th time, the mutant wild duck in the reeds finally staggered and opened its warm and heavy duck-down blanket, patted its 2 big feet, and then walked away towards the distant river without looking back. Sue Sanson's head suddenly felt lighter. She looked at the mutant wild duck gradually disappearing in the night in her peripheral vision, breathed a sigh of relief, and breathed hard. God knows, if the wild duck didn't leave, she really wasn't sure if she would be directly hatched. Wiping the sweat off her head with her elbow, it was really hot. This legendary duck-down quilt is really not a cover, it is so thick, warm and airtight. She quickly gave Jean Guifeng the final instructions, then picked up the bird's nest in front of her and ran towards the aircraft quickly. Just when Jean Guifeng was ready to go home directly, suddenly, the long-awaited message came to her light brain. He looked at the coordinates on the light brain, and his eyes lit up. Fortunately, the order was not cancelled for me. Then he started the aircraft skillfully, and turned the horsepower to the maximum. A black aircraft that looked like a flying saucer, and full of technology whoosh left the number 103 base city, and disappeared quickly in the night sky. 15 minutes later, Sue Sanson held the bird's nest, and just returned to the aircraft panting, and received a call from Jean Guifeng on the light brain. Can you see the brightest star in the night sky? She immediately looked up through the cockpit window at the high-end aircraft with a metallic texture under the starlight in the night sky. She breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "The person looking up is blinking with a sigh in his heart." Jean Guifeng looked at the pitch-black ground through the cockpit, and could not see anything. How could she tell who was blinking? It made no difference whether the code was right or not. After hesitating for a few seconds, she thought again, in the middle of the night, there should be no one else who could blink at me except this damn little girl. Damn it! After cursing inwardly, she gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and quickly landed at the coordinate point with great trepidation. Then, according to Sue Sanson's instructions, she immediately turned on the hidden mode. Jean Guifeng parked the aircraft, trembling with trembling legs, and stood up from the driver's seat. He was really nervous at this moment. because he had never left the base city after dark. Even though he had been escorting for more than 10 years, had countless experiences of scavenging, and had seen all kinds of separations and deaths, it was in broad daylight, following the official spaceship of the base. He couldn't help but imagine the dark and pitch-black wasteland outside. He didn't know if some unknown beast would suddenly jump out and chew him alive. He was really scared now. It is said that the wasteland at night is very dangerous. If he hadn't accepted the big cake drawn by the boss of the escort agency, he would never be willing to expand and deepen the business field of this broken private soldier team. So when Jean Guifeng tremblingly pressed the door opening button, the moment the metal door slowly opened, he saw Sue Sanson's ragged, blood-stained, and unruly outfit, and he suddenly felt very close and at ease. And his wandering soul quickly returned to his place. This will cost extra. Just as she was about to blurt out the words, Sue Sanson immediately raised his hand to stop her. It's dangerous here. Where are the things? Give them to me quickly. Find me a toolbox. As he spoke, Sue Sanson went straight into the cabin, took the metal lunch box from Jean Guifeng's hand, and then continued to order. It's the same as last time. You quickly pack up the aircraft outside. We have to leave immediately. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Jean Guifeng had originally been holding back a lot of complaints, but at this moment, she was forced back by Sue Sanson's series of bombardments. Since it's so dangerous, why do you call Shafeng? You should call the guards. Damn it. Jean Guifeng gritted her teeth and resigned herself to pulling out a thick and long metal chain from the warehouse, then got off the aircraft with ease and buckled one end of the chain on the top of the metal dome. And Sue Sanson, after reporting to Xie Yuan that he was safe, quickly took out the shielding device in the metal lunch box according to his remote guidance. He also quickly disassembled the energy converter on the cart that had played a big role today and installed it on the slot reserved by Xie Yuan on the shielding device. This shield was upgraded from the simplified version that Xie Yuan had used to avoid the Hadron scan. The energy converter was specially installed at this moment, mainly to enhance its shielding effect, to ensure that Sue Sanson could safely bring back the temporary shield looted from the Demon Wolf squad. After all, the positioning device on the temporary shield was not so easy to remove. At least Sue Sanson's crippled hands couldn't do it, so he had to use the shield to cover up the truth first, and after successfully bringing it back, Xie Yuan would study it himself. Because the reserved position on the shield was just right, and Xie Yuan had arranged and modified the relevant connecting components in advance, Sue Sanson's disassembly and assembly were very smooth at this time. When Jean Guifeng returned to the aircraft again, she also successfully installed a nuclear crystal into the card slot, and the shield was immediately activated. At the same time, in the equipment department of the private army camp, the staff looked at the coordinates of the aircraft on the radar that had not moved for a long time and frowned. The aircraft of the Demon Wolf team has been parked in the same place for a long time. It's dark. Why is there no movement? While wondering, he called up the real-time positioning of the temporary protective shield of the Demon Wolf team. Not good. The coordinates of the temporary protective shield disappeared. Was there any accident with the Demon Wolf team? The staff called up the optical computer positioning of all members of the Demon Wolf team, but found that the optical computer positioning failed. The staff immediately dialed the voice of the task department. Task department. Please quickly check the coordinates of the task of the Demon Wolf team today. The ant in the task department, who was yawning and knitting, glanced at the task list on the screen slowly and replied coldly. The Demon Wolf team did not apply for any task today. As soon as the voice fell, a busy tone came from the call. The staff at the equipment department hung up the phone immediately, and then an urgent report was sent directly from the equipment department to Boss Sway's optical brain. The Demon Wolf squad has lost contact in the wilderness, and the temporary protective shield has disappeared. Chapter 133. 1.5 hours later, the cool and awesome flying machine of Shafeng escort finally swayed and hoisted the little broken egg back to the metal recycling station in the southeast corner of the base city. Since Sue Sanson had greeted One-Eyed Zhang in advance, the recycling station had been tidied up at this moment, and the open ground was just enough to park the little broken egg and Xuanfeng's advanced flying saucer. One-Eyed Zhang looked at the little broken egg covered with scratches and vicissitudes, frowned, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He trembled and stretched out his index finger, and said uncertainly, This, what happened? It won't break down again. It's only been repaired for less than a day, right? One-Eyed Zhang took a deep breath and began to regret the downtime package repair package he had provided before. According to this bad plan, even if he charges 1,200 contribution points per day for berthing fees according to the official price, he will probably have to pay people for maintenance. This time he lost a lot. As soon as Sue Sanson got off the flying saucer with the wind, he saw the one-eyed Zhang with a look of fear and regret. He touched his nose with a guilty conscience and laughed. Master Zhang, you don't have to worry about the maintenance today. Wait until Hu Ba and the others wake up, and then talk to you alone. After that, he led Jean Guifeng to open the manual sliding door of Little Broken Egg again. She knew that Jean Guifeng would not leave easily if you didn't give him enough benefits. On the way back, not only did he keep repeating in her ears how to take commissions and add money all the way, but now he also came to personally inspect the goods that were taken. Su Sanson rolled his eyes and led Jean Guifeng to the door of the storage room, pointing inside and signaling him, "Look for yourself." Jean Guifeng raised her eyes and saw 5 people lying on the floor of the storage room, 4 of whom had no beards, no faces, and no chins, looking horrible. Su Sanson coughed and added, "These are all living people. They can't be counted as supplies and included in your Shunfeng commission." Jean Guifeng curled her lips. Did she think he was a fool? She glanced at the pile of straw in the corner and was speechless again. Why does Su Sanson always bring back such a pile of useless things that take up space? Before, it was a pile of shit, and now it's a pile of straw. What kind of special hobby is this? Then he pointed to the 11 mutant wood rat corpses next to Qin Ergu and said, "Are they all slightly contaminated?" Su Sanson sneered. He rolled his eyes and said, "What good things are you thinking? These are all 2-star beasts. Where do so many lightly contaminated ones come from? There are only 3 lightly contaminated mutant wood rats." After hearing this, Jean Guifeng's heart trembled. It's another 2-star beast. No wonder the boss attaches so much importance to the business of the private army team. This is a little dangerous, but the level of the supplies is impeccable. 2-star beasts, hee. 2-star beasts. Jean Guifeng has already begun to imagine how he will return to the escort agency with a bunch of 2-star beasts in a while, and how majestic and impressive he will be to attract attention. After Su Sanson finished speaking, he saw that Jean Guifeng seemed to be distracted, and coughed again, pretending to be generous and said, "Considering that it's really not easy for you today, these 3 lightly contaminated mutant wood rats, you can take 1, our team can take 1, and you can keep 1 for yourself. Then, for the remaining 8 moderately contaminated mutant wood rats, our team, and you can still split 50 to 50 according to the old rules. How about it, okay?" "Is it okay? That's really great. This mutant wood mouse is so big, it's almost as big as Su Sanson. It's all meat." Although Jean Guifeng has nodded in her heart 1,000 times, indicating that she agrees very much, but it's too obvious to take kickbacks from the escort agency's commission, which makes him look too ugly. What if he is discovered? So she narrowed her eyes, smacked her lips, and showed a reluctant expression. I can't explain it to the escort agency." Su Sanson rolled his eyes in his heart again, and cursed secretly, "What can you not explain?" "I see that you always feel at ease when taking kickbacks." So the corner of his mouth twitched. "Since it's hard to explain, let's just do it in a fair manner. Our team will keep 1.5 of these 3 slightly contaminated mutant wood mice, and you can take 1.5 with the wind. How about it?" Jean Guifeng's face froze immediately. Damn. Why don't you play by the rules? He was about to explode when he heard Su Sanson chuckle twice and said with a smile, "Just a joke. Just a joke." Su Sanson spoke up in time to smooth things over, mainly because he might need Jean Guifeng in the future, because her flying saucer is so powerful. So he thought for a moment, counted the mutant wood mouse corpses in the storage room with a pretentious look, and apologized embarrassedly. "Oh. Sorry, I was blind and counted wrong just now. This time we brought back a total of 10 mutant wood mouse corpses, 2 of which were slightly contaminated." As he said this, he took out a piece of plastic cloth from the cloth bag and covered the extra slightly contaminated mutant wood mouse, while signaling Jean Guifeng with his eyes that "I have paved the way for you, and you can figure out the rest yourself." Finally, he smiled and added, "How is it? Is it easy to explain now?" Jean Guifeng looked at the slightly contaminated mutant wood mouse corpse that Su Sanson had deliberately pushed aside in front of her, and thought to herself, "I didn't expect you to be so smart." Then she touched her chin and reluctantly said, This is not impossible to explain. I will go back and write a task report carefully, that's all." Su Sanson did not expose Jean Guifeng's greedy look when she saw the supplies. After all, she herself was probably like this ghost, who couldn't see anything under the temptation of various big treasures, so it's better not to laugh at others when you are 50 steps away. Just when Jean Guifeng returned to his flying saucer with a smile on his face, and packed up the commission that belonged to the wind, the 4 giant eggs that Su Sanson had hidden in the thatched pile in the Little Broken Egg storage room suddenly made a slight click sound. Next came a relatively large egg. I don't know if it was on the way back, but because the little broken egg swung too much in the air, it hit the metal wall of the storage room. At this time, a small crack suddenly appeared on the top of the egg. Then, a stream of pure and transparent egg liquid slowly flowed down the shell of the egg, and with a pop sound, it just dripped on the plunger that Sue Sanson had also placed in the thatched pile. The transparent egg liquid with rich green energy was quickly absorbed and merged by the leather bowl at the bottom of the plunger. In an instant, a faint green light began to linger around the leather bowl. The cracks on the bowl, which had appeared when it flew to block the poisonous arrow today, were suddenly repaired by the healing energy, and it also contained some inexplicable power. Sue Sanson waited on the aircraft for more than 30 minutes, and Huba and the other 4 finally woke up. Who am I? Where am I? What happened to me? I. She looked at the 4 people's confused faces, sighed, and then briefly told them what happened today. In fact, Sue Sanson had been thinking about the secret of pork skin dumplings all the way, and how to cleverly, and not awkwardly mention it when reporting to the 4-party team after the work. But after thinking about it, she found that no matter what, it could not explain the annihilation of the Demon Wolf team, the slightly contaminated chestnuts in the toilet, and the mutant wood mouse corpses in the corner of the storage room. So she simply gave up, and set all of them on fire. Of course, she cunningly omitted the information about the temporary protective shield and the giant egg. That's it. Every time I asked you to lie down, it was because I was going to use this scent nuclear crystal. After saying that, Sue Sanson stared at the expressions of the 4 people. If they had even a trace of jealousy or greed, she would not mind releasing poison gas in the aircraft again. However, what she did not expect was that the few people did not show any surprised expressions, but instead looked as if they had realized it. Especially the little stutterer, who seemed to be relieved instantly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Sue Sanson certainly didn't know that when the little babbler heard about this nuclear crystal that could release poison gas, his first reaction was, "It turns out that it wasn't my feet that smelled. Ha ha ha, that's great. I finally don't have to wash my feet today." Huba also smiled slightly. In fact, they had already guessed it after waking up last time, but since Xiaosu didn't say it clearly, they didn't want to point it out of respect, so everyone tacitly let the matter go. And now, I didn't expect Xiaosu to take the initiative to confess the matter to them. No matter what her purpose was, at least she had gradually established trust, and a sense of belonging to the Sifang team. This was the most gratifying thing for Huba. So he shook his beard, which had completely disappeared under his nose, and promised, "Xiaosu, don't worry, this nuclear crystal is also your secret weapon. I guarantee here in the name of the captain of the Sifang team, that our Sifang team will never disclose any relevant information to the outside world." After saying that, he paused, looked at Yugu, Dashwai, and Xiao Jiaba, and continued to emphasize, "This time we encountered a sneak attack by the Demon Wolf team, which was a dangerous situation. Xiaosu, you once again saved the lives of the 4 of us. We really are. I am so ashamed. I have nothing to repay you. Thank you very much." Yugu, Dashwai, and Xiao Jiaba added at the same time. Sue Sanson scratched her head in embarrassment. She was not good at such overly sentimental scenes, so she waved her hands and said, "Actually, I have received a lot of help from everyone. We are in the same team. It would be awkward to say whether to repay or not." So the 5 people distributed the harvest in the process of round after round of commercial praise and confession. 128 slightly contaminated mutant chestnuts, minus the 10 that needed to be handed in to the task office, the remaining 118, Sue Sanson and Chin Ergu each got 35, and the remaining 48 were divided equally among the 4 people of the 4-party team. Because the storage cave of the mutant chestnuts was discovered by Chin Ergu, and the finishing work was completed by Sue Sanson, when Huba proposed this distribution plan, everyone nodded happily, indicating that they couldn't agree more. As for how the 4 members of the Sifang team would deal with the 48 mutant chestnuts, Sue Sanson did not ask again. However, because the 4 members had been turned down when buying food on the black market before, they must store these 48 mutant chestnuts themselves. As for the distribution of the remaining 1 slightly polluted mutant wood rat and 4 moderately polluted mutant wood rats, it was very simple. Sue Sanson took the slightly polluted one, and the remaining 4 moderately polluted ones were divided equally among the 4 members of the Sifang team. As for Chin Ergu, he did not have any merit in killing rats, so naturally he had no share in the distribution. Finally, there was the big bag of nuclear crystals. Although the 4 members of the Sifang team killed many mutant wood rats, they did not participate in the final stage of opening the nuclear crystals, and the stage of opening the nuclear crystals was extremely testing. So after several rounds of push and pull, the final solution was that Sue Sanson took all the high-level nuclear crystals, and the 4 members of the quartet team divided the remaining intermediate and low-level nuclear crystals equally, finally ending this happy, but rather time-consuming dividing the spoils link. Sue Sanson looked at the 4 people who gradually disappeared in the recycling station, and said to the one-eyed Jean, who was still beating his chest and regretting his big loss, "Master Jean, I will talk to you about the aircraft when the captain and others come tomorrow." Then he pointed to Chin Ergu, who was snoring on the floor of the metal house carried by the marshal, and said embarrassedly, "He probably won't wake up tonight, so I could only trouble you to take him in for one night temporarily, but don't worry, he will definitely not stay here for nothing." After that, he pushed the old cleaning car that Chin Ergu left here in the morning, and ran quickly towards the South City gate. And this old cleaning car once again bore the unbearable weight of life. In order to ensure the safety of the giant egg, Sue Sanson covered the bottom bed of the cleaning truck with 3 layers of straw inside and outside, and carefully wrapped the 4 giant eggs in it. Then he piled all the 35 mutant chestnuts he got into the upper bed, covered them lightly with plastic cloth, and set off. This sloppy treatment was indeed not as good as the luxurious soft bag on the lower floor. At midnight, Sue Sanson returned to the cabin panting, without even taking a breath or drinking a sip of water. He immediately handed over the temporary protective cover and shielding device that he had been guarding tightly in the cloth bag to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan looked at the status of the shielding device and nodded slightly. Fortunately, the shielding effect was not bad, and there should be no problem. Just as he was about to turn around and go to the next studio to study the positioning device on the temporary protective cover overnight, he saw Sue Sanson blinking her starry eyes, and very exaggeratedly lifted the thatched mat in the bottom bed of the old cleaning vehicle. At the same time, her homemade BGM sound effect was accompanied by her ears. The time to witness the miracle has come. The 4 familiar giant eggs suddenly appeared in front of Xie Yuan. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body trembled. This is Healing Giant Egg? Chapter 134. Sue Sanson looked at Xie Yuan's completely stunned expression, laughed in his heart, and continued to create an atmosphere with a bad taste, surprised or not. Xie Yuan trembled and pointed his index finger at the giant egg, and looked at Sue Sanson excitedly, his eyes already filled with tears. Is it really healing? He didn't dare to finish, for fear that he guessed wrong and ended up being disappointed. But looking at the 4 familiar giant eggs in front of him, coupled with Sue Sanson's series of exaggerated opening actions, he could no longer control himself from making associations. Sue Sanson looked at Xie Yuan's tears that were about to overflow from his eyes, and his lips that couldn't stop trembling, worried that he would be hurt, so he stopped keeping him in suspense, nodded quickly, and said affirmatively, "Yes, yes, yes." After that, he quickly squatted down, ready to pick up a giant egg for Xie Yuan to touch, so that he could feel it up close. After Xie Yuan received Sue Sanson's affirmative answer, the fire of hope in his heart finally surged, and it began to burn recklessly and uncontrollably. Just as the flames spread, Sue Sanson suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! What's going on?" Xie Yuan's body froze, and the fire of hope that was about to spread like wildfire just surged and surged, and with a puff, it was extinguished completely. What's wrong? Is it not? Sure enough. It still doesn't work. Xie Yuan's little heart was like falling into an ice cave, and suddenly froze into a block. Immediately afterwards, Sue Sanson ran to him in 3 or 2 steps, holding a giant egg that was obviously a circle larger than the other 3, with a look of surprise in his eyes, pointing to the top of the giant egg and anxiously saying, "It's over. There are cracks on the eggshell. I'm afraid there is a mutant duckling about to break out of the shell?" Sue Sanson was extremely worried. If there was a mutant duckling at home, did she eat it, or we can't raise it, right? It seems that this base city does not allow any exotic animals to be raised. Xie Yuan looked at the giant egg in front of him, that was obviously unfertilized, and breathed a sigh of relief. He was really scared. He thought. Ah! He exhaled a long breath, and the extinguished fire of hope in his chest burned again, but this time, the fire did not dare to be so reckless, and seemed a little restrained and cautious. Xie Yuan took a deep breath, calmed down, pointed to the top of the egg, and said, "There is no black spot here, so..." He coughed a little unnaturally, racked his brains to think about the wording, and then continued, "Without the help of a mutant drake, it is impossible to hatch a duckling, don't worry." Sue Sanson heard it, and quickly checked the remaining 3 giant eggs. There were no black spots on the top. Only then did she feel relieved, secretly sighing, It seems that it is a single duck. Ah, then it is still hatching eggs. Isn't it hatching for nothing? The heart that was originally a little guilty was instantly relieved. Although she was very immoral and stole the 7 giant eggs of the mutant wild duck, but since it will never hatch offspring, it is better to use it well than to waste it in the reeds. It can be regarded as a death for a good reason. Sue Sanson quickly relied on her powerful self-consistent logic to complete the psychological self-consistency again, and then urged Xie Yuan, since this egg has a crack, why don't you eat it now? What if it goes bad tomorrow, wouldn't it be a waste? Although there was a stopping factor, the small stone, the egg would never be spoiled. However, she believed that Xie Yuan must be more impatient than her at this moment, so Sue Sanson, who was considerate, took the initiative to hand over a ladder for fear that he would be embarrassed to speak. Xie Yuan stared at her eyes closely. His excitement was beyond words, and at the same time, he was filled with infinite gratitude to the girl in front of him. He really didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment, so he could only turn gratitude into action and nodded solemnly. In short, his life, Xie Yuan, would belong to this girl in the future. Sue Sanson took out the safety hammer he brought back from the trunk of the car in the small building where he stopped, smashed the giant egg, and poured it into the camping pot. Looking at the rich golden egg liquid, he exclaimed, "Ah! It's actually a double yolk egg. No wonder it's so big." Xie Yuan looked at the egg liquid full of healing energy in the camping pot, and suddenly raised his hand to interrupt Sue Sanson, who was about to light the fire. "This egg is not ordinary. Its energy is too sufficient. It feels. Xie Yuan's body seemed to be deeply attracted by the healing energy emanating from the egg. He was uncontrollably, picked up the camping pot in Sue Sanson's hand, opened his mouth directly, and drank the egg liquid raw. Sue Sanson stared with his big round eyes, looking at Xie Yuan, who seemed to be possessed, a little at a loss. The healing energy in this egg is indeed extraordinary. She clearly noticed something strange the moment she cracked the eggshell, but there's no need to be so impatient. My professional mysophobia is starting to kick in again. Will there be any problems if I eat this raw? But then he thought, it's all healing energy, raw. Even if there are any problems, they can be cured immediately. There shouldn't be any problem. Besides, in the previous life, there were many people who ate raw eggs, and it didn't seem to have any major problems. As for Xie Yuan, the moment his lips and teeth just touched the egg liquid, an unprecedented healing energy instantly swept through his body. The dilapidated gene chain in his body, like the dying weeds in the desert, stretched out its dying roots and greedily sucked the energy in the egg liquid. Countless green light spots, like elves, quickly entered Xie Yuan's blood, muscles, and organs along his mouth, and repaired, reshaped, and improved his damaged nerves and gene chains with an amazing power, even changed and evolved. 10 minutes later, he poured the last drop of egg liquid into his mouth, and then slowly put down the camping pot. He lowered his head, bent his knees slightly, stretched his calves forward several times, and carefully felt the various sensations from his hips to his thighs, from his knees to his calves, and then from his ankles to his feet. This was his familiar and long-lost sense of control over the strength of his lower limbs. Recovered. He really recovered. Xie Yuan raised his head, his eyes flashing with tears, looking at Sue Sanson, choking and saying, "Thank you." Sue Sanson looked at his legs that were gradually regaining consciousness, smiled slightly, and encouraged, "Stand up quickly, Captain." At the same time, after Hu Ba and his 4 men left the recycling station in the southeast corner of the base, they split into 2 groups. Hu Ba and Xiao Jiaba took 10 slightly contaminated mutant chestnuts, and returned to the settlement office of the private barracks to hand in the task. Yu Ge and Da Shui took the remaining supplies, and went directly back to their shared house. After all, this time the harvest was not small. It was better not to go to the private army camp with so many starchy foods. We can just close the door and enjoy the supplies secretly. When Hu Ba and Xiao Jiaba returned to the private army camp at the stroke of midnight, they saw that in the barracks that should have been quiet and sparsely populated, there were actually many teams crowded in 2s and 3s. Each of them was beaming with joy, whispering, and chatting quite enthusiastically. The 2 walked by these teams, and could easily hear what they were gossiping about. "Hey! Have you heard? Something big happened today." "What happened?" "I saw that many teams didn't go back to sleep." "What happened?" "The Demon Wolf team. Maybe the whole team defected. It seems that only the aircraft was found, and the temporary protective shield, and the people are gone. Now Boss Sui is very angry. He has dispatched all his followers to conduct a citywide search." Hu Ba swallowed his saliva and stole a glance at the little stutterer. The little stutterer touched his nose and looked at the corner in the distance with a guilty conscience. The 2 of them watched their noses and hearts, silently, and quickly walked through the gossip area and came to the settlement office. Pushing open the door of the settlement office, wow, there are actually other people inside. Jianfeng turned around and looked at Hu Ba and Xiao Jiaba standing at the door. A flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He quickly adjusted his expression, smiled and nodded, and greeted them in a strange tone. Long time no see. I heard that you have been doing very well recently. Jianfeng was just a polite greeting. Of course, he knew that with the strength of the Sifang team, how could they do well? Until now, they have not been demoted and eliminated, which should be the best result of their struggle. He mentioned this just to save some face for each other, because they were once teammates. Jianfeng was the original member of the Sifang team, who was poached by the Kalinduo team before Su Sanson joined the Sifang team. Seeing Jianfeng at the supply department, Hu Ba was actually quite surprised. After all, since he left the Sifang team, he basically avoided them, as if he was afraid of being pulled back to the Sifang team. Now, he actually took the initiative to greet him and Xiao Jiaba, which was quite fresh. So Hu Ba shook the beard that had long disappeared from his nose, and smiled and said perfunctorily, "Well, it's okay, it's definitely not as rich as the Qilin rudder." Just then, Jianfeng's task was settled, and the old man turned his head again and looked at the door. His old eyes were dim, staring at Hu Ba's square face through the 1 centimeter thick lens. He always felt that something was missing, and he was not sure which team it was, so he had to tentatively say, "Well, you are here again?" At this time, Jianfeng, who had just walked out of the supply department, stopped immediately, and, have they completed their recent tasks very well? Chapter 135. It is indeed not Jianfeng's fault that he does not understand the market, because since he joined Qilin Duo, he has not paid much attention to the teams below D level, who let Qilin Duo's ranking basically stabilize in the top 3 of D level. The main competitors of the Qilin Duo team now are the Giant Bear team of the Private Army Camp and the Aurora team of the Free Union. And if you want to be promoted from D level to C level, it is no longer a simple succession of 3 designated level tasks to automatically advance. In order to ensure the completion of VIP employer tasks, the Dark Web has strictly checked the overall strength of the ABC level teams that are eligible to apply for VIP tasks. Therefore, starting from C level, the promotion path of the team has changed from the task completion system to the reward screening system. After each quarter, among the D level teams, the 2 teams with the highest total task rewards in that quarter will be promoted to C level. Of course, if there are teams promoted, there will also be teams demoted. The 2 teams that fail to complete the task 3 times in a row or receive the lowest total task rewards in the quarter will be directly demoted from C to D. Of course, if the total task rewards of the 2 teams at the end of the C level are still higher than the 2 teams at the top of the D level, then there will be no team demoted or promoted in that quarter. Hu Ba carried the mutant chestnut strung together by Su Sanson and walked to the old man at the task station. Seeing that he still looked like he didn't recognize him, he knew that the old man was not only highly myopic, but also had level 10 face blindness, so he twitched his mouth and took the initiative to resolve the embarrassment. "Yes, our Sifang team is here to hand in the task again." The old man heard that it was the Sifang team, then glanced at what Hu Ba was holding, took out the detector from the drawer, and calmly began to scan. 5 minutes later, the old man looked at the task record on the screen and was shocked. This Sifang team quietly completed 5 tasks in less than 10 days. If it is completed once more, won't it be able to rise directly from E level to D level? Unexpectedly, this team that has been at the bottom for a long time has a vague tendency to rise. The old man had to secretly reevaluate the strength of the Sifang team. His dim eyes turned a few times in his eye sockets. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Hu Ba came to discuss with him about reducing the handling fee, but was ruthlessly rejected by him. He suddenly regretted it, so he made a decision silently at this moment. He coughed lightly, raised the metal cup beside him, drank a sip of water slowly, suppressed his inner shock, and said indifferently, "I give you a 50% discount on the handling fee this time. So, after deducting the share of the private army camp, your mission reward this time is 9,500 points." After saying that, the old man was still secretly shocked. Although the 4-party team has completed a lot of tasks, the reward is really pitiful. Why do they only find such low-cost tasks? Suddenly I feel the future of this team seems quite bleak. The old man felt that he had misjudged and cursed secretly. Oh, loss. I shouldn't have given them a discount. Hu Ba and Xiao Jiaba had already estimated this reward. After all, they had chosen this low-cost task, so they looked calm at this time, and after hearing that the old man waived half of the handling fee for them, they were even more surprised and excited. Finally, They accepted the contribution point transfer from the settlement office with satisfaction and turned around to leave. Outside the door, after hearing all the talk, he sneered to himself after learning that the reward was only 9,500 contribution points. This humble and pitiful reward is only worth the F-level team. It seems that you are still struggling in the relegation pool, so he quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor with an infinite sense of superiority. At the same time, in the second-hand store in the black market, after receiving the news from Sue Sanson, he learned that Chin Ergu had returned to the city safely and had already fallen asleep in the city. Old Chin, who was finally relieved, lay on the bed in the bedroom inside. He knew that Chin Ergu would not listen to his advice at all, and would only follow Sue Sanson's ass. After thinking about it, he still felt that he could not let him do this, so he sent a message to Sue Sanson, try to arrange some things for him to do in the Bay City. The next morning, in the 336th year of the star calendar, the 107th day of the hot season, at 7:25 in the morning, Sue Sanson woke up naturally, and did not see Xie Yuan when he got up, so he pushed open the metal door of the hut, and went straight to the training room next door, where he saw a shirtless man doing push-ups in the room, sweating profusely. Ah! Don't look at it. Sue Sanson sighed secretly, staring at the man's muscular back, lingering. After Xie Yuan finished his 1,000 push-up, he slowly stood up, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and smiled confidently. It was a sunny smile that Sue Sanson had never seen since she met him. Good morning. Sue Sanson looked up at the tall man, who was almost touching the ceiling, and was secretly shocked. Oh my god, I didn't realize it before. How come he suddenly stood up? It feels like his height is about to reach the sky. I really didn't expect that she actually saved a potential stock, handsome, tall, and full of tendons. Oh my god, will she be able to feast her eyes every day in the future? Oh my god, I wonder if he does other exercises every day besides push-ups, for example. Sue Sanson stared at Xie Yuan, her thoughts gradually scattered. I don't know how long it took before she suddenly came back to her senses and blinked her eyes desperately. Oh my god, Sue Sanson, you are too shameless. Kingian Bai. Shit, you actually want to tease a decent man in the street? She rubbed her stiff neck unnaturally, and then took another quick glance at the handsome face that looked a few years younger. She quickly looked away with a guilty look and said with a silly smile, Haha, why do I feel like I have a stiff neck? Hee hee, how do your legs feel? They look like they have recovered well? So she began to walk around the training room in a very pretentious manner, stopping and touching here and there to ease the embarrassment just now. After all, Xie Yuan had been with Sue Sanson for so long, and he was obviously very used to her abruptly changing the subject when she was embarrassed. In fact, Xie Yuan noticed it when she entered the door and stared at him doing push-ups. So he didn't expose her, just smiled gently, lowered his head and replied, Well, I'm still recovering, but I feel very good. The future is still long, I have been reborn now, and I can do more for you in the future. Xie Yuan stared at the girl, who was still looking around, at a loss, and ready to talk about other things. He curved his lips, and couldn't help but blush. She is like this. Just quite cute. Not sure if it was an illusion. Sue Sanson, who was looking around the training room, trying to see a flower here, always felt that there was a burning gaze glued to her. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. She coughed lightly, and she couldn't bear it anymore, and then said, Well, I'm going to wash up. Then she fled in a hurry. Sue Sanson walked quickly towards the public toilet, while muttering to herself, Why does Xie Yuan, who stood up, seem to have suddenly become a different person, like a wolf gradually taking off its sheepskin disguise, becoming not as restrained as before, but still quite manly. Ah, what are you thinking? Sue Sanson, be normal. Do you think this is still your last life? After breakfast, Sue Sanson put a matchmaker mole on her right cheek, wrapped a small towel around her, and took the long list of materials Xie Yuan gave her, and pushed the dilapidated cleaning car belonging to Chin Ergu, and set off to the recycling station in the southeast corner. Today, their 4 teams met at the recycling station, mainly to discuss the maintenance of the aircraft. At this time, Chin Ergu, who had just stretched and opened his hazy eyes, was about to tell his father to start making breakfast. He opened his mouth wide, and just shouted the word Dad, when he met the look of One-Eyed Zhang. Humph! Don't think that if you call me Dad, I will exempt you from the lodging fee last night. One-Eyed Zhang complained fiercely in his heart. I never knew that someone could be so noisy when sleeping at night. You said you were dreaming, so why did you have to stand up all of a sudden? You said you were standing up, so why did you dance and shout loudly? You said you were talking in your sleep, so what are you shouting? What is a plunger man? What is a great display of power? What is a plunger man? One-eyed Zhang had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, which showed that he had not slept well. He glared at Qin Ergu with disdain, pointed at his light computer, and said with great disdain, Su Sanson told you to look at the light computer after you wake up. Qin Ergu was obviously not fully awake yet. He looked at the figure who limped away in the metal house with his hands behind his back, and then he slowly opened the light computer, and shouted hack while watching it, and it was awesome. 5 minutes later, Qin Ergu finished reading Su Sanson's summary of yesterday's mission, stood up with an excited look on his face, opened his legs, put his left hand on his waist, pointed his right hand to the sky, and shouted, I, Qin Ergu, will become a plunger man. In a room in the inner city of the base, next to a glass of pale yellow simulated beer, a big hand rhythmically tapped the table. Go on. In the corner, a tall, thin-faced middle-aged man, hidden in the shadow of a hood, continued respectfully, At present, all shanty towns in the east, west, south, and north have been. I have scanned it, but nothing abnormal was found. Do you think we need to enter the room for inspection? At this time, a man standing in another corner of the room, who was also tall but obviously stronger, with fluffy red hair, immediately interrupted. Entering the room for inspection is not in line with the base rules. Once discovered, I am afraid that the conservatives will not let go. The middle-aged man hidden in the shadow of the hood sneered and retorted with contempt. Sunday, you know, we in the Shadow Force never need to care about the rules when doing things. As long as it is concealed enough, who can be caught? The red-haired man raised his chin. I am just reminding you kindly, Wei, you are holding a time bomb in your hand. Aren't you afraid that he will suddenly do something out of the ordinary, so that you will not only be discovered, but also be caught by the pigtails? At this time, the majestic voice behind the glass suddenly interrupted the two people's bickering. Yuang, that little mouse of the Dawn Guard, has it not been appeased yet? Yuang's face hidden in the hood darkened, pursed his lips, and replied calmly, although this person is a villain, he is still useful. After all, Liming still has a big nail that has not been solved. Don't you think so, Ryu? Ryu clenched his fists, showing displeasure, and respectfully explained to the tall figure behind the glass. Wu Feng's progress has indeed been blocked. I didn't expect that Scar is still a hard bone, and will not change his mind. At this time, the tall figure behind the glass suddenly said, in this case, let the little mouse keep an eye on this stubborn nail. If Wu Feng still has no progress, then there is no need to waste words. Chapter 136. At 8:30 in the morning, Su Sanson and the 4 members of the Sifong team met on time at the door of the recycling station in the southeast corner of the base. The marshal opened his bright eyes, and saw Su Sanson behind the old cleaning car first, so he waved enthusiastically and greeted, Xiao Su. Su Sanson smiled and nodded to the 4 people. Good morning, everyone. As soon as he approached, he heard Yugu suddenly lower his voice, and said mysteriously, have you heard? Su Sanson raised his eyebrows and smelled the smell of gossip, so he quickly stretched his neck and continued the conversation very cooperatively. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hu Ba and Xiao Jiaba looked at each other and curled their lips, obviously lacking interest. Could it be fake news that the Demon Wolf team defected? The marshal blinked his bright eyes, and quickly came over. What? What? Come on! Yugu stroked his octagonal beard under his nostrils, cleared his throat, and glanced around pretentiously. After making sure that no one was around, he whispered, this is the top secret inside the base. You must not go out and spread it everywhere. Hu Ba and Xiao Jiaba heard that the top secret of the base, it must not be the matter of the Demon Wolf's defection, so they immediately became interested and quickly gathered around and echoed, don't keep us in suspense, come on and tell us. Yugu saw that the atmosphere was almost created, so he whispered, I heard that base 307 was breached. Just last night. What? Break the city? What does that mean? Su Sanson obviously didn't understand. At this time, Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils and sighed, hey, I haven't heard of the news of the breach of the city for decades. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Hey, did you tell me the reason? Yugu shook his head. There are rumors that it was because of the beast tide, but there is no beast tide in the hot season, so there is no definite statement yet. The marshal sighed. I don't know how many people can survive. The little stutterer shook his head. 10, 1 or 2, no, less than. Su Sanson was more and more frightened as he listened. He could not expose his identity as a rookie in the end times, and he wanted to get more information, so he had to tentatively echo, if the city is broken, then the base will be gone, right? Hu Ba nodded. Of course, once the city is broken, the base's protective shield will immediately fail, and people and supplies will probably be gone. Sue Sanson frowned and asked in a guiding question, "Isn't there a temporary protective shield?" Hugo patted Sue Sanson on the shoulder. "The number of temporary protective shields is. The quantity is limited. Even if all of them are opened at the first time, how many people and materials can be saved?" Sue Sanson secretly translated in her mind. In other words, the failure of the base city's protective shield does not affect the effectiveness of the temporary protective shield. At this time, the marshal added, "Base number 307, I don't think it uses contribution points." The little stutterer nodded. Base points. Sue Sanson was shocked again. "Ah. So the currency system is different between bases? Then, how to trade?" She couldn't help but think of the master appraiser, who was remotely connected to the underground auction. He seemed to be from base number 903, right? Doesn't it cost money to ask him to appraise? If it costs money, how to settle the currency system if it is inconsistent? The marshal closed his bright eyes in pain and smacked his lips. "Oh, what a pity! How many people's base point balances have gone up in smoke before they can be used?" At this time, Huba hit the marshal's back in anger and scolded, "How many times have I said it? The balance in the light brain is just a number. Once a crisis comes, it is nothing. You still need supplies. Supplies are your last guarantee." Sue Sanson suddenly realized, that's it. Since the monetary systems between the base cities are different, it is likely that transactions are carried out through barter. Although barter is primitive, it is the most reliable way of trading in the end times. From this point of view, the base city is not 100% safe. Sure enough, in the end times, supplies are still king. Sue Sanson thought of the hundreds of thousands of contribution points in the light brain, and suddenly felt that it was not so good. He sighed softly, and had to go back to discuss with Xie Yuan to exchange it for hard currency such as nuclear crystals, which would feel safer. At the same time, Xie Yuan wrapped his headscarf, paddled the cart, and pushed open the door on the rattan fence. Wall? Yes, out of caution, he chose to continue pretending to be disabled and still went out by cart every day. After all, the guard station has conducted a comprehensive scan of the shantytown, and there may be further plans later. In order to cover up, it is better not to expose too much of his true situation. As soon as he came to the public toilet, he heard whispers coming from the cubicle. Alas, he is a grown man and really doesn't want to eavesdrop on others, but his strength recovered too much last night, and his hearing improved instantly, even surpassing his previous peak state. So, at this moment, he was very embarrassed to listen to the whispers of others. "Hey! Do you know? I heard that base 307 was breached." "What? Is it true?" "Absolutely true. This is the top secret leak from the base. I will only tell you. Don't tell anyone else." "Got it. Got it." Xie Yuan's fingers tapped the cardboard unconsciously. The city was breached. Base 307. In memory, it seems not too far away. He thought for a moment, his eyes gradually brightened, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. In the recycling station in the southeast corner of the base, Sue Sanson and the 4 members of the Sifong team, while chatting about the top secret of the base city that was already in a semi-public state, walked quickly towards the metal hut of Dianzhong. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Qin Ergu squatting at the door, with eager eyes. "Third sister. You are finally here." Qin Ergu immediately waggled his tail to please her. "You said in the news that I also got a lot of supplies this time. Is it true?" Sue Sanson was caught off guard by the overwhelming enthusiasm, and quickly pulled Qin Ergu's sleeve and whispered, "Yes, yes, yes. Let's talk about your matter later. Let's finish the main business first." Qin Ergu was very sensible, and immediately calmed down. "Are you kidding? His third sister has spoken. How can he not listen?" At this time, One-Eyed John walked out of the house slowly, glared at Huba, and said angrily, "Tell me, this aircraft has only been repaired for less than a day. How come it breaks down again? You? Are you deliberately trying to bankrupt my recycling station?" Huba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose, and quickly comforted him. "Oh, Lao Zhang, don't worry. Check the condition of the aircraft first, and then we can slowly discuss the maintenance plan." Huba laughed and didn't mention the money anyway. One-Eyed Zhang snorted coldly, took the key from Huba, and went to check the aircraft. Sue Sanson touched her nose guiltily. She was actually responsible for the failure of the aircraft. Alas, although she does have some savings now, she is very stingy. After thinking about it, she stood at the moral fork and struggled for a long time, and sent a message to Xie Yuan's little button. "Can you repair aircraft?" Chapter 137. Half an hour later, One-Eyed Zhang got off the aircraft with a dark face. turned on the optical computer, and read the damage recorded on it stiffly like an emotionless robot. The outer shell has different degrees of damage, and pits appear in many places, which seriously affects the smoothing effect of the aircraft on the airflow, thereby reducing the flight speed. The balancer is seriously damaged, and key parts need to be replaced. The energy converter is loose and derailed, and it is uncertain whether it can be restored. The braking function is moderately damaged. The landing pad at the bottom was severely hit. While listening to the report, Huba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and kept stealing glances at Sue Sanson. Sue Sanson lowered his eyes, not daring to look at the quotation that was about to come out. He looked at the message on the computer, so he smiled awkwardly and interrupted One-Eyed Zhang before he could quote the final price. That. Master Zhang. I have a friend who is very proficient in machinery. He said he is willing to provide repair services for free. Look, if that's the case, if it's just the material cost. What's the price? One-Eyed Zhang was about to shout out 100,000 contribution points, but it was stuck in his throat. What? Repair it yourself? There is actually someone who knows this original model better than him. The professional ability that the technical geek is proud of was suddenly challenged in broad daylight. So he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with suspicion, friends who are proficient in machinery. Who? As good as you? Sue Sanson sweated. Hey, she just bought materials for Xie Yuan once before. It's not her who is good, it's Xie Yuan. How can Xie Yuan compare himself to himself? How should she answer this? Thinking that Xie Yuan today should be better than yesterday. After all, he ate a double yolk egg, so he nodded without guilt. Much better. One-Eyed Zhang took a breath of cold air. If such a person really existed, would his position as the Royal Maintenance Engineer be lost? If they replaced him, would the aircraft no longer be parked in the recycling station? Then what about the parking fee of 500 contribution points per day? This recycling station doesn't make much money. Every year, there are various land taxes, value-added taxes, street construction taxes and surcharges, and amortization of protective cover maintenance fees. The expenses for the next 30 days all depend on the parking fee. Sue Sanson quickly saw from the moody face of One-Eyed Zhang that, seeing Ding's face, he could see what he was thinking at the moment, so he coughed and explained, Oh, but my friend is usually very busy, but he can spare some free time in the past 1 or 2 days to help. Hee, how about it? One-Eyed Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, and then replied indifferently, Then let him come in a while. I will see if he is really capable of this maintenance work, and then give you a quote based on the actual maintenance situation. Sue Sanson chuckled and smiled awkwardly. Well, it's like this, my friend is poor and can't afford to rent a house in the Bay City. In order to avoid the maintenance work being interrupted by the base's access control at 1800 hours in the evening, we better do the maintenance outside the Bay City. Hee. One-Eyed Zhang rolled his eyes. This Sifong team has so much trouble, so he said, you guys figure out how to get the aircraft out of the city. Then he went to pack his toolbox. Sue Sanson finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained to the 4 members of the Sifong team, Don't worry, I will find a way to transport the aircraft to a safe place for repairs. Seeing that everyone in the Sifong team was very satisfied with this arrangement, Sue Sanson turned his head and waved to Qin Ergu. There are 35 slightly contaminated mutant chestnuts in the aircraft's toilet. You can take them home directly. Remember to give one to Master Zhang. You have to pay for the accommodation last night. Qin Ergu grinned, laughed and ran quickly to hug his trophy, generously giving a slightly contaminated mutant chestnut to One-Eyed Zhang. One-Eyed Zhang looked at the starchy food in his hand, and suddenly felt that it was not impossible to have a few more sleeps last night. Sue Sanson thought of the request that Lao Qin made to her last night, so she posted a message on the dark web, and then very seriously instructed Qin Ergu, Next, there is a very important task that needs to be entrusted to you. After hearing this, Qin Ergu was excited, picked up the plunger, and assured passionately, Don't worry, third sister. I will take care of this matter. Sue Sanson twitched his mouth. Are you sure you didn't over-understand what I meant? At the same time, in the fitness area of the private army camp center, Xiongda, who had just cracked several large stones on his chest, winked at the members of the giant bear team. What happened? He raised his chin towards Jianfeng of the Qilin Helm team not far away. Isn't this kid like he was injected with chicken blood every day? Why did he suddenly become a little dazed today? The muscular man standing beside Xiongda, Xiong'er, put down the dumbbell in his hand and shook his head nonchalantly. Who knows? I guess they feel a sense of crisis because the total amount of our team's rewards has greatly exceeded their Qilin rudder. At this moment, Jianfeng, who was staring at the ranking of the 4-party team on the big screen with an incredible look on his face, had been stunned for a long time. How could it be? How could they be promoted to E-level? And as long as they complete one more task, they can directly rise to D-level. This is impossible. Jian Feng's twisted sense of superiority suddenly suffered a 100,000 critical strike. While muttering to himself, he opened the dark web and began to search for the latest information of the four-party team. And the information of the four-party team is the same as before, as little as ever. In addition to the public information of several mission applications, Jianfeng only found 2 new pieces of information. The first one was a mission message from a few days ago, from the IDC Fong Squadron, Xiao Xiong Su. I wonder if the guard spacecraft needs professional toilet cleaners? The second one was an advertisement that was just released 1 minute ago, also from the IDC Fong Squadron, Xiao Xiong Su. Shocked. Such a professional toilet cleaning service, how come I didn't find it earlier? Your toilet, I know the most. If you are interested, please leave a message go first, and then chat privately. Jianfeng stared at this strange ID and frowned. Xiao Xiong Su? A new member of the Sifong squad? At the same time, in a room in the inner city of the base, amidst the noisy electromagnetic sounds, a majestic voice sounded. Have you found anything in the recent monitoring? Report. Everything is normal. Nothing unusual was found. I heard that the scavenger went to an auction with him. Report. Yes. But the system data of the underground auction has always been directly managed by base city number 903. Our technicians are currently unable to crack their firewall and extract the data inside. Where is the informant? Report. The underground auction informant failed again. Humph. Is base city number 903 still so strictly guarded? What is the situation at the private army camp? Report. We have obtained all the data of the private army camp and did not find the specific information of the scavenger in the background database. She does not seem to be a formal member. We only know that she is on the dark web. ID is Xiao Xiong Su. Xiao Xiong Su? This accent doesn't sound like someone from base 103. An outsider? Xie Yuan seemed to have never come into contact with anyone outside base 103. Report. The Brotherhood said that it is about to enter a critical stage. Well, since the East Gate has not been peaceful recently, give orders to send people to find an opportunity to remove the surveillance of the second-hand black market store and recruit all members of the Brotherhood. Yes. In the recycling station in the southeast corner, Su Sanson persuaded Jean Guifeng to agree to her plan of first buying on credit and then paying later, and then watched the high-level flying saucer of Shufeng pull up the little broken egg with ease and fly out of the base city. Su Sanson reached an agreement with Jean Guifeng to let the aircraft of the four-party team first stop at the Shufeng Special Parking Point 2.5 kilometers outside the south gate of the base for 1 day. After Xie Yuan's maintenance work is completed, Su Sanson will settle the parking fee. After Jean Guifeng left cursing, Su Sanson followed the list of materials Xie Yuan gave her before leaving, spent 18,945 contribution points, and bought a whole truck of extremely high-precision and sensitive parts from One-Eye Zhang. These parts were mainly purchased for temporary protective shields, truck modifications, and equipment that might be used in the future. Su Sanson fixed the parts on the cart, covered them with plastic cloth, and left the recycling station with Hu Ba and the other 4. Since the aircraft needed repair, it was naturally impossible to accept the mission today. So the 4 members of the Sifong team made an appointment with Su Sanson to go to the black market at the South City Gate at noon to buy a few protective masks to ensure that the next time Su Sanson uses pork skin zongzi, the entire Sifong team can be fully online. As for why they didn't choose to exchange through the supplies department of the private barracks, it was naturally to conceal their tracks. After all, they were a team that had just left the demotion pool, and suddenly went to exchange for protective masks. It was inevitable that other teams would guess that they had a scent-type nuclear crystal in their hands. Qin Ergu, who left early, pushed his old cleaning car full of goods, waved the plunger in his hand, and secretly drank a bowl of chicken soup for himself. Third sister asked me to focus on the toilet cleaning business of each private soldier team in the Bay City these days, which must be to let me sneak into the enemy first to gather intelligence. Such an important job was handed over to me. Qin Ergu. You must live up to your reputation as a plunger hero. Under the bright sun in the morning, the plunger in Qin Ergu's hand seemed to feel the call of the owner, and the plunger suddenly emitted a very faint green light. At the same time, in a secret room of the Brotherhood in the East Gate Black Market, more than a dozen unconscious people were lying on the ground, with a thin metal needle inserted in their arms, and the top of the metal needle was connected to a plastic catheter. In the plastic catheter, some liquid was constantly transporting something. Jack Su pointed at the dozen people lying on the ground and ordered the people in the corner, after meeting the release standards, start the experiment directly. Divide into 3 groups: external injuries, internal injuries, and infections. A short, childlike person in the corner said in a low voice, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, a few sharp and piercing squeaks came from behind him. In the shadow of the corner, in a thickened metal box, a hungry mutant mouse with shining eyes was showing its sharp teeth and drooling. Chapter 138. After Su Sanson returned to the cabin, she didn't see Xie Yuan, so she went directly to the studio. In the studio, Xie Yuan was wearing a t-shirt of a famous brand that he brought back from the Stagnation Element building. He was standing among a pile of truck parts, bending down to sort them out. Su Sanson suddenly looked a little dazed. If it weren't for this damn apocalypse, Xie Yuan's tall stature and handsome appearance could have made his debut right here, and he could have directly endorsed this famous t-shirt brand. Thinking too much, Su Sanson coughed lightly to ease her embarrassment. "I don't know what happened today, I kept staring at other people's bodies." "Su Sanson, you are not pure anymore. Hurry up and get back to your senses." She was doing self-examination here, while Xie Yuan was concentrating on sorting out the parts, but his peripheral vision was watching Su Sanson's series of crazy and conscious operations, almost in full. Xie Yuan curled his lips slightly and smiled secretly. "So she likes my back?" If Su Sanson knew, he would definitely pretend to be calm and shake his index finger, and righteously deny it. "No. No. No. I'm just not immune to handsome guys." Cough cough. After Su Sanson cleared all the waste in his mind, he hurriedly pulled the small cart and walked to Xie Yuan. "This is the part you want on the list. See if it works." Xie Yuan turned around, checked the parts on the cart, nodded and affirmed. One-Eye Zhang's vision and technology are not bad, but it's a pity that he is a drone maker. Su Sanson rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. "What, you technicians and technicians? Do you still have to pay attention to the contempt chain?" What Xie Yuan didn't finish saying in his heart was that if One-Eye Zhang was an aircraft engineer, maybe the two of them could make a heavy firepower gun together. At the same time, in the recycling station in the southeast corner, One-Eye Zhang was selecting various parts that would be needed to repair the aircraft in a while muttering, "I don't know what the background of this technical person mentioned by Su Sanson is. If he is just a truck repairman, then I have to teach him a lesson about the principles of aerodynamics." Humph! Because there were 3 extra giant eggs at home, in order to ensure that the giant eggs would not be spoiled, Su Sanson directly took out 3 mutant peaches from the Stasis Element Little Stone brand refrigerator, and Xie Yuan and he each had one. After enjoying them happily, the extra one was prepared as a kickback to Jin Guifeng. After lunch, Xie Yuan had successfully removed the temporary protective cover locator that he had looted from the Magic Wolf squad. Su Sanson put the card on his left arm, wrapped a small towel around his head, and prepared to go to the black market to meet up with the 4 members of the Xifeng team. Xie Yuan needed to dig out a large enough basement in the storage room in the back house before the time agreed with One-Eye Zhang to repair the aircraft. After all, he would probably not stay at home to guard the supplies all the time, so he had to arrange a safer place in advance for so many nuclear crystals and food. As for the proposal of digging a basement, which could not only allow Xie Yuan's body to fully recover and run in, but also improve the safety factor for his family, Su Sanson certainly agreed with both feet. At 13:15 noon, Su Sanson and the 4 members of the Xifeng team met at the entrance of the South City Gate Black Market. The 5 people turned left and right, and came to the elevator entrance. At this time, they happened to meet Xiangzi, Qiechui, Alung and Maji. Su Sanson quickly turned to the back of Yuga, trying to reduce his presence. Xiangzi really didn't have time to pay attention to Su Sanson, because at this time, he was touching the micro-eavesdropping device that he had just removed from Lao Qin in his pocket, thinking about the order given to him by his shadow boss Huaying in the morning. Closely monitor Scar. Closely monitor? Could Scar really have a clue about Xie Yuan? But he scanned the entire shantytown and found that among the 26-year-old men of the same age as Xie Yuan, none of their gene chains matched. So, what does Scar know? At this time, Scar was sitting in the captain's office of the Dawn Guard. Wu Feng stood by the window, looking at the pedestrians coming and going outside the window, and said casually, "You have been in Dawn the longest. I know that you have feelings for it, but people want to move up. The treatment of the deputy captain is far inferior to that of the captain. Are you really not considering going to Jifeng?" After saying that, he turned around quickly, staring at Scar with his eyes, not missing any changes in his expression. Scar turned the exquisitely designed pistol in his hand, looked at the number on the bottom of the pistol, 1779, and refused. I am not a person with great ambitions. I have been accustomed to getting along with the members of Dawn. I am old and don't want to jump out of my comfort zone." As he said that, he pushed the pistol forward, without any expression on his face, and added, "Since you can't take the responsibility, I have no choice but to refuse this favor." Wu Feng looked at the returned pistol, his eyes darkened, turned his head, and continued to look out the window. "I give you some time to think about it. I hope you will figure it out before the end of the hot season." At this time, Su Sanson and the 4 members of the Sifong team just walked out of the elevator and passed by the small house of the Golden Triangle. The fat woman behind the cat's eye stared at Su Sanson, whose figure was very familiar but not pulling a cart. She frowned slightly, then hurriedly looked at the detector hanging on the wall, muttering, "Strange, it clearly looks like a person, but why is the test data not up to standard?" The man on the rocking chair spoke slowly. "Old Nine has confirmed that the pregnant woman and young woman before were spies sent by the Brotherhood. Now their Brotherhood is busy with its own affairs, and is fighting fiercely with our Golden Triangle at the East City Gate. There is no time, and there is no way that there will be extra people to come to us to repeat the same trick, so don't be suspicious." And Su Sanson touched the shielding device that Xie Yuan specially modified for her before leaving the door, saying that there must be a Golden Triangle den here in the black market, so she must be extra careful. So Su Sanson and the 4 members of the Sifong team walked from the elevator to the end of the black market without any accidents. Su Sanson knocked on the wall, 3 long and 1 short. Lao Qin looked through the cat's eye and asked in a fake way, "Who is it?" Su Sanson rolled his eyes. "What?" He was still addicted to acting, but he still said professionally, "Boss, do you have any new goods?" Lao Qin held the radar scanner that Xie Yuan had consigned in the store in his hand. He quickly tested it again at the door. After seeing the result of no abnormality on the monitor, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "New goods are not available every year." Su Sanson looked at the latest version of the code on the optical computer and read it speechlessly. "Then let's take a look at the plunger that Yin Yin loves the most." Lao Qin pouted. This broken code was not changed by him. He cursed Qin Ergu in his heart that he had been arrogant recently, and then opened the door. Qin Ergu, on the other hand, was holding his magic weapon, the plunger, in both hands, working hard in the toilet of the aircraft of the Xuanwu Guard. After all, the 5th Squadron of the Xuanwu Guard and Su Sanson were old acquaintances, and they had business dealings once before, so when the advertisement of Xiao Xiong Su was posted on the dark web, the member of the 5th Squadron responsible for logistics immediately left a message below and sent a private message to make an appointment for Qin Ergu's first business. Chapter 139. Su Sanson led the 4 members of the square team into the room. Lao Qin looked at the 4 identical square faces and the 8-cornered beards under their nostrils, and shook his head in his heart. Is this the square team that Qin Ergu wanted to join even if he cried out to the heavens? Why does it look so unreliable? He also looked at the matchmaker mole on Su Sanson's right cheek. Oh, the world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are not as good as they used to be. Lao Qin quickly glanced at Su Sanson. He didn't pull a cart, his cloth bag was flat, and he didn't have a big belly, so he said coldly, "Why, aren't you here to sell things today?" Su Sanson retorted in his heart, of course he would go to the auction if he had something. "Do you think I'm stupid?" But he still looked friendly. "Today's main theme is shopping." Lao Qin snorted, put his hands behind his back, turned around and went back to the counter. "Oh, the eavesdropping device is finally gone, and I can finally be myself. Ahem, although I have always been acting in my true colors, at least I don't have to worry so much now. What do you want to buy? I recommend it to you." Hu Ba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils and said, "Boss, we want to see the protective mask." Lao Qin raised his eyebrows. "Oh, is this a smell-type nuclear crystal? I didn't expect that this team is quite strong." Lao Qin's index finger began to tap rhythmically on the counter out of habit, and his mind was full of calculations. When Su Sanson saw Lao Qin like this, he knew he was in trouble. This profiteer must be holding back bad water again. So he coughed lightly, winked at Yuge, and then deliberately said in a pretentious tone, "Ah, I suddenly remembered that the private army camp supplies department seemed to say that there would be an event tomorrow, and all the supplies that can be exchanged can be discounted by 50%. The marshal stared at Su Sanson with his bright eyes, touched the back of his head, and was about to refute when Yuge forcibly stopped him. Yuge gave Su Sanson a knowing look and answered, "Ah, yes. The notice was just issued today. How about we just do it tomorrow?" After saying that, he deliberately left a technical blank. Lao Qin looked at the artificial and childish performance of these people, and snorted coldly. Isn't it just a discount? Can't you be more direct? Do you have to put on this clumsy show with him? So he cleared his throat and asked casually, are you going to use your personal account or the team's public account? Sue Sanson heard this question. Why do you always feel familiar? Just like the boss asked if he wanted to issue an invoice in his previous life. Who knew that Hu Ba and Lao Qin had a tacit understanding at this moment, and replied very tactfully, it's all personal accounts. As long as the boss's quality is guaranteed, we don't need transaction records. What do you need transaction records for? I came to the black market to buy protective masks to cover up my tracks. If there is a transaction record, then the back-end data of the private army camp will be accurate. Won't the secret of the odor nuclear crystal be exposed? After hearing this, Lao Qin nodded slightly. Since there is no need for transaction records, the price can definitely be cheaper. After all, it means less tax, everyone knows. Sue Sanson looked like he had learned something again. It turns out that the routines of the end of the world are the same. Lao Qin pointed to the middle of the third shelf against the wall opposite. Well, this is the latest style in the store. There are only 5 pieces in stock. If you can take them all at once, I can beat you. Lao Qin paused, struggling for 1 second, then he gritted his teeth and said, 80% off. Hu Ba gestured to Xiao Jiaba, who, as the temporary equipment manager of the Sifong team, quickly picked up the protective mask on the shelf and checked it very efficiently. The most important component of the protective mask is the mask's filter. A good filter can accurately identify oxygen molecules and isolate all substances except oxygen. And the 5 masks in Lao Qin's store are just such protective masks equipped with better filters. Xiao Jiaba nodded, indicating that the masks are of good quality. So Hu Ba and Lao Qin went back and forth, and saw it for several rounds. In the end, they ended with the words that Qin Ergu would need everyone's care in the future, and Lao Qin gave them a 25% discount. The Sifong team spent a total of 4,500 points to get these 5 protective masks. Before leaving, Sue Sanson secretly gave the small note from Xie Yuan to Lao Qin. Lao Qin went upstairs, quickly read the contents, and then took down a heavy metal box from a safe in his room. He winked at Sue Sanson and asked softly, weren't you injured before? Are you healed now? Sue Sanson raised his eyebrows, knowing that he was asking about Xie Yuan's situation. He thought to himself how this old fox could guess everything, so he nodded slightly, took the box, and left with the 4 members of the Sifong team. In the shanty town, Xie Yuan, shirtless and sweating, dug out a basement in the back room with a length, width, and height of 5 meters, 2 meters, and 3 meters respectively. He first transported the excavated soil to the metal house next door by cart, and then began to polish and reinforce the walls of the basement with his own modified tools. More than an hour later, the basement was completed. He went to the next door, and quickly built a 5-meter high and 40-centimeter thick wall with the excavated soil along the other 2 boundaries except the metal wall and the hut. He also tied plastic sheets on the outside of the high wall. In this way, the 2 neighboring families could only see the high plastic sheets, but could not find the earth wall behind the plastic sheets, and would not associate it with a basement dug on the side of the hut. Of course, such an earth wall can prevent gentlemen, but it certainly cannot prevent villains. Xie Yuan took out the moderately polluted mutant-colored pepper seeds that he had separated before from the storage room, and evenly hid the colored pepper seeds in the mud wall. Once someone wanted to break the plastic sheet or directly climb over the wall, he would be instantly blinded. Yes, these moderately polluted mutant-colored pepper seeds may only be an eyesore for Gene warriors, and Sue Sanson, who has healing energy to protect his body, but for ordinary people, it will be a devastating injury. After arranging the defense system next door, Xie Yuan evenly spread a whole wall of mutant bell pepper seeds in the rattan fence of the hut. After all, there were important supplies stored here, so he had to be more cautious. After the task was completed, he drank a sip of water, tied his headscarf, and pinned the little button. Then he paddled his small cart with a sack of tools, and set off towards the special parking space in the wind. This was the first time he left the shantytown in broad daylight since his fake death. Xie Yuan breathed the long-lost air under the sun, which was the smell of freedom. After arriving at the parking space with the coordinates, he looked at the weathered aircraft in front of him and instantly understood why San always called it Little Broken Egg. Little Broken Egg. It was indeed broken and unsightly. Seeing that the agreed time had not yet arrived and there was no one else around, One-Eyed Zhang should still be on the road, so Xie Yuan took out the key given to him by San from his pocket, and boarded the aircraft directly with the sound of the bearing turning. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, One-Eyed Zhang drove a second-hand electric tricycle, and finally arrived at the docking point in a hurry. He had set off 2 hours in advance, But he was still 1.5 hours late. One-Eyed Zhang would never admit that he, a senior technical engineer, was actually a person with poor directions. Not only was he a person with poor directions, he also couldn't read maps. I really don't know how he could understand those complex and exquisite technical design drawings on weekdays. I can only say euphemistically, it's like a mountain in a different trade to comfort the old man Zhang, who was already a little wilted by the sun. When One-Eyed Zhang, panting and limping, opened the unlocked aircraft door, he saw a cockpit that had been dismantled and was being modified to the extreme. One-Eyed Zhang pointed at Xie Yuan, who had already discovered him, but was still immersed in the modification business, with a shaking hand, and said in an unbelievable hoarse voice, You are from the aircraft business? At the same time, Qiangzi, who returned to the single dormitory of the guard post, looked at the micro-eavesdropping device on the table and frowned. It seems that Xie Yuan has not contacted Lao Qin, so is he still alive? Qiangzi closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth to recall what he found in Scar's cabinet one night. Why did Light of Dawn appear in his cabinet? Is this what the base meant? Wei knew my conditions. Why did she never mention this matter? Chapter 140. In the secret room of the Brotherhood in the East Gate Black Market, in a metal cage with a length, width, and height of 5 meters respectively, there lies a man, with a metal needle, and a plastic catheter inserted in his arm. A short, childlike man, holding a metal box that was shaking back and forth, and making a squeaking sound, slowly came to the cage. With a squeak, a small door of the metal cage was opened. The small door was just big enough to insert the metal box in the child's hand. The child put the metal box into the small door of the cage, then buckled the metal buckles around the small door, fixed the metal box firmly on the small door, and whoosh, threw a chain on the outside of the metal box, opened the metal box towards the door inside the cage. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of squeaking screams, a black mutant rat with a mouth full of sharp teeth quickly jumped out of the metal box. The mutant mouse looked at the person lying on the ground in the cage. His eyes flashed with ferocity. While drooling greedily, he jumped up quickly and flew directly to the person lying on the ground, instinctively wanting to use his claws to scratch a blood mark. If you look closely, you will find that the 4 claws of the mutant mouse are firmly sealed by a special metal shackle, which makes the mutant mouse's claws unable to cause any harm to the unconscious person on the ground. The mutant mouse saw that his claws were ineffective, and the expected bloody smell did not come, so he couldn't wait to open his mouth and start biting the arm of the person on the ground. After 30 seconds, suddenly, with a sizzle, a strong electric current directly hit the mutant mouse, and the mutant mouse, who was biting with relish, immediately fell into a pool of blood. Hey, I wonder if this little black mouse can continue the experiment. Really, every time I do research and development, the little black mouse is the most expensive. Child muttered to himself while opening the door of the metal cage and putting the mutant mouse that was stunned on the ground into the metal box. Then he walked slowly to the person lying on the ground, looked at the arm that had been bitten beyond recognition, and took out a metal bottle from his pocket with a label on it. Batch 3. Child poured the black and red liquid in the metal bottle evenly on the arm, and then took out the optical computer and started shooting at the arm. The black and red liquid was instantly absorbed after it came into contact with the bitten wound, and then wisps of black gas began to emerge from the wound. 3 minutes later, Child made a cross on the label of the metal bottle, sighed, shook his head, and cursed as he left the metal cage. In the dedicated parking space of Shanfeng, in the little broken egg aircraft of the Sifong team, Xie Yuan was busy from the one-eyed boy. Zhang, you can do this? To hey, show me the inlay technique just now again. The sun was setting, and it was close to 1830. Xie Yuan used his superb skills, amazing hand speed, and unique design concept to carry out a comprehensive transformation and upgrade of the little broken egg. Not only did he reset and connect the original core components such as the energy converter, balance system, and brake device, but he also improved the conversion efficiency and linkage sensitivity between components, making the aircraft smoother and more energy efficient in operation and response. The only pity is that One-Eyed Zhang couldn't get the core chip for the aircraft's autopilot, so this upgraded little broken egg is still a miserable manual transmission. After Xie Yuan tightened the last screw next to the driving screen, he slowly stood up, moved his shoulders, and stretched his hips, knees, and ankles. He almost always maintained a half squat or full squat posture on the aircraft, which still brought some pressure to the leg joints that had just recovered. He walked back and forth on the aircraft, further feeling the condition of his leg muscles, and thinking about the next recovery training in his mind. At this time, Zhang the One-Eye came limping over, staring at Xie Yuan, who was wrapped in a small towel in the aircraft, with his eyes shining, and said tentatively, Young man, if you have any difficulties in life, you can tell me. Although your Uncle Zhang is not a rich man, he has opened a factory. Yes, Zhang the One-Eyed had been completely impressed by Xie Yuan's modification technology this afternoon. From the beginning, he was disdainful and disgusted in the early morning, and he was arrogant and suspicious when he arrived. Then, he was stunned and unbelievable after watching the scene in the afternoon. Finally, he directly upgraded to the current euphemistic inquiry and tried his best to recruit him. Zhang the One-Eyed firmly believed that if the talent of this young man could be combined with his technology, his garbage recycling station might become the second Taijiang in a few years. Xie Yuan was stunned. Did he have any difficulties in life? In addition to the inconvenience of his legs and feet, he ate well, slept well, and used well. What difficulties could he have mentioned? Now that he was able to walk more comfortably, he looked at One-Eyed Zhang with some hesitation, and was at a loss for words, not knowing how to start. One-Eyed Zhang looked at Xie Yuan's hesitant expression, feeling a little anxious. Such a good seedling should not be buried because of poverty. With this technology, as long as he enters the city, he can crush a large number of so-called masters in minutes. One-Eyed Zhang coughed lightly. He was not very good at those empty words, so he went straight to the point. Young man, I heard that you can't pay the rent of the base city, so you have been living in a shantytown, outside the city, relying on sporadic odd jobs for a living. Your Uncle Zhang is also a down-to-earth person, and is very optimistic about your technology. In this way, you will follow me in the future. There is an empty metal house in my recycling station, which I will rent to you at a low price. You don't have to worry about the rent. I will advance the first 30 days, and the rest will be deducted from your salary. How about it? Xie Yuan's mouth froze. So was the reason San San made up for him not to enter the city because he was poor? Oh! Well, this reason is indeed something that a little money grubber like her can think of. Xie Yuan smiled awkwardly, lowered his voice deliberately, and refused. I appreciate Uncle Zhang's kindness, but I've been used to being poor for a long time, and I've developed feelings for the shantytown, so I won't move to the city. What can he do? He is an illegal resident, and no matter how high his salary is, he can't move to the city. Besides, why should he face an old man every day? He has to live with San San. One-Eyed Zhang still refused to give up, and wanted to list a few more arguments to try to convince Xie Yuan. At this time, Xie Yuan suddenly changed the subject. The key system configuration is not a big problem now, and the remaining is this shell. Although it is not difficult to handle the shell, it is a bit time-consuming. I estimate that it will take another 3 hours to complete it completely. Otherwise, you go back first? Xie Yuan raised his lips, and continued to ask indirect questions. I saw that it took you a long time to get here this afternoon. It seems that you are quite far away. It's getting late now. It's dangerous to get home too late. Don't you think so? One-Eyed Zhang's face froze. How could he forget about this? It's been so long since he went out for a long time. He almost forgot that he was a road idiot. Thinking about the winding base road, it was really unsafe after dark. So One-Eyed Zhang nodded, quickly packed his toolbox, and drove away quickly on his second-hand electric tricycle. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, if you have time, be sure to come to the recycling station, and we will have a good exchange. After Xie Yuan sent One-Eyed Zhang away, he took out the compressed biscuits and ham sausages he had prepared in advance from his pocket, and after finishing his dinner with the mutant peach juice in the plastic bottle, he began to repair and modify the outer shell of the aircraft. 2 hours later, Su Sanson and the 4 members of the Sifang team, who had just come out of the private army camp, happened to meet the One-Eyed Zhang who had already circled the private army camp for the 3rd time. The commander blinked his bright eyes, and saw the One-Eyed Zhang riding on the second-hand electric tricycle first, so he waved his hand and greeted enthusiastically, Master Zhang. Master Zhang was sweating profusely, and looked up from the map of the Howhan Light brain in a trance. When he saw the people of the Sifang team, he was like seeing a savior, and one of his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Su Sanson looked at the One-Eyed Zhang riding on the 3-wheeled motorcycle, and was a little distracted for a moment. The technical nerd matched the hot tricycle, which was very particular. So, with One-Eyed Zhang's hesitation and evasion, everyone finally guessed Master Zhang's shocking secret. Then the Sifang team, and Su Sanson jumped into the truck bed of the 3-wheeled tricycle very considerately. On the surface, they went to the recycling station to discuss the cost of repair materials for the aircraft. In fact, of course, they were human navigation to point out the way for the old technical geek. When Su Sanson took the list of materials worth 35,000 contribution points from One-Eyed Zhang, the sun was about to set. After many rounds of tug-of-war between the Sifang team and Su Sanson, who bought one in the end. The cost of the repair consumables will be borne by the balance of the Sifong team. The reason is simple. The aircraft is the team equipment, and the damage to the equipment occurred during the mission. What's more, everyone in the team still owes Xiao Su for saving their lives. But since the Sifong team just finished replenishing a round of equipment and supplies today, the current available balance is less than 28,000 points. So Su Sanson asked at the right time that she would pay the shortfall first, and it would not be too late to return it to her after the team had sufficient funds. After all, this aircraft also helped her find 4 wild duck eggs. This wild duck egg was purely a private job. Regardless of her touchy driving skills, just for this wild duck egg, she should also bear the extra maintenance costs. It's just a pity that Huba insisted that she could pay the extra part, so there was no need to bear it. In the special parking space of the Wind, in the little broken egg aircraft, Xie Yuan's hand speed flew, and finally completed all the maintenance work ahead of time before the sun set at 8:30. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the tracking location on the little button, and frowned. Niu Wanhua, who had been staying in the East City Gate black market for many days, suddenly started to move. Is this leaving the city? Chapter 141. Taking advantage of the darkness, Xie Yuan deliberately avoided the usual route of the Dawn Guards back to the city, and rode the cart, turning east and west to return to the hut. At 22:13 in the evening, just after the last patrol before midnight left the street where Su Sanson's hut was located, Xie Yuan closed the lid of the metal box. Wearing a black combat uniform and a black mask, gently pushed open the rattan fence door, and then quickly disappeared into the night. This metal box was taken back by Su Sanson from Lao Qin at noon today. At the same time, in the lounge of the base guard, the masked man, Qiangzi, opened Scar's locker again in the dark. After searching, he was furious. Damn it, the light of dawn was not placed here? In the captain's office of the Dawn Guard of the Guard, Wu Feng looked at the pistol numbered 1779 in the metal drawer and murmured to himself, even the light of dawn can't impress you. Yes, this pistol numbered 1779 is the light of dawn. This is a pistol with an extremely sophisticated design. This pistol was built by the 15th captain of the Dawn Guard decades ago, who hired the famous weapon master of the 903 base city at that time, and spent a lot of money to build a heavy-fire light pistol. The design of this pistol is quite wonderful. When it came out at the time, it caused quite a sensation. As a heavy-fire pistol, the Light of Dawn is not only light in weight, compact in size, easy to carry, but also very easy to use. Of course, the above-mentioned appearance designs are not the key points that shocked everyone. The key point is that this pistol can use bullets of any caliber, and can achieve 20 consecutive rounds for bullets of all specifications. This groundbreaking design was absolutely amazing at the time. It can adapt to all bullets, and can fire continuously. These two features mean that without changing magazines or weapons, the gun holder can first fire a smoke bomb to confuse the enemy, and then immediately fire a blasting bomb to hit the opponent's vitals. Or at the most critical moment, fire 12 flash bombs in a row, with a sufficient number of strong light reflections, and the multi-directional refraction of light in the visual blind spot in a short time, so that the gun holder can achieve pseudo-invisibility within 10 seconds. And these short 10 seconds, for a genetic warrior with rich combat experience, can completely counterkill the whole field, or directly hit the breakthrough point of the mission. Since the advent of the Light of Dawn, this pistol has been passed down from generation to generation from the previous captain of the Dawn Guard to the next captain. The number of each captain of the Dawn Guard was also changed to 1779, because of the number of this pistol. What is even more talked about is that every captain of the Dawn Guard, who took over the Light of Dawn, used this legendary pistol to complete many special missions that others thought were impossible to succeed. And Xie Yuan, as the 21st captain of the Dawn Guard, naturally also had many achievements and was envied by others. Of course, these stunning designs were gradually imitated and improved by other weapon masters through other means in the decades after the Light of Dawn came out, and then other light pistols with similar effects were created. But even so, the Light of Dawn is still an extremely tempting heavy firepower weapon in the minds of the guards, because it is no longer just a weapon. It also carries an honor that belongs exclusively to the captain of the Dawn Guard. Qiangzi returned to the single dormitory of the guard station with nothing, angrily pulled off his mask, and sent a message directly to Yuang through the encrypted channel. I once saw the Light of Dawn in Scar's cabinet. Since it does not have to be handed over to the captain of the Dawn Guard, I hope that after this mission is over, I can become the next owner of the Light of Dawn. Qiangzi soon received a reply. The Light of Dawn should be given to Scar by Wu Feng. The distribution of weapons has always been in the charge of Ryu, and it is inconvenient for me to intervene, but you can find a way yourself. If you get it, don't worry about it. I can solve the problem of the locator for you. And the previous owner of the Light of Dawn, Xie is now running quickly towards the east gate in the night along the border of the shantytown. He was seen moving quickly under the eaves of low houses with a nimble figure. Every time he encountered a patrolman who suddenly appeared, he could dodge quickly and accurately, and this series of actions happened without any sound. Xie looked at the coordinates on the little button that were getting closer and closer, and quickened his pace. Although his speed was already very fast, Xie himself was still not satisfied. The coordination of his legs had not yet reached his peak state. It seems that if he wants to recover his strength more efficiently and comprehensively, he needs to participate in more actual combat tasks. While Xie was running quickly, he made an accurate judgment and planned for his current state. More than an hour later, he finally came to a large high wall outside the East City Gate. Looking at the location on the map, he frowned slightly. Exile area. Then, Xie jumped up and jumped lightly onto the wall of the exile area. He then quickly went deeper along the tall wall, and soon arrived outside the barracks located at the coordinate point. He gently pushed the side door of the barracks. The side door seemed to be motionless, but in fact it had been cleverly moved a little. Through the gap, with his excellent night vision, he could clearly see the situation in the barracks. The people lying on the ground were all dead. It seems that this is the death row concentration camp in the exile area. The corpses lying on the ground are all dead bodies that did not survive today and will be cremated tomorrow. Xie held his breath and quickly flashed inside. According to the location, he soon found Niu Juanhua's body. On her thigh, there were obvious scratches from the claws of a strange beast. The scratches were not large, but deep enough to see the bones. The sharp claws of a rodent. Xie made a quick judgment. He quickly performed an autopsy and found that except for the scratches on the thigh, there was no other place on the body that was injured by the strange beast. Strange. He looked at the wound and the remaining black and red liquid, and his brain quickly analyzed. Niu Juanhua's comminuted fractures on her wrists and feet did not show any signs of repair, which meant that she had not received any treatment after being transferred to the East Gate, but her physical condition was good, and she was well nourished, and it was obvious that she was not short of food. Although the scratches on her thigh from the strange beast touched the aorta, her lip color did not look like death caused by excessive blood loss. The black and red liquid in the wound was obviously not Niu Juanhua's blood. So, was the real cause of death caused by these black and red liquids? Was it an accidental death, or a premeditated and deliberate arrangement? Xie quickly checked all the bodies in the death row camp, and found 2 other bodies with the same death as Niu Juanhua, and 3 other bodies whose arms were bitten by strange beasts, and also had black and red liquid residue. He looked at the bite wound on the arm, and quickly came to the conclusion. It's a rodent again. It seems that someone has kept strange beasts in captivity, and is using living people for human experiments. At the same time, in a room in the inner city of the base, a big hand holding a glass cup shook it gently, and the light yellow simulated beer in the cup shook slightly, and a majestic voice sounded. Failed? Yes. But we will immediately conduct an alternative experiment, and I believe there will be good results soon. A shrill voice explained anxiously. Alternative experiment? It's better to be as you wish otherwise. With a click, the glass cup was crushed by the big hand. 15 minutes later, Yue, wearing a hooded cloak, appeared in a corner of the room and reported respectfully. The little mouse of Liming has been appeased for now, but he asked for the pistol. After a moment of silence, a majestic voice slowly sounded. Ryu is still useful. It's not a good time to tear each other apart now. You can let him handle the pistol. It's just a mouse. Give it some sweet dates, and it will run forward willingly. The corners of Yuang's lips, hidden under the hood, slightly curled, and she smiled and agreed. Yes. The majestic voice came again. Xie, I'm afraid he is not dead. I hope the next search will be all round and without blind spots. Yes. Chapter 142. Star Calendar Year 336, Day 108 of the Scorching Season, 7:30 in the morning. Sue Sanson arrived at the private army camp on time, walked quickly through the fitness area in the center of the barracks, and trotted towards the corner where the 4 teams gathered. At this time, Jianfeng, who was lifting dumbbells to practice his biceps in the fitness area, narrowed his eyes and watched Sue Sanson passing by quickly. Is it her? In his mind, he unconsciously recalled the ghost ID that posted the toilet cleaning advertisement. Xiao Xiong Su. Sue Sanson, who had just passed through the fitness area, suddenly frowned. Someone is looking at me. She turned her head sharply and met Jianfeng's slightly scrutinizing eyes. Jianfeng paused with his arm holding the dumbbell. It's interesting. A little girl, who has not improved her genes, can also have such a keen perception ability. Sue Sanson muttered to herself. What's wrong with this muscle brother? Why is he always staring at my matchmaker mole? Did it get drawn crooked today? Or, he has some bad intentions. Sue Sanson's thoughts flashed by, and she returned a slightly scrutinizing look, then turned around quickly, and continued to run towards the people of the Sifong team. The marshal was the first to see Sue Sanson, blinking his bright eyes and waving, Good morning, Xiao Su. Sue Sanson greeted the 4 people one by one, handed the key of the aircraft to Hu Ba, and then told everyone that the aircraft had been repaired and could be used at any time. She had discussed it carefully with Xie Yuan last night. Although they now had a temporary protective shield, there would still be great risks if they rashly drove the aircraft to the stasis element building in city number 107. Her obsession with the stasis element building is not only about the supplies inside, but also about the stasis element itself. This little stone is a good thing. Not only can it keep food fresh, but it may also be a killer weapon. However, since the defection of the Demon Wolf team, the private army camp has strengthened its management. Teams that have not accepted missions cannot receive temporary protective shields, and aircraft cannot leave the base without authorization. Each aircraft in the private army camp has a real-time positioning system. If the aircraft of the quartet team suddenly leaves the base, and the main personnel do not apply for missions and stay in the private army camp, it will easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, this matter should not be rushed, and a more careful plan is needed. Everyone was very excited when they learned that the aircraft had been repaired, but then they immediately became bitter and resentful. Yu Gu sighed and stroked his waxed beard. Well, now we have the aircraft, but new problems have arisen. Sue Sanson raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding. The marshal opened his bright eyes, came over, and explained, I can't grab the mission. Hu Ba put away the nail clippers that he had just used to cut the onychomycosis, shook his head, and said helplessly, Our team is now E-level. In principle, we can apply for all missions with the levels of difficult and dangerous, but because we are ranked at the bottom of E-level, we can't grab those teams with higher rankings. Sue Sanson frowned. There are so many missions, at least 1 or 2 can be allocated to us, right? Little Stutter waved his hand, and simply summarized the reason. The yen season is about to end. Grab missions. Sue Sanson suddenly realized, this means that these teams want to make a fortune before the end of the hot season, so they take more than 1 task a day? What should we do? Now the balance of the team has become 0 again. We have to generate income quickly, otherwise after the hot season ends, the wind season and snow season will come, and everyone's life will be difficult. At this time, the marshals stared at each other, pointed at an inconspicuous task on the light computer screen, and hesitated to say, How about we take this one? Sue Sanson looked at the dangerous task on the screen. The number of clicks was very high, indicating that it was very popular, but why didn't anyone apply for it? Yu Gu patted the marshal on the shoulder and sighed. You know that this task is very weird. It has been here for several years. Many teams have gone back and forth, and none of them can successfully find the target. Let's not touch this brow. Sue Sanson clicked on this task, with a historical failure rate of 100%. The first interface that popped up was the task mine clearance specially added for this task. In fact, it was a simple introduction to the background of this task on the dark web. It turned out that this was once a dangerous task, which was originally only open to teams above level C. According to the failure reports of previous teams, the main reason for the failure of this task was not its dangerousness, but its difficulty. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the dark web backend simply reduced the task level from dangerous to dangerous. The original intention was to expand the scope of the team applying for the task to ensure that the task could be completed as soon as possible. At the same time, the employer also increased the remuneration amount again and again. However, many years have passed, and the task is still like a nail household, hanging high on the task list, and has gradually been rated by everyone as the most unlucky task in history, no doubt about it. Sue Sanson quickly scanned the historical evolution part that was unique to this task, and became more and more curious, so she clicked on the task details and looked at the task target, which was connected to the human face mask of alien civilization. Sue Sanson looked at the dark green and black mask background, and the big triangular bulging eyes that would leave a deep impression at a glance, and was a little speechless for a moment. If this is not the bronze mask of Sangsingui, what else could it be? This mask is most likely buried in the Sangsingui Museum. This task does not provide accurate coordinates. How can everyone find it? No wonder the failure rate is 100%. No one can complete this. So she continued to scroll down and looked at the various complaints of the teams that had accepted this task over the years. The task does not give the coordinate range. Whoever comes will know. If you'd like to find a needle in a haystack, welcome to try. Coordinates 283.12, 27.36 have been explored, but failed. Coordinates 17.29, 373.41 have been explored, but failed. The coordinates 58.39, 214.17 have been explored, but to no avail. Sue Sanson quickly scrolled down and finally saw a message with a picture in the last and most recent record. It was hard to enter the area where the target was suspected to be hidden. I dug for a whole day and found nothing but broken pottery. There were a lot of human faces, but no masks. Sue Sanson looked at this low-pixel photo of the scene. The clay fragments all over the ground looked more and more familiar. She clicked on the picture to enlarge it, and then enlarged it again. Among the clay fragments, there were human faces, armor, combat boots, and horses. Oh my god, isn't this the Terracotta Warriors? Sue Sanson quickly looked through the corresponding coordinates in this record, and then called up the Pangaean coordinates that were dug last time from the optical brain. One is the Terracotta Warriors in Xi'an, and the other is Pangaean in Beijing. If you start from the two coordinates respectively, follow the azimuth track in the memory of the previous life, and extend to the southwest at the same time, then the intersection of the two lines is very likely to be the coordinates of this task. Guanghan Sangsingdui. The more Sue Sanson thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. After sorting out her thoughts, she stopped struggling and said tentatively, I think it is not impossible to complete it. As soon as she finished speaking, the four members of the quartet team looked at her together. How to say it, if you want to talk about this little Sue, from the perspective of martial arts alone, it is indeed not very impressive, even a little lame. But if you evaluate it from the overall comprehensive ability, it must be described as mysterious, because she can always find treasures unexpectedly. Therefore, the members of the quartet team were still very confident in Xiao Su. After all, the historical record was there, and people had to believe it. However, Hu Backing frowned, shook the beard under his nose, pointed to one of the messages and said, the search area is very wide, and the number of infected bodies we will encounter may be large. I am worried that we are short of manpower, and may not be able to cope with it. Sue Sanson thought for a moment, then asked, what if I can find external help? At the same time, the battalion commander of the South Gate refugee camp was standing in the middle of an open space. He glanced at the captains of the guard team standing in a row around him, coughed lightly, and pointed to the captain of District 8. Captain Ma, first tell me what you found in your previous report. Ma Changshun stepped out of the line, stood at attention, and then said, report. 5 days ago, more than 10 elderly people were found dead suddenly in the 9 barracks in District 8 at night. The cause of death is still under investigation, but it is certain that it was not caused by radiation. The battalion commander nodded. Although this matter is strange, there is no need to involve too much manpower and material resources in it. After all, the base has basically given up on the people in District 8, and we should focus more on Districts 1 to 7. Yes. After Ma Changshun answered loudly, he immediately returned to the team. Chapter 143. So when the four-way team applied for the historical fail rate 100% mission on the dark web and hurried to the special berthing point for the wind, they saw the big bald head, Jean Guifeng, who had been waiting here for a long time in advance. Jean Guifeng crossed her arms and looked at Sue Sanson with indignation and said, we agreed to stop until last night. You calculate the time. What time is it now? Sue Sanson rolled his eyes and said, I don't know you just want to pay more money. So he took out the sack of mutant peaches that he had prepared in advance, handed it to Jean Guifeng, and winked at him. Keep the things yourself, and remember to return the sack to me later. Jean Guifeng glanced at the things in the sack. Oh my god. It's actually fruit. His heart trembled. Damn, this kickback is really, really delicious. So he tried to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to curl up several times, but failed. Finally, he grinned and muttered, well, okay. I drive the escort agency's aircraft over in a while. Yes, in order to make room for the little broken egg of Sue Sanson's team, Jean Guifeng had to temporarily park the high-tech flying saucer of Shifeng Escort Agency in the metal waste recycling station of Duyanzhang. Alas, there is no way. The number of parking spaces at Shifeng is also limited, and everyone has their own place. No one can suddenly change a place. Sue Sanson saw Jean Guifeng was about to leave, and then hurriedly called him again, hesitating and adding, well, don't rush to drive back. When we come back from the mission, we need to stop here for a minute before returning to the base city. Jean Guifeng touched his big bald head, frowned, and cursed in her heart. You are so troublesome. Why do you always have so many weird requests? Then she glanced at the mutant peaches in the sack. Oh, forget it. For the sake of this fruit, I will reluctantly open a back door for you. So she nodded very impatiently, and then left cursing. After Jean Guifeng left, at this time, Xie Yuan slowly walked out of the shadow of the aircraft. He was wearing a black tight combat uniform, and a professional black mask, revealing only a pair of sword eyebrows, and star eyes, and half of his high nose bridge. This black combat uniform is not the uniform of the Dawn Guard, but a personal combat uniform designed by Xie Yuan himself and made by Lao Qin. Su Sanson curved his eyebrows at the people of the Xifang team and introduced with a smile. This is the technician who helped us repair the aircraft for free yesterday, Yuan. Haha. Yuan nodded slightly to the 4 people of the Xifang team, which was considered a greeting. Hu Ba and the other 3 looked up at the technician, who was at least 2 meters tall. They were a little unsure and winked at each other. Are all technicians this tall now? He is a technician. Can he really fight? Don't you need me to carry him to escape? Jean, warrior. They exchanged glances for 2 seconds and quickly gathered their minds. Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nose, stretched out his hand, and responded in the name of the captain. Hello, I am Hu Ba. Welcome to participate in today's mission. Xie Yuan nodded and shook Hu Ba's hand in return. The long-lost feeling made Xie Yuan inexplicably excited. This was a handshake between soldiers, and also a kind of mutual respect and recognition. When Hu Ba inserted the key into the keyhole, and was about to push the hatch door open manually, he heard a click sound, and the hatch door opened automatically. The familiar creaking sound of the bearing did not come, and everyone was stunned, and then they all looked forward to it inexplicably. It seems that the aircraft has been upgraded a lot this time. When everyone boarded the plane, looking at the empty cabin, and the only driver's seat in the cabin, they really didn't react. Xie Yuan coughed with his fist, deliberately lowered his voice, and explained, the cabin space is too small, which is not conducive to placing weapons and equipment, so we made some changes to the layout. On the one hand, this is to expand the space, and on the other hand, it is also to make the shadowless transmission rate between various key devices more efficient. As he said, he walked to the metal partition behind the cabin and pressed the button on the wall. The metal partition opened automatically and quickly retracted to both sides. The empty cabin and the storage room that was completely opened up after the partition immediately formed a larger space. Xie Yuan continued to explain while demonstrating. When encountering large materials, the previous storage room is too small and may not be able to put them in. If the partition is opened, the space can be immediately increased a lot. Of course, he also installed a cargo door on the outer shell of the aircraft to facilitate the entry and exit of trucks. But Xie Yuan did not explain these for the time being, because no matter how much he said now, it would not be useful. When the time is right, directly demonstrating it will be more effective than anything else. So, with the nods and continuous praises from the quartet team, Hu Ba finally sat on the only seat in the aircraft, the driver's seat. He turned the key and the aircraft started up quickly. Xie Yuan signaled everyone to fold down the folding metal plate buckled on the cabin wall. Soon, 7 to 8 simple folding stools appeared around the cabin wall. Everyone tried to sit back and forth with surprise. Su Sanson curved his eyebrows and gave Xie Yuan a thumbs up. Xie Yuan's ears turned red, and his narrow eyes gently curved into a crescent. He had been listening to Sanson's various complaints about this little broken egg every day, so he secretly hoped that the modified aircraft would make her more convenient and comfortable every time she went on a mission. Of course, since Xie Yuan was not very experienced in the pipes of public toilets, he did not make any major changes to the toilet in the aircraft. This space should be left for Qin Ergu to play with later. After all, he is now the new toilet tyrant in the South City Gate. Qin Ergu, a newcomer to the toilet, was sweating profusely in the public toilet in the special locker room of the Gale Guard. While he was immersed in his cleaning career, he looked up from time to carefully observe the surrounding environment. This was an important task assigned to him by his third sister, and he had to complete it with quality and quantity. He didn't seek to become bigger and stronger, or the leader in the industry, but just to develop slowly and keep a low profile. So when Qin Ergu quietly moved from the first pit to the last pit, he suddenly heard a conversation from the toilet. Have you heard? It seems that the captain of our team is finally going to be decided. Ah? Have you heard who it is? Wasn't there a rumor that someone would be sent from Liming to parachute in? Shh. Keep your voice down. I heard that the higher-ups intend to let someone from Liming come here, but they don't think highly of us. TSK. Don't think highly of us? We don't think highly of him either. Hey! What kind of news is this? It's out of date. Okay, I have the latest news today. What? I heard that the higher-ups are going to conduct a carpet search, saying that Xie Yuan from Liming may not be dead. Not dead? How is that possible? Hasn't the number been cancelled? How could that be? Why are they conducting a carpet search for him? Did he defect? What happened to him? Qin Erga's eyes widened, digesting the news he heard with a look of horror. Chapter 144. The destination is very far from base 103. If the upgraded little broken egg had not greatly improved its performance and efficiency in all aspects, the Xifang team would not know whether they could successfully reach the coordinate point. After all, the endurance of this first-generation aircraft is completely incomparable to other high-end flying saucers. Fortunately, after the upgrade of the little broken egg, the kinetic energy conversion efficiency was greatly improved. About 2 hours later, with a light puff sound, the aircraft landed at the coordinate point carefully deduced by Su Sanson. Regarding this deduced coordinate point, Su Sanson explained to the Xifang team that this was a gossip that Boss Sui had secretly told her in order to thank her for helping to find supplies. When the Xifang team heard this, it turned out that Xiao Su had a personal relationship with Boss Sui. It was really awesome and mysterious, so they all believed her lie that she didn't take it too seriously. As for Xie Yuan, Su Sanson did not explain so much, just said that this was the team's intention, just follow it. Xie Yuan was not a troublesome person, not to mention that he had 2 goals today: 1. Protect Su Sanson. 2. Quickly restore strength in actual combat. So when Hu Ba shared the coordinates of the 12 temporary protective shields with everyone, and led everyone to get off the aircraft, ready to fight, he saw that outside the aircraft, there were already 3 layers inside and outside, surrounded by hundreds of infected bodies. Oh my! Su Sanson was dumbfounded. This was her first time to start fighting as soon as she got off the plane. However, the people of the Xifang team and Xie Yuan seemed to have expected it, because the coordinates given by Su Sanson were a completely unfamiliar location that had never been explored by anyone. Generally, such coordinates would hide a big crisis. After all, no one had cleaned up for hundreds of years, so there must be a large number of infected bodies or strange beasts. Xie Yuan quickly glanced at the surrounding situation with his peripheral vision, and his brain quickly calculated the number of infected bodies, and then subconsciously planned the best sweeping strategy and breakthrough point. So he habitually took out the communication device and quickly deployed the task. At 3 o'clock and 10 o'clock, 2 people break through. At 4 o'clock and 7 o'clock, defend and push slowly. I will try to break through 12 o'clock within 5 minutes. Xie Yuan was talking to Little Button seriously and calmly. The 4-party team next to them had quickly assigned their positions in a few words from Hu Ba. Little Stutter also distributed the explosives he had prepared in advance to Hu Ba, Yuge, Da Shui, and Su Sanson. Su Sanson turned his head and glanced at Xie Yuan, who was awkwardly standing there, showing a comforting smile, and then quickly followed the 4-party team and joined the battle. With a few bang 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 explosions, the metal bombs in the hands of several people exploded in the army of infected bodies that were quickly encircling them. Blood plasma splattered and gravel flew. Hu Ba, Yuge and Da Shui rushed to the front line, still standing in the left, middle and right positions as the 3 of them were used to. The high-level metal machetes in the hands of several people were waving wantonly in the air, and suddenly a series of puff and puff beheading sounds suddenly rang in the air. Su Sanson stood at the right rear, forming the second offensive line with the little stutterer at the left rear. Su Sanson quickly threw the conical snake scales at the 3 infected creatures that were running towards her. With a few puff sounds, the conical snake scales hit their eyes. Su Sanson took advantage of the moment when the 3 infected creatures were blurred and pulled out the high-energy knife. She quickly passed through the 3 infected creatures. The high-energy knife glowed with a murderous cold light, and with a few click sounds, it cut off the necks of the infected creatures. As for why he couldn't shoot the head directly, well, it was mainly because of her limited height, and she couldn't reach it, so she could only cut the throat first, and then open the nuclear crystals at the end. This was also her consistent policy in the past few battles, fighting first, then harvesting. And the little stutterer, who formed the second offensive parallel to her, was on the left side of the overall formation, playing the game of throwing darts at the infected body that was getting closer and closer to him. Whenever the infected body was less than 5 meters away from him, with its mouth wide open and drooling, and was about to launch its final attack, the little stutterer would immediately throw a small metal dart into the opponent's mouth. As soon as the small dart entered the bloody mouth of the infected body, it immediately banged and exploded directly, and a big head with drooling instantly turned into a mixture of blood plasma. As the little stammer threw, he would mutter from time to time, "It hurts. So painful." Is it the infected body that hurts? Of course not. It's the little stammer's heart that hurts. Looking at the explosion scene of the infected body with blood and flesh flying everywhere, the little stammer's heart was bleeding. Is it gunpowder that explodes? No. It's all money that explodes. Who told him that his weapon is different from others? Others rely on skills and hand speed, but he not only relies on skills and hand speed, but also relies on burning contribution points. Alas, the little stammer had a moment of sincere regret at this moment. If his stinky feet could really have the power to go to the front line, how great it would be. At the same time, after Xie Yuan awkwardly commanded the air in vain, he was stunned for only 2 seconds, then he drew the dagger from his waist and quickly joined the battle. His operation just now was purely out of professional instinct. Although he had not participated in actual combat for a long time, this kind of combat quality of immediately deploying in the face of danger had already penetrated into his bones and engraved in his blood. However, he had a bad start and forgot his current vest. A technician who knew a little about aircraft, Yuan, instead of the captain of the Dawn Guard Xie Yuan, who once commanded the support of hundreds of people. He quickly adjusted his state, and after quickly scanning the positions of several people with his peripheral vision, he immediately turned around and rushed to the rear at 6 o'clock alone. His footsteps were fast, and his hands were sharp. Every time the dagger was thrust out, it hit the head of the infected body very accurately, and then his arm took advantage of the situation and picked it up, and a nuclear crystal was directly brought out at the same time as the dagger was quickly pulled out. His palm drooped, and with a throw, the freshly baked energy nuclear crystal was skillfully thrown into the material bag on his waist. Xie Yuan held the blade in one hand and harvested in the other hand, and his body flashed rapidly in the encirclement of the infected body. He turned sideways, turned, retreated, dodged, and was so fast that he could leave an afterimage. Wherever he went, it was as if he was in an uninhabited place, but behind him, a bunch of headless monsters had fallen to the ground. Hu Ba raised his knife and quickly cut off the head of an infected body. He quickly glanced around with his peripheral vision and felt that the time was almost up. They were currently focusing on the infected bodies in front of the aircraft, and the infected bodies behind the aircraft were only concentratedly blasted at the beginning with the explosives of the little stutterer, and then they didn't care about them anymore. Now it has been several minutes since the blast, and the infected bodies behind should have gathered again. Now they have to turn back and carry out a comprehensive cleanup together with the infected bodies behind. So he was about to shout and prepare the protective mask to let Su Sanson go big at any time, when he saw a large number of headless infected corpses suddenly fall behind them, and the range of the headless infected corpses was still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. And on this expanding boundary line, a tall black shadow was constantly flashing. Originally thought that there must be countless infected bodies piled up behind, and the rear area that needed to rely on the range attack of Meat Skin Zongzi to free up hands to clean up, but now it has become the safest and most open area. This? Hu Ba blinked his eyes, and before he could even shake his 8-cornered beard under his nostrils, he swung his knife and quickly cut off the head of an infected body that was approaching, and then muttered to himself, "This Xiao Yu is very powerful and has a great background." Su Sanson pulled out the high-energy knife from the throat of the infected body, shook off the blood stains that splashed on his face, and glanced at Xie Yuan, who accidentally killed a vacuum area. He was shocked at first. Is he so awesome? Then he sighed. Hey, chop slowly, Captain, don't expose yourself too much. Chapter 145. Xie Yuan's figure moved quickly among the emerging infected bodies. Sometimes he soared into the air, turned around and stabbed with a backhand. Sometimes he kicked in the chest, followed by a roundhouse kick and a single leg sweep. Sometimes he bent his knees to accumulate strength, suddenly inserted diagonally to block the position, and then hit the head again. The movements were smooth and unstoppable, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Xie Yuan was gradually adapting to his current physical strength through this uninterrupted fighting, and slowly regaining his own unique fighting rhythm. Time passed by minute, and he was completely intoxicated in it, completely unaware that hundreds of infected bodies had fallen behind him at this time, and the supply bag on his waist was almost full. At the same time, thousands of infected bodies hidden in various directions, attracted by the violent explosions of the bombs thrown by the four-party team at the beginning, were gathering rapidly in the direction of the aircraft. Shoo cough. 3 minutes later, the members of the Sifong team heard more and more saliva slurping sounds coming closer and closer, and they all frowned and said nothing, It seems that the main force has finally arrived. Hu Ba glanced behind him. Xiao Yu's speed should be able to fight against the infected bodies that suddenly gathered, but they may not be able to keep up. Besides, the team still has a mission to accomplish, and they can't just focus on killing the infected bodies. Hu Ba looked at the army of infected bodies that were gradually approaching not far away, so he shouted loudly in his light brain, "Prepare the protective masks." After saying that, he turned his head and ordered the general beside him, "Go! Give Xiao Yu a mask." Su Sanson heard it and hurriedly stopped him. "No need. He has a mask, the same as mine." As she said that, she quickly pulled up the black mask that Xie Yuan had prepared for her last night from her neck and covered her mouth and nose. This was not an ordinary mask to cover up one's eyes, but a special combat mask that had been equipped in Xie Yuan's metal box, which had a very good filtering function. Hu Ba saw that the black mask on Su Sanson's face was exactly the same as the one on Xiao Yu's face, so he nodded and signaled that she could start. Su Sanson quickly shot out the conical snake scales between her 5 fingers, accurately resisting a wave of 2 infected bodies that were about to pounce on her. She raised the high-energy knife in her right hand and quickly cut her throat. At the same time, her left hand took advantage of the gap at this moment and quickly reached into the cloth bag in front of her chest, unfastening the shackles of the meat-skinned Zongzi in a few seconds. In an instant, a strong smell of fart surged out from Su Sanson's chest and spread outward at a high speed, sweeping across an area of 1 kilometer in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, there was a continuous pa-pa-pa sound, as if someone had touched the trigger mechanism of a domino. With Su Sanson as the center, circles of infected bodies were smoked and fell to the ground. I thought the battle would end here, but some of the infected bodies lying on the ground were confused, shaking their heads and struggling randomly on the ruins for a while, then staggering and standing up again with a grin. "Damn, are these infected bodies immune to meat-skinned dumplings?" Su Sanson was shocked. "Hu Ba, you good?" And the marshal hurriedly waved their machetes and rebuilt the offensive line. Fortunately, less than 50% of the infected bodies were able to stand up again after inhaling the fart smell. Fortunately, Xie Yuan had basically solved all the infected bodies behind the aircraft at this time, and instantly flashed back and joined the front line of the 4-party team. Hu Ba saw that with the addition of the technician Xiao Yu, the siege trend of the infected bodies was immediately effectively controlled, so he immediately ordered, "Xiao Su, Xiao Jiaba and Da Shui, immediately look for the mission target in the safe zone. You go, Xiao Yu, and I will continue to clean up the infected bodies." Su Sanson nodded, and immediately pulled out the hoe from her waist. Only then did she have time to really look at the ruins of the coordinates she had carefully calculated. In the corner of her eye, except for a few semi-collapsed reinforced concrete buildings that could be seen occasionally in the distance, the area in front of her was full of rubble, as if it had been forcibly pushed down by some large machinery and then crushed hard. It was completely impossible to see the original appearance of the buildings here. After Xiao Jieba's experience in excavation in Panjiayuan last time, he was fully prepared this time. He quickly opened the metal explosive box and took out a folding ordnance shovel from the internal layer at the bottom of the box. After unfolding the shovel, the little stutterer also stole a few glances at the small hoe in Su Sanson's hand and nodded secretly in his heart. Well, his shovel looks much better than the hoe, and it is worthy of his title of explosives master, so he smiled with satisfaction. And this scene was captured by Xie Yuan, who was harvesting infected bodies not far away. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's the matter with this little stutterer? What does it mean to keep stuttering and laughing?" And the key person in the accident, Su Sanson, had no idea about it, because she was in a huge confusion at this time. The Sangsingwi Museum in her memory was obviously built in a relatively independent area. Except for a few main exhibition halls, with glass curtain walls, and sandy yellow stone as the facade, there should be nothing around. However, here, looking around, there are not only large pieces of building ruins, but also a few broken glass curtain walls and sandy yellow stones in the rubble underfoot. On the contrary, it is mainly black broken tiles and dark gray brick fragments. Is this really Sangsingwi? A huge question mark rose in her mind. With a nervous mood and extreme lack of confidence, she waved the hoe in her hand and dug quickly towards the ruins in front of her. No matter what, she still had to dig first to know. But as she dug, she felt more and more that something was wrong. These patches of blue bricks and black tiles really don't look like the architectural features of the Sangsingwi Museum. Then, when she frowned and broke open a large gray stone tablet under her feet, revealing what was under the stone tablet, Su Sanda was shocked to see a huge oval sphere buried under the stone tablet. The paint on the sphere had been completely washed away by the years, but the traces of the carvings on the sphere could still be vaguely distinguished. On the top of the sphere, 2 large oval pits formed an 8 shape and stood opposite each other. Just below the 2 pits, there was a small triangular protrusion. Below the bulge, there is a crescent shape. Sue Sanson blinked hard, raised her hand, and touched the 2 small semicircular ears standing on the left and right sides of the top of the elliptical sphere, and then sighed tremblingly in her heart. Panda, long time no see. Then her eyes slowly moved away from the panda head of the giant panda and looked at the weathered stone sign that she had just turned over with force. The stone tablet was not so complete. Although there were many incomplete parts, Sue Sanson could still quickly distinguish the few large characters on it. Quanjai Alley. Dang! It was as if her brain was hit directly by this broken stone tablet that sentenced her to death. It was buzzing all of a sudden. She stared blankly at the stone tablet in front of her, and her whole body was like being struck by a lightning bolt. The sun was blazing in the sky, and it was a bolt from the blue, and it split directly. Her face was ashen, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. A background music sounded unconsciously in her mind. The 3 lives and 3 worlds seemed like a dream, and the years dried the tears in a moment. If the coordinates can no longer be recognized, let the mask be covered with dust again. It's over. She really took the wrong path. It has to be said that Sue Sanson was really too fanciful. How could she easily locate the exact coordinates of Sang Singwi through the positions of the Terracotta Warriors and Panjiayuan based on her unprofessional work map? This is ridiculous. At this moment, she was standing in the Quanjai Alley in Chengdu, thinking about the distant Sang Singwi and Guanghan. Although they were both in Sichuan, there was still a gap of dozens of kilometers between them. Just when she was in a dilemma, constantly making up her mind, thinking about how to admit her mistakes to everyone later, suddenly, the marshal not far away picked up a machete, shoveled away a large piece of broken tiles and bricks, opened his bright eyes, and exclaimed, "Ah! What is this?" Chapter 146. After hearing the marshal's exclamation, Sue Sanson and Xiao Jiaba stopped what they were doing and rushed towards him. The marshal blinked his bright eyes, and quickly dug through the rubble in front of him with his machete. Soon, he took a bronze mask that looked exactly like the one posted on the dark web taskbar. Xiao Jiaba was overjoyed and immediately opened the referendum screen of the optical brain, called up the photo, and began to compare it inch by inch with the bronze mask in the marshal's hand. Although the color was a little dim, the outline, the distinctive triangular bulging eyes, and the 2 wings-like ears could all be perfectly matched. Find. Found it. Just as Xiao Jiaba excitedly shouted in the optical brain, the marshal's rather hesitant voice suddenly sounded. He held the bronze mask in his hand, staring at the ruins pit on the ground with his bright eyes, and asked a question from the depths of his soul in great confusion. But why? Are there so many of the same ones in this pit? Sue Sanson covered his face and looked at the more than 20 bronze masks neatly stacked together in the pit. He couldn't help but reply in his heart, there must be a bunch of the same ones. This is the souvenir display cabinet of the Quanjai Alley Visitor Center. Alas, the surprise came very suddenly, but accidents are also hard to guard against. While cleaning the infected body, Huba wondered on the other side of the optical brain. Is there more than one mask? After Yugo chopped off the head of an infected body with all his strength, he excitedly said, if we take them all back, can we still get excess returns? Xia Yuan, although he didn't know the specific details of the mission, but intuitively, he felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Sue Sanson sighed. He never expected that after going completely off the route this time, he could still dig up a tourist souvenir, which led to a dramatic turn of events. Since her goddess of luck has given her a buff, how could she ruin this good situation? Although it is the wrong place and the wrong target, but based on the experience of the last cold noodle bowl, she is still very confident about this mission. After all, this mask is a one-to-one simulation design. Although it is mass-produced, who can know if you don't tell me? It looks like it and can be done, isn't it? So Sue Sanson decided to make the best of it. She said solemnly, if you only take one back, you can complete the mission. If you take all of them back, the mission will probably be in jeopardy. The little stutterer frowned, savored the deep meaning of her words, and immediately realized it, and then said uncertainly in a low voice, fake. Fake? Sue Sanson didn't expect the little stutterer to be so transparent, and he could immediately understand the trick with a little guidance. Looking at the 20 or so wholesale souvenirs in front of her, she really didn't know how to explain it, but she had to keep her identity as a time traveler strictly on guard. So she nodded. At this point, she had to push everything onto Boss Sway. Well, Boss Sway said that it needs to be kept secret. When the little stutterer heard that it was Boss Sway who arranged it, he first opened his eyes wide in surprise. then immediately nodded in understanding, but still a little worried. But alien, civilization, fake, won't be exposed? Sue Sanson rolled her eyes in her heart. Even if she handed over a real one, it would have nothing to do with alien civilization. She thought so in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud, so she pretended to be mysterious, believe in boss sway. So in the end, the marshal blinked his bright eyes, put away the bronze mask in his hand very tactfully, and without hesitation, he directly dug the remaining 20 masks in the ruins pit to one side. Not only did he dig them away, he also dug a deeper pit next to it, and buried them all. Just as the infected bodies in the encirclement fell one after another, Hu Ba, Yugu and Xie Yuan were about to start the final nuclear crystal harvesting work. A loud wow sound suddenly came from the ruins not far behind them. A huge impact force suddenly surged from the ruins, as if a volcano suddenly erupted from the ground. In an instant, the brick and tile fragments on the surface of the surrounding ruins were shaken up to the sky, and after the fragments flew dozens of meters in the air, they fell to the ground with a pa. In the center of the impact, a huge hole, crash, more than a dozen huge and agile infected bodies jumped out one after another. These infected bodies are not only fast and swift, but they also wear crowns and hold weapons. Not good. These infected bodies must have extremely high IQs. Before Sue Sanson could exclaim, he saw that these more than a dozen infected bodies quickly dispersed and quickly surrounded their four-party team. Seeing that the momentum was not good, Hu Ba and Yugu picked up the machetes in their hands and took the lead in attacking the nearby infected bodies. The machetes in the hands of the two men danced wildly, but the infected bodies reacted quickly. Whenever the machetes were about to fall to the back of their heads and were about to be beheaded, the two infected bodies could always easily shake their heads or turn sideways to avoid it very lightly. At this time, the meat-skinned dumplings on Sue Sanson's chest were still spewing fart odors, indicating that these more than 10 infected bodies were not afraid of the energy emitted by the smell-type nuclear crystals at all. While Hu Ba and Yugu were fighting with the two infected bodies, the remaining more than 10 infected bodies also rushed towards the others one after another. Sue Sanson looked at the three infected bodies getting closer and closer to him, and the conical snake scales between his 5 fingers flew out without hesitation. However, after a few crisp sounds of bang bang bang, the conical snake scales were easily slapped away by the metal swords in the hands of the 3 infected bodies rushing over. Damn it! Sue Sanson immediately unfolded the cart on his left arm to its largest form, and held the high-energy knife in his right hand, ready for a head-on collision. In the few seconds when the 3 infected bodies were getting closer and closer to her, Sue Sanson suddenly saw that the gray and black ferocious faces of these infected bodies suddenly turned into the red and black Guangong face as if they were dyed, and then, from the red and black Guangong face, shwa, it switched to a cunning face with a yellow and green base. Oh my god! This infected body can actually change its face in Sichuan opera. Sue Sanson widened her eyes, and looked at the infected bodies that could quickly change their faces several times in just a few seconds. The beat in her head started beating unconsciously. Thump, thump, thump. Thump th. Chapter 147. Fortunately, Sue Sanson's reminder was timely enough, and everyone in the four-way team dodged in advance. But how could Sue Sanson's own physical fitness be comparable to that of the Gene Warriors? She knew very well that her speed could not directly compete with these advanced infected bodies. At the moment, when the flames boomed towards her, she had to curl herself up behind the cart as much as possible. However, just as she was waiting for the heat wave to hit, her body suddenly jumped and was quickly carried on someone's shoulders. Xie Yuan quickly dodged and avoided the flame-spraying attacks of several infected bodies in front of him. He turned around and rushed to Sue Sanson's position, trying to quickly protect him behind him. However, when he leaped and used a dagger to pa to block the 3 infected bodies that attacked Sue Sanson continuously, he turned his head and found that Sue Sanson had been carried on Yuji's shoulders. Xie Yuan's left hand hanging by his thigh clenched slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as it's safe. After the previous few rounds of fighting, Xie Yuan has quickly mastered the attack routines of these 10 or so advanced infected bodies. They are fast and agile, but not unbreakable. Although they can spit fire to prevent others from getting close, they will change their faces continuously before spitting fire. Within 2 or 3 seconds of changing their faces, the frequency and speed of attacks will be reduced. Just after the 4-party team had a few moves with these 10 or so advanced infected bodies again, Xie Yuan narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said, I will break through. Everyone pay attention to defense. Sue Sanson quickly jumped off Yuji's shoulder, threw the high-energy knife in his hand to Xie Yuan, and then neatly took out 4 conical snake scales from the interlayer of the cloth bag, and flew towards the 3 infected bodies closest to her with his backhand. The infected body raised the metal sword in his hand, and with a few bangs, he easily blocked Su Sanson's attack again. Xie Yuan took advantage of the gap when the 3 infected bodies swung their swords, and his figure flashed among them quickly, and soon went behind them. He raised the high-energy knife in his right hand, and was about to sweep and kill 3 times in a row, when suddenly a 4th infected body flew out from behind him. The 4th infected body was changing its face quickly at this moment, making preparations before spitting fire. Xie Yuan glanced at it, and the corners of his lips curled slightly, smiling contemptuously. "If you take the initiative to deliver it to me, then I will fulfill your wish." He exerted force on his waist, stopped his left leg abruptly, and suddenly rotated his body backwards. The high-energy knife in his left hand was instantly switched to his right hand, and his right arm stabbed diagonally backwards at a high speed. Puff! With his extremely fast body movements, Xie Yuan took the head of the 4th infected body in the 1-second gap when the 4th infected body was still changing its face. He flicked his wrist lightly, and a bright red nuclear crystal the size of a soybean was lifted into the air by him while he drew his knife. He swept his right hand in the air and accurately caught the nuclear crystal. At the same time, he switched the high-energy knife to his left hand, and his leg suddenly exerted force. Before the 3 infected bodies had time to turn around and resist, he rushed forward with a swish, and the high-energy knife quickly crossed the back of the heads of the 3 infected bodies from back to front. Instantly, blood splattered and brains flew. In just 3 seconds, 4 advanced infected bodies suddenly fell in the encirclement. The pressure of resisting the enemy in front of Su Sanson suddenly decreased, but Xie Yuan's figure did not stop there. Just like that, in the next 10 seconds or so, Xie Yuan, under the various fancy covers of the quartet team, successfully eliminated the more than 10 advanced infected bodies that suddenly appeared. He handed over more than 10 bright red nuclear crystals the size of soybeans to Su Sanson, and whispered, "Fire nuclear crystals are too small, and have low energy values." Su Sanson looked at the fiery red nuclear crystals he had never seen before, blinked quickly, and a hint of curiosity rose in his heart. He murmured unconsciously, "Fire." Hu Ba coughed, shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils, walked quickly to Xie Yuan, patted his shoulder, and promised with a big laugh, "These advanced infected bodies are all killed by you, and the fire nuclear crystals are yours. The nuclear crystals in the ordinary infected bodies you killed are also yours." After that, he winked at Xie Yuan, lowered his voice, and asked mysteriously, "Xiao Yu, you are quite skilled, you have practiced, you are not?" When Xie Yuan heard the first half of Hu Ba's sentence, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, was he exposed so soon? Hu Ba paused for a moment, coughed lightly, shook his octagonal beard, raised his eyebrows, and stammered cautiously, "You are whose son?" "Son? Whose son? Ah, it's speechless to say." Under the impact of Xie Yuan's powerful fighting power, Hu Ba was very confident that the hidden master who claimed to be a technician must be the son of a senior official in the inner city of the base. After all, this height, this skill, this figure, this young age, it is impossible to achieve without more than 10 years of resource polishing and targeted training. And this young man looks like he is in his early 20s. So, he started to receive training when he was 3 to 4 years old. In the open selection system for the base guards and private soldiers, the minimum age requirement is at least 10 years old. So Hu Ba first ruled out the possibility that Xie Yuan was a member of the guards or private soldiers. He was not a member of the guards or private soldiers, but he had such a strong resource background and received targeted training and polishing since childhood. Hu Ba's mysterious brain circuit somehow associated it with the personal relationship between Su Sanson and Sui Lauda. In Hu Ba's mind, Xiao Su was already a mysterious and awesome existence, and he very self-consistently attributed all this to Xiao Su's deep background. After all, which ordinary private soldier could have a personal relationship with a figure like Sui Lauda? How could the friend Xiao Yu introduced by Xiao Su, who has a deep background, be an ordinary person? He must be a person of great origin. You can say that his thoughts are too divergent, but his reasoning is quite reasonable, logical, and unique. But if you say he is very perceptive, and has a keen eye for the pearl, this argumentation process, and even the argumentation result are basically completely off the mark from beginning to end. So Hu Ba, with his heart excited and his hands shaking, came to the conclusion that Xie Yuan is the son of a big boss in the inner city of the base. Oh my, their quartet team is about to take off, with 2 hidden big bosses protecting them on both sides. Do they still worry about not having a way to survive in the future? Hu Ba gradually fell into his own infinite reverie, and Xie Yuan's mouth twitched, and he coughed with his fists. He did not give a direct answer, nor did he deny it directly. In his experience, it is better to go with the flow and make the best of a mistake, so that everyone can save a lot of trouble. And Huba curled his lips proudly, thinking that his eyes could see through everything, so he naturally took Xie Yuan's silence as a default, and then patted his shoulder and solemnly welcomed him. Quartet team, you are welcome to join at any time. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, in the inner city of base number 307, which had just been breached, a series of giant white spaceships loaded with supplies and survivors were slowly rising from the ruins of the destroyed base. On the bottom of each white spaceship, a large red solid circle was sprayed with special paint. The solid circle looked like the sun, but also like a fireball. After the white spaceships rose to the stratosphere, they scattered. One of the giant white spaceships was heading rapidly to its west, and the map on the cockpit had just locked the coordinates of the destination. And this coordinate point was exactly base city number 103 where Sue Sanson was. And just as those giant white spaceships completely left the dilapidated base city number 307, a giant black ship slowly landed on the ruins nearby. As the ship landed, a faint white light gradually spread outward from the ship, and soon covered the entire ruins of base 307. A group of black-clad men wearing black cloaks, with their heads and faces completely hidden in the shadows of their hoods, quickly filed out of the ship. They held a long metal needle in their hands, with a plastic catheter connected to the top of the needle, which was directly inserted into the giant metal cans on their backs. After this cloaked army quickly assembled outside the ship, they immediately dispersed and ran quickly on the ruins of base 307, which had just been broken into. Chapter 148. The four-party team members, who were doing the finishing work on the ruins of Quanjai Alley, all participated in the wonderful task of opening the nuclear crystal. Sue Sanson saw that the infected bodies that fell in all directions were already taken care of by someone else, and she seemed to have no chance to help, so she simply didn't join in the fun. Anyway, Huba had just said that except for the infected bodies killed by Xie Yuan, the infected bodies killed by the other four-party teams would be the common benefits of the team, and would be distributed uniformly later. Therefore, Sue Sanson turned her attention back to the ruins. It was not easy to come to this primitive abandoned city that had never been cleaned up, and it was also a place she was familiar with in her previous life. She had to search it carefully to see if she could dig up something special. A strong obsession suddenly arose in her heart, as if something was guiding her in the dark. If it was at night, she would find that Sue Sanson was emitting a very faint halo at this time. The halo stayed on her for a few seconds and then disappeared quickly. Sue Sanson followed the strong guidance of her heart and quickly ran to the ruins pit where more than a dozen advanced infected bodies had flown out. The pit was very large, and many building debris at the bottom of the pit were directly overturned, which showed how great the impact was at that time. She squatted down and looked at the hemispherical metal pots scattered around the pit. Her eyes twitched. There were so many Mandarin duck pots and 9 square grids. It turned out that there was a hot pot restaurant underneath. I just don't know if it was Shuzhouxiang, Nan Hot Pot, or Sichuan West Basin buried underneath. Gurgle. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and suddenly she wanted to eat thousand-layer tripe. The picture appeared in her mind. With one chopstick, she accurately picked out a large piece of thousand-layer tripe covered with red soup from the bottom of the butter pot, which was full of smoke, bubbling, and floating with red pepper, star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, and then skillfully put it into the oil dish filled with green onions, ginger, garlic paste, oyster sauce, and aged vinegar. Just one bite, the spicy and fresh, juicy and crisp taste. Gurgle gurgle. Saliva was already secreting like a faucet that was turned on. Damn it! I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. She swallowed hard, shook her little head, quickly pulled herself out of the unrealistic fantasy, steadied her mind, and then waved the small hoe and started digging along the huge ruins. If she had just arrived in the apocalypse, Sue Sanson would have cherished all the Mandarin duck pots scattered on the ground and dug them out one by one, and then packed them all away. But at this moment, as a temporary worker in a private army team who had been struggling in the apocalypse for almost half a summer season, she knew that these ordinary metals could not be sold at a high price in the market, so she did not waste time and energy on these Mandarin duck pots, but continued to dig along the edge of the pit. Bang! Soon, the hoe hit a very hard metal plate, and she hurried forward and squatted down, quickly scraping away the gravel around the metal plate. This big plate has a special shape, like a kitchen preparation table, and also like a cashier bar in a hot pot restaurant. Sue Sanson continued to scrape the debris quickly and lightly along the perimeter of the metal plate, and soon a large metal counter, with a width of 2 meters and a length of 6 meters was cleared out by her. There might be something behind the baffle of the counter. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly went around to the back of the large metal counter, quickly clearing away the gravel piled up at the door, and then she saw rows of crooked brown jars, placed in a disorderly, but orderly manner in the rectangular area surrounded by the metal counter. Sue Sanson looked at these jars with light brown base and dark brown hooks. The upper and lower ends of the jars were relatively narrow, the middle was wide and convex, and the top was carefully covered with a small inverted wide-mouthed bowl. It should be a kimchi jar, she quickly came to a conclusion. Sue Sanson quickly scanned these kimchi jars that were either broken or severely cracked, and sighed. No wonder I haven't seen ceramic objects in the end of the world, they are too fragile. The next second, her sharp eyes accurately spotted a well-protected but relatively small kimchi jar among the pile of jars with bruises all over. This small jar was placed in the inner corner of the metal cabinet. It should be the unique triangular support space that helped it withstand the waves of violent impact. She reached out and carefully took it out slowly, then carefully checked it again. Well, it was well preserved. She unscrewed the lid on top with great effort. Fortunately, it was empty inside, and there was no strange smell coming out of it. I don't know if it's because the people who took refuge here, when the end of the world just came, consumed all the food here. As a result, these kimchi jars are all empty, without even a little food fiber or residue. Sue Sanson carefully placed the well-preserved kimchi jar on the side. This old-century porcelain in good condition, based on her understanding of the unconventional logic of underground auctions, might be a highly sought-after rare item. So, she must take it seriously, handle it seriously, and keep it carefully. After placing the kimchi jar, Sue Sanson continued to extend her claws into the triangular area just now. Since this is a safe space, maybe she can find something. When it comes to excavating materials, her intuition has always been very accurate. Sure enough, as soon as she stretched out her hand, her fingertips touched a thin and long columnar hard object. Sue Sanson grasped it with her right hand and easily lifted it out of it. Ah, a transparent glass bottle. The bottle body is a thick cylinder, the neck is thin and long, there is a red metal cap at the mouth of the bottle, and outside the metal cap, there is a circle of dark red plastic gel, tightly wrapped. It should have been unopened. Sue Sanson carefully examined the shape and style of the glass bottle. Although the paper label on the bottle had long been rotten, she was basically sure that this should be a bottle of Williamia because of the unique design and packaging. I just don't know if it is fake. Regardless of whether it is real or fake, since it has never been opened, it is still worth looking forward to. After all, the liquor that has been buried for hundreds or thousands of years, even if it is fake, it can probably be called aged for a long time. Putting the Williamia into the cloth bag on her chest, Sue Sanson continued to search around the metal counter. After 5 minutes, except for a calculator that was completely crushed and a weathered resin ornament of the god of wealth next to the calculator, there was nothing more to find. Sue Sanson looked at the slightly damaged god of wealth ornament and felt a little disgusted. After hesitating for a long time, he threw it into the kimchi jar and decided to take it with him. After all, he is the god of wealth. If he meets him now, he should not immediately worship him on the spot, but it is not easy to throw him away. After Sue Sanson returned to the aircraft with his harvest, the quartet team and Xie Yuan had almost cleaned up the battlefield. Today is Xie Yuan's first actual battle after his comeback. From the 2 bulging bags of supplies hanging around his waist, it can be seen that he must have harvested a lot today. Xie Yuan did have a lot of harvest. Not counting the 15 old-century soybean-sized fire nuclear crystals that were finally opened, he only got 389 energy nuclear crystals in the brains of ordinary infected bodies. Of course, he also killed the most infected bodies, almost thousands of them. The quartet team, of course, can also be regarded as a great harvest. Not only did they find the mission target very smoothly, they also killed thousands of infected bodies and opened 421 energy nuclear crystals. It was really a celebration of the harvest, singing and dancing to return home. So the quartet team, under the leadership of Sue Sanson, sang their temporary team song with great vigor and boarded the aircraft with a smile on their faces. The river flows eastward, and the sun in the sky is like a fireball. Hey, 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 like a fireball, the quartet team is going to fight. We will go when we say we will go. You have me, we have everything. Hey, 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 we have everything. Hold weapons, and go for headshots. When you see injustice, you will shout, and you will take action when it is time to take action, and you will have a great harvest in a hurry. The quartet team's aircraft gradually rose into the air amidst the singing of hey hey. Hey yo hey. The advanced little broken egg quickly flew over a lush bamboo forest not far from the ruins, and then quickly headed towards the base city. At the same time, the giant white spaceship departing from the destroyed base number 307 and heading for base number 103 was moving at full speed in the stratosphere. The cabin of the spaceship was crowded with countless people. Most of them looked haggard and mentally exhausted, but they all had a faint smile after surviving the disaster. At this time, a man wearing a dark gray long-sleeved robe and toe-clipped clogs, with a funny bun in front and a small tuft in the back, appeared in the middle of the cabin. The spaceship will arrive at base city number 103 in 3 hours. The supplies paid before are only enough for you to board the spaceship. As for where to go after getting off the ship, it depends on your own luck. Chapter 149. At 13:11 noon, with a light puff sound, the little broken egg of the Sifong team successfully docked at the special berth of Shifeng Escort Agency. Xie Yuan put on a large patched coat, which perfectly covered his black combat uniform, and wrapped a small towel around his head and face. He carefully took the sack containing the kimchi jar, the god of wealth and Wuliangya from Su Sanson, then picked up his small cart, waved to everyone, and got off the aircraft in advance. After watching the aircraft take off again and gradually fly towards the base city, Xie Yuan slowly emerged from the shadows, rowing the small cart with one hand, protecting Su Sanson's sack and his 2 large bags of nuclear crystals with the other hand, turning left and right, and heading quickly towards the shanty town. When passing by the familiar refugee camp in District 8, Xie Yuan's amazing listening ability suddenly sent him another telepathic message. The conversation came from the barracks. Have you heard? It seems that several positions in the base city will start recruiting in advance in the next few days. Ah? Why is it suddenly advanced? Didn't it have to wait until the snow season before? Hey! Rumor, don't you know yet? A group of refugees will come to our base this afternoon. I heard that there are many capable people among them. The base probably wants to take the opportunity to absorb them. Won't the competition for positions this year be more intense? There are not enough people inside, and now there are a group of outsiders competing with us for food. Hey! Yes, I don't know if my performance this year is enough to be transferred to the base city. Xie Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is it coming so soon? He curled his lips slightly, increased the strength of his hands, and the cart moved faster towards the shantytown. When the Sifong team's aircraft finally landed at the metal recycling station in the southeast corner of the base, Jin Guifeng, who was bored and began to learn what photoresistors, light-emitting diodes, and crystal oscillators were, finally waited for the Sifong team he had been looking forward to for a long time. As soon as Su Sanson got off the aircraft, she saw Jin Guifeng with a big bald head reflecting golden light, striding towards her with tears in her eyes. What happened again? She was a little scared of Jin Guifeng's sudden enthusiasm. The bald man still gritted his teeth, and it was more natural to act like a bully. Su Sanson calmly took a half step back, crossed his arms over his chest, and took a standard defensive posture, frowning slightly. What are you doing here? Why don't you go to the escort agency's business hall and wait? Are you so awesome that you don't need to open for business now? Jin Guifeng touched his big bald head. Damn it. Who made him focus on the private army team now? Not only is the business single, but he only knows Su Sanson among the private army members, who can speak well. Is he just giving up and not opening for business? He is clearly doing this for. In order to further expand the market and resources, he had to sit here and wait for Su Sanson to introduce him to connections. Jin Guifeng once again showed his professional fake smile with 8 teeth, and very reluctantly fed Su Sanson with a sweet talk. Look, you are now a VIP customer of our Shifeng. Do you have to enjoy our escort agency's 24-hour personal service? Su Sanson rolled his eyes. 24-hour personal service? Why didn't I see you sticking to me when I went on a mission? We are going back to the private army camp, and you are very active. So she exposed his trick with a fake smile. If you want to get business in the private army camp, just say it. When Jin Guifeng heard this, the professional fake smile that was still hanging on his lips, and not completely put away, suddenly stopped. Every time he bargained with this little brat, he would be choked and couldn't breathe. So he simply stopped pretending and showed his cards directly. Hey! How about this? Let me go in and take a look, if I get business. As he said this, he suddenly lowered his voice, and quietly pointed his finger at Su Sanson at his side. Su Sanson raised his eyebrows. We will split it equally. How generous. Jin Guifeng almost choked out her breath. Her eyes widened. She gritted her teeth, and squeezed out angrily. I give you 20%. 20%. How could Su Sanson not understand the meaning of his gesture? But she just didn't want to answer his words. After all, she was just a temporary worker, How could she have the nerve to openly bring people into the private army camp to do business? Wouldn't this clearly disrupt the internal ecology of the private army camp? Sue Sanson coughed softly, anxious to get rid of this dogskin plaster, so he had to come first. He used a delaying tactic to fool the other party, and then said, "Okay, I know your request. I will ask the boss for you to see if he can make it convenient." When Jean Guifeng heard this, although the business was not directly expanded, at least there was some progress. Now he can go back and report. The escort agency will hold a summary meeting for the business line tonight. His newly established department, not to mention how outstanding the performance must be, but in terms of market expansion, there must be some breakthroughs to make a splash in the speech and stand out from the crowd. Sue Sanson watched Jean Guifeng drive his high-end flying saucer away from the recycling station with satisfaction, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, caught up with Hu Ba and the other four, and quickly ran towards the private army camp. When the Sifong team came to the settlement of the private army camp again, and took out the bronze mask that carried too many secrets, the face-blind old man wearing high-power glasses gasped in shock. "Oh my god. Isn't this the nail house that has been hanging on the dark web for several years?" The old man looked at the Sifong team with a look of surprise, and his tone was full of disbelief. "You found it?" Hu Ba shook his octagonal beard under his nostrils, a little nervous. After all, what they brought back was a fake, but he still looked very calm and confident. "Ah. Yes. I'm lucky. Hee hee." Yuga patted the marshal's trembling shoulders, signaling him to stay calm. "Everything is under the control of Boss Sui." Sue Sanson, who came out of nowhere to create Boss Sui, was the calmest at this moment. She nodded calmly to the little stutterer next to her, who was afraid of affecting the progress of the exploration of alien civilizations, and smiled back at him to be more confident. 5 minutes later, the suspense of the quartet team finally settled down after the old man's round after round of testing and comparison. Special metal craftsmanship from the old century, the appearance and structure are exactly the same as the description. Because the task was released a long time ago, and the difficulty coefficient is extremely high, the employer has increased the remuneration 7 times in the past few years. The old man coughed, and the calculations in his mind flew. This quartet team seemed to be really extraordinary. They should not be underestimated, and they should not be underestimated anymore. So the old man made up his mind and continued, "This time, your handling fee will be directly waived, so after deducting the commission of the private army camp, your total income from this task is 267,800 contribution points." Oh my god, Sue Sanson took a deep breath. Sure enough, the value of this antique can be hyped up to the sky in any era. Not only did the Sifong team earn a huge sum of money this time, but they also successfully upgraded again and officially became a D-level team. At this time, a giant spaceship with a white body and a red circle painted on the bottom had arrived above the number 103 base city. With a bang, the spaceship successfully landed at the spaceship parking point 3 kilometers away from the East City Gate. With a cheese sound, the hatch opened, and the first to walk out of the spaceship was a team of strong men wearing uniform dark gray wide-sleeved robes, clipped-clogs, black-handled long swords on their waists, and funny buns. Led by a guard in a light gold uniform, they soon arrived at a temporary tent not far from the spacecraft's berth. "Please show me your invitation." The leading man took out a coin-sized piece of metal from the interlayer of his clothes, and after lightly pressing the center of the metal with his thumb, a letter with an encrypted symbol was cast into the air. The guard in a light gold uniform, holding a special monocle, quickly read the letter in the air through the purple lens, then smiled appropriately, stretched out his hand, and said respectfully, "Welcome, Mr. Yamaguchi Io." At the same time, countless people in different clothes, carrying large and small bags, carrying large and small items, also got off the spacecraft one after another after the strong men with funny buns left. At this time, a huge notice was clearly cast above the exit of the spacecraft by a guard in a light gold uniform. The notice said, "Go left for identity verification." So the refugees who escaped from base city number 307 swarmed towards a row of temporary metal houses on the left. Several guards in light gold uniforms seemed to have encountered this situation for the first time, so they immediately turned on the stun guns in their hands, and in the crackling sound of high-voltage electric charges, they shouted coldly, "Line up to enter. If there are any violations, the stun guns have no eyes." Finally, the rioting crowd gradually became quiet and orderly. Soon, in front of the temporary metal house built by the guards, a line of hundreds of meters long stretched crookedly to the door of the white spaceship. At the end of this messy and winding team, Xie Yuan, wearing a jacket and carrying a large sack, lined up at the end of the team with a calm face. Chapter 150. To save everyone's time, please read the price list of identity authentication carefully and prepare in advance. A guard member in a light gold uniform pointed to the holographic image projected at the door of the metal house and reminded impatiently. A middle-aged man laboriously moved a large sack to the scanner in the metal house and asked nervously, "Is it the identity of the base city?" The guard member sitting next to the scanner looked at the detected data and recorded it quickly. He first explained to his colleague next to him in a formal way, "Starchy food, enough weight, prepare 3 optical computers." After explaining the work, he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. "They are all unified basic identities, scavengers. Between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., you can move freely in the outer city of the base. For other specific matters, go back and read the base rules yourself." Next, after explaining in a few words, he no longer paid attention to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at his spouse, shook his head, and signaled her to hold the child and finish the optical computer first before making subsequent plans. "Sir, look, I only have enough nuclear crystals for 1 person, but there are 2 of us. Can you give me some convenience?" A young man begged the guard member sitting next to the detector in a humble tone. "Rules are rules." Next one. The guard members were impartial and didn't want to waste any more words on such things. 2 hours later, the team finally reached the end. Xie Yuan came to the door of the metal house with a sack, looked at the requirements on the price list, and quickly calculated. The price for each basic identity is 100 kilograms of slightly contaminated starch food, or an energy-based nuclear crystal with a total energy value of 35,000, or a medium to low-level rare nuclear crystal. After Xie Yuan scanned the price list, he took out 2 small plastic bundles from the sack. Each bundle contained 100 low-level energy-related nuclear crystals, with an energy value of about 200. The nuclear crystals in these 2 bundles came from his accumulation over the past years. In the Dawn Guard for so many years, he killed tens of thousands of infected beasts. Most of the nuclear crystals he obtained were either handed over to the base or used to subsidize the Guard's expenses. Only less than 10% were kept by him. The nuclear crystals that were kept were divided into 3 parts by him. 1 part was kept by Lao Qin. Lao Qin had put all of these nuclear crystals in the metal box. After Su Sanson, they were all returned to him. The other 2 parts were kept in the locker of the guard station and the locker of the single dormitory. Now, it seems that the latter 2 nuclear crystals are obviously impossible to get back. At this time, the mechanical sound of the detector was heard. Ding! The total value of the energy system nuclear crystals is 39,980 points. Xie Yuan was quick-witted and grabbed 20 more light yellow nuclear crystals from the sack before the guards wanted to take it away. At this time, the mechanical sound of the detector was heard again. Ding! The total value of the energy system nuclear crystals is 34,980 points. Then, Xie Yuan slowly put the 20 energy system nuclear crystals he grabbed back into the plastic bag under the contemptuous eyes of the guards, and then took out a small cloth bag from the sack, and grabbed and waited for a long time. After 10 seconds, he finally took out a light yellow nuclear crystal the size of a small fingernail, and put it on the detector. This time, the mechanical sound of the detector finally gave the correct answer. Ding! The total value of the energy core crystal is 35,000 points. The guards' eyes darkened, and they cursed inwardly. What bad luck! The hand speed is not even faster than that of a refugee. While Xie Yuan was quickly packing the nuclear crystals in the sack, he sneered in his heart. Humph! These little tricks to make money are really not improving at all. You still want to play tricks on me, you little brat. After sneering, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. I don't know who he learned this stingy and money-hungry look from. After packing up the sack, Xie Yuan came to the second metal house with a metal plate given by the guards. A young man in a white coat glanced at Xie Yuan's figure. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly restrained his expression. This young man is a medical staff member of the base medical department, and has provided paid medical services to the Dawn Guard many times. The young man in the white coat held up a metal needle, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and spoke as calmly as possible. Right index finger. Xie Yuan stretched out his index finger, and the metal needle quickly pierced the fingertips, and a drop of bright red blood was drawn by the needle. The young man in the white coat dripped the blood on the detector at hand, and then quickly called up the gene library of the Dawn Guard in the background of the detector, and quietly started the gene comparison program. 5 seconds later, the mechanical sound of the detector sounded. Genetically modified, adult male, 21 years old. The young man in the white coat looked at the gene comparison results in the background of the detector, and couldn't help frowning slightly. The comparison failed, isn't it? Xie Yuan listened to the results reported by the detector. secretly relieved, and silently put away the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Although he could clearly feel that after eating the double yolk egg, his gene chain was indeed greatly changed, and his physical fitness was also comprehensively improved, but until the last moment, he was still not 100% sure. But, while the gene chain was strengthened, how come his age also regressed by 5 years? He should be 26 this year. Xie Yuan didn't have time to wonder more. The guard member in charge of the optical computer had already entered his genetic information into the system, and quickly created a personal profile. Name? Xie Yuan came back to his senses, and blurted out, Shi Yuan. This name was originally a joke by Su Sanson. I didn't expect Xie Yuan to use it directly for identity authentication at this moment. After putting on the optical computer, Xie Yuan picked up the sack, and stood up to leave the metal house. As soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by a guard member wearing a light gold uniform. Wait a minute. This person is the captain of the Golden Scale Guard, Qi Xiu frowned slightly, and his phoenix eyes stared at Xie Yuan's eyes exposed outside the small scarf. Brother, you look familiar. What's your name? Xie Yuan lowered his voice, and replied calmly, Yuan. Qi Xiu tasted it, but didn't feel anything special, but his eyes were still full of inquiry and suspicion, so he insisted, take off the headscarf. It's not polite to introduce yourself to the superior like this. Xie Yuan paused with his fingers hanging on his thighs, and cursed in his heart. In broad daylight, instead of going on a mission, he came here to be lazy, and he was arrogant and showing off his power. Idle. He took his time to take off the small scarf on his face. Qi Xiu looked at the upturned nose, sausage mouth, and thick beard in front of him, and suddenly felt that he must have been thinking too much just now. This doesn't make sense at all. Even if he had done a facial disguise, this aesthetic was completely different from the person he remembered. What a hell! He couldn't help but shudder, coughed dryly, and took the initiative to help Xie Yuan put the headscarf back on, thinking, better cover it up quickly, don't come out to scare people. Then he looked at Xie Yuan's tall and straight figure. His figure was indeed very similar, but he seemed to be 2 centimeters taller than he remembered. This physique is really good. Qi Xiu looked at Xie Yuan's broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, and secretly envied him. Then he looked up, patted his shoulder, and introduced him in a familiar way. Brother, I see that you have a good figure. Are you interested in coming to the guard for an interview? Our guards have very good treatment. Xie Yuan sighed in his heart. With your gene Lin, you haven't been able to pay wages for hundreds of years, and your efficiency has always been at the bottom of the East City Gate. You still dare to say that you have good treatment? Go to the side and cool off. So he shook his head mercilessly, quickly bypassed Qi Xiu, and entered the third metal hut. At the same time, in the underground secret room of the Brotherhood in the East Gate Black Market, a hoarse voice sounded, This is the last bottle of holy water. Use it sparingly. This experiment must succeed, not fail. Jack Su looked at the glass bottle on the metal table, which was filled with dark turbid mucus, clenched his right fist, and violently knocked on his left chest, and promised, yes. Chapter 151. Xie Yuan came to the third metal hut, which was a temporary service point of the Asset Sales and Leasing Registration Center. Since he was the last one in the refugee queue, there were not many people in the room at this moment. Xie Yuan went straight to the equipment registration entrance in the corner, looked at the price list, and asked the staff, Can non-standard equipment be registered? The staff was still immersed in the complex data panel of the database, and asked skillfully without raising his head, Weapons, transportation, or other? Xie Yuan quickly answered, Transportation. The staff paused, raised his head, looked at Xie Yuan, and said uncertainly, Modified car? Xie Yuan nodded to show affirmation. The staff secretly pulled a technician who was dressed simply next to him, then quickly winked at him, and immediately turned to Xie Yuan and continued to ask, Did you modify it yourself? Xie Yuan nodded again. At this time, the technician in plain clothes finally couldn't sit still anymore, stood up hurriedly, and interrupted, Where's the car? Come over and register. God knows, their equipment department has not developed new transportation equipment for almost 10 consecutive years. In recent years, several private equipment factories have suddenly emerged in the base. The electric 2-wheeled vehicles and electric 3-wheeled vehicles manufactured by these private equipment factories have quickly seized the market share of transportation equipment because of their low cost and low price, causing their collective factory backed by the base to have a continuous decline in efficiency. If there are no breakthrough products before the snow season, they will probably not be able to pay the low temperature subsidies for the snow season. So as a middle-level cadre in the factory, he is really anxious at this moment. And now, I suddenly met someone who knows how to modify things, and a little bit of luck in my heart began to burn. What if he is an expert in technology, or an outsider, without any foundation, and is easy to fool? If he is brought to the factory, maybe next year, he can make a love cow or dumb flute that is more powerful than the love horse and dumb flute, and directly rush to the hot list of next year. The technicians of the collective factory kept YYing here, while Xie Yuan quickly drove over from behind the white aircraft in 3 or 2 steps, and parked his modified off-road vehicle in the shadow in advance. The staff quickly checked the off-road vehicle, then inserted a special positioning device made by the base into the cockpit of the off-road vehicle, and raised his chin to Xie Yuan. How do I pay the registration fee? Xie Yuan quickly glanced at the price list, then took out 3 primary energy system nuclear crystals from the sack and replied, "Nuclear crystals." The technicians next to him kept looking around the modified off-road vehicle, and kept muttering praises. The tire bearings can be folded, and the special solar metal panels can be retracted. The design is wonderful. The inlay technique of this energy conversion device is amazing. My God. So, when Xie Yuan completed the registration of the off-road vehicle, he was naturally stopped by this technician, who ate the collective pot meal. He shook his hair, which was already few strands left, and confidently threw an olive branch to Xie Yuan. "Young man, are you interested in working in the inner city of the base? Our factory is in a good location, provides dormitories, and provides 3 meals." As he spoke, he kept winking at Xie Yuan, revealing a wretched expression that could only be understood, and lowered his voice to encourage. "The key is that there are brother factories social gatherings and visit meetings every snow season. How about it? This benefit is amazing." Xie Yuan glanced at the shoulder badges on the technicians' work clothes, and felt very disdainful. Isn't this factory about to go bankrupt? Then he smiled and shook his head, and refused very decisively. The technical brother was puzzled. How could he not even look down on such a heavy benefit as the visit meeting? Could it be? This is already matched? At such a young age. How could he be matched so early? Thinking of his tragic experience of various failures in social activities for many years in a row, he suddenly wavered a little. If it really doesn't work this year, he might as well just accept the system matching of the base. In the private barracks of the South Gate, Su Sanson and the 4 members of the Xifang team were holding huge sums of money, and they were discussing the next team plan in a corner. Jianfeng, who was in the fitness area in the center of the barracks, looked at the ranking that flashed on the big screen. D-level, 3rd place, the 4-party team. His pupils suddenly shrank, and the dumbbell in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. How did the 4-party team suddenly rise to D-level? And why is the total reward for this mission so high? It is only 1,000 contribution points lower than their Chilenhelm team, and the Chilenhelm team is only 500 contribution points lower than the Giant Bear team, which is currently ranked 1st. In other words, in order to win 2 places for promotion to C-level at the end of the season, their Chilenhelm team will not only have to compete with their old rivals, the Giant Bear team of the private army camp, and the Aurora team of the Free Union before the end of the hot season, but now they suddenly have to deal with the 4-party team. But how could the Xifang team, a team that had been on the verge of disbanding for a long time, suddenly become the top 3 in the D-level? Jianfeng's heart was in turmoil at this time, with mixed feelings. Not far from the Chilenhelm team, the captain of the Giant Bear team, Xiongde, who was practicing breaking rocks with his chest, frowned slightly when he saw the rookie, the Xifang team, who suddenly appeared on the screen. Xifang. How come I have never heard of it? Then, there was a click sound, and the stone on Xiongda's chest was suddenly crushed into powder. In the corner of the barracks, Huba shook his 8-cornered beard under his nose, put away the nail clippers that had just been used to cut the gray nails, and reported seriously, "The previous balance of the team has been used to pay for the materials needed for aircraft maintenance. The reward for this mission is 267,800 contribution points. After deducting the 7,000 points that Xiaosu paid in advance, the team's total balance is now 260,800 points." The marshal blinked his bright eyes, very excited, rubbed his hands, and said excitedly, "It's a lot of money. This is the first time I've seen so much money." Yuga coughed, signaling him to pay attention. Why, even the dialect came out. Image, pay attention to the image. Their Xifang team is now a D-level team after all, and they can't be as sloppy and unkempt as before. So she coughed to remind the marshal, and at the same time, she dug out a large lump of wax from the small plastic box she carried with her, which was all bud, and smeared it on the 8-pointed beard under her nostrils very refreshingly and willfully. The little stutterer quickly counted the inventory of medicine powder in the metal box and said, "Wind." Wind season. Energy. Energy. Problem. Yuji's waxing fingers suddenly paused. Damn, how could he forget such an important thing? So he added, yes. If we still go on a mission during the windy season, the energy of the aircraft will be a big problem. Huba shook his beard under his nose and nodded. Indeed, we need to prepare for this problem in advance now. Sue Sanson was also uneasy, and a sense of anxiety surged in her chest for no reason, because she didn't know what the so-called windy season was like. But according to the various discomforts in the hot season and everyone's reaction and attitude, this windy season will definitely be more difficult and more terrible. So she decisively raised her doubts. Can't the energy of the aircraft be solved by a large-capacity power storage device? Forgive her limited knowledge of the end of the world. At present, she only knows that the power consumption at home can be solved by preparing multiple advanced power storage devices in advance. Xie Yuan has not had time to explain the energy of the aircraft to her in detail. Huba shook his head and explained. The power of 10 of the most advanced power storage devices on the market can only sustain the flight of the aircraft for less than 10 minutes at most, so it is impossible to rely on power storage devices. The key is to rely on energy system core crystals. Sue Sanson thought of the use of energy system core crystals that Xie Yuan told her a long time ago, and then she suddenly realized and nodded. At this time, Yugu added, according to the previous energy conversion rate of the aircraft, at least 20,000 energy points are required for every half hour of flight. Now after the upgrade, it feels that the conversion rate has been greatly improved. I estimate that less than 15,000 or even only 12,000 energy points may be required every half hour. The marshal nodded and continued, if we only accept missions within half an hour of the base, then we need 1 hour of endurance to go back and forth. Based on 15,000 energy points in half an hour, a mission requires at least 30,000 energy points. If we estimate that each nuclear crystal has 150 to 200 energy points, we need at least 100 to 150 low-level energy nuclear crystals. So expensive. Sue Sanson subconsciously quickly calculated the nuclear crystal reserves of the team and his family. The team, in the original abandoned city number 2.007, where the bowl was found, the team finally got 10 energy system primary nuclear crystals. In the cooperative mission with the Xuanwu Guards, the team won 24 energy system nuclear crystals, half of which were primary nuclear crystals, and half were intermediate nuclear crystals. In the original wilderness of number 1.016, that is, the mutant chestnut forest, the team finally got 39 energy system nuclear crystals, including 22 primary nuclear crystals and 17 advanced nuclear crystals. The bulk of the harvest was mainly due to this mission. The team harvested a total of 421 nuclear crystals, including low-level and intermediate-level ones, with a ratio of half and half. If all primary nuclear crystals are estimated at an average of 200 and intermediate nuclear crystals are estimated at an average of 500, then the four-party team currently has a total energy reserve of about 170,000. At first glance, it seems a lot, but after careful calculation, it is not. Because the team cannot be lucky enough to receive a mission within half an hour every time. For example, this time, it took nearly 4 hours to go back and forth. By this calculation, if each mission takes 2 hours to go back and forth, a mission will consume at least 60,000 energy points, so these nuclear crystals can only barely provide the team with the energy needed for 2 or 3 missions. This does not take into account the airflow resistance added by Feng Ji in the air, and the occurrence of various accidents. The situation at Sue Sanson's home seemed to be relatively better than that of the team. Before Sue Sanson joined the private army, he had saved up a total of 1 high-level energy nuclear crystal, which came from the high-level storage box in the Golden Triangle, 8 intermediate nuclear crystals, and 13 primary nuclear crystals, but due to the use of the high-energy knife, 3 primary nuclear crystals were consumed. After joining the private army, in the mutant primitive banana forest, he obtained a high-level energy nuclear crystal from the head of the mutant pink-tailed monkey. In the original abandoned city number 2.007, where the bowl was found, a super high-level energy nuclear crystal with an energy value of 9,119 was opened from the head of the mutant cobra, and 37 energy nuclear crystals were harvested from the infected body, of which low-level and intermediate nuclear crystals accounted for half each. In the cooperative mission with the Xuanwu Guard, the nuclear crystals obtained belong to the unified property of the team, and dividends have not yet been distributed. In the mutant chestnut forest of the original wilderness, number 1.016, Sue Sanson obtained 49 high-level energy nuclear crystals. This time in Quanjai Alley, Xie Yuan alone took 389 energy-related nuclear crystals, but they were mainly low-level and medium-level nuclear crystals. So roughly speaking, Sue Sanson's energy reserves are about 250,000. If she wants to go back and forth to the stop element building alone, the energy reserves are sufficient at present, but she is afraid of something happening at that time. After all, every time she goes out, there seems to be an accident. At present, the four-party team is only discussing the problem of the wind season, but after the 60-day wind season, it will be followed by a 90-day snow season. How will they deal with it then? The long winter will definitely require more energy. So after a careful inventory, whether it is the four-party team or Sue Sanson, the energy reserves seem to be insufficient. At the same time, Chin Ergu, who had just finished cleaning the toilet in the rest room of the Gale Guard, was in a state of despair. He hurriedly ran back to the second-hand store on the black market, looking excited and anxious. He dragged Lao Chin to the second floor, and then whispered to his father mysteriously, "Dad, guess what big news I heard?" Lao Chin raised his eyelids slightly, giving his stupid son a little response. Chin Ergu trembled all over and whispered in a breath, "Brother Yuan may not be dead. He is still alive." Lao Chin's eyelids jumped, not because of excitement, but because of fear. What's going on? Has Xie Yuan been discovered? Chapter 152. Old Chin sat at a small table on the second floor, and took the micro-radar made by Xie Yuan to carefully scan every corner of the second-hand store. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he asked Chin Ergu to tell him all the information he knew, and how he knew it, word for word. Chin Ergu was beaming with joy, and after telling how he eavesdropped in the restroom of the Gale Guard, he stared at his father with excitement. After hearing this, old Chin frowned and tapped the table with his fingertips, but did not respond directly to Chin Ergu. From this point of view, the top leaders of the base should have begun to doubt the authenticity of Xie Yuan's death. But why was the eavesdropping device in the second-hand store removed? Old Chin felt that this matter was somewhat contradictory, as if there was a bigger secret and crisis in it. Chin Ergu did not get any feedback from his father for a long time. Looking at the micro-radar on the table, his not-so-smart brain suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he opened his mouth wide. "Dad, do you know something?" Before he finished speaking, his mouth was immediately covered tightly by his father. Old Chin looked at Chin Ergu's brain circuit that was completely out of step with the pace, and snorted in annoyance. "Remember, don't show your emotions on your face. You don't have to say what you think of, or what you discover. You have to learn to observe and analyze more. Not everything you see or hear is the truth. These may just be tricks used by the enemy to confuse you." This profound sermon was obviously a bit beyond the scope for Chin Ergu. He nodded, not quite understanding, and suppressed his inner guess. Although it is not possible to comprehend and integrate all the great principles at once, Chin Ergu is still good at capturing the key words. Talk less, observe more, and don't be fooled by appearances. At the private barracks at the south gate, Sue Sanson and the four members of the Sifong team discussed the problems faced by the team for nearly an hour, and finally came to the conclusion that they would not apply for tasks for the next few days, and would go home to stock up on supplies to prepare for the windy and snowy seasons, and then work together to solve the team's subsequent energy problems. As soon as the 5 members of the Sifong team walked out of the gate of the private barracks, they saw a mighty, cool, hardcore and technological pure black modified off-road vehicle parked on the side of the road. "Wow!" Sue Sanson was the first to exclaim. If there was a 3-pointed star logo on the front of the car, wouldn't it be a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? This crazy, cool and awesome exterior design completely hits her aesthetic point. She likes this style. Swoosh. Yu Ge and Dashui blew a loud whistle in unison, expressing their amazement at this pure black modified off-road vehicle. Then, Xie Yuan opened the car door and drove it to the front of the Sifong team. "Damn it! I knew he was not ordinary." Sure enough, it's the hidden boss. "Oh my god! This car is actually Xie Yu's. Fuck. I'm jealous." I. He got off the SUV in a chic manner, walked straight towards Sue Sanson with long legs. "I'm here to pick you up." Just 3 words, short but so powerful. Sue Sanson widened his eyes, staring at the handsome man in the luxury car in front of him like a fangirl, and the copywriting of the domineering president lingered in his ears for a long time. His chest was pounding, and his brain was a little dazed. What should I do? She likes this one too. Ahem, wait a minute. No! How can Captain Xie suddenly enter the base? And his car has been modified? Sue Sanson blinked her starry eyes, staring at the tall man who was getting closer and closer to her, with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. Ah, how come she is only 15 years old? What a loss. You, what's wrong with you? She used up all her life's cultivation to forcefully calm her frantic heartbeat, and as soon as she spoke rationally, she wanted to ask him how he could suddenly enter the city. Xie Yuan raised his hand and rubbed her little head, and his narrow eyebrows immediately curved into crescents, and he said softly, "I explain to you when I get back. Let's go, come with me to Lao Zhang's place first." Su Sanson's heart had already crashed into the door of the Mercedes-Benz G, so she nodded repeatedly, followed Xie Yuan happily, and jumped lightly with her short legs, and easily got into the passenger seat. She didn't have the chance to ride in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class in her previous life, but she said that it felt pretty good to ride in this cool modified black car in this life. Su Sanson was intoxicated by her beautiful dream, and Xie Yuan beside her suddenly turned his head and looked at the four people squeezed in the back row, and said coldly, "Are you anything?" Hu Ba used his hands to push the handsome, and the little stammer sitting on his left and right thighs apart, took a deep breath, and squeezed. Then he shook the octagonal beard under his nostrils, and replied with a smile, "Ha. On the way. On the way." Yuka poked his head out from the side of the car door, and added brilliantly, "Ha. Isn't this a coincidence? We're going to Master Zhang's place too." The marshal moved his buttocks that were pressed on Hu Ba's left thigh, opened his bright eyes, raised his thumbs, and praised sincerely, "The car is very good." The little stutterer clenched his fists and toes, struggling to hold the shoes that were almost squeezed off, and echoed briefly with great effort, "Yes." Xie Yuan glanced at the four people, then turned around and secretly glanced at Su Sanson on the co-pilot. He was about to stretch out his hand, but immediately retracted it, and gently hooked his index finger, as if he was a little regretful. She actually knew to fasten the seatbelt. Well, how to say it? If it was just the original owner and Su Sanson after she came here, they really had no chance to ride in a car, so naturally they would not have the subjective consciousness of fastening the seatbelt. But before he came here, Su Sanson's experience points were overflowing. After all, fasten your seatbelt to avoid accidents. So Xie Yuan had to suffer. The close contact plan that he had finally designed after racking his brains died prematurely before it was implemented. I don't know whether he was flattered by the praise from the four members of the Sifang team, or because of Su Sanson's thin face. In short, Xie Yuan did not raise any objections in the end. He drove his big black and very generously sent a whole car of people to the metal recycling station of One-Eyed Zhang in the southeast corner of the base. Of course, if you ignore the glares he cast at the four people through the rearview mirror from time to time, it would be even more perfect. 15 minutes later, Big Black ran all the way, and finally stopped at the gate of the recycling station. The four members of the Sifang team filed out, and kept winking at Su Sanson. "Xiao Su. Has Xiao Yu ever told you when he is going to join our team?" "Yes, Xiao Su. Xiao Yu. I felt that he was extraordinary when I first saw him." "Yes, Xiao Su. Look at Xiao Yu's heroic fighting ability, and superb modification skills. If he doesn't join our team, wouldn't he be at a loss?" "Yes. Add. Join. Awesome." Su Sanson held her forehead. "It's true that no one in any era can resist the temptation of luxury cars and handsome guys, but you all keep asking Xiao Yu to join the Sifang team. What should she do? It's not that Xiao Yu doesn't want to join, but that he hasn't settled down, that Broken Dark Web openly discriminates. Those who don't have a huku in the base are not eligible to register. How can Su Sanson explain this? Is he using poverty as an excuse?" At this time, Xie Yuan, who had locked the car, quickly. He walked over, nodded to everyone, and explained concisely, "It's okay to join, but it's okay to be a non-staff member from time to time." Hu Ba and the other four immediately smiled happily. Although they were not formal members, they could ride in the cars of non-staff members from time to time. Xie Yuan sent away the four members of the Sifang team with a few words, then turned sideways, lowered his head, looked at Su Sanson's face full of question marks, and explained, "I came here to rent a house." At the same time, according to Yuang's instructions, Qiangzi, who had already started close surveillance, followed Scar all the way from the north city of the base to the west city of the base, and then from the west city of the base back to the single dormitory building of the guard post in the inner city of the base. Qiangzi looked at the dormitory door that was gradually closing, spat, and quickly made a report on the optical brain. "I walked around a lot, and there was no abnormality for the time being." Scar pressed himself against the door of his dormitory, moving his ears slightly, carefully discerning the situation outside the door, with a slight frown on his face. Chapter 153. Xie Yuan rented a house not to live in the Bay City, but mainly for the convenience of entering and leaving. After all, the base household registration does not have a 6 o'clock access control restriction. Originally, he could find Lao Qin and Su Sanson to share the toilet identity room, but a few days ago, Lao Qin's secondhand shop's eavesdropping device was suddenly removed, which made Xie Yuan feel a little subtle. Logically, the base has begun to doubt the authenticity of his death, and should have increased the monitoring of Lao Qin. Why did it relax? Such a reaction is illogical. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Xie Yuan felt that such relaxation might be a trap, so he first ruled out Lao Qin as an option. As for why he chose One-Eyed Zhang, there are two reasons. First, of course, One-Eyed Zhang took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him yesterday. Second, the geographical location of the recycling station of One-Eyed Zhang is very favorable. It is located in the southeast corner of the Bay City, at the junction of the sphere of influence of the East Gate and the South Gate, commonly known as the No Man's Land. The official forces of the East Gate, the South Gate, and the inner city of the base are not involved in such an area where interests are likely to overlap, so such a place is just right for him to rent a house. It is low-key enough and easy to hide from others. Xie Yuan quickly talked to Su Sanson again. When he sneaked into the refugee team of base number 307 and went through identity authentication, he saw Su Sanson blinking his starry eyes and looking at him with admiration. Xie Yuan coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and the tip of his ears turned red unconsciously, but he was happy in his heart. Everything after being able to stand up is so good. Su Sanson blinked, gave a thumbs up, and sincerely admired Xie Yuan's courage and strategy, and sighed. I didn't expect that double yolk egg would have such a miraculous effect. But at the same time, she was muttering in her heart, this man, since his body recovered, why does he feel different? If she had been staring at him like this before, he would definitely be dazed, his cheeks would be flushed, and he would start to feel embarrassed, and then he would enter a state of wondering where he didn't know what he was thinking. Why doesn't this trick seem to work now? Is it resistance? Or, since he was able to stand up, his self-confidence has instantly recovered to the full level just? Su Sanson's mind suddenly unconsciously began to replay the scene of Xie Yuan driving to the gate of the private barracks to pick her up, and the words "I'm here to pick you up" began to echo in her ears endlessly again. Damn it! Why do I suddenly feel my cheeks getting hot? This is really a matter of time. Why is Xie Yuan now taking over? Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. The two of them were immersed in their own worlds, and soon came to the metal house of One-Eyed Zhang. See you? One-Eyed Zhang was leaning on a metal crutch and carrying a toolbox. He was about to go out when he saw Xie Yuan standing at the door. He then turned his head and saw Su Sanson, who was mostly blocked by Xie Yuan. Xiao Su. Why are you here? After saying hello, he paused, thinking of something, and said to Xie Yuan excitedly, have you figured it out? Have you decided to come to work for me? Xie Yuan smiled slightly, nodded, and shook his head. It's not really work. I want to rent a house here first. We can talk about work in detail later. So, Xie Yuan was very considerate, and sent One-Eyed Zhang to the official rental center near the East Gate during his endless academic lecture. This is very considerate. If he lets One-Eyed Zhang go by himself, he doesn't know if he can wait for him to come back before 6 p.m. today. Ahem, who made Xie Yuan see that One-Eyed Zhang is actually a road idiot. See through but don't say it. 30 minutes later, Xie Yuan handed the remaining 20 low-level nuclear crystals in the cloth bag to One-Eyed Zhang. These are the rent for the next 90 days. After 90 days, I will renew the lease. So far, Xie Yuan finally has a pass to freely enter and exit the outer city of the base. Although the 90-day rental period does not qualify for registering an account on the dark web, he did not intend to join the private army camp, so this regret is not too important to him. After a busy time, the two finally got on the big black again, and finally they could enjoy this belated world of two people. Xie Yuan watched Su Sanson's familiar movements of fastening the seatbelt. His fingertips moved slightly, pursed his lips, hesitated for 2 seconds, and asked, it seems that you like this car very much? Su Sanson sat in the co-pilot, with his short legs raised, swinging up and down very naturally. She not only likes it, but she loves it too much. You know, how long has it been since she last sat in a car? Since she came here, she either walked or ran. She was sitting in the car at this moment, leaning against the seat back, swinging her short legs wantonly, and suddenly she had an illusion that she was finally living, not surviving. Her eyes were shining. She turned her head and stared at Xie Yuan, her lips curved, and nodded very hard. Yes. I like it very much. Xie Yuan smiled slightly, raised his hand, and touched Su Sanson's head. I like it. I like your likes too. Sue Sanson's breathing stagnated, and it came again, this feeling came again, her cheeks were slightly red, and she turned her head away unnaturally, and the thumb of her right hand unnaturally scratched the nail of her index finger. It's over. This damn Xie Yuan, I'm afraid he has secretly practiced some evil magic behind my back. Why did this level suddenly increase so much? Sue Sanson coughed lightly, and quickly changed the subject. The wind season is coming soon. Should the family prepare a solar energy storage device? Xie Yuan skillfully controlled the steering wheel, glanced at Sue Sanson, who was obviously shy, and did not expose it, just slightly curled his lips, and replied softly, "Yeah. I have already booked 10 storage devices with Lao Zhang, plus the energy system nuclear crystal reserves at home. It is more than enough to survive this year's snow season." Sue Sanson breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting that he had already arranged it, so he discussed the team's future energy problems with Xie Yuan again. "I remember you said before that you felt uneasy holding so many contribution points, and you were worried that the number 103 base city would be destroyed one day, and all the contribution points would be wasted, so you wanted to exchange them for supplies?" Xie Yuan suddenly changed the topic to the balance of contribution points. Sue Sanson sighed and leaned back in the seat. This seat was taken from the little broken egg of the Sifong team by Xie Yuan, and he installed it on his own big black without any waste. It must be said that he really played the public funds for private use drama. Sue Sanson lifted his short legs and replied, "Yes. I just don't know what to exchange it for, and where to exchange it." Xie Yuan drove the big black out of the south gate and suggested, "Tonight, I take you to Wanku Mountain outside the north gate. There is a nuclear crystal smuggling cave there. Although it's not the best time now, you can go and take a look first to understand the market and have a general idea." 1 minute later, Sue Sanson got off the car 500 meters away from the shantytown. She and Xie Yuan had agreed that they had to do a full show. Xie Yuan, a refugee who had just escaped from Base 307, had just moved to the metal hut next to Sue Sanson's house today. And Sue Sanson needed to act like she had no idea about this. So when Xie Yuan deliberately followed the pace of the scavengers returning to the city, and drove to the metal wall next to the hut with great fanfare, he attracted a lot of onlookers. Xie Yuan got off the car calmly, slightly curling his lips. Very good, everything went as planned. He pushed open the tall metal wall, and lightly pressed the remote control button in his trouser pocket. With a click, the frame and shell of the big black began to fold and shrink automatically. In the blink of an eye, the originally tall and mighty big black instantly turned into a metal little black with only 4 wheels left. Amidst a series of whispers, Xie Yuan pushed the little black into the metal wall. This car will become his main means of transportation in the future. Instead of hiding and being noticed sooner or later, it is better to show it openly on the first day, so that those who have ulterior motives can take action as soon as possible. He can also take them all at once, and treat it as a recovery practice. At 22:30 in the evening, the shantytown fell into a deep sleep. Sue Sanson secretly pushed open the rattan fence door, and ran to the public toilet 500 meters away from the shantytown. 5 minutes later, Xie Yuan drove the big black, and stopped in front of her. After getting in the car, the two quickly disappeared into the night. They were going to the Wanku Mountain nuclear crystal smuggling cave, outside the North City Gate. The route Xie Yuan chose was to enter the city from the South City Gate, along the north-south central axis of the base, from the outer city Z area directly into the outer city A area, and then along the junction between the A area and the inner city of the base, to the North City Gate. The main reason for choosing this route is that it is the shortest way. After all, it is night. The energy of Big Black can only rely on the solar energy stored during the day to maintain continuous navigation. If it takes a long detour, it is afraid that the nuclear crystal will be consumed on the return trip. In this case, the girl sitting in the co-pilot will definitely be reluctant to leave. Of course, there is another reason. Xie Yuan also wants to take the opportunity to explore the patrol situation of the outer city of the base at night. After all, knowing yourself and the enemy can be prepared for emergencies. 40 minutes later, Big Black successfully left the North City Gate and then quickly rushed towards the Wanku Mountain in the northeast corner of the base city. With a ding sound, a pale white light curtain gradually overflowed from the secret compartment of the driver's seat and quickly enveloped the entire car. This is... Before Sue Sanson could ask, Xie Yuan explained in advance, it is the temporary protective shield of the demon wolf. Wanku Mountain is about 10 kilometers away from the base city, and the range of 6 to 7 kilometers in the middle is out of the base protective shield, so the temporary protective shield needs to be activated. Sue Sanson nodded. It seems that those who can go to Wanku Mountain to smuggle holes are not simple, at least they need a temporary protective shield. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away, on the ruins of the number 307 base in the Broken City, a group of soldiers wearing black cloaks shuttled ghostly under the stars and the moon. They stabbed the metal needles in their hands into the bodies of the victims fiercely, and streams of bright red blood instantly flowed into the giant metal tanks on their backs along the plastic tubes connected to the metal needles. In just 10 seconds, the bodies of the victims became withered and immediately turned into a shrunken skeleton. Then, with a click, a sharp knife mercilessly chopped the neck of each corpse, and the head and body of the corpse were separated. Under the moonlight, this group of ghostly cloaked troops quickly swept through the ruins, not missing any corpse. At this moment, in the single dormitory of the base guard, Jiangzi, wearing a black suit, covered his head and face, and quietly climbed into Scar's room. He glanced at the instructions from Yuang in his mind. Search the room, and don't miss any clues about Xie Yuan. Jiangzi quickly searched around the room, and then, there was a light pop sound, and the master key in his hand easily opened Scar's metal cabinet door. At this time, Scar was standing quietly outside his dormitory door, holding his breath, listening to the movements in the room, holding a long metal knife tightly in his hand. The handle of the metal knife was engraved with the number 1779. Chapter 154. To the northwest of Base City number 103, there is a towering black stone mountain. The black stone mountain is mainly composed of a mixture of sandstone and black granite. Over hundreds and thousands of years, it has been continuously eroded by northwest hurricanes during the windy season. The sandstone has gradually been lost, and the black granite has gradually been reshaped, thus forming countless natural caves in the mountain. Therefore, slowly, the residents of Base City number 103 nicknamed Black Stone Mountain the 10,000 Caves Mountain. Because the 10,000 Caves Mountain is located to the north of Base City number 103, it is located right in the middle of the only way between Base City number 103 and the northern mine. Hundreds of years have passed, and the caves here have gradually been occupied by miners, who frequently travel between the base and the northern mine. These miners, facing the extremely tempting scarce materials such as ore every day, inevitably have some people's minds, and began to secretly smuggle some slag for resale on the way back to the base. Over time, relying on its geographical location, Wanku Mountain was gradually chosen by more and more traders as a place for physical delivery. After hundreds of years of gradual development and improvement, a smuggling industry chain specializing in the reselling of ore has gradually formed here. In order to avoid being discovered in the business of reselling ore, countless interested miners gradually united and secretly dug countless caves in the mountain of Wanku Mountain, and connected these artificial caves with naturally formed caves to form a cave network with many connections. These caves are large or small, deep or shallow, and the connected corridors are real or fake. Some can successfully lead to the next cave, while some are dead ends to hide people's eyes and ears, and even have hidden traps inside. Therefore, if an uninformed person accidentally enters the cave network, he or she may get lost or fall into a deadly trap. Since all smuggling businesses are required by convention to conduct secret transactions in caves, the caves here are also called smuggling caves. Are all these ores nuclear crystals? After listening to Xie Yuan's introduction, Su Sanson stared at the mountain in the distance, whose outline was not clear in the dark, and raised his own question. Xie Yuan glanced at the coordinates on the map, turned the steering wheel, and explained. The reason why Base 103 has been unbroken for hundreds of years is that the base successfully occupied a nuclear crystal mine very early. This nuclear crystal mine is not too far from the base city, just in the northeast direction, and it takes about half an hour for the spacecraft to go there. Nuclear crystal mine? Can a mine that can produce various nuclear crystals be opened? The more Su Sanson listened, the more magical he felt. Xie Yuan smiled. How is it possible? Most of them are energy-related nuclear crystals. Only very occasionally can some rare nuclear crystals be found. So, there is no coal, oil, or natural gas in the end times, and energy has become nuclear crystal or... Su Sanson frowned slightly, trying to sort out the hidden threads in this information. But, how are these nuclear crystals formed? The Earth in memory does not have these so-called superpowers? Did something special happen? After all, the things dug out from the ruins of various cities before were still the items in her memory of her previous life. So what will this world look like in 2023, hundreds of years later? Or is it a parallel world that has been differentiated since a certain year in the previous life? Su Sanson leaned back on the chair, his thoughts racing, and he felt that everything in this end of the world was more and more unpredictable. Xie Yuan glanced at Su Sanson, who was lost in thought. It seems that she doesn't know the concept of nuclear crystal ore. But, Why do I sometimes feel that she is not completely ignorant of this world, and is even very proficient in some areas? Those delicious food recipes, those unfamiliar words that I have never heard of, her habit of wearing a seat belt, and other subconscious behaviors. She really just lost her memory. Xie Yuan stared at the road ahead, and quickly suppressed his doubts. In fact, he had such doubts a long time ago, but so what? She is so kind, brave, smart, and so special. He just needs to do his best to protect her and help her, so this probably can't repay the life-saving grace. What's more, he doesn't just want to repay the favor, but wants to be with her forever. Ah. Xie Yuan sighed lightly, and immediately recovered his state. He looked at the high mountains not far ahead, and reminded softly, "We are almost there." Su Sanson came back to his senses, blinked his eyes, and looked through the window at the pitch black outside. Well, she, a night-blind player, is only worthy of following the boss. In order to save energy, and avoid unnecessary attention, Xie Yuan did not turn on any lighting equipment. After all, as a high-level genetic warrior, his night vision ability was not a problem. 1 minute later, Dahe stopped in a dark mountain crack. The mountain crack was not big, and there were towering dark black rocks on both sides. Dahe stopped in it, and it seemed to fit in perfectly. The mountain crack was narrow, and Su Sanson's car door could only be opened halfway, and then it hit the right mountain wall. She shrank her body very skillfully, just like parking in the basement in her previous life, parked too close to the car next door, and could only be wronged and squeezed out of the small door crack. Fortunately, her figure in her previous life and this life was petite, so this test was a piece of cake for her. Xie Yuan looked at the left door, that was close to the mountain wall. It seemed that he couldn't open the door, so he opened the sunroof of Dahe, pushed hard with both hands, and flipped out of the sunroof easily. Su Sanson blinked. Well, this guy, since he recovered, has been showing off all kinds of skills all the time. Well, she has to get used to it. To be calm. Calm. Xie Yuan locked the car and walked out of the crevice quickly, then turned back immediately, took Su Sanson's left hand, and coughed lightly while walking, explaining, "It's too dark. It's best not to turn on the lighting equipment. You follow me closely. Don't walk too fast." Su Sanson looked at the sleeve held in Xie Yuan's hand, and sighed secretly in her heart. If she had known, she would not wear this jacket. Why is the sleeve so long? She didn't even have time to stretch out her hand. Xie Yuan's palm tightly grasped Su Sanson's sleeve, and a little sweat broke out. In his mind, he kept reminding himself, Feng Ji will be 16 in 2 years. Just wait for 2 more years. The two quickly walked out of the crevice, and under Xie Yuan's lead, Su Sanson was led to a dark cave entrance 5 minutes later. Xie Yuan tapped a series of rhythmic drum beats on the wall at the entrance of the cave. After 10 seconds, a simulated voice that could not be distinguished between a man and a woman came out. Left 5, right 3, top 9, bottom 10, only tonight. Don't light the lights. Xie Yuan tapped the wall twice more as a response. Then Su Sanson followed Xie Yuan, first walking quickly to the left for a distance, and seemed to pass through several caves, but she couldn't see clearly because it was too dark. After coming to a fork in the road, she turned right, and walked a few steps. Then Xie Yuan stopped in front of a mountain wall, and reminded softly, "We are going up the mountain. Watch your feet." Su Sanson nodded, followed the command of lift your feet, walk, lift your feet, walk that kept coming out of Xie Yuan's mouth, and finally after 10 minutes, they passed 9 caves and came to a platform. The platform was not big, as if it was deliberately dug out by someone. Xie Yuan pulled her across the platform, and then his deep voice sounded again, "We are going down the mountain, is it okay? If you are worried about the difficulty in walking, I can." Su Sanson thought, "What can you do? Carry me down?" However, Xie Yuan stopped talking at the right time. Su Sanson touched her nose. Well, she is still too young in her current body. It is better to forget about physical contact. So she quickly regained her senses and nodded. "Okay, just walk slowly." The two walked slowly along the narrow stone stairs. Xie Yuan paid attention to the caves passing by. Finally, after 8 minutes, they stopped in front of the 10th cave. He just whispered, "We're here, let's go in." At the same time, in the inner city of the base, in the discipline room of the guard post, the discipline officer looked at the 4 members of the Gale Guard who were beaten and bruised all over, sighed, and turned his head to look at the culprit of the beating, the 3 members of the Dawn Guard, Tietue, Alung and Maji, and said coldly, "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Tietue was indignant and asked directly, "What right do they have to discredit the captain?" The discipline officer looked at the 4 members of the Gale Guard with pig heads and asked puzzledly, When Wu Feng was the captain of Gale, he had a good relationship with you. What did you say about him? One of the pig heads spat and sneered with gritted teeth. We are on good terms with Wu Feng. We just chatted a few words about Xie Yuan. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tietue's angry rebuke. You better keep your mouth clean. The discipline officer understood, turned his head to look at Tietue and the other two, and sighed helplessly. What's wrong with you? I've said it many times that Xie Yuan is no longer the captain of Liming. Your new captain is Wu Feng. Why don't you want to accept the reality? Tietue wanted to refute, but his sleeve was pulled by Ma Ji. At this time, Ao Lang beside him bit his back teeth, suppressed his inner dissatisfaction, and said in a calm tone as possible, Then they can't spread rumors that Brother Yuan is a traitor to the base. Even if Brother Yuan is dead, he can't bear this stigma for no reason. At this time, another pig-faced man in the Gale Guard laughed contemptuously, with a slightly sarcastic tone. Yo! Do you really think he is a hero? If he really died for the base, why do you ask everyone to be prepared and conduct a carpet search on him? Isn't it obvious that he has either committed a crime or is not dead yet, and is probably on the run now? You? The heavy punch of the hammer hit him again. He raised his hand high and was about to hit the opponent's face, but was suppressed by the stun gun in the hands of the discipline officer. Shut up, all 7 of you. I don't think you will be punished to run on the training ground tonight. Since you can't remember the guard rules, don't stay in the guard. From now on, you will be demoted to the patrol team for reflection. When you can recite every word of the guard rules by heart, you can consider whether to come back. Iron Hammer rubbed his right arm, which had been electrocuted and lost consciousness, with a grin. He did not object to the discipline officer's execution, but his angry eyes still stared at the 4 pig-headed faces of the Gale Guard. Chapter 155. Wanku Mountain. Xie Yuan took Su Sansen's sleeve and led her into the cave quickly. The cave was not big, and they reached the end in just a few steps. Xie Yuan quickly searched on the mountain wall for a few seconds, and after seeing a small arrow in the corner of the mountain wall, he led Su Sansen in the direction indicated by the arrow. You can turn on the lighting equipment of the optical computer. Xie Yuan finally said the words that Su Sansen had been waiting for a long time. She immediately turned on the flashlight function, and it was at this time that Su Sansen saw clearly that the mountain wall that had just blocked her way was actually a U-shaped bend. At the end of the bend, there were 5 small caves arranged from left to right. Oh my god, this secret code, this mark, is really quite cautious. Xie Yuan bent down and led Su Sansen into the second cave from the left. The entrance of the cave was not big, and Su Sansen's height was just enough to pass through, and there was still a little extra space on his head, but it was hard for the tall captain next to him. Xie Yuan bent his waist and walked with his long legs, quickly passing through the low passage of about 50 meters at the entrance of the cave, and then came to a very spacious cave. In the corner of the cave, a dim solar lantern was lit. A thin man covered in black mud sat beside the lantern and glanced at Xie Yuan and Su Sansen, who had just entered the cave, with an indifferent look. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Buy or sell?" Xie Yuan answered briefly, "Buy." The thin man didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he had already guessed the answer, and then continued, "The wind is tight recently, and there are not many goods." Xie Yuan didn't even blink, and just replied calmly, "Let's take a look first. There are still big deals during the wind season." The thin man raised his eyes, and asked tentatively, "Are you interested?" Xie Yuan nodded his chin. "I come here often." The thin man continued to play dumb. "The rules have changed this year. There is a threshold." Xie Yuan nodded and said calmly, "Isn't this the threshold first?" The thin man showed a few black rotten teeth and chuckled. "On the right-hand side, go straight." After that, he whispered, "Be careful, the inspections are tight these days." Xie Yuan nodded, pulled Su Sansen, and walked quickly towards the corridor on the right-hand side. Su Sansen hurriedly caught up, and then whispered, "Is there any big deal in Fingji?" Xie Yuan bent down and whispered in Su Sansen's ear, "We are here to gamble on stones in Fingji, but we need to get the admission ticket today." Su Sansen suddenly realized that the threshold the man mentioned was the admission ticket for the gambling activity. She raised her hand and rubbed her ear. It was really a little itchy. She turned her head and continued to ask, "Will the base come to search recently?" Xie Yuan curled his lips and smiled, showing an approving look. "Before the wind season every year, the base will send patrols to search for these smuggled nuclear crystals. After all, the nuclear crystal mine is owned by the base, and private mining or trading is not allowed in principle." "In principle?" Su Sansen always grasped the keywords keenly. Xie Yuan touched her clever little head and further explained, rats are everywhere. Moreover, in recent years, many wealthy people seem to have obtained certain mining rights through the exchange of interests. Sue Sanson nodded, indicating that he understood. In other words, the source of goods here comes from two channels. 1. The part of the official mining process, the sneaky part, the real smuggled goods. 2. The source of goods in the hands of the rich, but I don't know if the argument for the mining rights can be put on the table. Sue Sanson asked again, since it is smuggling, the guards are also here? This question is meaningful, and it is clear that it is a tease to Xie Yuan. As the captain of the Dawn Guard, why not set an example, but help the evil? Xie Yuan pursed his lips, sighed, and said helplessly, the guards also need energy and have to survive. Well, it is indeed not easy to survive and make a living. 18 martial arts, all forced, alas. After a sigh, Sue Sanson's ears soon heard more and more noisy sounds. Although the sound was very mixed, it was not noisy, as if a group of people were gathering to whisper and gossip, and it seemed that a group of people were collectively whispering. After a few steps, Xie Yuan brought Sue Sanson to a wide cave. On the wall of the cave, every 5 meters, there was a dim solar lantern. As if to save energy, the light was deliberately adjusted to the darkest. Under the lantern, along the wall, there were people sitting in a circle. On the ground in front of these people, there were all kinds of plastic sheets, and on the plastic sheets were stones of various shapes. Obviously, these people were the vendors in this cave. Between the stalls, people came and went, crowded with countless pedestrians, most of whom were over 1.9 meters tall, and they were genetic warriors at first glance. Yes, if it weren't for the night vision ability of the genetic warriors, it would be difficult to find this place. Sue Sanson, a 1.6 meter tall little potato, was soon surrounded by the tall people around him, and suddenly a sense of oppression surrounded him. She frowned slightly. This feeling was not good. Xie Yuan easily squeezed out of the crowd and quickly joined the crowd closest to the stall, then rescued Sue Sanson from the oppressive encirclement, pulled her directly in front of him, held her sleeve with one hand, and held her thin shoulders with the other hand, protecting her in his arms, using his tall body to block the flow of people, protecting Sue Sanson between the stall and himself. And then whispered above her head to comfort her, "It's okay, I'm here, just take your time." The people around spoke very softly, and many people communicated, even by gestures. Well, maybe they were really afraid of exposing this smuggling hole, so everyone unanimously abided by and maintained the ecological order here. Sue Sanson finally shifted his attention away from the pedestrians, and began to focus on the items on the stalls. At a glance, the stones on each stall were different in shape, but none of them were the nuclear crystals that Sue Sanson was familiar with. But when she carefully observed these stones, she always felt that there were some faint energies floating from the stalls in all directions. Sue Sanson frowned, wondering about this subtle feeling. At this time, a stall owner who had been paying attention to her for a long time suddenly stood up and raised his eyebrows at her, as if asking, "Sir, what do you want?" The reason why the stall owner had been paying attention to Sue Sanson for a long time was mainly because of her impressive height. Generally, non-genetic warriors, like Sue Sanson, rarely come to the smuggling cave, unless those big figures with backgrounds, escorted by retainers or bodyguards, occasionally come here to hang out a few times out of curiosity. The stall owner's eyes quickly wandered over Xie Yuan beside Sue Sanson, and immediately strengthened his judgment. This thin woman must be a rich person. He never looked down on anyone. This was his experience from years of smuggling. Sue Sanson blinked, and caught the look the stall owner had just given her. She thought, "This is the first time here, I have to find a breakthrough to understand the situation first." So she raised her eyes, and looked directly into the stall owner's eyes. Xie Yuan said that it didn't matter. His original intention today was to bring Sanson here, to see the world. When she was almost done shopping, he would go and get the ticket for Fingy Gambling Stone. The stall owner quickly received Sue Sanson's signal and confirmed with his eyes that she was interested, so he walked 2 or 3 steps to Sue Sanson, stretched out his right hand and began to gesture. Sue Sanson twitched her mouth. She couldn't understand it at all, so she had to turn her head to look at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan smiled softly, then bent down and translated in a low voice. He asked, "Do you want energy nuclear crystals or rare nuclear crystals?" Sue Sanson nodded slightly, with an expression of "I see," and then whispered, "Ask him, what is the price of energy nuclear crystals?" Xie Yuan quickly gestured to the stall owner, who was a little speechless, then took out a metal bottle from a backpack in the corner, gulped down a few sips of water, and then said in a breath, "Energy nuclear crystals are now all at a unified price, 1 to 1.5. Sue Sanson heard it, but just didn't understand, and then looked at Xie Yuan again. Xie Yuan explained softly. 1 energy value, 1.5 contribution points. Oh, I see. Wouldn't it be very expensive? She remembered that Xie Yuan's valuation of nuclear crystals was based on a 1-to-1 ratio a long time ago. How come it has increased by 50% now? Su Sanson frowned slightly. Xie Yuan saw her confusion at a glance, so he simply said, the wind season is coming, and energy is in short supply. Well, that's right. The supply and demand relationship has changed. But how could the stingy Su Sanson spend a high price to buy energy at such an unfavorable time? This is just stretching his neck to be ripped off, clearly being a sucker. So, she curled her lips at the stall owner and shook her head. Too expensive. The stall owner raised his eyebrows. Where is the promised rich man? Why not play by the script? He rolled his eyes and decided to retreat first and then test the truth. Then what's your price? Su Sanson was about to bargain, but Xie Yuan suddenly pinched her shoulder, signaling her not to be anxious, so he changed the subject, patted the stall owner, and quickly gestured an unrelated question. Do you have an admission ticket? The stall owner was thinking about his next plan to rip off the fat sheep, and then he was stunned by the question in front of him. This is, met an expert? He even knew about the extremely secretive activity of gambling on stones during the wind season. The stall owner's brain was calculating quickly, and it seemed that he had to reevaluate the two people in front of him. Just as the stall owner was considering whether to adopt the strategy of falsely reporting prices or shorting weights, suddenly, a series of knocking sounds came from the cave. This was the secret sentry of the smuggling cave, and the first level alarm came. A patrol team from the base came to sweep, and one of the warehouse caves had been directly seized by the patrol team. The stall owner's face changed drastically when he heard it. His goods were stored in the warehouse cave that was seized. At the same time, in a room in the inner city of the base, a big hand took the metal bottle handed over by his subordinates, and the bottle was filled with bright red liquid. He sniffed lightly, closed his eyes slightly, and enjoyed the bloody smell in the air very intoxicatedly. Then he opened his eyes slightly, and a majestic voice sounded, "The quality this year is good. It's been 30 years. General, the ceremony is already being prepared. It will be properly arranged before the wind season." A flattering voice came from the cloak in the corner. There was a huge metal can next to the cloak man. The metal can was airlifted from the 307 base in the broken city. The big hand put down the metal bottle, stroked the glass of pale yellow simulated beer on the table, and chuckled. Reward. Chapter 156. As soon as the sentry's alarm ended, the cave exploded and became a mess. But even so, no one screamed or shouted loudly. The stall owners who were originally sitting around the edge of the cave immediately stood up, rolled up the plastic sheet on the ground, along with the various stones on the plastic sheet, carried their backpacks, and quickly scattered from the various passages around the cave. Some buyers, who were still negotiating a deal, saw that the seller was leaving, so they followed in 2 steps, followed the stall owner and ran away, and did not forget to make gestures in front of them, and continue bargaining. Really ruthless. Smuggling is not easy. Su Sanson was tightly protected by Xie Yuan behind him. His 2 big eyes kept turning around, constantly looking at everything happening around him. If it were before, she would not be so calm and watch the excitement. She would have pulled up the hood of her outer armor, and immediately selected a group of people to run away in a hurry. But now, this is probably called being fearless. Anyway, she has Xie Yuan in her hands, so there is no need to rush. Su Sanson glanced at the tall captain beside her with her peripheral vision, and saw that he was still calm, so she was even less flustered. When everyone in the cave had almost scattered, Xie Yuan pulled Su Sanson up and ran quickly towards a cave passage. "Isn't this the way we came?" Su Sanson asked softly. "Well, the stall owner just ran from here. If we follow him, we may get some unexpected surprises." Xie Yuan answered quietly, while using his amazing night vision ability to closely stare at the figure of the stall owner in the distance. Soon, the two came to a 3-way intersection. Most people rushed to the 2 passages on the left, while only the stall owner, alone, ran quickly to the passage on the far right. Xie Yuan winked, and Su Sanson understood, and immediately turned off the lighting function of the optical computer, raised his hand, and took Xie Yuan's sleeve, and the 2 chased straight to the passage on the far right. After losing the lighting function, Su Sanson's eyes were dark. In fact, she just had a moment of hope that Xie Yuan could carry her and move forward quickly like Yugu. But then she thought again, this is the end of the world, and you can't just give up easily and rely on others at every turn. Only by becoming stronger can you gain a foothold. In this situation, with Xie Yuan by your side to ensure safety, isn't it a perfect opportunity for special training, and Xie Yuan, who was leading the way at the front, also thought that such an environment and such a situation were a good time to give Su Sanson extra training. A strict teacher, a talented student. The two of them unexpectedly regarded this smuggling hole escape as a special practical field training. Xie Yuan quickly wrote on the palm of Su Sanson's hand, "Pay attention to breathing." Su Sanson immediately understood, carefully followed Xie Yuan's extremely light breathing rhythm, tapped her toes, and quickly followed him, moving in the dark. Even though it was pitch black in front of her, she could clearly know the changes in the road conditions ahead, and how to deal with her steps through the rhythm prompts given by Xie Yuan. At this time, suddenly, a strong wind came. A flying knife whooshed from the fork in the road on the right side of Su Sanson. The flying knife was extremely fast, the blade rubbed the air, and the airflow it brought up was particularly abrupt in the darkness. Su Sanson subconsciously turned around to avoid it, and Xie Yuan grabbed her and protected her by his side. With a crisp bang, the flying knife, that almost brushed Su Sanson's cheek, suddenly turned around and stabbed directly to the place where it flew from at a speed almost as fast as lightning. The blade of the flying knife was fiercely inserted into the stone wall of the corridor, at the fork on the right side of Su Sanson. The blade kept buzzing in the cracks of the stone, and it actually drove the handle to shake left and right in the air. Xie Yuan retracted his right hand that had just thrown the flying knife, and gently touched the broken hair on Su Sanson's right cheek. Fortunately, he was not injured. At this time, the stall owner, who was trembling with fear from the sudden counterattack, said in a hoarse voice, "Who? Why are you following me?" Xie Yuan turned on the lighting function of the optical computer. The light flashed and was quickly turned off. Although the time was short, it was enough for the stall owner to see the appearance of the two people. At this time, the stall owner let out a long sigh of relief. Then he turned on the solar lantern at hand. The light of the lantern was very weak, but it was enough to illuminate the nearby 5 square meters. So he quickly gestured, "You are following me. What is your purpose? Just say it." "I am also a straightforward person. If the price is reasonable, it is not impossible to consider it." Xie Yuan slightly curled his lips. He liked to deal with smart people, so he quickly responded with a gesture, "If I guess correctly, your goods should have been discovered by the patrol team. My request is very simple. You lead the way, and we split the profit 50-50, plus an admission ticket." The stall owner's thoughts raced. It would be difficult for him to snatch the nuclear crystal from the patrol team alone. Now that someone is helping him, although the price is a bit high, even if the mission fails, he will not lose much, so he readily agreed. The stall owner picked up the solar lantern, stood up quickly, and gestured to remind them, "Don't turn on the light. The patrol team has a mechanical dog. My lantern has been specially treated, and will not be detected." Xie Yuan nodded and gestured back quickly, "I know, lead the way." So the two of them quickly followed the stall owner, turning left and right in the passage, and finally came to a cave with an area of about 10 square meters. The cave connected 3 corridors in total, one of which they just walked through, one in front of the left, and another one was actually above their heads. At this time, the stall owner gently put the solar lantern on the ground, and then quickly gestured with Xie Yuan. After understanding, Xie Yuan wrote in brief on Su Sanson's palm, "This is a cave in Wanku Mountain. The passage on the left leads to the exit on the ground, and the passage above leads to the warehouse cave." Xie Yuan pricked up his ears, using his ears that could hear gossip without any hesitation, and carefully identified the situation above. The patrol team should be moving goods, a total of 6 people, with 3 mechanical dogs on guard around. But why are the voices of 3 of them so familiar? At the same time, Tietue and his 3 men who were assigned to the patrol team as punishment were now in the warehouse cave of the smuggling cave in Wanku Mountain, cursing as they moved boxes of nuclear crystals in the cave. "I will definitely see those Jiefeng guys once, and beat them up once." Tietue put the metal box in his hand into the cargo compartment of the truck parked at the entrance of the cave, still cursing indignantly. All Lang sighed and patted Tietue's shoulder helplessly. "Hey! Fighting is useless. The news has spread all over the garrison, and everyone is discussing that Brother Yuan is a traitor." Ma Ji moved a metal box out of the warehouse cave, walked to the truck, and persuaded in a serious tone, "It's useless to say these now. Hurry up and work. The important thing is to strive to return to the team as soon as possible." Chapter 157. Xie Yuan carefully distinguished the various sounds coming from the corridor, and suddenly frowned slightly. It turned out to be Tietue, Ulung and Maji. This is not easy to deal with. The 3 of them are advanced genetic warriors, much more powerful than the patrol team, and they have to find a way to lead them away. So he and Su Sanson looked at each other, and then quickly conveyed his findings and ideas in Su Sanson's palm. After reading the message, Su Sanson shook her head. She didn't think it was a wise choice for Xie Yuan to lead away the three people of Qiqui. After all, it has been confirmed that Xiangzi is an enemy, so there is no reason to unconditionally believe in the position of the three people of Qiqui. What's more, although Xie Yuan has grown 2 or 3 centimeters taller than before and has disguised his face, his figure is still too eye-catching in the eyes of people who are familiar with him, and it is very easy to arouse suspicion. So Su Sanson grabbed Xie Yuan and signaled her to lead the three people away. Xie Yuan slightly curled her lips, knowing that she was worried that he would reveal his identity, so she rubbed her little head and then wrote in Su Sanson's palm, "They are very strong, you will be in danger if you go. Believe me." Su Sanson stared at Xie Yuan's eyes again and found that his pupils were very dark and deep. His eyes were firm and did not allow any arguments. So she had to nod her head. She was a layman who had only learned a little bit of the basics, and she really had no chance of winning against 3 high-level Jin warriors. Then, Xie Yuan once again warned her in her palm, "Be careful in everything, and be sure to beware of the mechanical dog." Then he tapped his toes lightly and disappeared silently in the corridor leading to the ground on the left. The stall owner sat on the ground, looking at Su Sanson from time to time, and then glanced at the corridor where no one could be seen from time to time. He didn't know what to say. When he was about to gesture and ask, "What should we do next?" he saw Su Sanson raised his hand to stop him, and gave him a soothing look, meaning stay quiet. Then Su Sanson looked at the computer, calculated the time, and waited for 1 minute before taking out a conical snake scale from her pocket. With the dim light of the lantern, she threw the snake scale to a protruding stone 5 meters above her in the corridor above her head. The snake scale quickly wrapped around the stone with spider silk. Su Sanson gently pulled the spider silk with her hand to ensure stability, then picked up the solar lantern on the ground, bit the handle in her mouth, and then jumped up and climbed quickly to the top of the corridor silently. At the same time, in the warehouse cave, at the moment when Su Sanson threw the conical snake scale, a slight crisp sound came from the corridor wall to the warehouse cave. It was the slight sound made when the snake scale touched the protruding stone. The noise was not loud. For a normal advanced genetic warrior, it was difficult to distinguish a slight noise from 10 meters underground in a noisy environment. But as luck would have it, Ma Ji was standing right above the tunnel entrance, and was about to move the metal box covering the tunnel entrance, when he heard a discordant sound from the bottom of the box. "Who?" Ma Ji immediately took out the electric baton from his waist, and went on alert. In fact, every member of the Dawn Guard was equipped with heavy firepower weapons, such as pistols, stun guns, submachine guns, and other advanced weapons. However, they were punished today, and were sent to the patrol team. The discipline department of the guard station detained all their heavy firepower weapons, so Ma Ji only had an electric baton in his hand, which was held by each patrol member. Although the electric baton does not have a wide attack range like firearms, once the 100,000 volts of electricity hits the target, it will make the opponent faint in an instant, or even die. But how could Xie Yuan ignore these potential accidents? At this time, a series of motor sounds were heard suddenly, and the truck parked at the door of the warehouse was suddenly started, and then it was driven away with a thump thump thump. Someone stole the truck. At this time, an ordinary patrol team member shouted loudly. Then 3 ordinary patrol team members put down the boxes in their hands, spread their legs, and ran towards the truck. Just kidding, that truck is the equipment of their patrol team. If it is stolen tonight, then their team's performance this summer will be deducted into a negative number. Xie Yuan controlled the steering wheel of the truck with one hand, and quickly disassembled the patrol recorder next to the driver's seat of the truck with the other hand. This thing can't be kept, otherwise all his operations tonight will be transmitted to the inner city of the base, and then it will be completely over. Xie Yuan's hands were very fast, and he destroyed the patrol recorder in a few seconds. He glanced at the rearview mirror quickly. Tisk, why didn't those 3 guys catch up? Xie Yuan looked at the 3 ordinary patrol team members, who were out of breath chasing after his car, and was speechless for a moment. When did the 3 people of Qiqui become so cautious? So without saying anything, he quickly turned the steering wheel with his left hand, and the truck turned 180 degrees on the spot in an instant, and turned back to the direction just left, flying back like a sneak attack. The truck was past the 3 ordinary patrol team members, who were lying exhausted in the middle of the road. Seeing that it was about to return to the cave entrance, Xie Yuan picked up a patrol team detector on the co-pilot seat, and whoosh flew towards Ma Ji, who was still standing in the cave with an electric baton, ready to attack the bottom of the metal box covering the entrance to the tunnel. Pa! Ma Ji quickly and accurately used the electric baton to knock down the hidden weapon flying from outside the cave. Who? Ma Ji frowned, staring coldly at the truck compartment outside the cave. Qichue saw that the car thief had the guts to come back and provoke him. He had been uninterested and didn't want to care about this kind of car theft. But now the thief was openly playing cat and mouse with them. How could he tolerate it? Qichue and Ulung looked at each other, nodded to each other, and ran towards the truck at the entrance of the cave. Ma Ji glanced at the metal box, squinted slightly, and directly dispatched 3 mechanical dogs from the entrance to the cave, and then quickly followed Qichue and the others to chase out. The speed of the advanced Gene warriors was indeed extraordinary. Xie Yuan saw that the 3 people finally came out, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the truck rushed out like a fly. It's been a long time since I've been a captain and trained soldiers. I just use you 3 to get a feel for it. Xie Yuan controlled the steering wheel with one hand, and pulled all the objects in the car that could be used as hidden weapons to his side with the other hand. Looking through the rearview mirror, he saw the opportunity, and whoosh and shot out at the 3 people behind him, who were being led by him. In just 1 or 2 minutes, Xie Yuan had completely led the few people away from the warehouse cave, and the hidden weapons in his hand were almost thrown away. He increased the horsepower, and the wheels rubbed against the ground at a high speed, instantly stirring up rolling dust. He quickly glanced at the rearview mirror with his peripheral vision. Very good, these 3 idiots were still eating dirt behind him, so he quickly glanced at the cockpit and threw away everything he could throw. Now, only. He quickly located a pair of military boots under the co-pilot's seat. Okay, although it was a bit heavy, it was not impossible to make do with it. So he bent over, swept his right hand, and quickly pulled the military boots to the front. However, at this time, there were 2 clicks, and 2 unknown objects suddenly flew out of the military boots, rolled twice in the air, and fell directly on the co-pilot's seat. Suddenly, an indescribable smell filled the entire cockpit. Xie Yuan frowned, turned his head, and quickly glanced at the unknown object on the co-pilot's seat, and then his head was full of black lines, and he really couldn't hold it anymore. He saw 2 smelly height-increasing insoles lying on the seat beside him. He shrugged his nose. The 5 senses recovered too well, but it was not all good. At the same time, Su Sanson, who was climbing quickly in the corridor, finally came to the cave entrance after throwing the 4th cone snake scale. She opened her legs and stepped on the stone walls on both sides of the corridor to stabilize her body. Her left hand tightly grasped the protruding stone, and her right hand touched the box covering the cave entrance. Why is it so heavy? How can she move it away? Su Sanson secretly said that it was not good. Then her eyes lit up immediately. It was good that it was heavy. It meant that there were a lot of things inside. Calculating the time, Xie Yuan should have led everyone away, so it should not be a big problem for her to let go and do it now. Just beware of the mechanical dog. But the mechanical dog is a machine after all. How can it be difficult to deal with humans? Su Sanson thought for 2 seconds, quickly took out the high-energy knife from the cloth bag, pressed the switch, and started cutting along the edge of the cave entrance, facing the bottom of the metal box. Suddenly, a sizzling sound of metal friction came from the bottom of the metal box. 2 seconds later, with a splash, the nuclear crystals in the box poured down the tunnel like water. Standing at the bottom of the tunnel, the stall owner, who had been prepared for a long time, looked at the nuclear crystals splashing directly onto the plastic sheet he had laid out, and was speechless. This. How is it different from what was agreed? Didn't they say that they would be thrown down in bags? If you are hailing like fairies scattering flowers, why did you take away all the cloth bags and sacks in my backpack just now? The stall owner complained silently, while quickly collecting the fallen nuclear crystals. At this time, the 3 mechanical dogs that were dispatched to the storage cave obviously noticed the movement from the bottom of the metal box, so they stepped on their long metal legs and turned around together. The 6 blue glowing metal eyes instantly shot out 6 dazzling lasers. The laser shot at the metal box, making a hissing sound, and the metal box was cut into several pieces by the high-energy laser in an instant. Su Sanson was clinging to the wall of the tunnel, watching the lasers that were shot out from time to time, and the metal box that was gradually carved into a hollow basket, frowning slightly. Sure enough, they are guarding the entrance of the cave. It seems that we have to find a way to get rid of these 3 annoying guys. At the same time, on a rooftop in the inner city of the base, Wu Feng looked at the red-haired Ryu and apologized. I still couldn't convince him. Ryu looked at the new moon in the night sky and pondered for a moment. How many people in Dawn are following Scar now? More than half. Since Xie Yuan disappeared, at least 65% of the people have followed Scar. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to subdue them all in a short time. Ryu fiddled with his red hair and frowned. 65% of the combat power are high-level gene warriors, which should not be underestimated. It seems that you have to work harder. How is Jifeng? Can he continue to control the overall situation? Jifeng is still stable at the moment. Wu Feng affirmed. Yes. We still have to hurry up with Dawn. We have to make sure that we take down at least the two most powerful guards. Only in this way can we get enough bargaining chips from the Conservative Party before the next election, and our future will be more secure. Also, I am worried that Wang will not be able to wait. A group of villains who despise the rules and do whatever it takes to achieve their goals will most likely do some disgusting tricks, and then go to the general to confuse right and wrong, and then we will be passive in the future. Yes. Wu Feng bowed respectfully. Chapter 158. Su Sanson pressed her back against the wall of the tunnel, holding her breath, and waited for about 30 seconds. There was no more laser shooting from the cave entrance. She slowly moved her toes that were firmly on the protrusion of the stone wall. Just as she was about to stretch her head to take a look outside the cave, a laser rubbed her forehead and instantly shot from the cave entrance. What a close call! Su Sanson suddenly retracted her head and cursed in her heart. Who is the annoying person who gave the order? These three mechanical dogs are going to stay at the cave entrance and not move. Right. The sound discrimination system of this mechanical dog is really sensitive. Yes, the main attack principle of the mechanical dog is to attack indiscriminately through sound waves. And because the patrol team members are wearing sound wave jammers, the mechanical dogs will automatically shield them to ensure that the patrol team members will not be accidentally injured. For general patrol missions, the base will not be equipped with advanced equipment such as mechanical dogs. Only when clearing out evil forces, such as sweeping smuggling holes, will they be given special support. Why are they only equipped with mechanical dogs, and not heavy firepower weapons for the patrol team members? That is mainly because the base is worried that once the patrol team members have heavy firepower weapons, they will act on their own and make some uncontrollable small moves. After all, the nuclear crystals in the smuggling cave are a considerable amount of material wealth. People's hearts are unpredictable, and the base must also guard against the people below taking risks. Su Sanson narrowed her eyes slightly, and through the tricky angle formed by the tunnel wall and the cave entrance, she could barely see a little bit of the situation outside the cave. She thought for a moment, well, aren't you sensitive to sound waves? Then let's see how sharp you are. She carefully took out a glass marble from the cloth bag, then passed through the angle between the corridor wall and the hole, aimed at a place in the warehouse hole, and whoosh! With a swish, the glass marble in her hand flew out. The glass marble quickly passed through the angle of the hole, and then accurately passed through the hollow gap on the metal basket covering the hole, and snapped it hit the metal shelf above the hole in the warehouse hole. The crisp sound of the glass marble successfully attracted the attention of the three mechanical dogs. The three mechanical dogs simultaneously stepped on their long metal legs, immediately turned their heads, and turned to the metal shelf above, and fired a round of lasers. Su Sanson seized the opportunity, and quickly climbed to the hole. At the same time, the second glass marble in his hand flew out again, whoosh, and hit one of the mechanical dogs directly. She had thought that she would attract the attention of the robot dogs to themselves, and then let the three robot dogs directly stage a drama of killing each other. Unexpectedly, when the other two robot dogs turned their metal dog heads towards the robot dog that was hit, it did not happen as Su Sanson expected, and the beautiful scene of sibling killing each other did not happen. Can they actually recognize their own kind? So smart. Su Sanson sighed in his heart, and quickly adjusted his strategy. The third glass marble was ejected again, and this time it hit a corner in the direction of the warehouse hole. The three robot dogs followed the sound again, moved their long metal legs, and turned towards the warehouse hole. Opportunity. Su Sanson took advantage of the moment when the three mechanical dogs began to turn around, quickly poked her head out of the hole, gently put the solar lantern in her mouth to the side of the hole, and pushed the hollow metal basket covering her head to the side, then pushed out of the hole with both hands, and then rolled sideways, and rolled directly under the mechanical dog closest to her. With her petite figure, she quickly raised her legs, then clamped them together, exerted force on her waist and abdomen, and reached out with her left hand to grab, and the whole person was directly hung upside down under the belly of the mechanical dog. Phew! Fortunately, this mechanical dog was designed to imitate the appearance of the old German Shepherd. If it was designed to refer to the corgi, then it is estimated that no matter how petite her figure is, it would be difficult for her to use this trick. At the moment when Su Sanson successfully completed the position change, the other two mechanical dogs immediately stepped on the metal steps, turned their heads, and looked at the mechanical dog that Su Sanson was hanging upside down. The two mechanical dogs stared at Su Sanson, and the third mechanical dog in her arms, with their eyes full of electric lasers. The lasers in the eyes of the two mechanical dogs were ready to move, and they were about to be fired, but the core monitor kept scanning for similar signals. The two robot dogs' intelligent brains, which were not good at turning, suddenly got stuck. The scanning rays kept moving between Sue Sanson's body and limbs, as if they had never encountered such a situation before. Because while the rays were scanning back and forth on Sue Sanson's body, they would inevitably scan the shielding signal source emitted by the robot dog in Sue Sanson's arms. The warehouse cave suddenly became quiet for a few seconds. The two robot dogs' eyes, full of electric lasers, stared at Sue Sanson and the third robot dog she was holding firmly. After hesitating for a moment, the four blue electric eyes did not fire lasers after all. After staring at each other in silence for another 2 seconds, they finally turned around. Sue Sanson slightly raised the corner of her lips. If you can't beat them, join them. This trick is really good. So she kept guiding the direction of the three robot dogs' firepower attacks through the flying glass marbles under the cover of this robot dog. Soon, all the metal boxes piled up in the storage cave were directly cut into pieces by the 100,000-volt laser of the mechanical dog, and boxes of nuclear crystals poured out one by one. Wow, so much energy. Sue Sanson looked at the 11 boxes of nuclear crystals pouring out of the warehouse cave, his eyes shining, at the same time, at the other 3 corridors in this warehouse cave. 7 stall owners were holding solar lanterns, and staring at the nuclear crystals scattered on the ground in the warehouse cave with disbelief. There were more than 20 boxes of nuclear crystals here, belonging to 8 stall owners. Yes, after all, how could such a large warehouse cave store only one person's goods? These stall owners were originally prepared to squat at the corridor of this warehouse cave like Sue Sanson and Xieyuan stall owners, observing silently, trying to find an opportunity to salvage some of their own inventory and minimize losses as much as possible. However, these 7 stall owners waited and waited until the 6 patrol members left. Unexpectedly, 3 more mechanical dogs came to guard. Just when the stall owners were thinking hard about how to break the situation, a mysterious man suddenly came out from under a metal basket. Then, the mysterious man's series of tricks made all the old smugglers, who had been smuggling for many years, stunned. Can it be played like this? The 7 stall owners were staring at the mysterious man who was hanging upside down under the mechanical dog, with a cloth wrapped around his face, and did not play by the rules. Where did this mysterious man come from? While the 7 stall owners' 3 views were shattered, they were eager to look at the nuclear crystals rolling out of the metal box in the warehouse. According to the rules of the underworld, the nuclear crystals that were not packed were free, and everyone who saw them had a share, and it depended on their ability. So the stall owners were eager to try, holding all kinds of tools in their hands, ready to steal Sue Sanson's revolutionary fruits directly. How could Sue Sanson, the stingy god, be such a generous person? She worked hard with her abdominal muscles, holding her breath, and finally borrowed the knife to open the box. Now suddenly a few people appeared and said they wanted to share a piece of the pie with her? Do you think she is a big enemy? Sue Sanson's peripheral vision quickly swept across the figures in the shadows of the cave entrance. Very good, they were not armed, so don't blame her for being unethical. So 1 second later, a strong smell of fart swept the entire warehouse cave. Ahem, at the critical moment, the pork skin dumplings still need to play a role. Seeing that several stall owners, who were watching, had fallen down one after another, Sue Sanson continued to exert her abdominal muscles, hanging under the belly of the mechanical dog, and grabbed a cut metal bracket from the fragmented metal rack. The metal bracket was in a trident shape. She quickly took out the sack she had forced from the stall owner from the cloth bag, and put the sack on the 2 shorter forks of the bracket, and a simple sack broom was made. She continued to use glass marbles to guide the mechanical dog to move specifically to the place where the nuclear crystals were piled up. At the same time, the sack broom in her hand mercilessly extended from under the belly of the mechanical dog, and swept it horizontally. Then, piles of nuclear crystals were directly swept into the tunnel hole where she had climbed up before, just like dust. The stall owner, who had been completely fainted by the fart smell at the bottom of the cave, unfortunately missed the spectacular scene of the nuclear crystal rain falling from the sky. At the same time, the 6 patrol team members, who were sneaked 5 kilometers away by Xieyuan, were eating the sand and soil splashed by the truck with an embarrassed look on their faces. Xieyuan kept calculating the range of the independent protective cover of the smuggling hole, and tried to lead the 6 people to stroll back and forth on the edge of the protective cover. He needed to keep the 6 people away from the warehouse cave, but not completely out of the range of the protective shield. After all, they were teammates. He couldn't blindly act ruthlessly before he could identify their positions. Just when the 6 people were fed with mud and sand by the sandstorm stirred up by Xie Yuan again, suddenly, in the sand, a strangely shaped colloid object whooshed out of the air. The colloid object seemed to be extremely elastic. As it flew forward, it was accompanied by a whoosh of strong wind, bending up and down very powerfully, and trembling left and right. Suddenly, a strong stench rushed towards Tietue's face. Fuck. He has a smell-type nuclear crystal. Wear a mask. The unspeakable top-secret weakness of the advanced gene warrior is really the 5 senses of success and failure. Chapter 159. Xie Yuan sat in the driver's seat of the truck, looking through the rearview mirror at the exaggerated reactions of several people, and the corners of his mouth hidden under the combat mask twitched. He looked at his left hand that had just thrown out the height-increasing insole. He was not clean. His thoughts returned, and while several people were caught off guard by the biological and chemical weapons, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and embedded the left front wheel of the truck directly into the crack of the stone next to it, and then stepped on the accelerator hard. Under the impact of the accelerator, the rear wheel rubbed against the sandy ground and turned rapidly. But because the front wheel was stuck in the crack of the stone, the truck could not move forward smoothly. Suddenly, the dust raised by the rear wheel flew all over the sky, covering the entire truck compartment. Xie Yuan quickly picked up a military boot and stuck it between the accelerator and the baffle to ensure that the accelerator was still stepped on after he retracted his foot. Then he bent his knees, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and jumped out of the window on the driver's door with a whoosh. His figure landed lightly behind the low stone next to him under the cover of sand and dust, and then, with a tap of his toes, he quickly went around behind several people. Just as the 3 people of Tietue took out the protective masks from their equipment bags and put them on, Xie Yuan's figure flashed, and with 3 consecutive hand knives, he knocked the 3 people unconscious on the spot. TSK. You still lack practice. You must have been lazy these few days. The captain of the Dawn Guard possessed him again, and Xie Yuan shook his head gently, giving the 3 people a failing grade for their performance just now. He turned around immediately, and knocked down the other 3 ordinary patrol team members, who were already out of breath. Then he quickly turned back, squatted down, pulled out the metal water bottle on Tietue's waist, and immediately washed his hands that had touched the height-increasing insoles. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief, dragging and carrying the 6 people who had fallen to the ground to the cargo compartment of the truck. In the warehouse cave, after Sue Sanson once again made a feint to the east and attacked the west, diverting the attention of the 3 mechanical dogs to the farthest corner near the warehouse cave, she turned over neatly, picked up the lantern, and instantly returned to the entrance of the tunnel from whence she came, and then quickly climbed down along the spider silk left on the bulge of the cave wall without stopping for a moment. Huh? When her feet finally touched a pile of nuclear crystals, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, touched her very sore abdominal muscles, and completely breathed a sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, Xie Yuan quickly returned to the underground cave, watching Sue Sanson struggling to pull nuclear crystals into the sack, so he smiled slightly and hurried forward to help. 10 minutes later, the 2 had put all the nuclear crystals in the cave into the sacks and plastic bags sponsored by the stall owner for free. Sue Sanson looked at the 16 large sacks and 4 plastic bags piled in the cave, and looked at Xie Yuan with some embarrassment. Xie Yuan searched the stall owner's body and took out a metal plate from his inner pocket. The metal plate was engraved with the word Gamble, and there was a small identification light spot next to the word Gamble. Xie Yuan scanned the identification light spot with the optical brain, and soon a registration interface popped up from the light screen. There were 93 hours left before the registration deadline for Fingji gambling stones. Xie Yuan immediately clicked the register button in the middle of the interface, and then the optical brain received a successful registration message. Xie Yuan, congratulations on your successful registration. Depending on the level of the gambling card, you can invite 1 to 3 companions to accompany you. The specific time and place of gambling on stones will be updated 1 day before the win season arrives. Please scan the gambling card in time and pay close attention to the dynamics of the event. Xie Yuan quickly put away the metal gambling card and whispered to Sue Sanson, leave a bag of nuclear crystals for the stall owner? You decide. Sue Sanson's eyes wandered back and forth among the 10 or so sacks in the cave, and he began to calculate quickly in his mind. Including the stall owner, there are a total of 8 people who have stored nuclear crystals in this inventory cave. Assuming that the inventory of 8 people is equal, then each person has 2 sacks plus half a plastic bag. According to the 50-50 split agreed before, the share that this stall owner should get is 1 sack plus 1/4 of the nuclear crystals in a plastic bag. Ah, okay. There is a code of conduct for thieves. Su Sanson felt that he should still abide by his promise, so he took out 1/4 of the nuclear crystals from a plastic bag, and then left one sack, and then he and Xie Yuan carried today's harvest out of the cave. When they arrived at the cave entrance, Xie Yuan had already driven the big black over in advance. Su Sanson opened the trunk. Wow! The trunk was already full of metal boxes. Xie Yuan touched his nose and explained concisely. We also moved everything in the truck compartment. It's not my style to leave a tail. Su Sanson immediately gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely. This style is great. I like it. Xie Yuan's ears immediately turned red again, and his heart trembled. She likes it. Since the trunk was full, the two had to pile some sacks on the back seat, and those that couldn't be piled could only be tied on the roof of the car. After another struggle, the two of them quickly got into the car, and then rushed to the South City gate. An hour later, Tietue and the other two lying in the truck slowly woke up, looking at the other 3 ordinary patrol team members, who were still unconscious, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Tietue asked in confusion, Didn't we wear protective masks in time? We shouldn't have been infected, right? All Lang looked at the protective mask that had obviously exceeded its depreciation period, and sighed with disdain. Hey! The patrol team's equipment has probably not been upgraded for hundreds of years, so don't have any expectations. Ma Ji took off the mask angrily, touched the back of his neck, which was still a little sore, and squinted slightly. This thief is extraordinary. We may not have been tricked by the smell-based nuclear crystal. In the early morning of the second day, in the 336th year of the star calendar, the 109th day of the Yinji period, at 4:40, the stall owner in the cave slowly opened his eyes, and looked around in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? 5 seconds later, he suddenly found a small piece of paper in his palm, with a few words written on the paper in vigorous and powerful strokes. I took the gambling card, and the nuclear crystal is the transaction price. The stall owner then looked at the large sack beside him, and the pile of nuclear crystals scattered around the sack. His eyes widened, and he said in surprise, Oh my god! How come there are more than before? And all day, Su Sanson and Xie Yuan stayed at home, counting the nuclear crystals harvested last night. The main reason is that the quantity is too large, and they need to be tested one by one, and they have to be classified according to the energy value range. It is really not an easy job that can be opportunistic. The two were busy from morning to afternoon, and they barely sorted out all the nuclear crystals in these 9 metal boxes, 15 sacks and 3 3/4 plastic bags. Although they are all ordinary energy-type nuclear crystals, the number is really huge. Among them, there are 10,243 low-level nuclear crystals with energy values between 100 and 200, with a total energy value of about 1.5 million. There are 2,478 low-level nuclear crystals with energy values between 200 and 300, with a total energy value of about 625,000. There are 523 low-level nuclear crystals with energy values between 300 and 400, with a total energy value of about 180,000. There are 119 intermediate nuclear crystals with energy values between 400 and 500, with a total energy value of about 50,000. There are 37 intermediate nuclear crystals with energy values between 500 and 600, with a total energy value of about 20,000. The total energy value of all nuclear crystals is 2.375 million, plus the energy value of 250,000 nuclear crystals at home. Now Su Sanson has a total energy value of 2.625 million. My god, he is definitely a rich man. According to the previous estimate, each round-trip mission of 2 hours consumes at least 60,000 energy value. So the energy value here can be used by the aircraft for 43 missions. Xie Yuan looked at the calculated value and took a breath. He had been the captain of the Dawn Guard for many years and had seen a lot of things, but he had never done a job and directly made a big order of more than 2 million energy points. Oh my god, is it this end of the world that has changed, or is it him? Why did his worldview suffer a 100,000 critical strike again? Su Sanson glanced at Xie Yuan, who was obviously in a trance, and smiled secretly. She thought that such a captain was more lovely, but she had to interrupt him cruelly. She shook Xie Yuan's sleeves vigorously. Come back to your senses. Captain! It's already 6:15, we have to get ready. So 5 minutes later, when the scavengers came back, the rattan fence door of Su Sanson's house was slowly opened. In the vague eyes of passers-by, Su Sanson lowered her head, drooped her shoulders, and looked miserable, silently pulling her 2-meter-long cart. On the cart, under a large plastic sheet, Xie Yuan was desperately pretending to be dead. Xie Yuan had never expected that after finally sneaking into the refugee team of Base 307, getting a light computer, and settling down in the base, he would have to fake his death again after less than a day of exposure. Yes, the role script Xie Yuan got at this moment was the dead Xie Daolang. Su Sanson was seen pulling the cart with grief, staggering and wailing, "Daolang! Daolang! Why did you go? The sun is scorching. I just want you to open your eyes again. The sky is clear, but you left too quickly." As she said that, she began to hum hesitantly, "Little cabbage, the leaves are yellow, 2 or 3 years old." What was the next sentence? She actually forgot the lyrics. Then she hurriedly rubbed the mutant bell pepper seeds prepared in advance at the cuffs around her eyes. "Oh my god, this is sour, spicy and crisp." Su Sanson's eyes were filled with tears, and he couldn't help but sing the sad music in his mouth. "If I hadn't met you, where would I be? How is my life? Should I continue to pick up trash? Maybe I met another person, lived a hungry life, and I don't know if I can drink nutritional supplements. As time flies, I lost you. I am willing to drag your body. Life is not easy to send you to District 9. I am sorry to lose the power of life. So please." In this way, accompanied by the sad song, Su Sanson finally pulled the cart and Lang on the cart out of the shantytown in the gloating of passers-by, and then turned left and right, and came to the vicinity of District 9 of the refugee camp. So far, the disabled Xie Lang in Su Sanson's hut has died. And Xie Yuan, from now on, just moved to the next door, fled from base city number 307, drove a luxury car, Shi Yuan. At the same time, thousands of kilometers away in base city number 903, in a Chinese-style courtyard with pavilions and towers, a young man in a green shirt and holding a folding fan suddenly said, "Make arrangements, I want to meet that Master De Gio tomorrow night." "Yes, Master Zi-Tung." An old man with a calm face and decent clothes replied respectfully. Chapter 160. The next day, the 336th year of the star calendar, the 110th day of the hot season, 7:30 in the morning. When Su Sanson was woken up by the optical brain, she received a transfer of 20,000 contribution points from Huba. The transfer message was as follows: in order to reserve supplies for the windy season and the snowy season, each person will receive a dividend of 20,000, and the team will have 160,800 contribution points remaining. 3 days later, we will go to the Wanku Mountain smuggling cave to solve the energy problem. Su Sanson raised her head from the optical brain interface, thinking about the piles of nuclear crystals in the storage room, and suddenly fell into deep thought. Why don't we find an opportunity to sell some of these nuclear crystals to the Sifong team? But after selling it, the balance of contribution points in her hand not only did not decrease, but increased. Isn't this contrary to her original intention? Wasn't her original intention of going to the Wanku Mountain smuggling cave yesterday to exchange contribution points for nuclear crystals that are safer and more valuable? As a result, not only did she not spend a penny, but she also brought back a room full of nuclear crystals. Is this the daily life of rich people? Every day they have to worry about how to spend money? Su Sanson shuddered. She was floating. Be rational, Mr. Su. She quickly shook her head, threw away the so-called happy worries, and immediately started the daily routine of getting up, going to the toilet, and washing. There are still a lot of things to do today. There are so many nuclear crystals that need to be stored. She and Xie Yuan have to dig a bigger and deeper basement. The two of them worked hard in the storage room of the hut for a whole morning, and directly widened the basement that Xie Yuan had dug before, and used the extra soil to build a small staircase between the entrance and the bottom of the basement to facilitate future passage. Of course, the special adhesive needed to repair the stairs was not available at home. So Su Sanson gave Qin Ergu another errand task, and when Qin Ergu received Su Sanson's task, he was in the exclusive lounge of the Thunder Guard, unclogging the toilet. But when he saw that it was his third sister's task, he must have given priority to it, and needed to complete it immediately regardless of everything. So he put away the plunger and laughed with the logistics staff of the Thunder Guard. The difficulty coefficient of your toilet is not ordinary. I have to go back to get some special equipment to deal with it. Then I will go first. See you later. The logistics staff looked at Qin Ergu's figure disappearing quickly in the corridor with admiration, and murmured to himself, "It's worthy of being a relative of the matchmaker mole lady. This skill and this skill are professional." Soon, Su Sanson successfully met Qin Ergu in the public toilet 200 meters away from the hut. "How is it? Have you been doing well in the city recently?" Su Sanson asked casually. Qin Ergu immediately shrank his neck and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he whispered to his third sister, "I'm waiting for you to ask." I've already collected a lot of inside information. Sue Sanson raised his eyebrows. Inside information? So I didn't send you to clean, but to go to the toilet to get inside information? Chin Ergu saw that Sue Sanson didn't answer, so he took the initiative to report. Do you know? There are 9 toilets in the public toilet on the first floor of the guard post, and there are only 3 toilets in the exclusive lounge of each guard on the second floor. Sue Sanson was full of black lines. Did you study every toilet? Then, Chin Ergu's voice continued, but almost all the guards don't like to go to the public toilet on the first floor. They would rather line up in the exclusive lounge of the guards on the second floor than go there. And even if someone can't hold it anymore and has to go to the public toilet on the first floor to solve it, they never go to the 5th pit in the middle. Do you know why? Sue Sanson was a little confused by this weird inside information. He didn't react for a while and asked, why? Chin Ergu was very excited and said carefully, because of the legend, there is a toilet spirit living in the public toilet on the first floor. Anyone who goes to the toilet there will be exposed the next day. But, according to my observation, the real reason is, yes, the flushing equipment of the public toilet on the first floor has not been replaced for many years, especially the 5th pit in the middle. The flushing device is completely broken and cannot be repaired for many years. It can only be done manually. Otherwise, it is easy to see it when you open the door. Sue Sanson frowned. How to do it manually? Hey, no, what is the meaning of this news? It is not good to keep such detailed internal information inside. So she quickly interrupted Chin Ergu's endless revelations. She didn't want to know what she would see when she opened the door. It was too detailed. Is there something about people? For example, the guards? Chin Ergu glanced around again, and after confirming that there was no one, he continued to whisper, I heard that the guards will have a big move recently. It seems that they are going to hold a meeting. It is said that there will be personnel changes. Personnel changes? Sue Sanson raised his eyebrows. At the same time, in the captain's office of the Xuanwu Guard, Gao Xian stood tall and respectfully beside the metal desk, and the captain said, my application has been approved by the guard station. I will be transferred to civilian work this year. You are the best performer among the 5 captains this year. I have reported your name. Be prepared. Your good news will be announced at the summary meeting on the last day of the hot season. Yes. Thank you for the promotion, Captain. Gao Xian stood at attention with his legs together and saluted in a standard military salute. In the exclusive lounge of the Dawn Guard on the second floor, Jiangzi looked at the encrypted information in the optical brain and raised his lips slightly. The encrypted information came from his shadow superior, Yueying. Jifeng's captain position will be announced at the summary meeting of the guard station. Congratulations in advance. In addition, before you leave Dawn, it is best to pull out the nails. I will create an opportunity for you. In the shantytown, after Sue Sanson sent Chin Ergu away, he carried a bucket of special adhesive and hurried back to the hut. While she and Xie Yuan reinforced the stairs in the basement, they talked about the various news they heard from Chin Ergu. Well, it should be time for a summary meeting. Usually at this time, some personnel changes will be announced. Xie Yuan explained to Sue Sanson briefly. It's just that. The position of the captain of Jifeng seems to have been vacant for a long time. Who could it be? Is it because there are many forces competing for the position that no one has taken office? Or, this is just a bait. Someone wants to fish? Xie Yuan quickly analyzed the various fragmented information mentioned by Chin Ergu, and felt that the summary meeting before the wind season this year would probably not be peaceful. The two of them reinforced the stairs, and covered the entrance to the basement with a metal plate. On top of the metal plate, they placed a camping storage box with small stones of the stagnation element. In this way, even if someone sneaked into the storage room, they would be blocked by the barrier of the stagnation element. After all, there are very few people who have the energy of the healing nuclear crystal in their bodies. After tidying up the basement, Xie Yuan transported the excess soil to the training room/studio next door, and raised the mud wall next door by another meter. Then it was reinforced again with adhesive. The wall was built hastily before, and it mainly relied on the mutant bell pepper seeds hidden inside as the main defense line, but now it has been raised and reinforced again, and the safety factor has been greatly improved. I have to go to the official contribution point exchange office tomorrow to exchange some reinforcement nails and reinforcement plates. The wind season is coming, and almost every household in the shantytown will rent these two equipment, otherwise it will be difficult to withstand the strong winds during the wind season. After Xie Yuan finished his work next door, he kindly popularized the basic knowledge of the wind season with Sue Sanson. Sue Sanson nodded. So the supply of these two materials at the official exchange office is sufficient, right? She remembered deeply that when she had just come here, she went there to exchange for a cooling device, but was told that the radiator had been out of stock for a long time. Xie Yuan affirmed, these are essential basic supplies for the typhoon season. The base has always had sufficient inventory. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people alive in the shantytown. As soon as Xie Yuan finished speaking, Su Sanson's optical brain received another message, an encrypted message with an obvious string of characters. Su Sanson was suspicious and clicked on it. It was a message from an underground auction. 7 o'clock tonight. Looking forward to your arrival. See you there, Master de Gio.